Chapter 1. Put the master and was banished from a mountain. Master, I am truly sorry. I lost control due to the poison and acted disrespectfully towards you. Ye Chen knelt on the ground, bowing his head in apology to his master. At that moment, his eyes were still bloodshot, his veins bulging, resembling a wild beast. The fervent dragon blood within him had yet to settle. He had never anticipated that in his frenzy, he would actually defy his master. The onset of the dragon blood poison was indeed terrifying. Silence. Enough with your words. You audacious and rebellious disciple. I truly wish to slap you to death. The one known as the world's most aloof and enchanting beauty, Xue Ji, now appeared limp, her hair disheveled. Her face, as beautiful as it was cold as frost, was filled with indignation. Her voice had turned slightly hoarse. Master, please quell your anger. What has happened cannot be undone, but I will take responsibility for it. Ye Chen spoke with utmost seriousness. The stunning master had become his woman, and he naturally felt compelled to take responsibility. Be quiet. I do not require your responsibility. Considering your assistance in helping me break through my shackles, I shall spare your life, you rebellious disciple. Xue Ji scolded furiously. Her precious body had been so easily taken advantage of by this insufferable disciple. She truly wished to execute him. However, what she did not expect was that after this incident, she miraculously broke through the bottleneck she had struggled with for many years. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. She would spare this brat for now. Master has ascended, but who will help me treat the dragon blood poison? If no one treats me, this disciple will perish. Ye Chen asked with concern. Only his master could suppress the dragon blood poison coursing through his veins. To save him, Xue Ji ventured deep into the Kunlun dragon vein to hunt down a true dragon. She extracted dragon blood, took dragon bones, and drew dragon tendons to reconstruct a dragon spine for him. The dragon spine quickly fused perfectly with Ye Chen, awakening his physical potential and allowing him to learn with remarkable efficiency. In just 3 short years, his martial arts had reached its zenith. The only downside was that the dragon blood flowing within him occasionally drove Ye Chen into a frenzied state. Seek out your 9 senior sisters. They are not ordinary beings and can assist you in resolving the dragon blood poison. You must hurry, for if the poison remains unresolved, you shall not live to see your 25th year before your body explodes. Ye Chen suddenly understood, so that was the way it was? If his senior sisters were unwilling, it might prove somewhat troublesome. Moreover, I previously instructed you to kill someone on my behalf. Do not forget it. While I have not yet rescinded my mercy, you should depart quickly. Xue Ji coldly added, Master, I have not forgotten. Take care of yourself. I am heading down the mountain. Ye Chen bowed in gratitude and hurriedly left, lest his master truly change her mind. He would never forget the day his spine was extracted. 3 years ago, on the day of his wedding to Zhao family's Miss Zhao Tingting. The Zhao family had poisoned the wine, rendering the entire Yi family incapacitated. All those with the legitimate bloodline of the Yi family were brutally stripped of their spines. The Zhao family sought the spines of the Yi family, driven by a singular motive. The Yi bloodline was unique and extraordinary. By acquiring the spines of Yi family members for their own use, they could attain even greater talents. Ye Chen, who had been poisoned and could not move, watched helplessly as his father was skinned and had his bones extracted by the Zhao family, dying on the spot. His mother, unwilling to be humiliated by the Zhao family, bit her tongue and took her own life. Every member of his clan met a tragic end before Ye Chen's eyes. His hatred was so intense that his eyes bled tears of rage. Ye Chen, your worthless spine will be used by young master son. It is not a waste after all. Using the spines of Yi family members to nurture our Zhao family, we shall become the strongest family in Jiangbei City. Dressed in red, Zhao Tingting stepped on Ye Chen's face, her eyes filled with venomous triumph. You, the so-called genius in others' eyes, have fallen to this day. With your spine, my cultivation will effortlessly ascend to new heights. Ha ha ha. If you beg for mercy now, I might grant you the spine of a dog, allowing you to live like a dog hurry and plead for my pity. Sun Sheng, the heir of Jiangnan's foremost family, spat on Ye Chen's face and laughed heartily. He looked down on Ye Chen as if he were a stray dog. To die is but a trivial matter. I shall not live in shame. You two vile creatures shall face retribution sooner or later. Ye Chen showed no fear, only endless hatred filled his gaze. Dare to be defiant. Then let your entire family meet in the underworld. Zhao Tingting laughed sinisterly, wielding a sharp blade to slice open Ye Chen's back and extract his spine. The excruciating agony twisted Ye Chen's features in torment. Yet, he gritted his teeth and remained silent, enduring until he was barely conscious. Zhao Tingting presented the complete spine to young Master Sun. Then she brandished the blade, preparing to finish him off. Fortunately, at that moment, his beautiful master arrived just in time to rescue him. But the Yi family had been obliterated overnight. 2 days later, Jiangbei City. The old residence of the Yi family had long since become a desolate ruin overgrown with weeds. Today marked the 3rd anniversary of the Yi family's memorial. The blood debts of the Yi family must be repaid in blood. After lingering for a while, Ye Chen prepared to leave. Help! Help me! Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from afar. The voice struck Ye Chen as remarkably familiar. He immediately darted towards the direction of the sound. Amidst the crumbling walls, in a dilapidated house that had yet to collapse, 3 unsavory men had cornered a girl with disheveled hair against the wall. The girl's face bore a shocking scar. Filthy wench, shut your mouth. You ugly creature, it is an honor for you that we want to have our way with you. If you do not wish to be beaten, submit to us obediently. The 3 men threatened and scolded. They were sent by someone to keep an eye on this girl. If it weren't for the fact that this once renowned beauty of Jiangbei had become so hideous, they would have had no interest. Get away from me. Don't come near me. Help! The girl cornered against the wall cried out in panic, clutching her body tightly, her eyes filled with terror. Her frail body was powerless to resist the threats of the 3 men. Hold her down, ill. Take my turn first. Film it so everyone can see how disgraceful she looks. The leader of the men grinned wickedly as he reached for his belt. The other 2 men pressed forward, prepared to subdue the girl and take out their phones to record. Chapter 2. Childhood Sweetheart Disfigured. Stop. No, please. Help. Help. The girl cried out in despair. She would rather die than be defiled by these scoundrels. But she was held down, leaving her no room for resistance. The 3 men grinned wickedly, ready to take turns enjoying themselves. You filthy bastards. Seek death. At that moment, a cold shout rang from the doorway. The 3 men were instantly taken aback. A chilling sensation swept over them. The terrifying aura of death enveloped them, leaving them breathless. Bang! Their bodies flew through the air, crashing against the wall. In an instant, they exploded, their brains splattering everywhere. Before they could even feel pain, they were no more. The other 2 men were horrified at the sight. Who is this god of death? Spare us. Please don't kill us. It was Zhao Tingting who sent us. It has nothing to do with us. Please let us go. The 2 men collapsed to their knees, hurriedly pleading for mercy. They inadvertently revealed who had sent them. Zhao Tingting. After 3 years, upon hearing that name once more, Ye Chen's fury surged to the peak. At the behest of that woman, they shall die. He raised his hand once more, casting them away. The 2 men flew through the air, crashing against the wall and dying instantly. The girl cowering in the corner was once again terrified by the scene. She curled up, trembling in the corner, afraid to meet the gaze of the man who had saved her. Ruo-Yi, do not be afraid. It's me, Ye Chen. Ye Chen reigned in his murderous aura and stepped forward slowly. He had recognized her voice. This girl was Lin Ruo-Yi, his childhood sweetheart. Ye Chen, is it really you? The girl looked up, astonished at the figure before her. She could clearly see that this face truly belonged to Ye Chen. But is this merely an illusion? Did Ye Chen not perish 3 years ago? How could he possibly be here? It is truly me. I am alive. Ye Chen nodded earnestly. He stepped forward, crouching down to gently embrace the trembling Lin Ruo-Yi. It is really you. How wonderful you are still alive. Woo-woo. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Lin Ruo-Yi finally believed that the Ye Chen before her was not a figment of her imagination nor a ghost. He was the real, living Ye Chen. All her previous fears dissipated in an instant. Tears of excitement flowed uncontrollably as she buried her face in Ye Chen's chest, weeping bitterly. It's all right. Do not be afraid. I am here. Ye Chen gently patted Lin Ruoyi's back in comfort. His beloved girl had become so emaciated. Yet, Lin Rui's tears continued to flow, transforming her into a wretched figure. After a long while, the two finally separated from their embrace. Ye Chen tenderly reached out, brushing aside Lin Rui's disheveled hair, wiping her tears away. He had expected to see the pure and lovely face from his memories. However, as the hair was swept aside, what met his gaze was a face marred by scars, a visage that was dreadfully disfigured. Ruai, your face. Who did this to you? Ye Chen was momentarily stunned, looking at Lin Rui's ruined countenance, his heart wrenched with fury. Once, Lin Ruai was enchanting, her eyes sparkling and captivating. Yet now, she had been reduced to this state. Who could be responsible for such cruelty? Killing intent flickered in his eyes. Years ago, the girl he cherished was indeed this one. But to comply with his parents' wishes, he had accepted the engagement to the Zhao family. The Yi and Zhao families have been long-standing friends. Little did the Yi family anticipate that the Zhao family would turn out to be treacherous, ultimately falling victim to a nefarious scheme. It was Zhao Tingting. She threw acid on my face, leaving me disfigured. She even severed my tendons, rendering me a cripple. My parents were also killed by the Zhao family. Lin Ruai recounted, her eyes filled with boundless hatred at the mention of the Zhao family. On that fateful day 3 years ago, when Ye Chen was on the verge of being killed by Zhao Tingting, it was Lin Ruai who appeared to protect him. She had risked her life to block Zhao Tingting, buying Ye Chen precious moments, allowing him to be rescued by Xue Ji. In her rage, Zhao Tingting had then severed Lin Rui's tendons. Driven by jealousy of Lin Rui's beauty, she had doused her with acid, intending to leave her disfigured. To disfigure but not to kill was merely to watch Lin Ruai suffer in her grotesque form. For the past 3 years, had it not been for the kindness of strangers who secretly assisted Lin Ruai, this crippled girl would have surely perished on the streets. Once again, it is Zhao Tingting. She deserves to die. All those from his Zhao family deserve death. Ye Chen's anger surged, his entire being radiating with lethal intent. It was only then that he noticed Lin Rui's feet dangling limply. She had indeed become a cripple. He vividly remembered that day when Lin Ruai had stepped forward, giving him the chance to survive. He could not believe that the wicked Zhao Tingting would go to such lengths to exact revenge on his savior. Ruai, do not worry, I will ensure Zhao Tingting meets a dreadful end. Ye Chen declared, his fury boiling over. He intended to make Zhao Tingting experience the same agony. Are you seeking revenge on the Zhao family? No, do not go. If the Zhao family learns that you are still alive, they will not spare you. Leave now, you must go. Lin Ruai suddenly expressed her concerns. She desperately tried to persuade Ye Chen to flee. Knowing well the malice of the Zhao family, she feared that if they discovered Ye Chen's survival, they would stop at nothing to eliminate him. She wished for Ye Chen to take her away from this place as well. Yet, the words remained unspoken on her lips. In her current state, how could she drag Ye Chen down? No, I shall not leave. Ruai, do not be afraid. Once I settle the score with the Zhao family, I will heal your face and your feet. Ye Chen reassured her. He then embraced Lin Ruai and departed the dilapidated house. Do not seek out the Zhao family. You alone cannot possibly stand against them. Please, listen to me and leave this place at once. Lin Ruai urged, her eyes brimming with tears. She did not wish for this man to walk into his own demise. Little did she know, this man who had returned was no longer who he once was. He now possessed the strength to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Ruai, the person I am now, is not the same as before. Trust me, I will annihilate the Zhao family. Ye Chen vowed solemnly as he held Lin Ruai close. Despite Lin Rui's repeated pleas, he remained resolute. He soon found a hotel nearby, ensuring Lin Rui's safety. Then he departed the hotel, ready to confront the Zhao family. Today marked the wedding of Zhao Tingting and Sun Sheng from the Sun family. To his astonishment, that wretched pair had remained entangled for 3 years. Ye Chen intended to deliver a grand gift to the Zhao family. The arrival of that gift would signal the Zhao family's doom. As evening fell, the Imperial Grand Hotel was bustling with activity. The Zhao family had now become a premier family in Jiangbei City, basking in their glory. To showcase their grandeur, the Zhao family had organized an especially lavish wedding. Prominent families from Jiangbei City had all come to pay their respects. Before the ceremony commenced, Zhao Tingting, adorned in a white wedding gown, had already made her appearance. Her makeup was exquisite, and she radiated brilliance. The neckline of her gown plunged to her waist, accentuating her alluring figure. The men present could hardly contain their salivation. Zhao Tingting took to the stage, preparing to welcome the guests to her wedding. Just then, a glass bottle suddenly flew in from the entrance, aimed straight at Zhao Tingting's forehead. Caught off guard, the bottle shattered, spilling its contents all over her face. In the next moment, her visage was being corroded. The liquid that splashed upon her face was acid. Chapter 3. The demise of the Zhao family. Ah, help! Zhao Tingting suddenly covered her face and screamed in despair, desperately seeking assistance. At this sight, the hall erupted into chaos. The guests below were astonished. Bewildered by the unfolding situation, several staff members rushed forward, yet found themselves at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Which scoundrel did this? Zhao Tingting shrieked in fury. Her exquisite visage had been ravaged by sulfuric acid, reduced to a bloody mess with one of her eyes blinded. This woman, who once prided herself as the most beautiful in Jiangbei City, had now become disfigured. This was her retribution. Previously, the title of the most beautiful woman in Jiangbei City belonged to Lin Ruoyi. Fueled by jealousy, Zhao Tingting had cruelly marred Lin Ruoyi's face. Even on what was supposed to be her joyous day, she had dispatched thugs to defile Lin Ruoyi, believing it would bring her satisfaction. Zhao Tingting, how does the taste of sulfuric acid feel? At the entrance of the hall, Ye Chen sneered. Upon hearing the voice, the bloody Zhao Tingting immediately looked towards the doorway. That voice seemed strangely familiar. The guests also turned to see a figure standing at the entrance, filled with curiosity about who it might be. Soon, someone recognized him. Isn't the Ye Chen, the young scion of the Ye family? But wasn't he supposed to have died 3 years ago? How could he possibly be here? It's you. Zhao Tingting's expression changed dramatically as she recognized Ye Chen. She was more shocked than anyone else, wondering how Ye Chen could possibly be alive. This was impossible. He had been stripped of his spine. At the entrance, Ye Chen walked slowly into the hall under the gaze of the crowd. Over his shoulder, he bore an enormous object, a coffin, specifically prepared for the Zhao family. The heavy coffin seemed weightless on Ye Chen's shoulder. The guests, sensing an overwhelming aura of dread, hurriedly retreated to create a path. Bringing a coffin to someone else's wedding. This was clearly an act of disruption. Ye Chen, are you human or a ghost? Zhao Tingting on the stage stared wide-eyed at Ye Chen, her expression one of utter disbelief. You vile creature, what do you think? Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively, delivering a powerful slap through the air. Crack! The sound echoed as Zhao Tingting was sent flying, accompanied by several bloodied molars, crashing heavily to the ground. Now Zhao Tingting could confirm that the figure before her was indeed the living Ye Chen. Why? How could this man still be alive? The guests stood frozen in shock, hardly daring to breathe. Coughed at Yi. Why are you still alive? This is impossible. Impossible. Zhao Tingting coughed up blood, struggling on the ground, her eyes filled with terror and confusion. 3 years ago, Ye Chen had clearly been stripped of his spine. How could he have survived? You wretched creature. You have ruined my entire family. Today marks the end for your Zhao family. The coffin has been prepared for you. Ye Chen's voice was cold and menacing as he threw the coffin to the ground. Bang! It was as though the king of hell himself was tolling a bell. The guests, terrified, hurriedly stepped back, eager to distance themselves from this menacing figure. Now everyone understood that 3 years prior, the Zhao family had indeed conspired against the Yi family. The scion of the Yi family had come seeking vengeance against the Zhao family. Ye Chen, I don't care whether you are human or ghost. If you dare to show your face here, you must die. Zhao Tingting commanded fiercely, her expression twisted with rage. Over 30 bodyguards in the hall immediately surged forward, surrounding Ye Chen. Each brandished sharp weapons, their eyes glinting with malice, ready to strike at why Ye Chen smirked disdainfully. Though these 30-odd bodyguards were all at the second-tier innate level, stronger than most who remained stuck at the first-tier acquired level, in Ye Chen's eyes, they were merely ants. Numbers meant nothing. The martial arts world is divided into 9 ranks. First-tier acquired, second-tier innate, third-tier master. For most martial artists, Breaking through to the innate level is no easy feat, and advancing beyond that is even more arduous. Ye Chen, seeing this many people, are you afraid? My Zhao family boasts such a number of innate level warriors thanks to your Yi family. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I might spare your pitiful life? Zhao Tingting laughed triumphantly, believing that with so many at her disposal, killing Ye Chen would be effortless. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. He realized that these individuals from the Zhao family had undoubtedly benefited from the spines of the Yi family members. With this thought, an inferno of rage ignited within him, serving the Zhao family as a dog. All must die. Ye Chen's voice turned frigid. You insolent brat, daring to act so arrogantly here. You seek death. Brothers, attack. The bodyguard captain, emboldened by some unknown courage, shouted. You will die. Ye Chen shot him a glance, raising his hand. He clenched it in the air. Crack. The bodyguard captain's head exploded as if crushed by an invisible hand. Blood and brain matter splattered onto the faces of the surrounding bodyguards. Witnessing this scene, the 30-odd bodyguards' faces turned pale. The guests were left in shock. This lad could effortlessly crush an innate level expert. Could it be that he had already surpassed the master level? The bodyguards exchanged glances, beginning to feel apprehensive. Quickly, seize him and kill him. You have so many people. What is there to fear? Zhao Tingting commanded angrily, believing that their numbers would ensure success. Not far behind her stood two men with sharp gazes, their expressions darkening. We shall engage. The bodyguards had no choice but to charge forward, braving their fears. Ants die. Ye Chen stomped his foot. Boom! A powerful shockwave shattered the floor, debris flying outward like bullets, piercing through the bodies of the surrounding bodyguards. In the blink of an eye, over 30 bodyguards were annihilated. The guests silently retreated several meters, realizing that this young man was truly terrifying. Yet, even if he possessed the strength of a master, daring to kill members of the Zhao family was an audacious gamble. How dare you kill members of my Zhao family? Ye Chen, you are courting death. Left and right guardians, I implore you to take action. Zhao Tingting was left stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could 30 innate level bodyguards fall so easily? She had no choice but to summon the two guardians. No sooner had she spoken than the two guardians, swift as shadows, appeared before her. Their speed was ghostly. The two guardians appeared to be in their 50s, their faces etched with malice as they glared at Ye Chen, but why Ye Chen regarded them with disdain. Merely two more fools coming to their doom. The onlooking guests stepped back once more, not wishing to be caught in the crossfire. The Zhao family's two guardians were masters at the pinnacle of their craft. When a master struck, it was nothing short of terrifying. Left and right guardians, eliminate him. Turn him into minced meat. Zhao Tingting commanded, her face twisted with rage. Chapter 4. Serving the Zhao family as dogs. You must die. The left and right guardians, masters at the pinnacle of their craft, were the very foundation of the Zhao families standing in Jiangbei City. Zhao Tingting's anger was tinged with a sense of triumph. This remnant of the Yi family was doomed. You insolent brat. You think you can come here and act as if we don't exist? The left and right guardians threatened coldly point two against one. The outcome was without question. Seeking death. Ye Chen scoffed derisively. You think you are masters. You possess poor eyesight and are clearly unaware of your own insignificance. Prepare to die. The left and right guardians launched themselves forward, attacking simultaneously with lethal intent. Ye Chen stood unfazed, seemingly devoid of any intention to retaliate. Have you given up? Then perish. The left and right guardians closed in on Ye Chen, unleashing their deadly strikes. The two dogs of the Zhao family, destined for death. Ye Chen unleashed both fists, meeting the guardians head-on. No, they were not even worthy of a true confrontation. This was sheer domination. Boom! Before the left and right guardians could even touch Ye Chen, they were sent flying by a single punch. Their bones shattered. They crashed to the ground, convulsing twice before breathing their last. Witnessing this, the hall fell utterly silent. The master-level expert could be so easily dispatched. Was this young man's strength truly beyond that of a master? No, it couldn't be. Zhao Tingting was rendered speechless. How could the left and right guardians, masters at their peak, be defeated so effortlessly as she stood in shock. Ye Chen's figure flickered, appearing right before her. Wretched creature, your time has come. Ye Chen's voice was icy. What are you going to do? Get away from me, Zhao Tingting exclaimed in horror, scrambling away on the ground. Yet, injured and unable to flee, she felt an overwhelming dread emanating from the man before her, penetrating to her very soul. I'm not doing anything, except killing you. Ye Chen's gaze was frigid. He reached out, and an invisible hand seized Zhao Tingting by the throat, lifting her effortlessly into the air. Ye Chen had no desire to touch this woman. He found her repulsive. Cough. Help. Zhao Tingting, suspended in mid-air, frantically clawed at her throat, attempting to pry free the invisible grip. But as a mere second-tier, innate-level warrior, she was utterly powerless to resist. The suffocating fear of death caused her body to tremble uncontrollably. Soon, an uncontrollable liquid soaked her skirt, cascading down her legs. The guests below gasped in shock at this spectacle. The illustrious daughter of the Zhao family unexpectedly found herself in a humiliating predicament. Having been frightened to the point of losing control in public, those present were further convinced that Ye Chen possessed the ability to release true energy and manipulate objects from a distance. Without a doubt, he was a master surpassing the realm of ordinary practitioners. Help me, that I implore the esteemed families to intervene on my behalf. The Zhao family will undoubtedly not treat you poorly. Zhao Tingting, disregarding her embarrassment, felt the instinct for survival compel her to exert all her effort to seek rescue from the other families. At that moment, the bodyguards and 2 protectors of the Zhao family present had already perished, leaving her without any enforcers to command. As her plea echoed, murmurs erupted among the guests below. Some families indeed contemplated stepping in to assist, yet they were apprehensive of Ye Chen's formidable strength. After all, this young man had effortlessly annihilated the Zhao family's protectors. Which family dares to stand up without fearing for their lives? I must forewarn you, those who collude with the Zhao family shall share their fate. It is a dead end. He understood that not everyone among the gathered crowd was virtuous. In the aftermath of the Yi family's tragedy, there were certainly those among them who had rejoiced and profited from the calamity. Today, should anyone dare to support the Zhao family, they would meet their demise, one and all. Do not let this scoundrel intimidate you. Save me. The Zhao family will not perish and will ensure you are rewarded. Zhao Tingting once again pleaded, her thoughts racing. If she could just delay a little longer, her father would surely arrive swiftly to rescue her. The guests below were once again stirred. The Zhao family was a leading clan in Zhongbei City, destined to become the strongest family in the region, offering immense benefits to other families. In the face of such enticing prospects, there would always be those unafraid of death. Ye Chen, our Qian family finds you intolerable. Release Miss Zhao at once. Otherwise, do not blame the Qian family for being ruthless. An elderly man stepped forward, the head of the Qian family, a prominent clan in Zhongbei. Behind him stood 2 masked protectors, also masters of the realm. What audacity! Does the Li family fear you? Another man emerged, the head of the esteemed Li family, flanked by 2 masters. And we, the Zhou family. Zhongbei City is not a playground for the remnants of the Yi family. The patriarch of the Zhou family also stepped forward, accompanied by 2 masters. Together with the Zhao family, they constituted the 4 great families of Zhongbei City, controlling a substantial portion of the region's wealth and wielding absolute authority. They could not tolerate a presumptuous youth challenging their supremacy. Our Wu family joins the fray. Our Zheng family joins as well. Soon, several second-rate families and even some third-rate families rallied to support the Zhao family. A cursory glance revealed over a dozen families, believing the sheer numbers would easily dispatch this young man. They felt compelled to involve themselves for a chance at gaining favor with the Zhao family. Second-rate families could barely muster masters, while third-rate families could only send ordinary practitioners. In the blink of an eye, 2 to 3 dozen masters appeared, ready to confront Ye Chen. Of course, some families retained their wits and chose not to side with the Zhao family. They were the truly wise ones. Do you see this, Yi? Everyone desires your death. You are doomed. Release this lady at once. Zhao Tingting smirked arrogantly. With so many gathered, eliminating this remnant of the Yi family would be effortless. Ah, how courageous of you all! Is there no one willing to step forward to meet their demise? Ye Chen scoffed dismissively, regarding the assembly with disdain. Bring as many as you wish. Those who collude with the Zhao family shall not escape unscathed. You insolent brat, do not be so arrogant. Everyone attack together and eliminate this scoundrel. The head of the Qin family ordered with a chilling smile, and the other families echoed his command as a throng of masters surged forward. Encircling Ye Chen, wretched fool, let us prolong your suffering for a few moments, allowing you to witness the fate of these men. With a casual flick of his wrist, Ye Chen cast Zhao Tingting aside and leapt gracefully to confront the 30 or more masters. Kill him, tear him apart, and reduce him to pulp. Whoever claims this scoundrel's head shall be handsomely rewarded. Zhao Tingting, sprawled on the ground, screamed with a malevolent glee. Chapter 5. You are unworthy of life. A multitude of masters immediately sprang into action, showcasing their skills as they attacked Ye Chen. With so many, we shall surely eliminate this scoundrel. Ye Chen's expression darkened, and a surge of murderous intent enveloped him. If he refused to heed the warnings, then perish. He darted forward, his figure vanishing in the blink of an eye. The air was soon filled with the agonized screams of the masters. One by one, their bodies flew through the air. Meeting instant death, these masters, once formidable, crumbled before Ye Chen as if made of paper, utterly incapable of resisting. They had no opportunity to react, their lives extinguished in an instant, devoid of suffering. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Tingting and the assembled heads of families felt the smug expressions fade from their faces, replaced by unprecedented shock and terror. Is this scoundrel even human? Within mere seconds, the 30-odd so-called masters lay sprawled across the ground. Zhao Tingting and the family heads stared in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality of the situation. The onlooking guests were equally struck dumb, paralyzed by fear, scarcely daring to breathe, that a group of masters, rendered so utterly powerless? Now it is your turn. Ye Chen's cold gaze swept over the gathered family heads. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he had already struck. Those who held positions of power and authority were met with swift demise at Ye Chen's hands, their lives extinguished without so much as a chance to flee. The entire ordeal transpired in mere seconds. Not even 5 elapsed. The surviving guests could only stare in shock as the prominent families of Zhongbei City were reduced to nothingness. I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. Do not kill me. I shall serve you faithfully. Zhao Tingting fell to her knees, trembling and prostrating herself repeatedly. She could scarcely believe the unimaginable strength Ye Chen possessed. You are unworthy of life. The fate of everyone in the Zhao family will mirror that of these lackeys. He raised his hand, prepared to send Zhao Tingting to her, and no, please do not kill me. Ye Chen, I was coerced into wronging you in the past. Spare my life, and I shall be yours. My body and everything else will belong to you. Zhao Tingting pleaded desperately, resorting to her seductive charms in a bid for survival. With a swift rip, she tore her wedding gown, revealing her alluring figure in an attempt to entice Ye Chen. Despite the disfigurement on half her face from acid, the sight was still tantalizing enough to captivate the gaze of many men present. Ugh, disgusting. You filthy woman. Even a dog would scorn you. Die. Ye Chen regarded her with nothing but revulsion. Even had Zhao Tingting been unblemished, his interest would have been non-existent. Before descending the mountain, he had already conquered his breathtaking master. Xue Ji, in comparison, Zhao Tingting was nothing more than a triviality. With that, Ye Chen unleashed a palm strike from afar. Crack! The terrified Zhao Tingting's skull shattered, and she met an instant end, her death a gruesome spectacle. The guests below were once more left in shock, their hearts pounding with dread. They felt immense relief that they had not supported the Zhao family. Otherwise, they too would be lying lifeless on the ground. Tingting, at that moment, a piercing voice and a hoarse cry erupted from the entrance of the hall that a stately woman rushed in, accompanied by an elderly man dressed in a suit. Following them were several dozen others. It was Zhao Tingting's parents who had arrived. My daughter, someone, please save my daughter. Zhao Tingting's mother dashed to the stage, and upon witnessing her daughter's lifeless form, she collapsed in despair, cradling her child's corpse and wailing uncontrollably. "You wretched brat! How dare you kill my daughter? I will have your life." The patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Hongda, upon seeing his daughter's tragic fate and surveying the chaos around him, felt his face contort with rage, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. This remnant of the Yi family cannot be allowed to live. How could he commit such an unforgivable crime? You have taken my daughter's life. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. What are you all waiting for? Kill him at once. Zhao's mother, overcome with grief, screamed hysterically, issuing orders in a frenzy that if you long for your daughter, then let me send you to her. Die. Ye Chen snorted coldly, lifting his hand to strike. Not a single member of the Zhao family is innocent. They all deserve death. Smack. Zhao's mother, adorned in heavy makeup, was met with a powerful slap, sending her sprawling before Zhao Hongda. Her life extinguished in an instant. Her eyes bulged, forever fixed in terror. "Madam." Zhao Hongda's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the sudden loss of his wife in the blink of an eye. "Ye Chen, you shall pay for this." Zhao Hongda gritted his teeth and roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. The agony of losing his daughter and wife ignited an inferno of rage within him, pushing him to the brink of madness. The 40 or so individuals trailing behind him hesitated upon hearing the family head's command, their apprehension palpable as they beheld the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground. These were formidable masters from various clans. Could it be that this young man single-handedly vanquished them all? How could that even be possible? Just how powerful must he be to contend with so many? "What are you dawdling for? Charge at him now. Are you all afraid of this wretched boy?" Zhao Hongda bellowed. "Let us go." The 6 guardians exchanged glances and leapt into action. The Zhao family boasted 8 master-level guardians, renowned as the 8 great kings, yet 2 of them had already fallen. These 6 guardians had only managed to ascend to master level by leveraging the backbone of the Yi family. The 40-odd innate level bodyguards behind them surged forward as well, seeking death. A glint of cold light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. The Zhao family's lackeys deserved nothing less than death. Let them accompany the Zhao family to the grave. Ye Chen struck without mercy. What master-level experts! They couldn't withstand even half of his prowess. In a mere 30 seconds, all 40 to 50 of them lay peacefully on the ground, their sleep undisturbed. The guests, having witnessed such a scene before, were no longer shocked. However, Zhao Hongda, seeing this for the first time, stood frozen in disbelief. How could this be? The elite of the Zhao family, annihilated in less than half a minute by a single boy. "Zhao Hongda, do you have any final words?" Ye Chen queried, his murderous intent palpable. Stunned, Zhao Hongda trembled with fear. The deathly gaze from Ye Chen sent chills down his spine, enveloping him in an unprecedented dread of mortality. The air felt thick, suffocating him. "Someone, help me! Is there anyone who can save me?" Zhao Hongda cried out in panic. What a futile attempt at seeking rescue. Yet among the assembled guests, none dared to utter a word or take a step forward. No one wished to meddle in this affair, as those who had previously stood up for the Zhao family had already met their demise. Since there are no final words, then prepare to die. Ye Chen advanced slowly, ready to reunite Zhao Hongda with his wife and daughter. "No, don't kill me. Stop. You cannot take my life." Zhao Hongda, sensing the Grim Reaper drawing near, stumbled backward in terror as he fell to the ground, scrambling away on hands and knees, leaving behind a trail of unidentifiable liquid. Terrified, he lost control of his bowels. The guests on either side recoiled, eager to distance themselves from Zhao Hongda, fearing that they might be splattered with blood and suffer bad luck. "You think I cannot kill you? Huh. Do you deserve to speak of human emotions? You treacherous old fool. Go confess your sins before the king of hell." Ye Chen snapped, his voice icy. He cared not for Zhao Hongda's current status or the power behind him. In his eyes, Zhao Hongda was but a soon-to-be dead man. With a swift motion, he pressed down on Zhao Hongda's head, forcing it toward the ground. Thud! 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 Zhao Hongda's skull burst open, blood gushing forth, his eyes filled with stars. This was not a bow of respect. It was a brutal battering of his head against the earth. Should this continue, his brains would surely splatter. "I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. Ye Chen, for the sake of our past friendship." I implore you to grant me mercy. Zhao Hongda, on the brink of death, was left with only fear in his eyes. Desperate for his life, he resorted to begging. You dare to speak of friendship. Old fool, go repent before Yama. Ye Chen raised his hand, and with a mere gesture, an invisible force gripped Zhao Hongda's throat like a vice. Without effort, he lifted him off the ground. Please stop. Zhao Hongda flailed helplessly. Yet he could not break free from the grip. His breathing became labored, and his face turned an alarming shade of purple as he rolled his eyes back in his head. The suffocating sensation of impending death plunged him into despair. Beg for mercy? 3 years ago, my family and kin perished at your hands. You should have anticipated this day would come. Ye Chen's fingers twitched, applying pressure. Crack, crack. Zhao Hongda's throat was slowly being crushed. The guests present were horrified, their eyes wide with terror. Listen to me. There were hidden circumstances surrounding that incident. I was merely following orders. Zhao Hongda gasped, expending his final strength to speak incoherently. Whose orders? Speak. Ye Chen's eyes gleamed with cold fury. He had long suspected that someone was pulling the strings behind the Zhao family. Otherwise, how could they dare commit such heinous crimes? I cannot reveal that person's identity. You must spare my life. If I die, that individual will undoubtedly seek revenge upon you. Zhao Hongda shook his head vigorously, terror evident in his eyes as he recalled the fearsome figure. I shall grant you one last chance. Will you speak or remain silent? Ye Chen's eyes blazed with intensity, his grip tightening that I truly cannot say. Provoking that person. Zhao Hongda quivered, unwilling to divulge the identity of the one behind the curtain. Ye Chen, growing impatient, exerted all his strength. Snap! With a sickening crunch, he shattered Zhao Hongda's neck. Blood sprayed 3 feet in every direction. If you refuse to speak, I shall uncover the truth myself. The once mighty head of the Zhao family, who had reigned supreme in Jiangbei for 3 years, met his end before the watchful eyes of the guests. Ye Chen raised his hand, tossing Zhao Hongda's lifeless body into a specially prepared coffin. He then did the same with Zhao Tingting and Zhao's mother, ensuring the family was united in death. The once feared Zhao family of Jiangbei was no more. The guests, witnessing the spectacle, fell silent, not daring to breathe. They could only privately rejoice that they had not crossed paths with the Yi family. Otherwise, they too might have found themselves in the coffin. From this moment forth, all of Zhao's assets now belonged to the Yi family. Does anyone have any objections? Ye Chen surveyed the crowd, his voice cold. The 1,000-strong audience remained mute, none daring to voice dissent. Excellent. Well done, young Master Yi. The Zhao family has long deserved annihilation. Someone in the crowd began to applaud. And soon the entire assembly joined in fervent applause, and one mourned the Zhao family's downfall. They celebrated it. The people of Jiangbei have suffered under the Zhao family for too long. When the news of the Zhao family's demise reaches the people of Jiangbei, they will undoubtedly rejoice. Now, please enjoy your meal. I shall not intrude further. Ye Chen turned and left, leaving the guests to their feast. What was once a wedding banquet had transformed into a funeral feast. As the guests hastily departed, eager to distance themselves from this grim scene, jubilant sounds of drums and gongs suddenly erupted outside the hall. A convoy of luxury vehicles came to a halt at the hotel entrance. A group performing joyous music celebrating the dragon and phoenix. Among them, Sun Sheng, clad in a pristine white suit, made a grand entrance, his smile radiant. Today was his wedding day, and he had orchestrated an extravaganza. The procession of luxury cars stretched over 10 kilometers, causing a significant traffic jam across half of Jiangbei. Sun Sheng aimed to showcase the opulence of the Sun family from Jiangnan. Unbeknownst to him, however, his bride's family had already met their end. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, Sun Sheng strode confidently toward the hotel. Upon reaching the entrance, he froze upon spotting a familiar face. Ye Chen? You? How is it that you are alive and here? Sun Sheng exclaimed, astonished. I have come to take your life. Ye Chen replied, a cold smile creeping across his lips. You. I never expected you to still be among the living. Sun Sheng's demeanor shifted, his eyes narrowing with a chilling contempt. As soon as he finished speaking, over 20 guards from the Sun family surged forward, surrounding Ye Chen. Most of these hounds of the Sun family possess the strength of masters. Killing you would be as effortless as a breeze. Ye Chen scoffed, entirely dismissing the group surrounding him. Just a few more offering themselves to death. Arrogant. Today is a day of great joy for me. I shall not lower myself to your level. Capture this brat alive, and I shall deal with him properly tomorrow. Sun Sheng ordered nonchalantly. He then strode confidently towards the hotel lobby, beaming with joy as he prepared to greet his beautiful bride. The guards of the Sun family encircled Ye Chen, and those with master-level abilities were the first to strike. "My dear Ting Ting, I have come to marry you," Sun Sheng exclaimed joyfully as he stepped into the hotel lobby. However, the atmosphere within the hall was eerily strange. All the guests had gathered at the entrance, ready to leave. Upon seeing the young master of the Sun family arrive, they hastily stepped aside, clearing a path. The guests remained silent, fearful of attracting trouble. "What is this?" Sun Sheng looked ahead, his brow furrowing instantly. The smug smile on his face froze. Instead of seeing his beautiful bride, he was confronted with a chaotic scene of corpses sprawled across the floor. And in the center, a conspicuous coffin. Ting Ting, Ting Ting. Sun Sheng immediately dashed forward, searching for his fiancée. It was then that he saw a neatly arranged family of 3 within the coffin. No. This cannot be. Sun Sheng's heart was filled with grief and rage upon seeing the disfigured and tragically dead Zhao Tingting. He attempted to lift Zhao Tingting, hoping to save her, but the body was already cold. Who did this? Who is responsible? Sun Sheng's eyes blazed with fury as he scanned the guests present. Not a single person responded, all eyes directed silently towards the entrance. Ye Chen, it was you. I will slaughter you. Sun Sheng quickly realized that it was all the doing of Ye Chen. However, with so many dead, could it truly have been that brat's doing? How could he possibly contend with the experts of the Zhao family? Consumed by rage, Sun Sheng charged towards the entrance, ready to command his guards to eliminate Ye Chen. But there he saw Ye Chen standing with his hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by a circle of corpses. The ground was soaked in blood, all belonging to the guards of the Sun family. Sun Sheng stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Over 20 guards, many of whom were master-level experts, had been annihilated in an instant. Not even a sound had been made. He simply could not fathom the terrifying strength of Ye Chen standing before him. The entourage of the Sun family, witnessing the scene that had just unfolded, were all paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot. They felt that the man before them was not human, but the Grim Reaper. Have you seen the fate of that woman? Do not worry, I shall send you to join her shortly. The time gap is not significant. You shall have the chance to reincarnate together. Ye Chen said indifferently, stepping forward. This pair of dog lovers must die. Yi, do you think I, Sun Sheng, am afraid of you? Sun Sheng roared, his aura suddenly shifting. Martial King, the onlooking guests were taken aback. They had not expected the young master of the Sun family from Jiangnan to break through to the Martial King realm at such a young age. A Martial King-level powerhouse could roam freely in both Jiangnan and Jiangbei. Yet, Ye Chen, who had effortlessly slain masters, must surely possess strength beyond the Martial King realm. Who would ultimately prevail between these two? Let all your capabilities be displayed. Otherwise, you will have no chance left. Ye Chen scoff. A mere Martial King dares to be presumptuous. Sun Sheng, facing death, still dares to speak so arrogantly. Speaking of which, I must thank you. Thanks to your spine, I have swiftly broken through to the Martial King realm. Did you use a dog spine to survive? Sun Sheng's killing intent erupted as he laughed wildly. His current strength was entirely due to seizing Ye Chen's spine. The extraordinary bloodline of the Yi family had allowed his cultivation path to be smooth and unimpeded. What a waste to use my spine on you. Go die. You do not deserve to live. Ye Chen's gaze darkened, and in an instant, he moved. His figure flickered and vanished from sight, only to reappear before Sun Sheng. His finger transformed into a blade, piercing towards Sun Sheng's heart. Sun Sheng's expression changed dramatically. How could this brat possess such speed? This speed clearly surpassed the Martial King realm. He hurriedly attempted to defend himself, but it was already too late. Ye Chen's hand had pierced through Sun Sheng's chest. Directly extracting his heart, a vibrant heart throbbed violently in Ye Chen's grasp. Poof! My heart! Sun Sheng spat out a mouthful of old blood, collapsing to the ground. He had no means of defense, having had his heart ripped out. Seeing his heart in another's hand, terror twisted his face. Your heart is indeed black enough. I have lost my spine and can still live. How long do you think you can survive without your heart? Ye Chen chuckled, tossing the pulsating heart into the air as if playing with a T-O-Y.M-Y heart. Return my heart. Sun Sheng's face turned pale, his curled body trembling uncontrollably. Blood gushed from his chest, staining his expensive white suit red. He could already see the king of hell beckoning him. The onlookers were all dumbfounded at this sight, including the attendants of the Sun family. None dared to step forward to intervene. Tell me, who was behind the scenes, instigating your Sun family and the Zhao family back then? Ye Chen demanded. That I can only tell you that this is someone you cannot afford to provoke. Quickly return my heart, or, if I die, you will certainly not survive. Sun Sheng's eyes were filled with fear, still issuing threats. Like the head of the Zhao family, he dared not reveal the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. Just unwilling to speak. This black heart shall be fed to the dogs, Ye Chen remarked. Noticing a large yellow dog by the roadside, he casually tossed the pulsating heart. The dog leaped, catching the flying heart in its mouth and devouring it on the spot. My heart. Sun Sheng's face contorted in agony, resembling a dog with a broken spine, crawling desperately towards the roadside. Chapter 8 Jiangbei, A Change in the Heavens. The large yellow dog consumed Sun Sheng's heart in a few bites, leaving no trace behind the dog. It was merely a chunk of chewy meat, my heart. Sun Sheng watched helplessly as his heart disappeared, utterly despairing. His body trembled violently, the door to death swinging wide open for him. Is it really going to end so quickly? It seems your life is not resilient enough, Ye Chen mocked coldly. Seeing Sun Sheng in his current state, less than a dog, the enmity from years past was finally avenged. Help! Someone, save me! Sun Sheng cried out desperately, already on the brink of death. The attendants of the Sun family did not dare to move. They all understood that approaching now would mean certain death. I beg you, spare me. No matter how much you want, the Sun family can provide. Sun Sheng could only plead with Ye Chen. Ye Chen remained indifferent, uninterested in speaking. He simply watched quietly. This is the fate a sinner deserves. The others present also remained silent, merely observing, not daring to intervene. In just a minute, Sun Sheng's body ceased to convulse, his life extinguished on the spot. Listen well, people of the Sun family. Ye Chen cast a cold glance at the attendants of the Sun family, causing them to tremble in terror. He intended for the Sun family to meet the same fate as the Zhao family. With that, Ye Chen strode away. Only then did the attendants of the Sun family hurriedly rush forward, attempting to carry Sun Sheng to the hospital for rescue. But alas, Sun Sheng was already cold. The wedding procession of the Sun family had transformed into a funeral procession. 20 minutes later, the grand mansion of the Zhao family was engulfed in flames. Ye Chen set the Zhao family ablaze. Dad, Mom, and the clan of the Yi family. I have avenged you. Ye Chen said solemnly. The flames flickered in his eyes. With the Zhao family extinguished, it was enough to comfort the souls of his parents and clan. As for the identity of the mastermind behind that year's events, he would surely investigate until the truth was revealed. No one related to the events of 3 years ago would escape. This inferno was reminiscent of the one that had consumed the Yi family 3 years prior. The entire city of Jiangbei could see this moment. The events that unfolded at the Zhao family's wedding had spread throughout the city. People were discussing this monumental upheaval in Jiangbei. From now on, Jiangbei has changed. By the time the fire had burned out, night had fully fallen. Ye Chen turned and left, returning to the hotel. Lin Ruoyi sat alone in her room, anxiously pacing. Thank goodness, you are safe, Lin Ruoyi exclaimed excitedly. She longed to stand and embrace him, but her legs prevented her from doing so. Look at you getting all worked up, but I told you I would be fine. Ye Chen replied with a smile that in front of this girl, all his murderous intent vanished, leaving only a gentle warmth. Did you really go to find the Zhao family? Lin Ruoyi asked with concern. Yes, the Zhao family is no more. What? The Zhao family is gone. What do you mean? Lin Ruoyi's head was filled with large question marks. She could not comprehend Ye Chen's words without witnessing it herself. Gone means gone. The Zhao family members have already gone to report to the king of hell. Why? Ye Chen added with a slight explanation. You mean to say, you wiped out the Zhao family? How is this even possible? The Zhao family is so powerful, Lin Ruoyi exclaimed, her face a picture of disbelief. To annihilate the Zhao family is as easy as pie. I have already told you. I'm not the same person I used to be, Ye Chen replied with a smile. I still cannot believe it. Hand me your phone. I need to confirm this, Lin Ruoyi insisted, her brows furrowed in concern. She thought to herself, how could such a formidable clan simply cease to exist? The idea of a Zhao family being destroyed within a single day seemed utterly implausible. Taking Ye Chen's phone, Lin Ruoyi quickly searched for news in Jiangbei City. Upon reading the headlines, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. The Zhao family is truly gone. Ye Chen, you really avenge yourself against the Zhao family. You have become so powerful. In that instant, Lin Ruoyi's gaze was filled with astonishment and admiration. She could hardly fathom what the man before her had endured during his 3-year absence. How could he have grown so formidable? But you have killed members of the Zhao family. This will bring you even greater trouble. The Zhao family is under the influence of the king of Jiangnan, who surely will not let this go unpunished. You must pack your things and leave Jiangbei at once. Lin Ruoyi's concern quickly resurfaced. He is merely the king of Jiangnan. There is no need to fear. Whoever provokes me, I will kill, Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. Contemplating whether the mastermind behind the Zhao family's downfall was indeed the king of Jiangnan. If so, that man must be eliminated. The king of Jiangnan is far too powerful. No one in Jiang province dares to provoke him. Please heed my advice and leave quickly, Lin Ruoyi urged anxiously, genuinely worried for Ye Chen's safety. Do not fret. Everything will be fine. Are you hungry? I'll order some food, Ye Chen said with a calm smile. He took the phone, called the hotel front desk, and requested 2 dinners to be delivered. Lin Ruoyi's stomach growled a few times, and only then did she realize her hunger. Unable to sway Ye Chen, she resigned herself to the situation, convinced by his confident and steadfast demeanor that perhaps this man truly possessed the strength to confront the king of Jiangnan. A short while later, the hotel staff arrived with the dinner, and the two began to eat. Yes, they dined. Lin Ruoyi suddenly felt tears welling up in her eyes. It had been so long since she had enjoyed such a delightful meal in a bright and warm setting, especially with a man who made her feel so secure. Will you still accept me in this state? Lin Ruoyi asked, her voice trembling. Having been disfigured and rendered disabled, she feared that he might find her repulsive. Rest assured, I will heal the wounds on your face and feet, Ye Chen promised earnestly. With his medical knowledge, this was hardly a challenge. Really, did I ask that true? Lin Ruoyi lowered her head, her eyes brimming with hope. She knew that this man would never deceive her. Of course it's true. Trust me, Ye Chen said, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Yes, I believe you. Lin Ruoyi nodded, burying her face in Ye Chen's warm embrace. The tears that had been pooling in her eyes could no longer be contained and streamed down her cheeks. What is that smell? Ye Chen sniffed the air, his brow furrowing slightly. Ruoyi, you have quite an odor. Perhaps it is time for a bath. Chapter 9. Shall I assist you with your bath? Ye Chen suggested gently that a young lady should not carry an unpleasant scent. Lin Ruoyi replied, mortified. She had been living in that dilapidated little house for so long that she had not bathed in ages. And it was only natural that she would smell that. I certainly did not mean to imply any disdain, Ye Chen quickly added, fearing she might misinterpret his words. Humph, you clearly think so. Lin Ruoyi shot him a glare, playfully pinching his arm in irritation. Ow. Ye Chen winced, drawing in a sharp breath. After they finished dinner, Ye Chen headed to the bathroom and filled the tub with hot water before carrying Lin Ruoyi in. Is it convenient for you to undress? Would you like me to help? He asked earnestly, genuinely concerned about her mobility. No, I can manage, Lin Ruoyi replied shyly. She certainly had hands of her own and did not need assistance with undressing. Then please take care of yourself, but be careful. This tattered clothing of yours cannot be worn any longer. I will buy you a new set, Ye Chen advised, stepping out of the bathroom and closing the door behind him. He then left to purchase clothes nearby. In the bathroom. Lin Ruoyi felt a surge of complex emotions. She realized that Ye Chen was simply concerned for her well-being and was incredibly thoughtful. How foolish she had been to overthink things. These thoughts warmed her heart. She slowly removed her dirty, tattered garments and sank into the bath, determined to cleanse herself completely and begin anew. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan City, within the opulent estate of the Sun family, my son Shunga. Where did that little brat Ye Chen come from? How dare he kill my son, Sun Zi, the head of the Sun family? Seethed with rage, his teeth clenched in fury. Before him lay his son Sun Sheng's cold, lifeless body. The sight of his son's heart ripped from his chest filled Sun Zi with profound sorrow. Old master, that brat sent word, instructing you to clean your neck and wait, a trembling servant relayed. How dare that little brat speak so arrogantly? Sun Zi roared, his wrath palpable. He slapped the reporting servant, sending him flying across the room. The servant crashed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his life extinguished. The other servants, witnessing this, lowered their heads and retreated in fear, trembling uncontrollably, fully aware of their master's ruthless temperament. Send my orders, gather all the guards of the Sun family, and prepare for action. I will personally take down that little brat, Sun Zi commanded, his fury unabated. Several servants hurriedly complied, seizing the opportunity to flee the room. At that moment, Sun Zi picked up his phone and dialed a number that he needed to inform that esteemed individual about the Zhao family's destruction and his son's murder. Simultaneously, in a mysterious location within the northern region of Longhua, a stunningly beautiful woman held her phone, reading the news about the Zhao family's demise in Jiangbei City. Initially, it seemed an inconsequential snippet, merely the downfall of a local gang, utterly mundane. However, the woman found it utterly captivating. That little rascal has finally descended from the mountain, and what a stir he has caused. Quite fitting for his character, she mused, a smile gracing her lips, clearly impressed by Ye Chen's actions. Yet, she wondered about the extent of his current abilities. Surely he was no longer the naive rookie he once was, right? Go on, little rascal, create as much chaos as you wish. Even if you make a mess of things, you still have your sister here to back you up. Ye Chen had purchased several sets of clothing for Lin Ruoyi based on her estimated height and size, including intimate apparel. He even bought her a phone, for it was quite inconvenient to be without one in this day and age. As for the funds, Ye Chen had discreetly taken a bit of travel money from his master when he descended the mountain. He carried Lin Ruoyi to the bedroom and instructed her to try on the new clothes. After about 10 minutes, Lin Ruoyi called for him to enter. How do the clothes fit? Ye Chen asked casually. The outer garments were mostly suitable, but the inner ones, they're a bit tight, she replied, now clad in a white dress that transformed her demeanor entirely. A bit too small, you say? Just how sizable are you? Ye Chen looked at Lin Ruoyi, realizing she had been hiding her full potential all along. It seemed he had underestimated her. Hey, where are your eyes wandering? Lin Ruoyi exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she instinctively covered herself. In the intimate confines of the room, the atmosphere shifted to an undeniably delicate tension. Right, I must contact Uncle Li. He will be bringing me dinner tonight, and if he doesn't see me at our usual spot, he will surely worry. Lin Ruoyi suddenly remembered an important matter. During the 3 years she had spent incapacitated, she had been aided by kind-hearted individuals, with Uncle Li, who survived by scavenging, being the one who had cared for her the most. Show me the way, and I will carry you to see Uncle Li. I also wish to express my gratitude to him, Ye Chen declared as he lifted Lin Ruoyi onto his back and exited. After about 10 minutes, they arrived near the old Yi family residence, which had been Lin Ruoyi's previous refuge. She pointed toward a ramshackle building. Uncle Li, a man without family or support, resided there. Ye Chen quickened his pace, his keen ears catching a familiar voice from afar. Old fool, you think you can settle me with this meager sum? If you don't pay the protection fee, you can forget about living in this hovel. In a dilapidated building, 2 men with dyed yellow hair were hurling threats at an elderly man with white hair who lay on the ground. I've given you all my money. Do you dare to bully an old man like me without fearing retribution or the wrath of heaven? The old man, clad in tattered rags marked with shoe prints, bore bruises on his face, clearly showing he had recently endured a beating. How could such a frail body withstand this? Am I supposed to fear retribution? Let it thunder and strike. Go ahead and show me. He retorted defiantly. Let me tell you, old man, if you can't pay the protection fee, don't expect to stay on my Black Tiger Gang's turf. If we kill you tonight, no one will care. The two yellow-haired thugs sneered as they prepared to assault the old man further. Stop it, you scoundrels! Lin Ruoyi, who was clinging to Ye Chen's back, shouted angrily. Are you even human? Picking on a poor old man, witnessing the young ruffians bully the frail Li Bo ignited her fury. She clenched her delicate fists, ready to confront them. Who do you think you are, little girl? Mind your own business and get lost. I am from the Black Tiger Gang, and you can't afford to provoke me. In the dim light, it was hard to discern who had spoken. Upon realizing it was a woman, they dismissed her entirely. Oi, there is no need to reason with these beasts, Ye Chen said, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Ah, so there's a brat here too. If you don't want to get hurt, you'd better scram. The two yellow-haired thugs barked arrogantly, relying on their gang affiliation. You are courting death. Ye Chen, carrying Lin Ruoyi, could not be bothered to approach. With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed a slap through the I in that instant. The two thugs realized that this man was the one who had annihilated the Zhao family. They felt a chill run down their spines, but it was too late for them to recognize the danger. With a sharp crack, both yellow-haired men were sent flying, crashing to the ground over 10 meters away. Motionless, Lin Ruoyi's eyes widened in astonishment. It was her first time witnessing Ye Chen's prowess. Is it possible to send someone flying from such a distance? He's so impressive. However, the two thugs lay still. Had they died? Are they dead? Lin Ruoyi asked softly. Not dead, just asleep, Ye Chen replied, not wanting to frighten her by admitting the truth that, let us check on Li Bo to see if he is all right. Lin Ruoyi, contemplative, set aside thoughts of the thugs and focused on Li Bo's safety as they approached. The elderly Li Bo, upon seeing Lin Ruoyi, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gratefully, having feared for her safety when he hadn't seen her earlier that night. Lin Ruoyi's heart ached for him. He had been a tremendous support in her life. Those thugs were utterly detestable. Ye Chen examined Li Bo's injuries. Fortunately, they were not life-threatening. He sincerely expressed gratitude for Li Bo's kindness towards Lin Ruoyi and produced a small vial containing a black pill. This was no ordinary medicine. It could enhance vitality and prolong life. Many sought it in vain. After taking the pill, Li Bo felt rejuvenated and stood up, quickly recognizing the young man before him as Ye Chen, the one responsible for the downfall of the Zhao family. A cause for celebration. Tears of joy streamed down his face as he accepted Ye Chen's goodwill, having never experienced such kindness in his impoverished life. In a nearby room, the perpetrators bullying Li Bo belonged to the Black Tiger Gang. Truly despicable. My parents were killed because the Zhao family instigated the Black Tiger Gang. Lin Ruoyi seethed with rage. Her ordinary family had fallen victim to the Zhao family's machinations, leading to her parents' deaths and leaving her helpless. Ruoyi, do not grieve. I will avenge you. The Black Tiger Gang will be eradicated tonight. Ye Chen reassured her solemnly. Please, be careful, Lin Ruoyi urged, her heart swelling with unexpressed gratitude at his vow of vengeance. Half an hour later, at one of the most renowned luxurious clubs in Jiangbei City, the Black Tiger Club stood as the gang's stronghold. Inside a lavish private room, core members of the Black Tiger Gang indulged in debauchery, surrounded by two stunning women, each as they drank and groped. The heavily made-up women eagerly catered to the men's whims. Among them sat a burly man with a thick beard. He was Zhao Hu, the gang's leader. Brother, Huivi captured a fresh young girl. A university student here. She looks innocent. You're sure to be pleased. One of the underlings presented a beautiful young woman to Zhao Hu. They often abducted young women from the streets to appease him. She is quite attractive. What are you waiting for, girl? Come here and drink with me. Zhao Hu commanded with a satisfied sneer. Please, spare me, I beg you. The young woman collapsed to her knees, trembling in fear. Having been forcibly brought here by thugs, the thought of being violated by these brutes filled her with despair. Get over there now, one thug snarled, yanking her forward. She struggled against the thugs, but was helplessly pushed onward, her terror escalating. Suddenly, The door to the private room burst open with a loud crash, sending splinters flying and startling everyone inside. They turned to see Ye Chen stride in with an expression of calm authority. His gaze icy as he focused on Zhao Hu. "You insolent brat! Who do you think you are to cause trouble in our Black Tiger gang as territory? You must be tired of living." Zhao Hu's seventh subordinate bellowed, launching an attack. A master-level fighter. Silence. Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively. The seventh subordinate was sent hurtling back, crashing against the wall and spilling blood everywhere, shocking everyone present. Zhao Hu and the gang members finally recognized Ye Chen. This was the man who had obliterated the Zhao family. Their eyes widened in horror. "What is he doing here? Brother, what should we do?" The others looked to Zhao Hu for guidance. "Don't panic." Zhao Hu swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he unsuccessfully attempted to compose himself. Though he feigned calmness, he was terrified. This young man had single-handedly destroyed the Zhao family and had killed the young master of the Sun family. A late-stage master, Zhao Hu had been accustomed to dominating others. But now, feeling the ominous aura emanating from Ye Chen, he shrank back in fear. "Brother Yi, please calm down. I don't know your intentions in coming here," Zhao Hu said, forcing a smile. "That I intend to eradicate your Black Tiger gang." Ye Chen replied in an eerily calm tone, uttering the most chilling words. The atmosphere thickened with dread as everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. The abducted university student quickly took refuge behind Ye Chen. Though she did not know him, his presence brought her an overwhelming sense of security. "Brother Yi, please don't say such frightening things. We have never offended you. We can discuss matters amicably." Zhao, who continued to smile. Though his expression bore the weight of desperation, he had never been so subservient in his life. Zhao Hu racked his brain, but could not recall any offense he had committed against Ye Chen. Why had this confrontation come out of nowhere? It was utterly unjust. He had nowhere to seek redress. Your Black Tiger gang bullies the weak and commits heinous acts. That alone is enough to seal your fate. All unrelated personnel, leave this place immediately. Ye Chen commanded, unwilling to waste words on these scoundrels. Upon hearing this, the gang members turned pale with fear. The accompanying women hastily fled, not daring to linger even a moment longer. "Thank you." The young student bowed deeply to Ye Chen, sincerely grateful, before hurriedly exiting. The spacious room was soon left with only the members of the Black Tiger gang. "Why, Ye Chen, we bear no grievances against you. Are you truly intent on wiping out my gang? I warn you, if we are pushed to our limits, we are not to be trifled with. Attacking us is tantamount to declaring war on everyone in Jiangbei." Zhao Hu's tone darkened as he realized that pleasantries had failed. Even daring to utter threats, upon witnessing their leader's stance, the other members of the Black Tiger gang immediately glared in fury. Who had granted them such audacity? What of declaring war? "That suits my intentions perfectly. I shall spare your life for now, but you have half an hour. Hurry and summon your men. Bring forth all those ruffians from your ranks. No matter how many, I shall confront them all," Ye Chen commanded, pointing at Zhao, who he then comfortably settled onto the sofa, arms crossed and leisurely propping up one leg. "Let us catch them all in one fell swoop." That would be the simplest and most efficient method. What nonsense is this so-called underworld? Such a path shall not be permitted to exist in Jiangbei. Kid, you truly possess an audacious tongue. Do you think the entirety of Jiangbei's underworld would fear you? Just wait, I will summon my men right away. Zhao Hu threatened with a sinister grin. The others also wore cold smirks on their faces. This lad named Yi dared to challenge the entire underworld of Jiangbei, truly unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Jiangbei is home to 3 major gangs and 6 smaller ones. The combined forces of all these gangs number at least 3,000 to 4,000. Among them, there are 50 masters at the Grandmaster level and over 500 innate experts. The remaining thousands consist predominantly of postnatal martial artists. Such a formidable alliance far exceeds the Zhao family. Could it be that we fear dealing with a single Ye Chen? The Black Tiger gang immediately notified the other factions, instructing them to bring all their manpower to the Black Tiger Club. Zhao Hu, however, cunningly withheld the identity of their target, fearing the other factions would be deterred by Ye Chen's name. I might just simply sit here and wait. Is there anything to eat or drink? Ye Chen inquired coldly. The Black Tiger gang, not daring to delay, quickly served tea and refreshments. Should this esteemed young master have any needs, a bevy of beautiful women could also be provided. Ye Chen harbored no concerns about the possibility of poison, as he would know whether any food was tainted the moment it reached his lips. After a mere 10 minutes, the entrance of the club began to buzz with activity. The first arrivals were the members from the 6 smaller gangs. Their names were hardly worth mentioning. Brother who? Who is to be dealt with tonight? A curious young leader inquired. Do not rush. You will know soon enough. Just a heads up, it's a tough nut to crack. Zhao Hu replied with a smug smile. And no matter how tough the bone, I can chop it to bits, the young leader boasted confidently. Little did these newcomers realize the gravity of the situation. 20 minutes later, over 3,000 people had gathered at the entrance of the Black Tiger Club. The 3 major gangs of Jiangbei had united. Besides the Black Tiger Gang, the other 2 were the Black Dragon Gang and the Black Eagle Gang. Brother who, what sort of grand spectacle is this for? Indeed, who warrants such a gathering of this magnitude? The leaders of the Black Dragon Gang and the Black Eagle Gang both exuded an air of arrogance. Both were formidable figures, muscular and robust, masters at the late stages of the Grandmaster realm. A throng of underlings whispered amongst themselves, creating a cacophony. With so many gathered, even a single spit could drown their target. Please wait a moment. I shall summon that reckless young man. Zhao Hu turned and strode into the club. A curious crowd followed behind. That reckless young man. Who could he be? In a luxurious private room, Ye Chen reclined on the sofa, eyes closed in repose, awaiting the inevitable commotion outside. Excellent. It seems these so-called underworld figures possess some courage. Ye Chen, my men have arrived. Let us go speak outside. Zhao Hu entered the private room, his voice icy, a sinister smile tugging at his lips. Soon, this wretched lad's end shall come. Allow them to enter and see me. Comfortably leaning on the sofa, Ye Chen barely bothered to open his eyes. You fine, just wait. Damn it, I look forward to seeing how long you can remain arrogant. This evening, you shall not leave here alive. Zhao Hu's muscles rippled with fury, barely contained. Gentlemen, follow me. Zhao Hu beckoned the crowd into the club. Oh, look at the airs he puts on. Brothers, let us go show that fellow what true terror is. The leaders of the Black Dragon Gang and the Black Eagle Gang snickered. The elder brothers led the way, flanked by the core members and masters of their gangs. Thousands of ruffians followed closely behind. Completely blocking the entrance, inside and outside the club, it was a complete bottleneck. Over 100 individuals entered the spacious private room, surrounding the meditative Ye Chen. Ye Chen, your time has come. Rise and meet your demise. Zhao Hu pointed with an outstretched hand, shouting brazenly. Ye Chen? The others frowned at the mention of the name, scrutinizing the figure before them with newfound recognition, realizing he bore an uncanny resemblance to that infamous man. Could it truly be him? No. It is your time to perish. Ye Chen opened his eyes with a calm indifference, casting a chilling glance at the gathered throng that a palpable aura of killing intent seemed to drop the temperature within the room. The young leaders felt an involuntary shiver run through them, their faces painted with shock. How could this be the infamous Ye Chen, the god of death? The young leaders turned to Zhao Hu. Expressions of despair etched across their faces. You fool! Why did you not reveal earlier that our target was Ye Chen? Had we known it was him in advance, even 100 of us would not have dared to come. You wretched lad, still daring to flaunt your arrogance, even at death's door? Brothers, let us kill this lad together, Zhao Hu bellowed. Chapter 12. You face only a path of death, Zhao Hu clenched his iron fist, roaring to charge ahead. However, only a handful from the Black Tiger Gang moved alongside him. The surrounding young leaders hesitated, their expressions revealing their inner turmoil about whether to engage, though they had never witnessed his might firsthand. They had certainly heard tales of Ye Chen's fearsome prowess. If they truly engaged him, they risked incurring his wrath, as they observed others refrain from joining the fray. Zhao Hu quickly halted his advance. Brothers, why do you not come with me? This is rather dishonorable, is it not? We are so many. Do we truly fear this lad? Zhao Hu lamented. Unexpectedly, these usually brash young leaders seemed to have lost their nerve today. They exchanged glances, silent as they gauged one another's thoughts before making a decision. What's the matter? Afraid to act? Ye Chen chuckled coldly. Comfortably seated on the sofa, he showed no reaction to the advancing figures. Listen well, I now offer you two choices. Either remain here to await your demise. I will leave not one of you alive, or you can leave immediately, from henceforth living with your tails between your legs and never engaging in wrongdoing again. After tonight, your way of life shall cease to exist. Oh, and for those at the Grandmaster level and above present, do not even think of escaping. You must die. Ye Chen's gaze swept over the assembled thugs. He understood that those who could rise to positions of authority within these gangs were undoubtedly steeped in malevolence. He would spare none of them, as for the lowly pawns under their command. He could hardly be bothered to eliminate them all, that he would grant those individuals a chance at redemption. Upon hearing this proclamation, a wave of uproar ensued at Ye Chen. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Brothers, let us slay this audacious lad. Zhao Hu raised his arm, calling for action to rally his men. Meanwhile, the young leaders present, initially gripped by fear, began to feel a surge of anger. They recognized that this young man was threatening to sever their source of income. To cut off one's livelihood is akin to extinguishing one's life. Damn it! I have never encountered such an audacious individual in Jiangbei. The Black Dragon Gang has decreed that this lad must die today. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang stepped forward, pointing at Ye Chen with a scowled eye. From the Black Eagle Gang, shall not fear you either. Listen well, none are to escape. The leader of the Black Eagle Gang also stepped forward, declaring his stance. Seeing the three major gangs expressing their resolve, the remaining 6 smaller gangs finally felt emboldened to act. Let us go all out. We shall kill this lad. Kill this lad. The young leaders and their underlings shouted in unison. Emboldened by their numbers, they had long dominated Jiangbei, reaping countless benefits. This underling was not fit to act so brazenly. However, the lower-ranked thugs below began to waver. They had an opportunity to flee, yet they struggled to decide whether to leave. Excellent, my brothers have shown some loyalty. Once we have slain this lad, we shall all celebrate together. Zhao Hu's incitement bore fruit, and he laughed heartily. He glared at Ye Chen with a menacing grin. This lad is doomed tonight. Do not shout. You would do well to contemplate your options. You have 3 minutes to decide. That Ye Chen calmly glanced at his phone and began the countdown. You wretched lad. You shall live for another 3 minutes then. Zhao Hu crossed his arms, regarding the others with disdain, exuding an air of unfounded confidence. The young leaders of the various gangs were filled with murderous intent. This lad would not let them leave, so they had no choice but to eliminate him to protect their vested interests. Even many of the innate martial artists were reluctant to leave, wanting to rise through the ranks within their gangs. Meanwhile, the lower-tier thug blocked outside grew increasingly agitated. That lad is far too formidable. Before him, we're not even worthy to be cannon fodder. Let us go, brothers. We shan't wait here to die. We find ourselves unable to reap any substantial benefits. What is the point of risking our lives? Let's make our escape. I have no desire to perish here. The ruffians from various gangs immediately took flight. They feared death, and in that fleeting moment, their fear proved to be the choice of the wise. In an instant, the word spread among the ruffians. From 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, as thousands began their retreat. Many, upon hearing that their adversary was Ye Chen, did not hesitate for even half a second before departing. The coalition forces of the gangs were thrown into disarray. The leaders of the various factions shouted and threatened their men, forbidding them from leaving. If they fled today, they would never find a foothold in Jiangbei again. Yet what the ruffians feared more was the effortlessly lethal Ye Chen of the Zhao family. No one could stop their retreat. In less than 3 minutes, the majority had vanished. The only ones remaining were 50 masters from the various gangs, along with approximately 500 innate-level thugs. Time was up. Those who had escaped were the astute ones, and you here are destined for your graves. Ye Chen put away his timer and rose nonchalantly. It was time for him to strike. You cocky brat. You celebrate too soon. We have more than enough to take you down. Zhao Hu sneered menacingly. The remaining 500 were all elites among elites, especially the 50 masters, each with blood on their hands from countless lives taken. Such numbers could easily wipe this brat out. Indeed, it was more than sufficient for me to showcase my prowess. Ye Chen smirked coldly. Let us all charge together. Let this brat know who truly holds the power here. Zhao Hu roared, his murderous intent surging forth. Clenching his iron fist, he charged forward with ferocity that a flash of cold light flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet a few degrees. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot, reappearing right before Zhao Hu. With a swift motion, he seized Zhao Hu by the throat. With a crack, he crushed the throat of Zhao Hu, a late-stage master who didn't have time to defend himself, and he fell dead instantly. His eyes bulged in terror, refusing to close even in death. Easily dispatched, Ye Chen scoffed disdainfully, tossing the body aside and turning his attention to the others rushing toward him. The small leaders were instantly filled with horror at this scene. The head of the Black Tiger Gang had just been eliminated so effortlessly. Was this brat even human? However, in their moment of shock, the leader of the Black Dragon Gang was also struck down by Ye Chen, his skull shattered without him being able to mount even a token resistance. Witnessing Ye Chen's formidable prowess, the expressions of all present shifted from arrogance to sheer terror and despair. It dawned on them that their delusion of overwhelming Ye Chen with numbers was a monumental error. Panic set in as they turned to flee. Yet Ye Chen swiftly positioned himself at the entrance. Realizing their fear now, it was far too late. Chapter 13, Annihilation. Every last one of you present will not leave here alive tonight. We will fight you to the end. Everyone charged together. The ruffians, cornered and desperate, were willing to gamble it all, hoping for a final chance at survival. However, to engage in such a desperate struggle, one must possess the requisite strength. In Ye Chen's eyes, they were merely a swarm of ants, easily extinguishable. The wails of despair echoed continuously from within the club. This place had transformed into a living hell. Outside, hundreds of ordinary citizens from Jiangbei gathered, curious about what was unfolding within the lair of the Black Tiger Gang. With no one emerging and no one daring to enter, the screams persisted for no more than 5 minutes. Inside, silence fell. At that moment, Ye Chen walked out of the club with an air of indifference. Noticing a few bloodstains on his coat, he simply discarded it onto the ground. The onlookers from Jiangbei were instantly stunned. They recognized him as Ye Chen, the one who had obliterated the Zhao family earlier that day. How could he possibly be in the territory of the Black Tiger Gang? Could it be that he was taking on the entire gang single-handedly? The spectators' imagination had clearly underestimated the situation. Ye Chen was not merely dealing with the Black Tiger Gang. He was confronting all the nefarious elements in Jiangbei. Furthermore, the primary underlings of the various gangs in Jiangbei had already been eradicated by him. I have an announcement to make, Ye Chen declared as he approached the crowd, his voice suddenly grave. The assembled citizens fell silent, their eyes wide with curiosity and anticipation for what this young man would say. From this night onward, there will be no more gangs in Jiangbei. If any scoundrels dare to bully the weak or act lawlessly, simply inform me. The next target will be those within the Black Tiger Club. Ye Chen proclaimed loudly he had liberated the people of Jiangbei from a menace, ensuring that such a threat would not arise again. Hero! Ye Chen, you are our hero! 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 Hundreds of citizens immediately raised their arms in fervent cheers. The applause thundered, and the cries echoed through the air. Ye Chen merely smiled faintly, departing under the reverent gazes of the crowd. The onlookers surged into the Black Tiger Club to inspect the aftermath, only to find a scene of carnage. The bodies of the gang leaders, who had wreaked havoc with impunity, littered the ground. Enraged, the citizens took turns kicking the corpses, spitting upon them to vent years of accumulated fury. The crowd then set fire to the lair of the Black Tiger Gang, leaving nothing but ashes. Soon, news of the annihilation of the gang spread throughout the city. More citizens rushed to gang hideouts to incinerate them. In an instant, the city was ablaze. Meanwhile, those ruffians who had narrowly escaped found themselves hiding in fear. From then on, no matter how bold they felt, they would not dare to cause trouble again. Ye Chen had become a legend among the people of Jiangbei. In a single day, he had vanquished the arrogant Zhao family and their sycophants, as well as all the gangs in Jiangbei. The citizens of Jiangbei rejoiced in unison. Ruai, I have avenged you. The grievances of the people of Jiangbei have been repaid. Ye Chen exclaimed with a radiant smile. Yes, I saw it all. Ye Chen, thank you. The physically impaired Lin Ruai sat on the sofa, holding her phone, having witnessed Ye Chen's heroic actions at the Black Tiger Club. The Black Tiger Gang had driven her parents to their deaths. And now, her vengeance had finally been fulfilled, tears streaming down her cheeks. The man before her exceeded her wildest imagination. He was truly formidable. No more tears. Ye Chen quickly sat beside her, gently embracing Ruoyi to console her. Linvi buried herself in Ye Chen's arms, weeping uncontrollably. All the grievances she had endured over the years were released in that moment. She was strong, but in Ye Chen's embrace, she felt no need to be strong. After a long while, she finally ceased her sobbing and withdrew from Ye Chen's warm embrace. He reached out, gently brushing back her hair and wiping away the tears from her face. Suddenly, Lin Ruoyi felt a wave of self-consciousness and wanted to shy away. She feared facing Ye Chen with her disfigured appearance, worried he might find her repulsive. Her current state was so unappealing that even children would be frightened. "Roy, do not be disheartened," Ye Chen softly reassured her. "I have promised to restore your beauty. I will ensure your face returns to its former glory." He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, causing Lin Ruoyi's face to flush crimson. Her heart racing. How could she not be excited by such an affectionate gesture from such a handsome man? "First, let me heal your foot so you can walk." Ye Chen promptly retrieved a pouch of needles. Inside were dozens of slender silver needles, taken from the chamber of his exquisite master. "Now, I will administer acupuncture treatment. It may hurt a bit, but bear with it. Extend your foot." Ye Chen grasped a silver needle, preparing to begin the treatment. After a long day, he finally had time to heal her. "As long as it brings healing, I fear no pain," Lin Ruoyi said, eagerly pulling up her skirt to reveal her fair, elongated legs. Such perfect legs, yet her delicate feet hung limply due to the severed tendons, rendering her unable to bear weight. Ye Chen supported her foot with his left hand and with the right began the acupuncture. Utilizing the Taishan 9 needles technique imparted by his master, he skillfully inserted needles into 8 acupoints on her foot: Inhai, Dedu, Taibai, Ronggu, Zhaohai, Zhongfeng, Taishi, and Xiuxiu, channeling his potent energy through the silver needles into her acupoints. He aimed to repair her damaged meridians. Lin Ruoyi felt only a slight discomfort, with no overwhelming sensation. As her previously cold feet began to warm, she tentatively wiggled her toes, and to her astonishment, they moved. This filled her with immense joy. Ye Chen then grasped another needle and pierced the Yongquan acupoint at the sole of her foot, going deeper this time. Lin Ruoyi gasped in pain. "Please refrain from making such peculiar sounds. It leads to misunderstandings," Ye Chen jested. "Not at all. You're the one thinking too much," Lin Ruoyi retorted shyly. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned slightly flirtatious. Ye Chen chuckled as he continued to treat her other foot using the same method. After more than 20 minutes, he finally concluded the acupuncture. He then placed both palms on her feet, channeling his energy to massage them, thoroughly revitalizing her dormant meridians. Another 20 minutes passed before he finally finished. "All done. Rest for the night. And by morning, you'll be able to walk." Ye Chen exhaled, smiling. Embracing Lin Ruoyi, he carried her to the bedroom and gently placed her on the bed. "Rest assured, sleep well. Good night." Ye Chen pressed a tender kiss on Ruoyi's forehead and turned to leave. "Brother Ye Chen, would you stay with me as I sleep?" Lin Ruoyi suddenly asked, her voice laced with shyness. Chapter 14. "Are you not afraid of what I might do to you?" Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, turning back to look at Ruoyi with confusion. This little girl had the audacity to request his company during the night. Did she not realize how unreasonable that was? That I'm scared. I feel safe only when you are by my side," Lin Ruoyi explained nervously. The moment the words left her lips, she regretted making such a request. How embarrassing. "If I stay with you, aren't you afraid of what I might do?" Ye Chen smirked mischievously. "No, I am not afraid. I simply want you to keep me company. You must not do anything else." Lin Ruoyi feigned calmness, though her visible nervousness betrayed her, her voice trembling. "Very well. I will stay with you," Ye Chen said after a moment's hesitation, ultimately agreeing. His hesitation stemmed from the lingering presence of the dragon blood poison within him. Fearing that sleeping beside Ruoyi might trigger its onset, he was acutely aware of how terrifying the effects could be. Having just reunited with Ruoyi, he did not wish to frighten her. Nevertheless, given her request, he felt compelled to acquiesce, thinking to himself that this girl must have endured far too much danger to feel so insecure. He would provide her with whatever she desired. All right then, let us turn off the lights and rest. It is quite late. Lin Ruoyi smiled brightly. Ye Chen promptly walked over to extinguish the lights, leaving only a dim bedside lamp aglow. Then he lay down on the bed, fully clothed, fearing the potential consequences of undressing. In the next moment, Lin Ruoyi shifted closer and wrapped her arms around Ye Chen. Like a little bird seeking comfort, she nestled against him, filling her with a profound sense of security. Within minutes, she succumbed to slumber, her soft breaths echoing in the quiet room. Yet, Ye Chen found himself in turmoil, unable to sleep and restricted from moving. Most troubling was the subtle resurgence of the dragon blood poison within him. Fortunately, prior to descending the mountain, his enchanting master had helped him release some of his pent-up energy, allowing him to suppress the poison through the circulation of his vital energy. With this thought, Ye Chen resolved to address matters in Jiangbei swiftly so he could seek out his senior sisters. He was unaware of the whereabouts of the 9 stunning senior sisters, and some had even descended the mountain before he was taken to Kunlun, leaving him oblivious to their appearances. Yet, one thing was certain. All 9 sisters were breathtakingly beautiful. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Chen soon drifted into slumber. The following day, Lin Ruoyi awoke to find Ye Chen's handsome visage before her. Unable to contain herself, she leaned in and planted a kiss on him, stirring him from his sleep. Flustered, Lin Ruoyi quickly shifted to get out of bed, only to be pleasantly surprised to discover that her legs felt strong enough to support her weight. Overwhelmed with excitement, she steadied herself against the wall, attempting to take her first steps, though she swayed like a toddler learning to walk. This was the first time in 3 years that she had managed to stand. After a few more treatments, your legs will be completely restored, Ye Chen remarked, satisfaction evident in his smile. Ye Chen, you are truly amazing, Lin Ruoyi exclaimed, inching closer and enveloping him in a warm embrace. With her soft form as arms, Ye Chen felt a deep sense of fulfillment. All his efforts were worth it. After a simple breakfast, Ye Chen advised Ruoyi to rest at the hotel, allowing her to move about freely. He then departed, intent on attending to an urgent matter. Treat the scars on Ruoyi's face. He needed to concoct a specialized scar removal ointment. The ingredients required were numerous, with many being exceedingly rare and precious herbs. His meager funds would certainly fall short of acquiring them. However, he now had access to ample financial resources. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of a towering building in the heart of Jiangbei City. Hongda Group, a property of the Zhao family, which had now been rebranded under the Ye name. As he approached the entrance, the sight of the golden letters spelling Hongda Group on the facade displeased him. It was time for a change. He walked into the building, and a security guard recognized him immediately, rushing to greet him with utmost respect. Inside a conference room, a group of company executives gathered, each harboring ulterior motives as they deliberated the future of the company, with the Zhao family gone. The company lacks a guiding force. One of them remarked, I say we sell the company and divide the profits. I agree. Such a vast enterprise should not be relinquished without compensation. Another chimed in. I've heard that Ye Chen intends to seize all of the Zhao family's assets. That kid is delusional. Before he arrives, we should act swiftly. A chorus of older men conspired, plotting to line their pockets with ill-gotten gains. Do you not realize that this place now belongs to Ye Chen? I advise you to abandon any thoughts of dividing the spoils and wait for him to take action. The only attractive female executive cautioned coldly. Dressed in a fitted skirt and high heels, her tall and graceful figure was complemented by delicate gold-rimmed glasses, exuding both sensuality and poise. How ridiculous! Why should we wait for that kid to feast on our hard work? Retorted one man with a sneer. Everyone, listen to me. We should seize as much as we can before he arrives. If you do not wish to partake, then step aside and do not obstruct our path to wealth. Are you not afraid of bringing trouble upon yourselves? The female executive countered coolly. Unlike the older men, she was not blinded by greed. She aspired to establish her own career in a male-dominated business world. Furthermore, she had always disapproved of the Zhao family's methods. With their downfall, her sentiments aligned perfectly with the situation. Trouble. We'll take the money and escape abroad. That kid will never find us, one man scoffed, prompting the others to echo their agreement. You think you can escape? At that moment, a voice resonated from the conference room door. Ye Chen, his expression indifferent, strode into the room. An air of intimidation enveloped the space, causing an invisible pressure to weigh upon everyone present. The man who had been smirking moments before suddenly found his grin frozen in place, clearly taken aback by Ye Chen's swift arrival. The other older men wore expressions of dismay, their hearts racing with anxiety. Had he overheard their disparaging remarks? They had heard tales of this young man's ruthlessness. Mr. Yi, we were not planning to run away. One man stammered, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival to take charge. This company is yours. Please, take your seat. I will prepare tea for you. He quickly donned a facade of servility, showering Ye Chen with false praise. The other executives hastily joined in, eager to curry favor, as it was their forte to flatter the Zhao family. Silence. I am not interested in your flattery. All of you are fired. Leave this place within half a minute. Ye Chen declared coldly. Chapter 15. Taking over the Zhao company, Ye Chen had already overheard the management's intentions to exploit the company for personal gain. These remnants of the Zhao family ought to be purged. Their presence would only tarnish the environment. Upon hearing his words, the executives' faces fell, their expressions betraying their disbelief. And one had anticipated that Ye Chen would summarily dismiss all of them, who were considered vital to the company's operations. They exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Among them, the beautiful female executive's eyes lit up upon Ye Chen's entrance. This young man was extraordinarily handsome. Not only was he good-looking, but he also exuded an air of competence. She found his decisiveness appealing. Mr. Yi, please do not jest. We are crucial to the company. Without us, it will be left unmanaged. Please, keep us on board. We will certainly follow your orders. The executives pleaded, desperate to retain their positions. The lowest salary among them was still in the millions, and the prospect of being dismissed terrified them. 15 seconds remained. As the executives realized there was no room for negotiation, they hastily made their exit, fearing Ye Chen's wrath. Though they were greedy, they valued their lives even more. The beautiful executive also prepared to leave, lamenting that she would not be able to work for such an attractive man. Miss, please stay a moment, Ye Chen called out. Huh, are you calling for me? With only her present, it was evident he was addressing her. Being referred to as Miss left her pleasantly surprised. Mr. Yi, I am Gaolan. How may I assist you? The beautiful executive approached, standing tall. She discarded her earlier aloof demeanor towards the older men, her face now beaming with a radiant smile, her attitude respectful yet devoid of sycophancy. Gaolan, from this moment on, you're the acting president of this company. You'll be fully responsible for its management. I ask that acceptable to you, Ye Chen stated calmly. He had an eye for talent and believed this woman was trustworthy. The departing older men were left dumbfounded upon hearing Ye Chen's words. They regretted their previous actions, realizing too late that speaking ill of him had been a grave mistake. Regrettably, even without uttering disparaging words, they failed to capture Ye Chen's attention. Mr. Yi, I promise I will not disappoint you. The happiness arrived too unexpectedly. No, it is the daunting task that has come too suddenly. Yet she did not falter. She boldly agreed on the spot. Very well. Please provide me with a brief overview of the company's situation. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Such courageous and resolute individuals are precisely what he requires. They moved to the sofa and sat down, while Gaolan, with her long, slender legs standing straight, methodically reported on the company's status. 5 minutes passed. All operations concerning the club, casino, and lending have been terminated. From now on, the company's focus will shift towards education, healthcare, and other socially beneficial endeavors, Ye Chen stated firmly. Moreover, the company requires a new name. Let us rename it Yilin Group, he added after a moment's contemplation. Understood, Mr. Yi. We will proceed as you wish, Gaolan nodded repeatedly. Her curiosity piqued. Who is the Lin in Yilin Group? Here is a list for you. Use the company's funds to procure these medicinal materials, and no matter the cost, they must be acquired as swiftly as possible. Ye Chen handed her a note. This was the most significant task he had come to oversee. Understood, Mr. Yi. I will ensure it is completed promptly. Gaolan adjusted her glasses, promising earnestly. She refrained from asking unnecessary questions. Once the matters were settled, Ye Chen stood and departed. As Gao Lan watched his retreating figure, she felt increasingly captivated by his charm. She resolved to showcase her talents and absolutely not let Mr. Yi down. After leaving the company, Ye Chen made a phone call to Lin Ruoi. After hanging up, he hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to head to Jiangnan City. By afternoon, in Jiangnan City, at the prestigious Sun family estate. A white cloth signifying mourning hung prominently. In the expansive courtyard stood a throng of 200 to 300 men, all clad in black suits, wielding knives, guns, and clubs. At the forefront stood the head of the Sun family. Sun Jie, are you all prepared? Sun Jie demanded in a furious tone. Recently bereaved of his son, his rage was palpable, fixated solely on avenging his child's brutal death. We are ready. Family head, please give the order. Let us flay Ye Chen alive in Jiangbei and avenge the young master. The crowd roared in unison, brimming with murderous intent. Among the 200 to 300 guards, over 30 were masters of their craft, with the remainder being innate martial artists. The Sun family had maintained their status as a top family in Jiangnan City through such formidable strength. Beside them stood more than 20 men clad in camouflage gear, each robust and exuding a fierce aura. They possessed significant backing. Gentlemen, we will rely on your full support. I have received news that Ye Chen has subdued even the individuals from Jiangbei, proving that he is no ordinary foe. However, I believe that with your assistance, we can handle that little bastard. Sun Jie addressed the group, his tone laced with a hint of deference. Rest assured, we are veterans of the battlefield. If we cannot deal with a mere Yi, it would be a disgrace to our esteemed patron. One leader replied confidently, prompting the others to laugh arrogantly. They were on a mission. With your assurance, I can relax. Everyone, heed my command. Get into vehicles and head to Jiangbei to eliminate that little bastard Yi. Sun Jie ordered with a sinister grin. The scale of their operation was sufficient to level Jiangbei. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from outside the courtyard. You need not go to Jiangbei, that I will come personally. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as the gates of the Sun estate were shattered. Everyone in the courtyard was taken aback, turning in unison toward the entrance. Sun Jie furrowed his brows, pondering if the little Yi had come to confront him directly. As the dust settled, the crowd finally discerned the identity of the intruder. Ye Chen stood there, arms crossed, coldly surveying the assembly and crushing the Sun family's golden plaque underfoot. His gaze quickly locked on his Sun Jie, his target. Ye Chen, you little bastard, I never expected you to dare come to the Sun family, seeking your own demise. You shall meet your end today. Sun Jie bellowed, his fury reaching its zenith. No, it is you who shall perish. Ye Chen retorted with a chilling smile. Chapter 16. Killing you is a walk in the park. What a farce. On my territory. You think you can kill me? Men, surround him. Sun Jie laughed heartily, deeming this the greatest joke of all. This fool dared to provoke him on his own turf. Sealing his fate, he commanded his over 200 guards to spring into action, encircling Ye Chen with menacing blades drawn, eyes glinting with predatory intent. To kill you will be as effortless as breathing. Ye Chen remained steadfast, staring ahead without flinching, disregarding the 200 henchmen as if they were inconsequential. You truly are the epitome of arrogance, Yi Sion. Today, I shall teach you how to spell death. Charge, Sun Jie proclaimed with a sinister grin. He placed a bounty of 10 million on Ye Chen's head, viewing this amount as mere pocket change, relishing the thought of witnessing this brat's demise at the hands of his men. Is this the opponent we need to deal with? Tiske, I expected someone of substance. The cadre of over 20 camouflaged officers scoffed, dismissing the need for their intervention against such a minor adversary. They crossed their arms, preparing to leisurely watch the spectacle. 10 million is mine. Step aside. Do not steal my prize. Let us split it. 3 elders, all masters in their own right, rushed forward, each attacking from a different angle, one with fists, another with a sword, and the last wielding a knife, launching a simultaneous lethal assault on Ye Chen. Confident in their superiority, they believed dispatching this young man would be a trivial task. Death! Ye Chen scoffed, his eyes glinting with cold light. Remaining motionless, he allowed his adversaries to strike first. refusing to grant them a second chance. Ha ha! Perish, little boy. The three elders thought they had him cornered, believing he was surrendering. They unleashed their full might. A fist aimed at the back, a sword thrust at the throat, and a knife aimed at the neck. All lethal blows. Yet, just as they believed victory was at hand, their attacks halted mere inches from Ye Chen's body, as if crashing against an invisible wall. The three elders were taken aback. This young man's aura was so formidable that it rendered their weapons ineffective. Preparing for another strike, they were met with Ye Chen's decisive counter. He unleashed a surge of energy, a terrifying shockwave that shattered their weapons. The three elders were sent hurtling backwards, colliding with their comrades and crashing to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this, the Sun family's guards were left aghast. The esteemed elders were so easily defeated by this young man. Fear gripped them, causing them to instinctively retreat several paces, their expressions turning grave, the earlier arrogance evaporating. This boy, from a distance, Sunja's expression darkened. This scion of the Yi family was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, the 20-odd officers, who had been chuckling at the spectacle, found their smiles frozen in place. Their amusement faded as they realized this young man could so effortlessly defeat the Sun family's elders. Instilling panic in their ranks, it appeared he was not a soft target, but rather a hard nut to crack. "You little bastard, I did not expect you to possess some skill. But what does it matter? Can you truly withstand all of us?" Sunja ordered with a sinister grin, brimming with confidence in the prowess of his numerous elite guards to eliminate this young man. Unbeknownst to him, the last individual who exhibited such confidence was now nothing more than a memory of the Zhao family. "Do not falter. We shall strike together. Let us eliminate this brat and split the bounty." Over 200 guards from the Sun family roared as they charged forth to engage, with around 30 masters among them. The rest were innate martial artists, presenting a formidable force capable of dominating Jiangbei and Jiangnan alike. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the pitiful sight before him. That humans, why must they debase themselves as dogs for the powerful? Today, he would unleash a massacre. To serve the Sun family means death. Ye Chen made his move. His aura shifted dramatically, an overwhelming energy erupting forth that a single punch sent a dozen attackers hurtling backwards, blood spewing forth as they fell to their demise. With another swift motion, yet more fell before him. Regardless of whether they were masters or innate fighters, they were as fragile as straw, easily dispatched. The guards of the Sun family finally realized that their numerical advantage was utterly meaningless. In the face of absolute power, no matter how many they were, an insurmountable chasm lay between them and this man. The Sun family guards immediately fell into disarray, losing their fighting spirit and contemplating retreat. Ye Chen showed no mercy, leaving none alive. As he witnessed his guards utterly defeated, Sun Jie could no longer maintain his previous arrogance. Panic began to grip him, and an overwhelming fear took root in his heart. He urgently implored the officers to take action and eliminate this young man. "Do not fear, Master Sun. We shall assuredly slay this boy." The leader of the officers immediately commanded, "Follow my orders and advance." He was well aware that if they delayed any longer, the situation could become dire. Clad in camouflage gear, each officer brandished a sharp dagger, their weapon of choice for killing. Their martial skills were evidently distinct from the Sun family guards. More direct, more ruthless and lethally effective, because on the battlefield, a single strike is all that is needed to vanquish an enemy. Which dog is here to meet its demise? Ye Chen scoffed, regardless of the opponent's identity. Anyone who dared to strike would meet only one fate: death. Under his fists, no one could survive. A minute later, the ground was littered with corpses. Ye Chen approached the last remaining officer. "Boy, I am a subordinate of the king of Jiangnan. If you dare to kill me, you will surely." The officer trembled as he issued a threat. Before he could finish, Ye Chen sent him flying with a single palm strike. "What king of Jiangnan? I fear him not. You, son, shall die. Before you perish, tell me, was it the king of Jiangnan who instigated your families, the Sun and Zhao?" Ye Chen then turned his gaze toward the only standing Sun Jie, his eyes cold as ice. Sun Jie's face was filled with terror as he stumbled backward, falling to the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably under the weight of an inescapable dread of death. A pool of unidentifiable liquid spread across the ground. You, a remnant of the Yi family, dare to utter the name of the king of Jiangnan. He is a being you cannot provoke. Killing you would be as simple as squashing an ant. I am a man of the king of Jiangnan. If you dare to kill me, he will ensure your annihilation. Though filled with fear, Sun Jie still threatened with a menacing expression. Chapter 17. No mercy, do not test my patience. Ye Chen swiftly stepped forward, placing a foot upon Sun Jie. Then he grasped a dagger from the ground with a flick of his hand. He threw the dagger down, piercing Sun Jie's palm and pinning it firmly to the earth. Ah! Sun Jie let out a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the courtyard, agony coursing through him. It's useless to tell you. You cannot provoke that person. I warn you once more, I am a man of the king of Jiangnan. If you kill me, you will have no place to stand in Jiang province. Sun Jie gritted his teeth and threatened once more, relying on his connection to the king of Jiangnan, believing Ye Chen would never dare to kill him. What of being a man of the king of Jiangnan? I will slay you regardless. Ye Chen seized another dagger from afar and drove it into Sun Jie's other palm. Ah! Sun Jie screamed again. Even more piercingly, at this moment, Ye Chen lifted his foot, leaving Sun Jie pinned to the ground like a dog. Yi, I am a man of the king of Jiangnan. You dare not kill me. You. Sun Jie's face twisted in a roar, but his words were abruptly cut off that a long sword had pierced his heart, nailing him to the ground. Filled with dread, Sun Jie could not believe that Ye Chen truly dared to kill him. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, his eyes wide open in death. In an instant, the Sun family estate was strewn with corpses. Ye Chen prepared to leave when a phone rang. It was Sun Jie's phone. Ye Chen glanced at the screen. King of Jiangnan was displayed. His expression darkened as he answered the call. How is the matter progressing? I warn you, if this matter is not handled properly, you may as well not live. A rough, hoarse voice echoed from the other end of the line, laden with threats. This was the king of Jiangnan, the ruler of Jiang province. Rest assured, the matter has been handled well. Ye Chen replied indifferently. Who are you? The king of Jiangnan's tone shifted abruptly, turning I see why. Ye Chen. Boy, do you know who I am? You dare to touch my people. The king of Jiangnan roared angrily. He understood that if Sun Jie's phone had fallen into someone else's hands, it meant trouble for him. And if I do, I will uncover the truth, and if it leads back to you. Prepare for your fate. Ye Chen chuckled disdainfully before hanging up. He now had an 80% certainty that the mastermind behind the Sun and Zhao families was indeed the king of Jiangnan. Yet he was not entirely certain and did not wish to provoke the king just yet. Boy, you dare to threaten me. I can easily. The king of Jiangnan continued to shout angrily, but found the call had already ended. He was instantly filled with rage. In Jiang province, no one had ever dared to threaten him. He furiously commanded his confidants to investigate the situation of the Sun family. Ye Chen exited the Sun family estate, blood soaking the ground behind him. While he remained untouched, in the distance beyond the courtyard, a crowd of Jiangnan citizens watched in curiosity. They wondered what had transpired at the Sun family estate. Why the screams had been so incessant. When they saw a young man emerge, they could hardly fathom that this young man had just annihilated the Sun family. Ye Chen maintained his calm demeanor, preparing to leave that moment. Crowds surged in from both ends of the road, startling the ordinary citizens into retreat. They were puzzled by the situation. Why had so many families from Jiangnan arrived? Indeed, these throngs consisted of members from various prestigious families in Jiangnan. They had received news from Sun Jie and rushed over with their family guards, seeing that Sun Jie had recognized Ye Chen's formidable skills. He had secretly contacted allied families to bring reinforcements. The members of various families immediately blocked Ye Chen's path, a total of over 1,000 elite members from more than 10 families. What do you want? Ye Chen halted, surveying the 700 or 800 individuals before him with a cold expression, a hint of displeasure surfacing. Having just destroyed the Sun family, did these families seek to court death as well? Boy, it was Master Sun who called for us. We heard that a young man from the north dared to stir trouble in Jiangnan, and we cannot stand idly by. The leaders of the family stepped forward, disdainfully gazing at Ye Chen, all bearing an arrogant demeanor. as if they had never tasted defeat. Oh, so it was the Sun family that summoned you. He is lying inside. You may go in and see him. Ye Chen smiled coldly, gesturing for them to enter. Once they witnessed the scene inside, he believed they would understand the importance of politeness. Impudent brat. What do you mean? Shouted a man in sunglasses, the head of the prominent Li family. Closely allied with the Sun family. My meaning is simple. If you do not wish to meet the same fate as the Sun family, step aside and clear the path. Ye Chen warned in a deep voice. The murderous intent that had briefly vanished began to rise once more. He had no grievances against these families. He did not wish to engage in combat. However, if they continued to annoy him, he would not hesitate to send them underground to join the Sun family. Impudent brat, you speak so boldly. The fate of the Sun family? What fate? The man in sunglasses sneered disdainfully, unaware that the Sun family had already been wiped out. Open your eyes and go see for yourself. Ye Chen reached out, flinging the man in sunglasses into the Sun family estate. Hiya. The man let out a cry before crashing onto a corpse, landing painfully. Had it not been for the dead body cushioning his fall, he might have died instantly. Fuming with rage, he struggled to rise, only to realize he was pressing against a lifeless corpse. When he lifted his gaze, he beheld the multitude of corpses scattered about, and at the center lay the head of the Sun family, impaled by a sword. The man in sunglasses was stunned, his mind reeling as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. How is this possible? Outside the courtyard, the elite guards brought by the man in sunglasses immediately charged at Ye Chen without hesitation. The outcome was predictable. Within moments, dozens lay comfortably on the ground. The other family members, witnessing Ye Chen's terrifying strength, were immediately intimidated into silence. I could see that moment. The man in sunglasses limped out, his face ashen. They're all dead. His eyes filled with terror. His body trembled uncontrollably to him. Ye Chen appeared as the harbinger of death. What do you mean, dead? The others for various families were completely bewildered. They rushed into the Sun family estate, and upon witnessing the gruesome scene, their faces turned pale as well. Now, can you clear the path? Ye Chen coldly inquired. Chapter 18. A shock to Jiangnan, the guards blocking the path stood frozen in place. They were somewhat panicked but dared not yield without their leader's command, awaiting instructions from their respective heads. Meanwhile, the heads of the families, stunned by the sight of the Sun family's demise, exchanged glances in disbelief. They could hardly believe it. The vast Sun family had met with a tragic demise. Even those clad in camouflage attire, who were subordinates of the king of Jiangnan, had perished. Was it truly this Ye Chen who was responsible for it all? How dare this scoundrel? Anyone who stands in my way shall meet their end. Whichever family dares to obstruct me shall face extinction. Ye Chen uttered a disdainful snort, calmly articulating the most terrifying of threats. With an air of indifference, he prepared to depart. Make way. Quickly, let him pass. A group of terrified family heads shouted in panic. They had no desire to share the same fate as the Sun family. Facing total annihilation, this boy was nothing short of a harbinger of death. He must not be provoked. Thousands of guards from various families heeded the command and swiftly retreated, clearing a wide path. You show some sense, Ye Chen remarked. Remember, I am Ye Chen of the Yi family from Jiangbei. In the future, be more observant and wise. Do not provoke me. With a satisfied smile, he offered this ominous advice to the families of Jiangnan before striding away. The heads of the various families present did not dare utter a word. The onlookers from Jiangnan, standing at a distance, were utterly dumbfounded if they had not witnessed it with their own eyes. Who would have believed it? The formidable families of Jiangnan had been so intimidated by mere youth that they did not dare utter a sound. How satisfying it was to see these arrogant families humbled. Goodness, this young man was truly extraordinary. The exchange had hardly consumed any time. With the hour still early, Ye Chen arrived at a funeral service company. He intended to hold a funeral for his parents and the deceased members of the Yi clan. In the abandoned ancestral home of the Yi family, he would construct a tomb for his parents and kin, allowing the souls of the departed to find a final resting place, rather than wandering as lost spirits. Ye Chen instructed the staff at the funeral service company to expedite the process, emphasizing that the sooner, the better. As for the expenses, they could consult with the company's executive, Gao Lan. The newly acquired Zhao company possessed ample resources and would not quibble over such trifles. The staff, well aware of Ye Chen's reputation, promised to handle everything to the best of their ability. Meanwhile, in the opulent halls of the Jiangnan King's residence, a man sat upon a dragon throne. In his 50s, he wore a thin mustache and bore a face lined with wrinkles, as if each crease concealed a depth of cunning. Dressed in a deep golden tang suit, adorned with several rings of gold and jade, he held a jade smoking rod, embodying the persona of a local emperor of Jiang province. Sir, the situation has been clarified. Sun Jie is dead, and the 20-odd officers you dispatched have also fallen at the hands of Ye Chen. A confidant reported urgently. How dare he? To move against the Sun family is one thing, but to kill my men, this scoundrel must be eradicated. He is a calamity that cannot be allowed to persist. The king of Jiangnan thundered. Rising in fury, a mere remnant of the Yi family had inexplicably survived and now stirred chaos between Jiangbei and Jiangnan. Today, he had even dared to challenge the king over the phone. It was utterly outrageous. Please, my lord, allow me to take action that I will arrange for someone to eliminate that wretch, the confidant declared, filled with righteous indignation. No. Bring him to me alive. I wish to see just how capable this boy is. I intend to personally extract his heart and bones. His blood may yet prove useful to me. The king of Jiangnan's face darkened as a sinister smile crept across his lips. Understood, my lord. I shall set the plan in motion to capture him alive. The confidant left, steely determination in his demeanor. The king toyed with the jade smoking rod, his expression growing increasingly malevolent. He had not anticipated that the young Yi would still be alive. This was indeed a thrilling development for him, as the Yi boy still held potential value. He was informed that the medicinal materials he had requested had all been procured. Ye Chen, eager with anticipation, diverted his course towards the company. Upon arriving at the building, he noticed the sign had already been changed to Yi Ling Group in bold golden letters. A satisfied smile graced his face. Gao Lan had proven to be highly efficient, a quality he greatly appreciated in the president's office. Upon seeing Ye Chen's arrival, Gao Lan promptly rose to greet him, her long legs moving swiftly. Mr. Yi, the materials you require are on the table. Acquiring these proved challenging, totaling over 100 million. Some of these herbs are exceedingly rare, such as the Millennium Blood Lotus, which is nearly impossible to find on the market. Ultimately, we obtained it from a private collector for several tens of millions. The array of herbs on the table was valued at over 100 million. Excellent work. I appreciate your efforts. Ye Chen inspected the quality of the materials, unbothered by the cost, as his focus lay solely on their completeness. With all the materials now gathered, he could concoct the scar-removing ointment to treat Ruo Yi's facial scars. Thank you for the compliment. Gao Lan beamed with delight, her efforts rewarded by the praise. Ye Chen then instructed Gao Lan to assist him in purchasing a house and a car the following day. He had realized that he could not continue living in a hotel with Ruo. He needed to resolve their accommodation and transportation issues. As for the specifics, he left it to Gao Lan's discretion. He also remembered that he wanted to arrange for Li Bo, who had been kind to be placed in the best retirement home in the city, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful old age without hardship. Gao Lan diligently noted everything, promising to execute these tasks with care. What are you carrying in that large box? Lin Ruo approached Ye Chen, beaming with excitement, and enveloped him in a warm embrace. She had been practicing walking all day and could now manage it quite well. Are you hungry? Let's have dinner first. Also, I really like being called Brother Ye Chen, so from now on, you can only call me that. Ye Chen chuckled, setting down a medicine box and retrieving the dinner he had purchased along the way. Okay, Brother Ye Chen, what delicious food did you buy? I'm starving. Lin Ruo exclaimed happily. 20 minutes later, after finishing dinner, she asked, Brother Ye Chen, can you tell me what the surprise is now? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Go take a shower first. Once you're done, I have something very important to do. Ye Chen replied with a mysterious smile, deciding to keep her in suspense. What do you want to do, and why do you need to wait for me to finish? You're not thinking of. Lin Ruo blushed, her thoughts drifting into an unexpected direction, causing her heart to race. Don't jump to conclusions. You'll find out soon enough. Be careful while showering, and don't slip. Ye Chen advised calmly, oblivious to her misinterpretation. Nodding, Lin Ruo with a flutter of nervousness, swayed her way to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Ye Chen opened the medicine box, measuring out the appropriate amounts of each herb and grinding them into powder. He had also purchased grinding tools and a crucible for boiling the medicine during his journey. After grinding dozens of herbs into powder and mixing them in the crucible, he added water and boiled the mixture until it reached a thick, viscous consistency. The miraculous scar-removing ointment was finally complete. Half an hour had passed by the time Lin Ruo emerged from the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe, her skin fragrant from the long soak. "Brother Ye Chen, what's that strong medicinal scent?" she inquired, wrinkling her nose as the room filled with the potent aroma of herbs. "Come sit on the sofa. The surprise will be revealed shortly," Ye Chen said, still teasingly withholding details. Lin Ruoyi's heart raced as she took a seat on the sofa, instinctively wrapping her bathrobe tighter around herself, lowering her head. The thought of what Ye Chen might do made her feel insecure about her appearance. However, knowing that Brother Ye Chen did not hold her flaws against her, she felt willing to embrace whatever came next. Ye Chen approached with a bowl of ointment, observing Ruoyi's bashful demeanor with curiosity. What was this girl so shy about? "Ruoyi, this is the surprise I have for you. An exclusive custom-made scar-removing ointment. Apply this, and within 10 to 15 days, the scars on your face will vanish completely," Ye Chen announced with a smile. "This is the surprise." Lin Ruoyi froze, lifting her head in astonishment. "What did you expect?" Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. "In nothing," Lin Ruoyi quickly replied, shaking her head. "Brother Ye Chen, please apply the ointment for me." She felt embarrassed, realizing she had overthought the situation. This boy was simply applying medicine. Why had she assumed otherwise? How vexing! Unaware of her inner turmoil, Ye Chen carefully applied the ointment on the scarred side of Lin Ruoyi's face, wrapping it with gauze afterward. "All done. From now on, change this ointment daily." Ye Chen smiled. "Thank you, Brother Ye Chen." Lin Ruoyi embraced him tightly, filled with gratitude. She believed the ointment would yield results, while she did not dare to hope for a complete restoration of her appearance. She longed for a transformation from her current state of ugliness. Little did she know, this ointment was worth over 100 million just in raw materials, while the formula itself was priceless. As the night deepened, Lin Ruoyi requested that Ye Chen stay with her. As she slept, Ye Chen felt a headache coming on. This would be yet another trial for him. He needed to suppress the dragon blood poison within him to prevent losing control. A night devoid of events. The following noon, the company's Golan called, announcing that both the house and car had been procured. She would drive the car to the hotel and deliver the keys to the house as well. "Ruoyi, I have purchased a house for you. Let's go take a look," Ye Chen remarked with a smile. "But I don't wish to go out," Lin Ruoyi responded, a sense of dread washing over her at the mere mention of leaving the house. Even with her face concealed in bandages, she was reluctant to step outside, fearful of being seen by others. "Fear not, for I shall be by your side," Ye Chen encouraged, grasping her delicate wrist. Suddenly emboldened, Ruoyi nodded in agreement to venture out. Upon arriving outside the hotel, they were greeted by a striking red sports car parked at the curb. Golan, clad in a uniform short skirt and high heels, leaned against the car, beckoning them. In that moment, she eclipsed any car model from a high-end auto show. Ye Chen took Ruoyi's hand and approached. He was quite pleased with the sports car. Golan quickly recognized the woman with half her face wrapped in bandages as the once-renowned beauty of Jiangbei. Lin Ruoyi. It dawned on her that the Lin and Yi Lin group referred to Lin Ruoyi. Witnessing Ye Chen holding Ruoyi's hand intimately filled her with envy. How wonderful it would be if she could be by Yi's side too. Ye Chen drove Yi to their new home, arriving at the Jinyuan Villa district, the most upscale and luxurious residential area in Jiangbei, where only the affluent resided. Following the address, they reached a 4-story detached villa. "Is this truly our new home?" Ruoyi gasped in astonishment, fully aware that a villa of this caliber was worth over 100 million. "Indeed, from this moment forth, you should be the mistress of this villa," Ye Chen said, affectionately ruffling her hair. He was quite satisfied with Golan's choice of residence. "That I can hardly fathom living in such a grand house," Ruoyi exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed in her heart. She mused that if she was the mistress, then Ye Chen must surely be the master. Did this tacitly affirm their relationship? Her heart raced at the thought. Ruoyi soon recalled Li Bo, who had aided her. Learning that Ye Chen had arranged for Li Bo to be placed in a nursing home eased her worries. The villa was fully furnished and equipped, allowing them to move in immediately. During the day, Ye Chen took Ruoyi to the mall to purchase clothing, as the previous garments he had bought for her did not fit well. While shopping, he keenly noticed two men covertly following them. Though they were well disguised, they could not escape his discerning gaze. "Ruoyi, please select your clothing. I need to visit the restroom," Ye Chen said, finding an excuse to leave the clothing store. Nearby, two middle-aged men feigned conversation by the railing. In a flash, Ye Chen appeared beside them. Sensing an ominous aura, the men instinctively prepared to strike, but Ye Chen was quicker, immobilizing them with precise pressure points. "Confess your identities at once. If you refuse to speak, I shall dispose of you from here," he warned coldly, his eyes glinting with menace. From the 5th floor of the mall, being thrown down would surely mean death. "What are you talking about? We don't understand," one of the men replied, attempting to maintain their facade. While Ye Chen, uninterested in further dialogue, seized the man by the shoulder and tossed him out. With a sickening thud, he crashed to the ground, his brains splattering. The remaining man watched in horror as his companion vanished in an instant, gasping at the sight of Ye Chen. This young man was a ruthless devil. "I will talk. Please don't kill me. We were sent by Officer Zhou Wu to follow you," the man blurted in desperation before Ye Chen could utter another word, revealing the mastermind behind their orders. "Who is Officer Zhou Wu?" Ye Chen pressed, his tone icy. "He is my superior." The man trembled, fearing for his life. The mall buzzed with people below, a crowd gathering to gawk at the corpse of the man who had just fallen. "I asked you, who is Zhou Wu's employer?" Ye Chen interrogated, already suspecting the answer, but seeking confirmation. I cannot say," the man stammered, his teeth chattering. Ye Chen swiftly grasped the man's throat, lifting him effortlessly. "Speak. Who does he serve?" His eyes were filled with a lethal glare. "He serves the king of Jiangnan," the man exclaimed, fear of death compelling him to divulge the information. "You were instructed to follow me. What was your purpose?" Ye Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. "I truly do not know. I was merely tasked with tracking your movements. Beyond that, I am unaware." The man quivered, sweat trickling down his leg. Ye Chen ceased speaking, casually discarding him. Spare this man's life was out of the question. Working under the king of Jiangnan was an unforgivable offense. The man screamed as he plummeted, landing next to his deceased companion. Meeting the same fate, bystanders were startled, murmuring about yet another apparent suicide. Lin Ruoyi, meanwhile, had chosen a beautiful floral dress, but hesitated at the steep price of over 3,000. "This may be too expensive. Perhaps I should not buy it," she said, tugging at Ye Chen's sleeve. "If you like it, then no price is too steep. Is there anything else you fancy? Choose freely. We are not short on funds," he replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Your boyfriend treats you very well," the saleswoman remarked, her eyes brimming with envy. "All right, I'll take it," Ruoyi conceded bashfully, not denying their relationship. "As my woman, I must treat you well," Ye Chen replied with a nonchalant smile, wrapping his arms around her. Leaning against his warm, solid chest, Ruoyi felt her mind go blank, her heart racing wildly. The saleswoman beside them could hardly contain her envy. If only she had a handsome man like him to shower her with such affection. Ye Chen accompanied Ruoyi as she selected several more exquisite dresses, each costing several thousand or even over 10,000. The funds he had taken from the mountain had nearly run dry, yet he had received a bank card from Golan with an undisclosed amount, sufficient, undoubtedly. As they exited the clothing store, the mall was alive with chatter. A crowd surrounding the two corpses. "What is going on down there? Why all the commotion?" Ruoyi inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Just a performance. Nothing of interest," Ye Chen replied, pulling her hand gently. He wished to shield the innocent girl from such sights, lest it leave her with psychological scars. "Oh, there are acrobatics in them all. I still need to buy undergarments," Lin Ruoyi murmured, her voice lowering. With the outerwear sorted, she needed new undergarments, as the ones Ye Chen had previously bought were a bit snug. "Then let us go buy them. Do not feel embarrassed," Ye Chen encouraged, leading her to a high-end lingerie boutique. Upon entering, a dazzling array of women's intimate apparel greeted them, overwhelming Ye Chen's senses. Ruoyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Being in such a shop with a man was mortifying. A cheerful saleswoman approached. "Miss, may I recommend this lace set? It conforms beautifully to the body, is breathable, and looks exquisite. Your boyfriend will surely adore it." The saleswoman smiled brightly. "It does look lovely," Ye Chen agreed, nodding in affirmation. "Hey!" Ruoyi exclaimed, playfully poking Ye Chen. "What are you doing? I'm not wearing it for you." Not to mention, such bold and sensual designs were entirely new to her. After a few minutes, Roy ultimately chose the recommended set, influenced by Ye Chen's approval. The two continued shopping until evening, acquiring numerous items. Once they returned to the villa, Ye Chen prepared dinner. Having spent 3 years in the mountains, he had cooked daily for his master, Xue Ji, honing his culinary skills to a level that even the most discerning palate would find satisfying. Thus, with just 2 simple dishes, he left Roy utterly astounded. After dinner, Roy took the initiative to wash the dishes and tidy up. What a diligent and industrious little housewife she was. Later that night, Ye Chen helped her change the bandages. After washing her face, Roy was taken aback to see that the hideous scars on her face had remarkably diminished. What an astounding transformation in just one night. The efficacy of the medicine surpassed my expectations. It seems that the investment of over 100 million in medicinal herbs was not in vain, Ye Chen remarked with a smile. Inadvertently, he let slip the price of the medicine. Over 100 million! Lin Ruoyi was instantly taken aback. The materials for the scar removal ointment cost more than 100 million. No need to dwell on it. It's merely a trifling amount. As long as it can heal your face, I wouldn't mind spending any sum. Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. Of course, he was unconcerned, as it was not his own money being spent. "Brother Ye Chen, you are truly too kind to me," Lin Ruoyi exclaimed, her voice tinged with a sob, as she threw herself into Ye Chen's embrace. She felt profoundly touched, not merely because of the money Ye Chen had spent on her, but because of the genuine care he showed without regard for cost. "I certainly must treat you well, for without you, there would be no current version of me," Ye Chen comforted, gently patting Roy's back. Had it not been for Roy's intervention on his behalf back then, he would have never had the chance to be rescued by his master, and thus, there would be no present him. Yet Roy had suffered the tragic fate of losing her family in the process of saving him. Moments later, Ye Chen applied the ointment on Roy. Just then, he sensed a slight movement outside the villa. Danger was approaching. "Roy, stay here and wait for me," Ye Chen instructed as he rose to leave the villa. Preparing to deal with a few minor threats. Chapter 21. Your life ends here outside the villa. 30 dark figures surrounded the premises from all directions, still a distance of 50 to 60 meters away. Remain vigilant and ensure that the brat doesn't escape. The order from the adult was to capture him alive. Therefore, as long as he is breathing, it doesn't matter if he is injured or crippled. A man with a scar on his forehead commanded in a low voice. This man was Zhou Wu, an officer under the command of the king of Jiangnan, possessing late-stage martial king strength. Among the 30 men, there were 5 martial king officers, while the remaining 25 were master-level officers. The manpower dispatched by the king of Jiangnan was a level of combat strength that local families could only dream of. This demonstrated the formidable authority he held over the Jiang province. And oh wonder the 2 dogs, Sun and Zhao, dared not utter a word about their master behind the scenes. "Halt! Do not advance another step." In the darkness, Ye Chen's figure suddenly appeared, startling the group of experts ahead. They were still far from the villa, yet this brat had detected them. "Kid, your ears are quite sharp. Too bad your brain isn't functioning well. To dare offend someone you shouldn't." Zhou Wu sneered derisively, his eyes filled with disdain. "A mere brat daring to challenge the king of Jiangnan. Tonight, this brat shall be crippled. Everyone converge on me," Zhou Wu ordered immediately. All the men in black swiftly gathered, surrounding Ye Chen. "You are sent by the king of Jiangnan. Aren't you?" That old man is already losing his composure. Ye Chen scanned the group before him with a cold gaze, contemplating the strength of the king of Jiangnan to send such skilled fighters. The others remained silent. Not a single response. They could not reveal their identities during the mission. Silence thus implied acquiescence. "If you want to live, then get lost immediately. I will only say this once. Ye Chen warned coldly. You insolent brat. You are indeed quite arrogant, but your life ends here. Attack, Xue Wu ordered with a sinister smile. The group of men in black immediately sprang into action. With so many experts, dealing with a martial king brat should be a piece of cake. You are merely seeking your own demise. Then do not blame me. Your lives end here. A cold glint flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. Without hesitation, he struck first at the nearest officer, seizing him by the throat. Then he lifted the officer's body and leaped away. You little brat, trying to escape? Pursue him. We cannot let him get away. Xue Wu scoffed, thinking the kid was afraid. The group of men in black immediately set off in pursuit of Ye Chen, moving with incredible speed. Bora faint smiled. He had drawn these men away intentionally, not wanting to engage in a fight near the villa, lest their blood taint the land around it. Unlucky. After sprinting a kilometer, he arrived at a small grove. Ye Chen halted, casually discarding the now lifeless officer. He awaited the pursuers to catch up. Kid, you can't run anymore, can you? You have chosen a fine place. This will be your burial ground. Xue Wu and his men caught up. Panting heavily as they spoke, that it was he who was close to exhaustion, while the master-level officers were also gasping for breath. Just a kilometer, and they were already this winded. Damn it, brat, let us see where you can run to. Surrender quietly, or you will die without a proper burial. Be sensible and kneel to beg for mercy. Quickly, the other martial king officers threatened, their faces filled with arrogance, relying on their numbers without fear. Silence! Let me quiet you down. Before Ye Chen's words could finish, he had already made his move to capture the leader first. He threw a punch at Xue Wu. A powerful killing intent startled the birds in the entire grove. Attack! Xue Wu ordered immediately, drawing his blade, confident in facing Ye Chen. The others followed suit, ready to engage. Ye Chen remained unfazed to him. Martial kings were nothing but trifles. With a flick of his finger, he could obliterate them. He threw a punch. Xue Wu and the other 4 martial kings attempted to block it together. However, they were utterly overpowered. The 5 were simultaneously sent flying, colliding into the others behind them. They fell to the ground in disarray, their expressions drastically changing. The arrogance faded from their faces. The power of that punch was indeed terrifying. Had they not joined forces to defend, they would have surely been pulverized. However, they were unaware that Ye Chen had not even used his full strength with that punch. As for the extent of his power, only he knew. Tisich can't even withstand a common punch. Ye Chen shook his head in disappointment, his sarcasm palpable. Damn it, brat. What are you so arrogant about? Charge together and take him down. Xue Wu shouted angrily, charging toward Ye Chen with his blade. Ye Chen stood his ground, delivering a palm strike from a distance. Xue Wu, unable to close the distance, was immediately blasted away by the force of the palm. His blade shattered into pieces that embedded into his body. Xue Wu screamed in agony as shards of the blade pierced his limbs and even blinded one of his eyes. He collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. The others, especially the master-level officers, gasped in shock at the sight. What kind of power is this? A single palm strike could incapacitate a martial king. The remaining 4 martial king officers grew tense, fear creeping up from the depths of their souls. Not underestimate him. Attack together, one officer commanded. Come on, you bunch of curs. Ye Chen's killing intent intensified. The moment of the hunt had begun. Dealing with these individuals was not a matter of 1 punch per person. No, it was 1 punch for the entire group. 2.5 minutes later, only Ye Chen and the trees remained standing in the grove. The 30 attackers lay sprawled on the ground, their deaths gruesome and pitiful. It was certain that the soil here, nourished by their blood, would soon flourish with vibrant vegetation. The value these individuals could provide had reached its limit. Ye Chen dusted off his sleeves, not a single drop of blood staining him. He was about to leave when Xue Wu, already lying on the ground, still clung to life, his mouth full of blood. He struggled to speak. His will to live was remarkably strong. Ye Chen snorted coldly and approached. Without hesitation, he stepped down, causing Xue Wu's chest to explode, killing him instantly. Ye Chen then bent down to search the body, but found nothing that could prove the man's identity. Yet, it was unnecessary. Ye Chen was already certain that this was indeed a person from the king of Jiangnan. That king of Jiangnan was growing desperate. Desperate to silence him, Ye Chen no longer needed to investigate. He could ascertain that the masterminds behind the Sun and Zhao families were undoubtedly the king of Jiangnan. With this thought, Ye Chen's murderous intent surged. The king of Jiangnan deserved to die. Lin Ruoyi, filled with curiosity, asked, "Brother Ye Chen, what exactly did you go out to do just now?" Chapter 22. If you desire it, I can provide. Lin Ruoyi was puzzled by Ye Chen's sudden departure. What could he possibly need to do at this hour? There were a few wild dogs outside making a racket, which annoyed me. I went out to silence those wild dogs, Ye Chen replied with a casual smile, providing a plausible excuse. How could he tell Ruoyi that he had just physically dealt with 30 individuals? That would surely frighten her. Wild dogs? Lin Ruoyi was somewhat baffled. She hadn't heard anything. Oh, it must be because Ye Chen is a martial artist with sharper hearing. Ye Chen then proceeded to the restroom, washing his hands before continuing to apply ointment on Ruoyi. After finishing with the ointment, he wrapped her foot with bandages as usual. Following that, he also administered acupuncture to treat Ruoyi's foot. She was now able to walk normally, and with a few more treatments, she could recover even better. He employed the same technique as the previous night, performing the Taishan 9 needles method. Once the acupuncture was complete, he channeled his true energy and gave Ruoyi's delicate little feet a thorough massage. Those fair, tender little feet were roughly the size of Ye Chen's palm. It was hard to tell whether Ruoyi's feet were too small or his hands were too large. Why Ye Chen is not a foot fetishist. Yet, those petite feet are undeniably captivating. After several minutes of gentle kneading, Ye Chen finally ceased his ministrations. Instinctively, he raised his hand to his nose and inhaled deeply. His brow furrowed in response. This scene did not escape Lin Ruoyi's notice. "Oh, Brother Ye Chen, I've come to realize you're slightly peculiar," she remarked, baring her teeth in a mock expression of disdain. "I am not. I did not. Please refrain from making such unfounded accusations." Ye Chen immediately protested in rapid succession. "A mere whiff. Surely this is a reflexive action for any man. How could that be considered abnormal?" The villa was quite spacious, feeling excessively empty with only the two of them residing within. Nevertheless, as long as Ye Chen was present, Lin Ruoyi felt an undeniable warmth enveloping the home. As night descended, it was time to retire for the evening. After taking a shower, Ye Chen entered the bedroom. He found it perplexing that Ruoyi, despite her timid nature, was too afraid to sleep alone. Each night, she insisted on his company, which posed an immense challenge for him. The moment he lay down, Ruoyi instinctively nestled into his embrace, causing his blood pressure to surge instantly. His body began to heat up. "Brother Ye Chen, why is your body so warm?" Lin Ruoyi inquired with concern, feeling as though she were embracing a furnace. "On such a sweltering night, of course, I would be warm while holding you," Ye Chen replied with a wry smile. This little girl was feigning ignorance. "Brother Ye Chen, if you wish for it, but I can offer you." Lin Ruoyi's voice dropped to a whisper, barely audible. She did not want him to suffer in silence. Upon hearing her words, Ye Chen felt a rush of blood to his head. His eyes were becoming bloodshot. Threatening to turn crimson, it wasn't that he didn't desire it. Rather, he was concerned that if he indulged, he would transform into a ferocious beast. Ruoyi was merely an ordinary person, lacking the profound cultivation of his master. Xue Ji, how could she possibly endure him? Thus, for Ruoyi's safety, he knew he could not give in. "It's so hot. I need to take a cold shower." Why Ye Chen felt the dragon blood poison threatening to overwhelm him. He quickly rose and dashed to the bathroom, dousing himself in cold water, channeling his true energy to calm his body. Fortunately, he could still suppress it. However, Ye Chen was increasingly aware that the dragon blood poison was intensifying. He needed to seek out his senior sisters for an antidote as soon as possible. In the bedroom, Lin Ruoyi lay alone, aware that Ye Chen's body heat was a result of heightened emotions. Yet, why was he so restrained, hesitant to touch her? Did he harbor some unspoken dilemma? Half an hour later, having regained his composure, Ye Chen did not return to Ruoyi's room, but instead retreated to another bedroom. He feared that the dragon blood poison might flare up once more and resolved to maintain distance from Ruoyi while sleeping at the residence of the king of Jiangnan. He reveled in the company of two blonde-haired, blue-eyed women, indulging in lavish pleasures. The foreign women were strikingly pale, their figures alarmingly exaggerated. Despite the language barrier, they managed to please the king of Jiangnan thoroughly. "Why, Lord, are you satisfied with these two foreign ladies?" A trusted aide inquired, his demeanor obsequious. "They're quite well chosen. Next time, use this standard," the king replied languidly, his eyes closed in contentment. By the way, is there any news from Zhongbei?" "My lord, there is still no word." "Rest assured, they will surely bring that brat to see you by tomorrow morning," the aide vowed earnestly, convinced that the elite team dispatched would succeed without fail. "That's good. You may leave. I wish to rest," the king of Jiangnan said coldly, his hands already wandering restlessly over the foreign women. The aide quickly took his leave, understanding the need to avoid interrupting the lord's enjoyment. Meanwhile, at Zhongbei Airport, a flight from abroad had just landed. Having been chartered, shortly after, a group emerged from the arrival gate. Leading the procession was a tall man in a suit, sporting sunglasses to conceal his blinded left eye, an injury sustained on the battlefield. Behind him followed a team of 50 individuals, predominantly men, with only a handful of women among them. Their skin tones varied, some yellow, some white, some black, and others amix. It was evident that this group hailed from numerous nations. And their composed demeanor suggested they were not ordinary individuals, but seasoned fighters from the battlefield. "I vow to avenge my family's ruin. I will not rest until I do," the man in sunglasses declared. Clenching his fists and grinding his teeth, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The group behind him remained silent, sharing in his resolve. "Scorpion, prepare the weapons. The rest of you, get some rest and adjust to the time difference. We act tomorrow," the man commanded in a low voice, his gaze fixed on the night sky. "Little brat, just wait. Tomorrow will be your demise." As dawn broke the following day, Ye Chen rose early to prepare breakfast for both of them. After completing the meal, he went to rouse Ruoyi from her slumber. He could only excuse his earlier discomfort, claiming he did not wish to disturb her rest. After breakfast, Ye Chen drove to the company, which he had recently taken over and was not yet stable. He called for a company-wide meeting that morning, intending to intimidate those who were resistant to the interim president, Gao Lan. He planned to inform Ruoyi before attending to an important matter, to confront the king of Jiangnan and end his life. Upon returning to the villa, Ye Chen entered the living room but did not hear the familiar sounds of Ruoyi. Assuming she was in a different room, he called out a few times. As he began to frown, he searched the villa thoroughly, yet found no trace of Ruoyi. Observing the ground closely, he discovered footprints that did not belong to either of them. His expression darkened instantly. Ruoyi had undoubtedly been abducted. Chapter 23. "I warn you, do not harm her." Ye Chen promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Ruoyi's number. After several rings, the call finally connected. He remained silent, waiting for the other party to speak first. "You little brat, I knew you would call. Your woman is in my grasp. Are you worried now?" "Huh." A man's triumphant laughter echoed from the other end of the line. "Do not harm this girl. If anything happens to her, you will all meet a fate worse than death." Ye Chen's voice thundered with rage, his fury boiling over as he yearned to tear apart those who had kidnapped Ruoyi. "Watch your tone, brat. Do you think I won't kill your woman right now?" The man on the line sneered threateningly. "You dare?" Ye Chen roared, his voice resonating with fury. "What is it that you fear? If you continue to act so brazenly, let me allow you to hear your woman's voice. Remove the cloth from her mouth." The man on the other end was clearly relishing the moment, eager to see Ye Chen's fury unleashed. "Brother Ye Chen, I've been kidnapped by a group of bad men, and I'm so scared." "Oh." Lin Ruoyi's voice came through, filled with fear and despair. "Do not be afraid. Ruoyi, I will come to save you. Trust me." Ye Chen hurriedly reassured her. "Enough. Stuff her mouth again. This is unbearable." The man on the other end laughed maliciously. "You heard her, didn't you? If you want to rescue your woman, you better listen to me." Lin Ruoyi's voice faded from the call. "I warn you, do not harm her. What are your demands? Speak." Ye Chen demanded furiously, his anger reaching unprecedented levels. "Of course, there are demands. Once I figure them out, I will contact you. For now, prepare yourself to meet your end." The man concluded before abruptly hanging up. On the highway, a car headed towards the outskirts. The man in sunglasses wore a smug grin. While in the back seat, Lin Ruoyi was bound and gagged, flanked by two men. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was a mask of terror. tears of despair brimming in her eyes. "Rest assured, I won't kill you just yet. I want you to witness that brat begging me to release you. Then, I will make him watch as I take your life." The man in sunglasses sneered, his intention to prepare a perfect trap for Ye Chen. Eagerly awaiting his arrival, Lin Ruoyi's face twisted in fury, desperate to curse those who had abducted her, but her words were stifled. The car sped towards the outskirts. Meanwhile, Ye Chen clenched his phone tightly. Lost in thought for half a minute, he could hardly believe that after merely stepping out for a few hours, Ruoyi had been taken. His negligence had put her in danger, and he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. No matter what, he was determined to rescue Ruoyi. Ye Chen recalled the distinct sounds of wind and the car's engine during the call. The kidnappers must be transporting Ruoyi to a specific location. The only person he could think of behind this abduction was none other than the king of Jiangnan. Enraged, Ye Chen's fury ignited. The king of Jiangnan had the audacity to kidnap Ruoyi. He had already planned to kill the king that very night. Now, he was resolved to see him dead immediately. Ye Chen left the villa, driving straight towards the residence of the king of Jiangnan located in Jiangdong City. How dare that king of Jiangnan kidnap his woman? Your time is up. Jiangdong City, the most powerful among the 3 major cities in Jiang province, the residence of the king of Jiangnan. There was still no news. The king of Jiangnan, in a fit of rage, reprimanded his subordinates. The night had passed without a word from Zhongbei, and as the morning wore on, still no news arrived. "My lord, we have lost contact with everyone sent to Zhongbei. The situation is dire. I've already dispatched someone to investigate. How could he have anticipated that a whole night would pass without good news? And instead, they would lose contact with those sent out? How could this be possible? Could it be that all the skilled fighters dispatched have been slain by that young man?" The king of Jiangnan angrily smashed his precious jade smoking pipe, demonstrating the extent of his fury. "My lord, calm your anger. Such a thing is absolutely impossible. 5 masters at the martial king level. There is no rival in the entire Jiang province." His trusted aide quickly knelt. Unable to meet the gaze of his master, "Go investigate immediately. Additionally, summon more personnel. I refuse to believe that this young man is so formidable," the king of Jiangnan commanded with a furious voice. "In Jiang province, anyone who has offended him shall be eradicated." The trusted aide hurriedly accepted the order and went to arrange matters. Meanwhile, Ye Chen raced toward Jiangdong City, nearing the residence of the king of Jiangnan. The estate was heavily guarded within a radius of 500 meters, with intruders facing death. Blockades were set up along the way, halting Ye Chen's vehicle, leaving him no choice but to disembark and walk forward. "Halt! Who are you?" 4 officers clad in camouflage uniforms aimed their guns at Ye Chen. Before they could finish their words, Ye Chen, consumed by an overwhelming rage, unleashed a flurry of punches from a distance. The 4 officers were utterly defenseless, meeting their demise in an instant. Ye Chen advanced, seizing 2 of the officers' weapons, sprinting towards the king of Jiangnan's residence. That moment, his sole thought was to kill the king and rescue Yi. Upon discovering the intruder, alarms blared throughout the estate, shocking the king of Jiangnan, who could hardly believe his eyes. The alarm for intruders had never sounded since he ascended to power. Who dared to invade his residence? What is happening outside? The king of Jiangnan bellowed with thunderous wrath. "My lord, there's an intruder." The officers outside, unable to stop him, were rushing towards the estate. The trusted aide hurriedly relayed the panicked news. Chaos ensued within the entire estate of the king of Jiangnan, especially among the officers stationed outside, who were engaged in leisurely card games, completely oblivious to the impending invasion. "I demand to know who dares to intrude here." The king of Jiangnan roared in fury. I don't know. The intruder moved too swiftly. We couldn't discern their appearance. This is outrageous. Inform those outside that if the intruder breaches the estate, they shall all face death. The guards have orders to hold this position. The king of Jiangnan sat regally on his dragon throne, determined that no intruder would breach his estate. But just then, a loud crash echoed through the air as the front door was shattered to pieces by a single kick. Ye Chen, armed with 2 guns, appeared at the entrance. "It's you, my lord, it's Ye Chen." The trusted aide was taken aback upon recognizing the figure at the door, never expecting the intruder to be Ye Chen. What audacity! This place is forbidden ground, where no one may tread without permission. Silence! I am not blind. The king of Jiangnan pushed aside his trusted aide, remaining seated upon his throne, casting a cold, piercing gaze at Ye Chen. This is the young man who dares to challenge him. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to that person. The guards of the estate, numbering over 200 elite warriors, stood ready, with 40 to 50 masters at the martial king level among them, all poised to crush the intruder at their master's command. Outside, the officers stationed to secure the estate rushed in, totaling 300 to 400 men, effectively cutting off Ye Chen's escape route. Ye Chen stood proudly at the door, the barrels of his guns glowing red-hot from use. After expending several magazines, the guns were nearly rendered useless, and he casually tossed them aside, having used these weapons to carve his way through the inexperienced officers outside. He found them more convenient than his fists. Along the way, over 100 officer corpses lay sprawled. Of the 500 officers stationed outside the estate, fewer than 400 remained. King of Jiangnan, today shall be your demise. Ye Chen glared fiercely at the king seated above him, unleashing a powerful roar. The shockwave of his voice, infused with a terrifying killing intent, reverberated throughout the surroundings. Dust and debris swirled in the air as the entire estate trembled. Several officers, unable to withstand the force, suffered ruptured eardrums and bled from their orifices, collapsing unconscious on the spot. Following his roar, dozens of officers fell. Ye Chen's fury had reached its zenith. Ruo Yi was the most important person to him. Whoever dared to harm her would face death. In his wrath, blood would flow like rivers. You arrogant brat! Such audacity! Do you possess the ability to kill me? The king of Jiangnan sneered disdainfully from his elevated position. Everyone surround him. He let out a cold laugh, viewing Ye Chen as nothing more than an insignificant insect. In his eyes, ordinary beings were worthless, mere ants that could be easily extinguished at will, with a single command. The 500 guards and officers closed in on Ye Chen, encircling him in a vast circle. This estate was an impregnable fortress. No intruder would leave alive. Killing you is no challenge. This place will soon become your grave. Ye Chen replied solemnly, his killing intent surging. Today blood would be shed. You insolent brat, still boasting at the brink of death. You sit before a king who rules over the entire Jiang province to dare trespass here. Even 1,000 lives would not suffice. The trusted aide of the king of Jiangnan, brimming with arrogance, stepped through the throngs of guards. Approaching Ye Chen with a cocky stance, he believed no one could remain unafraid in the face of such overwhelming numbers. The king of Jiangnan was an entity that could not be trifled with in Jiang province. This insolent brat would tremble before his imminent demise. A barking dog, Ye Chen suddenly struck out, an invisible hand grasping the aide's throat with merciless force. With a single squeeze, the aide's neck snapped, his head drooping lifelessly, meeting his end on the spot. Ye Chen lifted his hand, flinging the aide's corpse forward, landing it at the feet of the king of Jiangnan, sending a clear message. This is your ultimate fate. The muscles in the king of Jiangnan's face twitched, his eyes darkening with malice. How dare he challenge his authority? Kill him. All of you, do not use guns. I want him alive, for he holds great value. I fear that using firearms may kill him, the king of Jiangnan commanded. Determined to capture Ye Chen alive. Unbeknownst to him, guns were utterly useless against Ye Chen. As he charged into the estate, he had effortlessly dodged countless bullets. We advance. Anyone who dares challenge the king shall die. Die, die, die. The 500 guards and officers shouted as they surged toward Ye Chen. Relying on their overwhelming numbers, they could not possibly take this young man seriously. One spit would be enough to drown him. Killing him was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Silence. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Ye Chen's aura erupted. He stomped his foot on the ground. Boom! A tremendous force instantaneously released, creating shockwaves that spread outward. The bluestone ground beneath them shattered, fissures wider than a meter spreading in all directions. The powerful shockwave sent waves of officers flying, each one landing with their insides obliterated. Before they even hit the ground, they were lifeless corpses. It made no difference if they were martial masters or martial kings. The result was the same, in the face of Ye Chen's fury. No one could survive. A single stomp had claimed the lives of nearly 100 men. Those who remained on the outer fringes of the encirclement were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Just how terrifying was this young man's strength? Even martial kings stood no chance. The scorn that had once adorned their faces vanished in an instant, replaced by fear, panic, and the specter of death. The king of Jiangnan, seated high above, leapt to his feet in shock. From his vantage point, he saw it all too clearly. The overwhelming energy unleashed by Ye Chen's stomp was sufficient to obliterate even martial kings. How could this be possible? Martial kings were already among the pinnacle of power, standing above thousands. Yet this young man's prowess far surpassed that of a martial king. The young scoundrel had his spine extracted and vanished for 3 years. What on earth had he endured? Bring him to me. Employ any means necessary. Eliminate him. The king of Jiangnan furiously commanded. The priority had shifted from capturing him alive to ensuring his demise. Otherwise, this rascal might truly upend everything here. He must die. The henchmen, upon receiving the order, raised their weapons, forming a line with their guns trained on Ye Chen. Fire! The sound of gunfire erupted. Countless bullets surged toward Ye Chen. He leaped into the air. The speed of the bullets could not catch him. He landed behind a group of gunmen and activated his hunting mode. Today, he would storm the king of Jiangnan's residence and leave no survivors. Chapter 25. Have I mistaken the target? Quickly, that scoundrel is over here. Shoot him dead. Someone shouted, revealing his location. Hundreds of gunmen immediately redirected their aim toward Ye Chen's figure and unleashed a barrage of fire. Ye Chen's form flickered as he dispatched several gunmen. Come on. Who fears whom? I do not fear bullets. Are you not afraid as well? Watch out. He is armed. Someone shouted in terror, just as the words left his mouth. A burst of bullets pierced through his body. Ye Chen wielded dual guns. Once a magazine was emptied, he quickly discarded it and grabbed another. With corpses and firearms strewn about, he had ample weaponry at his disposal. As bullets rained upon him, he could not be bothered to evade. With a formidable protective aura surrounding him, not a single bullet could harm him. The incoming bullets halted just inches from his body. As if striking an invisible wall, their tips exploding and falling to the ground, Ye Chen unleashed a hail of gunfire. Could a master of the martial arts realm evade a single bullet, let alone a full magazine? In an instant, the courtyard was a chaotic scene of flying bullets. Many henchmen fell, not to Ye Chen's shots, but to the fire of their own comrades. Shoot! Give it your all. The king of Jiangnan ordered in a fit of rage, My lord, we cannot kill this scoundrel. Bullets are utterly ineffective against him. This rascal shows no fear of firearms. How can we proceed? Charge at him. If he remains alive, you will all perish, the king of Jiangnan commanded again. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed past, grazing his ear. In an instant, half of his ear was gone, blood gushing forth. Ah! Someone help me, protect me. The king of Jiangnan screamed in agony, clutching his ear, terrified as he cowered behind his dragon throne, trembling uncontrollably. Missing half an ear, he acted as though he had lost half his life. 4 martial kings, serving as guards, immediately positioned themselves before the king of Jiangnan to shield him. The gunfire in the courtyard continued unabated, flames soaring into the sky. One by one, the guards fell. Yet Ye Chen moved through the chaos as if in an uninhabited realm, wreaking havoc. In just a minute, over 300 adversaries had dwindled to a mere handful of survivors. Ye Chen, finding his current weapons ineffective, cast them aside and resorted to his fists to eliminate the remaining obstacles. The few still standing were all elite guards of the martial king realm. Jiangnan King's proudest forces. With these vicious hounds present, it was unthinkable for the entire Jiang province to be turned upside down. However, these once arrogant hounds now trembled uncontrollably in fear, faced with the unmatched Ye Chen. Their spirit to fight had evaporated. They only wished to flee and save their own lives. Yet, would Ye Chen allow them an escape? Today, no one was permitted to leave this place alive. Charge, all of you. Get in there and stop him. The king of Jiangnan pushed his 4 guards forward. Meanwhile, he himself hastily retreated. You old scoundrel, you cannot escape. Ye Chen soared into action. Over 10 guards stepped forward to block him. But with a mere flick of his hand, he dispatched them with lethal precision. The fleeing king of Jiangnan suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent approaching from behind. Turning around, he found Ye Chen mere moments away. Ah! The king of Jiangnan stumbled, crashing to the ground, his front teeth shattered. Ignoring the searing pain, he desperately scrambled to rise and continue his flight. However, as he got halfway up, Ye Chen's foot pressed down on his back. Bang! The sound echoed as the king's body slammed to the floor, several ribs undoubtedly broken in the vast courtyard. Hundreds lay dead, a river of blood flowing. Not a single living soul remained visible. The hounds serving the king of Jiangnan all lay lifeless upon the ground. This was their well-deserved fate. You old scoundrel, do you still wish to flee? Ye Chen's voice was icy as he spoke. His bloodshot eyes were filled with an overwhelming killing intent. The once imperious king of Jiangnan was now beneath his foot. With the slightest pressure, he could extinguish this old scoundrel's life. No, I want to run. Let us talk this over. Please spare me. I understand you seek that item. I will return it to you. The king of Jiangnan, prostrated like a dog, bloodied and begging for mercy, was a far cry from his previous lofty demeanor. Tell me, where is Lin Ruoyi? Hand her over immediately. Ye Chen roared in fury. His wrath could not be quelled until he confirmed Ruoyi's safety. Ah, my waist! The king of Jiangnan howled in pain. Although Ye Chen applied no force, he felt as if his very spine were being crushed. Who is Lin Ruoyi? I don't know anyone by that name. The king of Jiangnan exclaimed, bewildered. You old scoundrel, cease your pretense. You dispatch someone to abduct Lin Ruoyi. Hand her over at once. Ye Chen bellowed. I have never sent anyone to abduct anyone named Lin Ruoyi. I truly do not know who you are referring to. The king of Jiangnan grimaced in pain, growing even more confused. Lin Ruoyi was not taken by you. Ye Chen's brows furrowed in contemplation. The old scoundrel's reaction did not seem like a lie. Could it be that someone else had abducted Ruoyi? I genuinely did not kidnap that person. If you don't believe me, search here as you please. Are you mistaken about something? The king of Jiangnan repeatedly shook his head in denial. He suddenly realized that Ye Chen's intrusion into his residence was not due to knowledge of the truth regarding that item, but rather for a woman. Contemplating this, the king of Jiangnan felt both speechless and wronged. What manner of woman could incite such fury in this young man? And which vile wretch had kidnapped this young man's woman and framed him for it, leading to his current predicament? Damn it, it wasn't you who abducted Ruoyi. Ye Chen momentarily fell into a daze. It became abundantly clear that Ruoyi had indeed been taken by another group. This meant he had seemingly mistaken the target. Ye Chen pondered, initially intending to kill the king of Jiangnan, so it didn't quite count as mistaken identity. His fury remained unextinguished, yet he was deeply concerned for Ruoyi's safety. The individual who had previously kidnapped Ruoyi had promised to contact him again, yet no word had come forth. Who had captured Ruoyi, and where was she now? You must have mistaken the target. Right? Someone has framed me. Please spare my life. I will not pursue any consequences for the many you have killed. Is that acceptable? I only ask for a chance to live. The king of Jiangnan, enduring intense pain, spoke in a low, submissive tone, pleading for mercy to save his life. He was forced to lower his once proud head. Spare yourself. You have no path to survival. You just mentioned that I came for that item. What do you mean? Ye Chen coldly rejected the plea for mercy. He recalled the old scoundrel had mentioned something worthy of his attention. Chapter 26. The fury of Ye Chen against the king of Jiangnan. Ye Chen concluded that the king of Jiangnan must still be harboring some item. That item was likely something belonging to the Yi family. No, note that I never mentioned any item. The king of Jiangnan immediately denied it, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes as he feigned ignorance. Since this young man was not here for that item, he would never relinquish it. That item was an exceedingly rare treasure. Do not test my patience. Where is the item? Ye Chen pressed down with his foot. Crack! The king of Jiangnan's spine was broken under the force. Do not kill me. I will tell you. The king of Jiangnan cried out in anguish. Hastily softening his stance, he understood that this young man would not hesitate to end his life. Show me the way. Ye Chen yanked the king of Jiangnan by the collar, lifting the already half-disabled king. This way. The king of Jiangnan grimaced, pointing the way, his entire body sagging like a limp shrimp. The once mighty ruler of Jiang province now had his life dictated by another. Ye Chen traversed several rooms, ultimately arriving at a secret chamber underground. The basement of the residence housed a vast secret vault. Inside were treasures of gold and silver, antiques, and artworks. The king of Jiangnan had hidden all the rare treasures he had plundered here. The value of everything in this underground vault was immeasurable. Ye Chen regarded the dazzling array of items as if they were mere trinkets. He dragged the king of Jiangnan toward another hidden chamber within the vault. In a small chamber, there lay only a single item, a palm-sized, dragon-shaped white jade talisman. This is why Ye Chen picked up the talisman for a closer examination. On the reverse side of the jade talisman, a diminutive character for leaf is inscribed. Tell me, what is the origin of this jade talisman? Ye Chen demanded furiously. He had never seen this jade talisman before, but he was certain that it belonged to their Yi family. I said, the king of Jiangnan, fearing for his life, dared not conceal anything. He recounted the events of years past. 3 years ago, it was he who covertly instigated the Sun and Zhao families to strike against the Yi family. The objective was to seize the Yi family's heirloom, this dragon soul jade talisman. According to legend, this treasure was left by the ancestors of the Yi family. Utilizing this dragon soul jade talisman grants one the gift of immortality. Old scoundrel, my Yi family has indeed fallen victim to your schemes. Today you shall meet your demise. Upon learning the truth, Ye Chen's fury escalated. It turned out these individuals sought to claim the Yi family's ancestral treasure. However, the existence of such a treasure was a closely guarded secret, known only to generations of the Yi family. Even Ye Chen was unaware of it. How did the king of Jiangnan come to possess this information? In his current state of rage, Ye Chen had no time to ponder such matters. What he desired was to put an end to the king of Jiangnan and hasten to save Ruo Yi. You cannot kill me. I beg you, spare my life. If you take my life, the god of war in the east, who reigns over the 5 provinces, will assuredly not let you go. Just grant me a chance to live, and let today be forgotten. We shall remain at peace henceforth. The king of Jiangnan trembled all over, pleading for mercy. In his final moments, he invoked his powerful ally, hoping to intimidate Ye Chen. Deep down, he thought that if he could survive today, he would ensure that Ye Chen paid him back 100-fold. Who the god of war in the east is, he did not know. Regardless of your formidable backing, no one can save you now. Ye Chen seized the king of Jiangnan by the throat, gradually tightening his grip. You do not act impulsively. While you are powerful, the god of war in the east is not one to be trifled with you. The king of Jiangnan's face contorted as he struggled to utter a few words. Yet before he could finish, Ye Chen ruthlessly snapped his neck. He had a vendetta to settle. He was eager to exact his revenge. As for what would transpire afterward, he did not wish to contemplate. The corpse of the king of Jiangnan lay on the ground, a pitiful sight, with eyes that would never close. The once mighty ruler met a wretched end. Ye Chen, clutching the dragon's soul jade talisman, departed the secret chamber. He had no interest in the treasures of gold and silver surrounding him. His sole concern was for Ruo Yi's safety. He left the mansion, now a scene of carnage, with no living souls remaining. For the common folk were not permitted to enter this place. It would likely be many days before anyone discovered the horror within. By then, the stench of decay would surely pervade. On the way, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Ruo Yi's number. You little rascal. Are you anxious like an ant on hot pan? Are you worried you may never see your woman again? As the call connected, the voice on the other end immediately switched to mockery, laughing with delight. The caller presumed that Ye Chen had been anxiously awaiting news, as if he were awaiting his own death sentence. Little did they know, their abduction of Lin Ruo Yi had inadvertently led to the premature demise of the king of Jiangnan. Once he arrived in the underworld, the king of Jiangnan would certainly send his spectral warriors to keep a close watch over him. Speak quickly. Tell me where you are. Ye Chen shouted angrily. As soon as he knew the location, he would hasten to take that person's life. Are you getting anxious? I warn you once more. Speak to me with respect. Otherwise, I can easily crush your woman. The voice on the other end sneered menacingly. How dare you? Tell me where you are at once, Ye Chen roared. Hee, you truly are in a hurry. I'm waiting for you at the abandoned factory in the northern suburbs. If you have the guts, come save your woman. If you do not arrive by 8 o'clock tonight, prepare to collect your woman's corpse. Although your woman is quite the eyesore, she is still a woman. And before she meets her end, I will certainly allow my men to enjoy her. The caller laughed lewdly. If you dare to harm her, I will turn you to ashes. I demand to confirm her safety. Put the phone to Rua E. Ye Chen's voice turned icy as he warned. Now that he had discovered the location of the kidnappers, the situation could be resolved. Simply go there and annihilate that gang of abductors. Fine, let me let you hear your woman's voice. Bring that woman over, the voice on the other end ordered. Brother Ye Chen, Soon, a terrified cry from Lin Rua echoed through the phone. Rua, do not fear. I will come to rescue you at once. Do not be afraid. Wait for me. Ye Chen listened to her cries, his heart shattering. He ground his teeth in fury, pressing the accelerator to the floor. He must reach Rua E as swiftly as possible. He could not allow her to languish in endless fear and despair for even a moment longer. Brother Ye Chen, do not come. They have a group lying in wait for you. They have guns. Do not come. Lin Rua E cried out. She did not want Ye Chen to put himself in danger by coming to rescue her. Chapter 27. Enough chatter. Await your demise, you filthy scoundrels. How dare you speak so casually? Slap. Hurry, drag her away. The voice on the other end immediately barked orders, followed by the unmistakable sound of a slap. Clearly Lin Rua being struck harshly. Brother Ye Chen, please do not come. Lin Rua E screamed, attempting to say something more, but was dragged away and had her mouth covered. She realized that these kidnappers had set a trap, waiting for Ye Chen to arrive to bring about her demise. Moreover, these individuals were armed, and Ye Chen would surely be in grave danger if he came. She did not want either of them to perish. Rua E, I will certainly come to save you, Ye Chen shouted, hoping Rua E could hear him. While Rua E did not worry for herself, she was concerned for his safety. How could he possibly refrain from rescuing this girl? As for the danger of death, to him, it was non-existent. The only ones who faced the threat of death were his enemies. He intended to crush that gang of scoundrels. You little rascal, even if you hear me, it matters not. You must come. If you do not come, your woman will perish. If you fear death, beg me now. I may take pity and spare her life. The voice on the other end boasted and threatened. Exploiting Ye Chen's vulnerability. Enough chatter. Await your demise. Ye Chen roared in fury, immediately ending the call. He sped away, intent on taking the lives of those scoundrels. On the highway, a red sports car raced forward at breakneck speed. Every driver on the road was astonished, wondering what had just zoomed past. The time approached 7:55 in the evening in the northern suburbs of Jiangbei, an abandoned factory that had been derelict for years. It was almost time. Why had that brat not arrived yet? His bravado was insufferable. Could it be that he was too frightened to come? If he did not show up, that little lass, that a yellow-skinned man scoffed. I say, that brat will not dare to show. Let us not linger here, swatting mosquitoes. Let us enjoy this little lady. Then call it a day. Another yellow-skinned man chuckled coldly, his speech tinted with an accent from Japan. Captain, hurry and give the order. The brothers can hardly wait. A white-skinned man rubbed his hands together eagerly. Numerous men eyed Lin Rua E, who lay bound and helpless on the ground, restless and eager. Look at you all, drooling like a pack of wolves. You are all interested in such an eyesore. I am quite disappointed in you. A woman clad in leather scoffed derisively, casting a venomous glance at Lin Rua. Lin Rua E, with her mouth gagged, could only emit muffled sounds. Desperate to speak but unable to, the bandages on her face had been torn away by this gang. This moment, listening to the kidnappers' conversation. Her heart was filled with fear and rage. If these bastards laid their hands on her, she would bite her tongue and die. She could not allow these men to defile her. Time passed. That coward truly did not dare to come. Do as you please, just do not kill her. She still has her uses. The man wearing sunglasses glanced at the time, disappointment etched on his face. He gently caressed his gun. The target he wished to kill had ultimately failed to appear. This man was Zhao Jun, the eldest son of the now-extinct Zhao family. He had spent many years abroad, leading a highly skilled mercenary team. This mercenary group, known as Desert Wolves, ranked among the top 50 in the international mercenary standings. The 50 men Zhao Jun brought were from various countries, each a ruthless killer. On the battlefield, the number of enemies who had fallen to their guns could hardly be counted. Zhao Jun himself was a well-known military king. A few days prior, upon hearing of his family's annihilation, he was filled with grief and rage. He sought to kill Ye Chen, avenging his entire family. He intended for all of Jiangbei to feel his wrath. Then I shall not hold back, little ladies. Although you are eyesores with your faces covered, it matters not. We have no qualms. A group of men advanced immediately, each wearing a wicked grin as they leered at Lin Ruoyi, drool nearly spilling from their lips. You two big brutes, hold her down for me. Let me enjoy myself first, and then you can have your turn. A hulking figure with a sinister smile tore the cloth from Lin Ruoyi's mouth that he reached to unbuckle his belt. Having been pent up with desire for far too long, two towering men, resembling black gorillas, approached with foolish grins, ready to act. You scoundrels, I would rather die than be subjected to your humiliation, bound hand and foot. Lin Ruoyi struggled with all her might, yet found herself trapped with no escape. In her moment of despair, she contemplated taking her own life by biting her tongue. Just then, whoosh, a small stone shot through the air, piercing the forehead of the man, unbuckling his belt. The tiny projectile struck the brick wall behind, leaving a hole in its wake. Its power rivaled that of a bullet. The man's pupils dilated, and after a moment of shock, he collapsed backward. Whoosh! Two more stones followed, penetrating the temples of the two large men. They had no time to react before they met their demise. That kid has arrived. Stay alert! Shouted a man in sunglasses. That moment, a chilling aura surged forth, stirring the dust from the ground. Amidst the haze, a figure darted forward while Ye Chen appeared, scooping up Lin Ruoyi from the ground and instantly vanishing from sight. His speed was so astonishing that the 50 elite mercenaries present could not comprehend what had just transpired. Just as Lin Ruoyi had prepared to meet her end, she suddenly felt the familiar embrace and scent, bringing both shock and joy. Ye Chen, brother, do not be afraid. Right, I am here, Ye Chen whispered softly, relocating to a distance where he came to a halt. The fearsome aura he radiated dissipated completely in the presence of this young lady. Or perhaps it was only his adversaries who could sense it. Brother Ye Chen, it is you. How did you come here? We must run. They have guns, Lin Ruoyi exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Yet she understood that this was not the time for tears of joy. They needed to escape this perilous place swiftly, for the enemy was armed. In her ordinary understanding, guns were weapons of immense terror. Unbeknownst to her, the man before her was impervious to their bullets. Do not worry. I fear nothing, that I will ensure that not a single one of these men remains. Ye Chen replied, a calm smile gracing his lips. The vast expanse of the northern suburbs made it easy for him to locate this abandoned factory, albeit arriving a tad late. Seeing Ruoyi unharmed finally allowed his anxious heart to relax. Now, it was time for those behind him to pay the price they so rightly deserved. I thought you were too cowardly to show your face. Zhao Jun seethed, his anger palpable as he ordered. Everyone, shoot him dead. Zhao Jun raised his gun, aiming for Ye Chen's head. Simultaneously, the mercenaries around him all took aim in unison, pulling their triggers. Bang! A synchronized gunshot echoed. Brother Ye Chen, danger! Lin Ruoyi cried out in horror, her face paling. As dozens of men pointed their weapons at him, she felt as though she were already dead. Yet even in this life-or-death moment, her thoughts remained with Ye Chen. She nearly leaped forward, wishing to shield him with her frail body. Fear not. I will protect you, Ye Chen assured her. Maintaining his composure, he held her tightly, shielding her petite form with his own, presenting his back to the enemy. A hail of bullets rained down. Zhao Jun and his mercenary crew wore expressions of scorn and disdain. No one could survive under their firepower. This kid will be turned into a sieve. P.S. done for. However, as the bullets struck Ye Chen's back, it was as if they had met an impenetrable wall of steel. No, the bullets couldn't even graze his body. He was protected by a barrier of true energy. The projectiles collided with the invisible shield, either ricocheting off into the distance or exploding into a flattened flower-like shape, falling at Ye Chen's feet. Zhao Jun and his men stood dumbfounded. Was this boy's body made of steel? Why couldn't the bullets penetrate him? Is he even human? The most astonished were the foreign mercenaries, who believed Ye Chen must possess some supernatural ability. Zhao Jun's crew, overwhelmed by shock, stood frozen in place, their minds struggling to reconcile the extraordinary scene before them, needing time to convince themselves that what they saw was real. Lin Ruoyi shut her eyes tightly, curling up in Ye Chen's embrace. She dared not open them, believing she must already be dead. Ruoyi, open your eyes and look at me. That it's all right. You're still alive, Ye Chen said with a smile. Lin Ruoyi slowly opened her eyes. And there he was, that familiar handsome face. She was still alive. The warmth of his embrace confirmed her survival. Stay hidden behind that pillar and do not peek out. Now I must deal with those rabble. Ye Chen gently instructed, rising to his feet, that eye in the distance. Zhao Jun and his men were momentarily stunned. This man, he actually stood up? What on earth is he? Ye Chen placed Ruoyi behind a concrete pillar to keep her safe from the stray bullets. No matter what sounds you hear, do not reveal yourself, he urged again, wishing to shield her from danger and prevent her from witnessing anything horrifying that might leave her traumatized. Having said that, he turned towards a group of men. "T.S. coming." A mercenary stammered. "You bastard, I refuse to believe you're truly invulnerable. Open fire. Shoot him dead." Zhao Jun snarled, issuing his command with a twisted expression. He raised his gun, aiming at Ye Chen's direction. Pulling the trigger without hesitation, a barrage of gunfire erupted as mercenaries unleashed their weapons, some even switching to more powerful firearms, sniper rifles and rocket launchers. In an instant, the sounds of gunshots and explosions filled the air as the mercenaries concentrated their fire on Ye Chen. They were determined to prove that under such overwhelming firepower, that boy could not possibly survive. Unless he were not human at all. Yet, Ye Chen's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The next moment, he appeared beside a female sniper. The foreign woman, with her golden hair and piercing blue eyes, donned a dangerously short leather outfit that would tempt any man. However, Ye Chen's gaze remained unflinching, and with a swift strike, he struck the woman down before she could even react to why Ye Chen seized a dagger from her thigh. And in a flash, he was off to his next target. Amidst the gunfire, mercenaries fell one after another, yet Ye Chen's figure remained elusive. "Shoot him! Shoot him dead!" Zhao Jun screamed in terror, his voice twisted with rage. He fired at the fleeting shadow, hitting his own comrades without care. The other mercenaries were thrown into chaos, their shots scattered wildly as they fired in panic. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the dilapidated factory. Meanwhile, hidden behind the pillar, Lin Ruoyi clasped her ears in fear. She dared not peek out, as bullets whizzed past her. The gunfire filled her with dread and worried. In her heart, she prayed that her brother Ye Chen would remain unharmed. However, her concerns were unfounded. This mercenary group, known as the Desert Wolves, was no match for Ye Chen. After just 10 seconds, the gunfire began to wane. After 30 seconds, it had diminished significantly. Within a minute, the sounds of shooting had become sparse, with only a few stragglers remaining, yet to be dealt with by Ye Chen. "Damn it, I'll kill you! Come on, you little brat!" Zhao Jun raged, wielding 2 guns like a madman. That why Ye Chen ignored Zhao Jun, deliberately leaving him for last, opting to eliminate the other rabble first before turning to him. In less than 10 seconds, the Desert Wolves were entirely wiped out. This group, renowned for their battlefield prowess abroad and composed of elite warriors, had no chance to retaliate, all falling at Ye Chen's hand with swift, lethal strikes. Only Zhao Jun remained, a solitary figure. Ye Chen's gaze turned icy as he approached. "Zhao Jun, you little brat. I'll fight you to the end." Zhao Jun screamed, his face contorted in fury as he fired wildly. The barrel of his gun glowed red, the magazine emptied, yet all his bullets fell harmlessly at Ye Chen's feet. Unable to penetrate the invisible barrier of defense, terror gripped Zhao Jun, causing his entire body to tremble. Approaching him was akin to facing the Grim Reaper. "You wish to seek revenge on me? Too bad you lack the capability," Ye Chen replied indifferently, Having recognized Zhao Jun of the Zhao family, he knew there was a loose end in the Zhao family, but had not pursued it, not knowing where to find him. Now, that loose end had come knocking, offering itself up for slaughter, which suited Ye Chen perfectly. You killed my entire family. I will make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. Zhao Jun spat, suddenly pulling out a grenade from his waist, ripping the pin and hurling it at Ye Chen. Brother Ye Chen, be careful. Lin Ruoyi, hearing the gunfire cease, peeked out just in time to witness this scene, gasping in alarm. Yet Ye Chen remained unfazed. He merely raised his hand and waved lightly, sending the grenade flying, where it exploded harmlessly aside. Lin Ruoyi watched this unfold, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Then, Ye Chen surged forward, seizing Zhao Jun by the throat. Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. I present this to you. May you be reunited with your family. Ye Chen gradually increased the pressure in his grip, not wishing for his opponent to perish instantly, but rather to fully relish the terror of impending death. You little brat, let me go. If I press this button, your woman will be blown to smithereens. Zhao Jun threatened, gripping a remote control tightly in his right hand. Chapter 29. Could it be that you are incapable in that regard? Upon seeing the remote, Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback. He turned to look at Ruoyi in the distance, and noticed a flickering red light on her that it was a miniature bomb, no larger than a matchbox. Although diminutive, its explosive power was sufficient to obliterate Ruoyi. Ruoyi, don't move, Ye Chen shouted urgently, anxious that the bomb might be accidentally triggered. Lin Ruoyi immediately froze, afraid to budge. She glanced down and realized that the lock on her ankle was a miniature bomb. Cough, cough, you little brat, are you afraid now? If you don't want your woman to die, let me go quickly. Kneel before me and beg for mercy. Zhao Jun sneered triumphantly, gripping the remote control tightly. With a mere press of his thumb, Lin Ruoyi would undoubtedly meet her end. Seeking death, Ye Chen smirked coldly. Suddenly, he struck. With a swift motion, he transformed his palm into a blade, instantly severing Zhao Jun's right arm. The hand that held the remote dropped to the ground, blood gushing from the severed limb. Ye Chen quickly seized the remote control. Did he think he could threaten him in such a manner? Not a chance. His speed could ensure Zhao Jun's demise 100 times over. Ah, my hand. Zhao Jun howled in agony, staring at his severed hand on the ground, clutching the spurting wound. Don't yelp like a dog in front of me. Ye Chen kicked Zhao Jun with force, sending him crashing into a pillar. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground like a pile of mush, barely clinging to life. Ye Chen swiftly moved toward Ruoyi, removing the miniature bomb from her person. Brother Ye Chen, you are truly amazing. Woo, this is wonderful. We are both still alive. Lin Ruoyi was astonished by the scene she had just witnessed. Her great hero, Brother Ye Chen, was far more powerful than she could have imagined. At that moment, he shone like a beacon in her eyes. Overcome with emotion, she leaped into Ye Chen's embrace, laughing and crying, like a pear blossom weeping in spring rain. It's all right now. There's no need to be afraid. Don't cry, or you'll become a little kitten. Ye Chen softly comforted her, one hand holding the remote and the other cradling a bomb as he gently embraced a 1T cry. With Brother Ye Chen here, I fear nothing. Lin Ruoyi struggled to stifle her sobs, yet her emotions overwhelmed her, making it impossible to stop. After 4 or 5 minutes, she finally calmed down. Let us go. Close your eyes and hold my hand. Don't look at the things on the ground. Ye Chen instructed, wanting to shield Ruoyi from the gruesome sight of the corpses scattered about. Lin Ruoyi nodded, tightly clutching Ye Chen's arm, her eyes shut. Beneath the pillar, Zhao Jun lay on the brink of death, his body convulsing. He could only watch helplessly as his nemesis departed unscathed. As Ye Chen led Ruoyi to the door, he suddenly turned back and tossed a miniature bomb right in front of Zhao Jun. Then, he pressed the remote. Zhao Jun, upon seeing the bomb so close, instinctively attempted to rise and flee. However, his severely injured body was utterly immobilized. Beep, beep, beep. The bomb sounded 3 alarms before detonating with a thunderous explosion in the moment before Zhao Jun was reduced to fragments. He fleetingly glimpsed his entire family. During the explosion, Ye Chen raised his hand to cover Ruoyi's ears, shielding her in his embrace. Half an hour later, Brother Ye Chen, I'm too dirty. I'm going to take a shower first. Lin Ra Yi said, with a bright smile. All the fright she had experienced during the day had completely evaporated, leaving no shadows behind, for beside her stood a man who granted her boundless security. Go ahead. I'll prepare dinner. Ye Chen replied with a smile before turning to head to the kitchen that he was hungry, and he knew Ruo he was even hungrier. After enjoying a comfortable shower, Lin Ra emerged clad in a bathrobe and immediately caught the enticing aroma wafting through the why Ye Chen had prepared dinner, cooking 2 simple dishes. Finished washing up? Come and eat, he called out, untying the apron he had worn around his waist before taking the bowls and chopsticks to the dining table. He was quite adept and proficient at being a household cook. Lin Ra observed this with immense gratitude in her heart. This man could protect her from villains and yet care for her so tenderly. Where could she find such a good man? After the 2 finished dinner, Ye Chen applied scar-removing ointment to Ruo Yi's face, visibly reducing the scars. It was likely that within a few days they would vanish entirely. After applying the ointment, Ye Chen proceeded to treat her foot as per usual. After one more session of acupuncture tonight, her foot would be perfectly fine. Following the acupuncture, he meticulously massaged her foot for over 10 minutes. He genuinely had no foot fetish. He was simply focused on healing. Brother Ye Chen, tonight, I want you to sleep with me. You can't run off to another room like last night. Lin Ra Yi said, clinging tightly to Ye Chen's arm, snuggling against him, her tone tinged with a hint of annoyance. Let's sleep separately. It's better not to share a bed. Ye Chen reluctantly refused, feeling the soft pressure of her embrace causing warmth to surge through him. Why not? Brother Ye Chen, do you find me repulsive? Lin Ra Yi pouted, her sensitivity heightened, especially towards someone she liked. No, how could I find you repulsive? I have my reasons. Due to the dragon blood poison in my body, I cannot entertain such thoughts. Ye Chen quickly shook his head in denial, providing an explanation out of necessity. He feared that the dragon blood poison might cause him to lose control and harm Ru. The reasons? Brother Ye Chen, could it be that you are incapable in that regard? Lin Ra Yi furrowed her brows and asked, her gaze slowly drifting downward, beginning to suspect Ye Chen's abilities. No. Oh, you must not say such things. Ye Chen vehemently denied it, his agitation evident as the matter concerned a man's dignity. Really? I don't believe you. Unless you can prove it, Lin Ra Yi huffed, her small hand slipping beneath Ye Chen's shirt, wandering restlessly. She was enamored with this man. She was willing to surrender herself to him. Ru, where did you learn such mischief? Don't tease. When the time is right, I will fulfill all your desires. But not now, Ye Chen said earnestly as he lifted Ruo Yi and carried her to the bedroom. But he hadn't expected this little girl to take the initiative in igniting his desires. His body was becoming increasingly restless, and if he didn't restrain himself, the dragon blood poison might erupt. Upon entering the bedroom, he placed Ruo Yi on the bed. However, at that moment, Ruo Yi launched a surprise attack, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him fervently. Ye Chen was taken aback, his mouth covered by her soft, warm lips, leaving him speechless. Strangely enough, while he could dodge bullets, he could not evade the kiss of this girl. The rush of sensations surged through him, causing his blood to boil and his eyes to redden, the dragon blood poison almost breaking free. Chapter 30. You look quite lovely like this. Lin Ra Yi remained oblivious to the anomaly. Her eyes closed as she savored the kiss from the man she adored, intent on breaching his final defenses. Ruo Yi, no. Just then, Ye Chen hastily broke free, panting heavily, his eyes now a vivid red. The veins on his neck bulged ominously, a sight that instantly terrified Lin Ra. Brother Ye Chen, what's wrong? She asked, filled with fear and concern. It's nothing. Really. You rest first. I need to take a cold shower. Ye Chen replied quickly, channeling his energy to suppress the dragon blood poison as he trudged out of the room. Lin Ruo Yi watched with concern, thinking, is this what Brother Ye Chen meant by consequences? She couldn't bear to leave him alone, quickly getting up to follow and check on him. Ye Chen entered the bathroom, locking the door behind him to prevent Ruo Yi from bursting in. He stood under the shower, dousing himself with cold water. Brother Ye Chen, are you all right? Lin Ruo Yi called from outside the bathroom, worry etched on her face. I'll be fine in a moment. You should go rest. Your presence here will only hinder me. Ye Chen replied, Oh. All right then. Linra acquiesced. Leaving, she realized that Ye Chen was like this because of her, so she must maintain distance in the future. After more than half an hour, a composed Ye Chen emerged from the bathroom. He quietly returned to his room, lying down to rest while also examining the Dragon Soul Jade talisman he had obtained from the Jiangnan king. After toying with it for a while, he found no unique features. Even when he infused it with energy, the talisman showed no reaction. Having gained nothing, he stored the talisman away. However, one thing had been troubling Ye Chen. How did the Jiangnan king know that the Yi family possessed the Dragon Soul Jade talisman? That secret was even unknown to him. Thus, he suspected that the talisman might be entangled in an even larger conspiracy. The next day, after breakfast, Ye Chen made a trip to the company in the president's office. Acting President Gao Lan was reporting on her work. She had changed into a more casual short dress, yet her long legs were still adorned with the signature thigh-high stockings. Under her stewardship, the Yilin Group has encountered no issues in its operations. Those who resist her management are swiftly quelled by her mere invocation of Ye Chen's name. You have performed admirably. I have not erred in my choice. In a few days, the group will appoint a new president, at which point you will assume the role of presidential assistant. Is that agreeable? Ye Chen remarked, his gaze lingering indulgently on the golden threads of her attire for an extra moment. Thank you for your acknowledgement, President Yi. I shall adhere to your directives without question. Gao Lan responded, adjusting her golden-rimmed glasses, her every gesture radiating elegance. She had already surmised who the new president would be. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, simply confide in me. Furthermore, any financial matters requiring my attention will be directed to you. Be prepared for the handover, Ye Chen further instructed. Rest assured, President Yi, even without your prompting, I will ensure everything is in order, Gao Lan assured him, confident in her ability to alleviate any concerns Ye Chen might harbor. Excellent, Ye Chen affirmed with a nod of satisfaction, surveying Gao Lan's form. President Yi, do you believe my attire to be inappropriate? I shall refrain from such casual wear in the future, Gao Lan replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Indeed, her outfit today was somewhat more relaxed than usual. I did not imply that at all. You look quite lovely as you are, Ye Chen quickly countered. How could I possibly think that such elegance is unbecoming? Receiving the compliment, a blush blossomed on Gao Lan's cheeks, her heart fluttering in delightful disarray. Soon after, Ye Chen departed from the company and arrived at the site of the dilapidated Yi family estate. The once grand residence had been reduced to ruins, and the tomb was currently under construction. The construction crew worked with remarkable speed and anticipated completion by the following day, while Ye Chen informed the funeral service representatives that the memorial ceremony would be held the day after tomorrow, allowing the citizens of Jiangbei who wished to attend their farewell. With the arrangement solidified, once the funeral was concluded, Ye Chen would resolve matters in Jiangbei and set off to seek his senior sisters. That evening, Ye Chen and Ruo nestled together on the sofa, watching television like a young couple in love. Meanwhile, in Jiangdong City at the Jiangnan royal residence, a vehicle approached the checkpoint, only to find no guard on duty to inspect it. Within the car sat a trusted aide of the Jiangnan king. Have all the guards perished? Where is everyone to grant us passage? He shouted, rolling down the window to express his frustration, realizing something was amiss. He hastily exited the vehicle, flashlight in hand, to investigate. What he discovered sent a chill down his spine. Several bodies of the royal guards lay behind the checkpoint. His face paled in horror. Why are the Jiangnan royal guards dead? He gasped, sprinting towards the estate, where he encountered more lifeless forms scattered along his path, each sight heightening his dread. Such an occurrence at the Jiangnan royal residence was unprecedented. Could it be that something has befallen the king? No. How could anything happen to him? No one in Jiang province would dare to act against the king. Minutes later, panting heavily, he arrived at the entrance of the estate, which was engulfed in an ominous darkness. As he stepped through the shattered gates, a beam of light from his flashlight revealed a horrifying scene. Bodies littered the courtyard. A nauseating stench of blood mingling with decay filled the air. Trembling uncontrollably, he struggled to comprehend the gruesome reality before him. How could this be? All the guards are dead. Where is the king? My lord, My lord, where are you? He cried, rushing into the estate, overwhelmed by the macabre sights that made his stomach churn. Eventually, he discovered the secret chamber, where the Jiangnan king lay lifeless on the floor, his body already darkening with the signs of death. The man collapsed to his knees, quaking in terror, unable to fathom that the Jiangnan king had been murdered within his own abode. Who could possess such audacity and capability to commit this atrocity? This was a calamity of monumental proportions. The death of the Jiangnan king would send shockwaves throughout Jiang province. After a long moment, the panicked man stumbled to his feet, staggering out of the treasure-laden secret chamber, his mind consumed with thoughts of escape from this hellish nightmare. He needed to reach the Eastern War God, who commanded the 5 provinces of the East, to report that the Jiangnan king, his representative in Jiang province, had been brutally slain. Fearful and unsteady, he stumbled numerous times before finally escaping the estate. Once he conveyed this shocking news to the Eastern War God, there would surely be catastrophic repercussions for Jiang province. The next day, Ye Chen remained in slumber when Lin Ruo burst into his room, brimming with excitement. "Brother Ye Chen, wake up! Something terrible has happened," she exclaimed, shaking him awake. "Let me sleep a little longer," Ye Chen mumbled groggily, turning over. "Come on, wake up. I've thrown off your blanket," Lin Ruo declared, lifting the covers without hesitation. Suddenly, Ye Chen felt a rush of cool air, jolting him awake. He was clad only in his shorts. "Lin Ruo," he exclaimed, startled by the sight. It is widely known that a normal man, upon waking, typically presents a rather prominent state of arousal. Realizing the awkward situation, Ye Chen quickly pulled the blanket over himself, not out of modesty, but to avoid alarming her. "What are you thinking? This is a natural reaction for men. What's the emergency that has you so worked up?" Ye Chen replied with a wry smile, contemplating that if he were not in such a state, something would indeed be amiss. "You need to see the news. The Jiangnan king has been murdered," Lin Ruo exclaimed, pulling out her phone, her excitement palpable. Just that morning, she had awoken to the shocking headline. "I already know that I killed him," Ye Chen declared calmly, uttering the most terrifying and commanding words with an air of tranquility. "What?" Lin Ruo froze in disbelief, uncertain if she had heard correctly. "Brother Ye Chen, you were saying you killed the Jiangnan king?" she asked, seeking confirmation. "Indeed," Ye Chen replied, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. "How could this be? Why would you kill the Jiangnan king?" Lin Ruo asked, her surprise evident. From her expression, it was clear that Ye Chen had indeed slain the Jiangnan king. "Well, that I thought the Jiangnan king had kidnapped you. So I went to rescue you and ended up killing him. However, that old fiend was my family's nemesis. His demise is richly deserved," Ye Chen succinctly explained. Lin Ruo was momentarily rendered speechless. Her brother Ye Chen had gone so far as to kill the Jiangnan king to save her. The sheer magnitude of his strength was beyond her comprehension. "Do not fret. I will handle any repercussions that arise." He reassured her that moment. Within the abode of the Eastern War God, a frantic war general rushed into the great hall, visibly agitated. Reporting to the war god, "We have uncovered the perpetrator." "Who is it? Tell me," the war god demanded, standing with arms crossed, his formidable presence palpable. The man, in his 40s with a short beard and a stout build, was none other than the Eastern War God, ruler over the 5 provinces of the East. His expression was thunderous upon learning that the Jiangnan king had been murdered and all of his guards had perished without exception. Who possessed the audacity to commit such an act in his territory? "This is the detailed information on the suspect," the war general said, hastily presenting a report before retreating to maintain a safe distance from the wrathful war god, who is now visibly incensed. "Ye Chen, who is this individual?" the war god inquired, scanning the document which bore Ye Chen's photograph, along with basic details about his family and background. Yet there was little else to be found to all appearances. He seemed merely an orphan boy of no consequence. Is it truly possible that such a person could infiltrate the Jiangnan royal residence and commit murder? The war god's brows furrowed in disbelief, his face a mask of disdain and skepticism. Indeed, it was this boy, the war general insisted, presenting video evidence that captured Ye Chen's seamless evasion of the royal guards. "Humph, it seems this boy possesses some skill," The war god mused, his cold chuckle causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. The war general felt a shiver run down his spine at the sound. Anyone who dares to challenge my authority shall meet their demise. The war god declared, crushing the document beneath his boot. War god, please issue your command. I will lead my men to eliminate this boy at once. The war general offered, eager to set forth on a mission to avenge the Jiangnan king's death. A mere boy above the martial realm, daring to invoke the war god's wrath, surely deserved a swift end. I hereby appoint you as the new king of Jiangnan. You must proceed to assume your duties immediately. Bring me the head of that scoundrel. A mere insect dares to defy the heavens. The god of war from the east issued his command coldly, his eyes filled with a chilling malice. Fear not, I shall soon present you with that scoundrel's head. The general bowed respectfully and departed. Meanwhile, in the northern territories of Long Country, within a military camp, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, as cold as frost, furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, "Is the information absolutely reliable?" "Absolutely." It was indeed that scoundrel's doing. Beside her stood another strikingly attractive woman, clad in a fitted outfit, exuding an aura of competence. That scoundrel has caused quite a commotion. He truly lives up to his reputation that I am certain the god of war from the east is aware of this matter as well. Prepare a private jet to Jiangbei. I must pay a visit, commanded the stunning woman. Now that the scoundrel has stirred such trouble, she could no longer remain an idle observer. Understood. I will make the arrangements for you. But what will happen to the northern territories in your absence? The subordinate woman expressed her concerns that, "Do not worry. I shall be away for only a few days, and nothing will transpire in the northern territories." The beautiful woman replied with a serene smile. Only that scoundrel could compel her to abandon her responsibilities in the north. Ye Chen then returned to the ancestral home of the Yi family to oversee the construction of the tombs. By evening, dozens of tombs were completed. The deceased members of the Yi family numbered far more than merely a few dozen. These tombs were but a symbolic construction. The graves were even devoid of remains, merely entombed with the earth from the Yi family's old residence. The following day, in the afternoon auspicious hour, Ye Chen donned mourning attire and held a funeral to honor his parents and the deceased members of the Yi family, allowing their souls to find peace. Lin Ruoyi, her face wrapped in bandages, accompanied Ye Chen. Prominent families from Jiangbei, uninvited, arrived to pay their respects, eager to forge closer ties with Ye Chen, as he now held sway over Jiangbei. Many ordinary citizens of Jiangbei, who had once benefited from the Yi family's kindness, also came to mourn with heavy hearts. The funeral site was a sea of people, numbering in the tens of thousands. Despite the crowd, it remained eerily quiet, devoid of any noise. However, as the ceremony neared its conclusion, a commotion arose from the periphery. The king of Jiangnan has arrived. A voice announced. Chapter 32. The new king of Jiangnan brings gifts. Do none of you possess ears or eyes? A group of over 20 officers in fitted uniforms cleared a path, roughly pushing aside the ordinary citizens. Those unable to evade were seized and tossed aside. The mourners at the funeral changed expressions, hastily retreating to make way, not daring to look up at the ruler of Jiang province. With the officers leading the way, a luxury convertible slowly approached. The ruckus shattered the solemn atmosphere of the funeral. The king of Jiangnan, upon hearing these words, Ye Chen's countenance darkened. He turned to gaze into the distance, where he saw a gaunt man with a resolute expression seated in the convertible. It was not the deceased king of Jiangnan, but rather the newly appointed one. "Brother Ye Chen, what should we do?" Lin Ruoyi asked anxiously. Knowing the new king of Jiangnan was likely here to seek retribution, sent a shiver down her spine. Wai Zong, shall I go and receive him? Gaolan offered, having taken charge of the reception for the funeral, and no need for concern. I shall personally attend to Wai. Ye Chen reassured the two beautiful women beside him, then strode forward, positioning himself in the center of the road. An aura of menace emanating from him. The officers immediately halted their advance. "You there, did you not see the king of Jiangnan has arrived? How dare you block the way?" A martial officer shouted. Pointing a finger accusingly at Ye Chen, a group of master-ranked officers glared menacingly at him, emboldened by their numbers. "This is my Yi family's funeral. May I ask what brings the king of Jiangnan here?" Ye Chen coldly inquired, his voice resonating across the gathering. The king of Jiangnan, seated in the vehicle, remained oblivious, eyes closed in contemplation. "You, what standing do you possess to speak to our king in such a manner?" The officer grew increasingly arrogant, stepping forward to berate him. However, before he could finish, his expression twisted in shock, blood spraying from his mouth as he was sent flying. "And what of your standing to speak to me so brazenly?" Ye Chen's voice was frigid. He had merely waved his hand, the speed so swift that none present could discern the movement. The surrounding citizens were left in utter astonishment at the sight of the officer being struck, their disbelief palpable. How could he dare to lay hands on the king of Jiangnan's guard? Was he courting death? Panic rippled through the crowd. They sensed that a monumental crisis was about to unfold. Unbeknownst to them, the previous king of Jiangnan had met his demise at Ye Chen's hands. Had they known, their astonishment would have transformed into sheer terror. Lin Roi gasped slightly, relieved that she was privy to the truth. Otherwise, she would have been even more horrified than the crowd. Gao Lan stood beside her, utterly speechless, mirroring the incredulity of the other citizens of Jiangbei, unable to fathom Ye Chen's audacity to confront the king of Jiangnan. What on earth was he thinking? "You audacious scoundrel! Do you dare to strike someone? Do you not know that we represent the king of Jiangnan? Disrespect towards the king will be met with death." Another martial officer stepped forward, finger pointed accusingly at Ye Chen. "Death without mercy! Death without mercy!" The master-ranked officers echoed, their shouts thunderous, a palpable aura of hostility filling the air, as though they intended to eradicate Ye Chen on the spot. The crowd stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, unsure of how to react. "This is intolerable. On the occasion of my Yi family's funeral, I shall not permit your insolence." Ye Chen's eyes glittered coldly as he unleashed a punch through the air. The clamorous officer was struck squarely in the chest, spewing forth a mouthful of blood as he was flung backward, crashing onto the hood of a luxurious convertible behind him. The master-ranked officers were also caught in the tempest of wind generated by the punch. Sent sprawling to the ground in disarray, the hundreds of guards trailing the luxury vehicle surged forward to reinforce their fallen comrades. Witnessing this spectacle, the already astonished citizens of Jiangbei were struck anew by shock. They understood one undeniable truth. Ye Chen was prepared to confront the king of Jiangnan head-on. Though they remained silent, their hearts silently rallied in support. The king of Jiangnan's intrusion into the funeral was indeed an affront too far. The luxury convertible, now damaged, prompted the new king of Jiangnan to finally rouse from his stupor, slowly opening his eyes, his expression darkening as he exited the vehicle. He was Wu Tan, a war general under the god of war from the east, newly appointed as the king of Jiangnan. With the fervor of a new official, Wu Tian sought to assert his authority upon Ye Chen. "New king of Jiangnan, I ask you once more, what is your purpose here? If you seek to provoke me, I advise you to leave at once." Ye Chen regarded the new king with a piercing gaze, issuing a warning. Today was a significant moment for the Yi family's funeral. He had no desire for violent conflict with this new ruler. However, should the other party persist in their folly, he would not hesitate to act. "You insolent scoundrel! How dare you speak to me in such a tone? I have come to attend your Yi family's funeral and to present you with a grand gift. Bring forth the gift." Wu Tian commanded with a cold smirk, regarding Ye Chen with disdain. 8 officers promptly carried forth a large object covered in white cloth, placing it before them with a thud. Wu Tian stepped forward and revealed the object, uncovering an iron coffin. The gathered populace gasped in shock, for they understood the implications of presenting an iron coffin. It was a curse, a proclamation of unending torment. The king of Jiangnan's malicious gift at a funeral was utterly vile. "Many of your family members have perished. So, I have thoughtfully brought you a coffin. How does this gift suit you?" The king of Jiangnan laughed heartily, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Ye Chen, exuding arrogance. This king presents the Yi family with a coffin. The guards echoed in unison, their voices ringing out clearly for the tens of thousands present. It was a blatant humiliation directed at the Yi family. The citizens who had once received the Yi family's kindness now burned with rage, indignant at the king of Jiangnan's brazen transgression. Yet, in the presence of the king, they were left powerless to voice their fury, for he was a figure they could never dare to provoke. I comprehend your intentions here. You have come seeking your own demise. Ye Chen's eyes blazed with murderous intent. The newly appointed king of Jiangnan was courting death, and Ye Chen was all too willing to oblige. You insolent wretch! What do you mean by that? Do you dare to lay a finger on me? Remember, I am the king of Jiang and appointed by the god of war from the east. Dare you to touch a single hair on my head? Wu Tian sneered, reveling in his perceived superiority. Unlike the previous king of Jiangnan, who had been utterly powerless and cowardly, Wu Tian would not suffer the same fate of humiliation. Then I shall fulfill your request. That coffin you brought is a perfect fit for you. Ye Chen replied with a chilling laugh. Chapter 33. One man acts, one man bears the consequences. This was the first time Ye Chen had encountered someone so eager for death, and he felt compelled to grant the request. What audacity! To dare oppose me. You truly are oblivious to your own insignificance. Today shall be the day of your demise, ensuring that the Yi family is completely extinguished. Ha! Wu Tian's laughter echoed loudly. Over 100 guards stood resolutely at attention. These individuals were his loyal officers and lieutenants, unwaveringly devoted to him. Upon hearing his words, Lin Roi seethed with fury, clenching her fists tightly. She yearned to eliminate this king of Jiangnan, to quell the hatred within her heart. Yet, she lacked the strength to do so. You disturb the rest of the Yi family's spirits. Die. Ye Chen roared, swiftly advancing to strike a punch aimed directly at the king of Jiangnan. Attack. Eliminate this wretch. 8 martial kings among the officers bellowed, leading the charge to confront him, intent on jointly slaying Ye Chen. However, as Ye Chen unleashed his fist, the 8 officers, along with a dozen lieutenants behind them, were sent flying, their meridians shattered, dying on the spot. They were utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. The remaining guards, witnessing the sheer power of that punch, were left aghast. How could this boy possess such formidable strength? Lin Roi, Gao Lan, and the onlookers were all left dumbfounded by the scene. Good heavens, this is astonishingly powerful. They began to feel exhilarated, eager to witness Ye Chen deliver a thrashing to the king of Jiangnan. The king's expression darkened slightly, yet he remained composed. He understood that Ye Chen was a martial emperor, hence did not display excessive surprise. Step aside. He commanded that I will personally eliminate this scoundrel. Wu Tian declared confidently, stepping forward with clenched fists. His aura erupted abruptly at a martial emperor. Every warrior under the Eastern War God possessed the strength of a 5th-tier martial emperor. On the battlefield, they were capable of facing thousands alone. The guards promptly retreated, recognizing that their king was about to strike. The outcome was inevitable. This boy of the Yi family was as good as dead. To dare oppose the king of Jiangnan would lead only to one fate, a dead end. You think you can kill me? You are unworthy. Ye Chen scoffed, contempt evident in his eyes. A mere martial emperor dared to be arrogant before him. You are not the same as that previous waste. Brat, prepare to die. Wu Tian roared, suddenly launching himself into the air, initiating an attack. With an iron fist, he aimed a punch directly at Ye Chen's face. The force of this punch stirred up sand and dust, darkening the skies. The terrifying, murderous intent caused all present to change color. Ye Chen spat disdainfully, then effortlessly countered with a punch of his own. Bang! The collision of their fists produced a thunderous sound, generating a fierce shockwave that sent the surrounding guards hurtling away. Following that, a sickening crack echoed. The king of Jiangnan's expression shifted dramatically, revealing anguish. Ah, my hand! He screamed in agony, as one of his arms shattered into pieces. Terror washed over his face. Could this boy's strength actually surpass that of a martial emperor? Die! Ye Chen did not withdraw his fist, but pressed forward, causing the king's hand to be reduced to a bloody mess. Subsequently, another punch landed on the king's jaw, resulting in another sickening crack. The king's jawbone shattered, and a torrent of bloodied teeth spilled from his mouth. The king of Jiangnan was sent flying backward, crashing into his luxurious carriage, blood spraying from his body, leaving him on the brink of death. The guards, who had been reveling in their king's prowess, were left dumbstruck at this turn of events. Their warrior, their king of Jiangnan, was utterly bested by this boy. How could this be possible? An unprecedented fear began to spread among them. The onlookers from Jiangbei, witnessing this scene, were equally stunned. Yet their expressions were not of fear, but of exhilaration. That punch had provided a sense of catharsis. Well done! Magnificent! Some bold souls could not restrain their cheers. The atmosphere became electrifying. And soon, a group began to raise their arms in celebration. At that moment, they seemed to cast aside their fear of the king of Jiangnan's power. Brother Ye Chen is truly remarkable. Lin Rui couldn't help but cheer. Her brother Ye Chen was undeniably a hero deserving of admiration. Meanwhile, Gaolan was left speechless, her eyes sparkling with adoration as she gazed at the man before her. This was the king she envisioned. She would willingly follow such a man, doing anything for him, even sacrificing her life. After 4 or 5 minutes, the thunderous applause and cheers finally subsided. That I sincerely thank you, my fellow villagers, for your applause and for attending my funeral. I, Ye Chen, act alone. If the war god comes seeking vengeance, I shall bear the consequences. There is no need for anyone to worry. This ceremony is concluded. You may disperse. Ye Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. His actions would not implicate the people of Jiangbei. We are not afraid. We support you, the crowd shouted in unison, although they had not lent physical assistance. Their spiritual support was unwavering. Ye Chen beamed at the crowd, grateful for their backing, that if the Eastern war god were to lash out at these ordinary people because of him, he would vehemently oppose it. As night descended, only Ye Chen, Lin Rui, and Gaolan remained before the Yi family's tomb. Father and mother, you may now rest in peace. Ye Chen's voice quivered with emotion, and even the stalwart man found his eyes glistening with tears. Successfully conducting the funeral had finally allowed him to fulfill a long-held wish. Brother Ye Chen, uncle and aunt will surely be proud of you in the afterlife. Lin Rui comforted him gently. Embracing him tightly, she felt a deep empathy for Ye Chen, and tears shimmered in her own eyes. Standing nearby, Gaolan also offered her words of comfort. She longed to embrace this man like Lin Rui did. Yet she was acutely aware of their hierarchical relationship, preventing her from overstepping boundaries. With a swift smile, Ye Chen broke the moment. Soon after, the three departed and returned to the villa. After sharing a dinner, Ye Chen carefully removed the bandages from Rui and applied a scar cream. The scars on her face had significantly diminished, though one particularly deep wound remained quite noticeable. Rui, this scar is rather stubborn and will require more time to heal. You won't need to wrap it anymore. Just apply the ointment daily. Tomorrow, accompany me to the company. I have a surprise for you, Ye Chen said with a smile, teasing her with anticipation. A surprise. What kind of surprise is it this time? Lin Rui's brows furrowed, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she recalled the last time Ye Chen had hinted at a surprise, leading her to think he was referring to something far more intimate. Silly girl, if it were a surprise, I obviously can't reveal it now, Ye Chen teased, playfully flicking her nose. Humph, you're the real fool. You hurt me. Lin Rui pouted, her fists clenched as she lightly punched him in the chest. Ah, it hurts. My heart, Ye Chen exclaimed dramatically, collapsing onto the sofa with an exaggerated expression of pain. Don't pretend. Your acting is terrible, Lin Rui scoffed, rolling her eyes, thinking to herself that this tough guy could hardly be hurt by her. Yet Ye Chen continued to clutch at his chest, his face twisted in mock agony, even turning slightly red. Brother Ye Chen, you can't be serious, can you? Don't scare me. I'll call an ambulance. Lin Rui's concern grew as she witnessed his antics, her panic rising as she grabbed her phone to dial for help. As the saying goes, concern leads to chaos. Ha, you've fallen for it. Ye Chen suddenly sat up, a wicked grin on his face. This innocent girl was just as easy to trick as when they were children. Ah, you tricked me. I'll hit you. Lin Rui, realizing she had been duped, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Clenching her small fists, she prepared to strike. However, as she swung, Ye Chen effortlessly caught her wrist and pulled her into his embrace, rendering her unable to move. The warmth of his strong arms made her cheeks flush and her heart race. Lin Rui remembered how Ye Chen used to tease her like this when they were younger. Back then, their playful tussles were innocent. Yet now, as they found themselves in a similar situation, their hearts stirred with deeper feelings. Brother Ye Chen, it's so nice to have you here, Lin Rui sighed, surrendering to his embrace, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. She wished to remain by his side forever. Yes, it's nice to have you too. Ye Chen replied with a smile, content to hold her without taking further steps to prevent the blood poison from acting up. He knew he must exercise restraint that moment. In the Eastern War Goddess mansion. You little bastard. How dare you kill my subordinate? The war god slammed his fist on the table, seething with fury. If I do not kill this boy, how can I maintain my honor? Send out my military orders. Gather 30,000 elite guards on standby. The Eastern War god commanded, his wrath palpable. The appointed king of Jiangnan had been publicly slain by Ye Chen on his very first day in office. Such an affront could not go unpunished. He, the illustrious war god, would not become a laughingstock. Send the war god's military orders. Assemble 30,000 elite guards. His attendant immediately relayed the command. Within 5 minutes, the 30,000 elite guard stationed at the mansion were fully armed and ready for orders. Wu Fa, command the 30,000 elite guards. Go and flatten Jiangbei. Capture that little bastard and bring him before me. Anyone who dares to defy will be killed without mercy. The Eastern War god issued his orders. His gaze dark and menacing, he meant to make that audacious boy understand what it meant to provoke the wrath of a war god. Turning rivers red with blood. Chapter 35. The 30,000 elite guards march on Jiangbei. Yes, my lord. Wu Fa responded, his teeth gritted, burning with a desire to take Ye Chen's life, today's victim. Wu Tian was none other than his younger brother. A brother's death must be avenged. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of the title. Remember, not only must that little brat be captured, but we must also teach Jiangbei a lesson. Let the common folk know whose territory this is. No one is allowed to challenge my authority on my own land. The Eastern War god's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he reiterated. How dare a mere Jiangbei think they can define me? I'm the ruler here. Wu Fa left, determined to lead the 30,000 elite guards in a grand assault on Jiangbei. Meanwhile, a military aircraft was en route to Jiangbei. We have new intelligence. That brat has just killed the newly appointed king of Jiangnan, a stunning woman reported respectfully. This boy is not to be underestimated. In less than a day, he has created an even bigger mess. Will we be able to catch up in time? The gorgeous woman sighed in resignation, feeling a headache coming on from the trouble this boy caused. For now, it's manageable. I can handle it. We have time. Should we contact the Eastern War god? Her beautiful assistant inquired. No need. It's unnecessary. The stunning woman shook her head, uninterested in dealing with the Eastern War god. The aircraft accelerated, racing toward Jiangbei. As night fell, Brother Ye Chen, my technique is quite good. I assent it. You must be feeling wonderful. Lin Roy beamed. Indeed, the service is satisfactory, though your pressure could use a bit more strength. There's room for improvement. Ye Chen reclined on the sofa, a look of indulgence on his face. Humph. You have high demands. If you're so skilled, why not give me a massage? Lin Roy playfully jabbed her fist into Ye Chen's thigh, intending to help him ease his fatigue. Yet he was still picky. All right, let me show you what a professional feels like. Lie down, and I'll give you the full treatment. Ye Chen flipped over, encouraging Roy to lay on the sofa. I want to see just how professional you are. Lin Roy obediently lay down, her long figure appearing even more beautiful from this angle. Ye Chen began his massage, starting from her neck. Instantly, he showcased a unique touch. That hurts. Brother Ye Chen, can't you be gentler? Your strength is too much. Ruai exclaimed as pain escaped her lips. Relax, if your body isn't so tense. It won't hurt. Ye Chen advised, gently gliding his hand over her back, guiding her to ease up. As Lin Roy attempted to relax, the pain diminished with Ye Chen's careful touch, transforming into a pleasurable experience. Ye Chen diligently massaged her for half an hour, from her neck to her back, waist, and down her legs. This feels amazing. Lin Roy sighed contentedly. I feel so light and completely relaxed. Not done yet. Turn over and let us continue. Ye Chen chuckled. Oh, you wish. Lin Roy feigned disgust, realizing her brother Ye Chen was becoming mischievous again. Just then, Ye Chen's ears perked up. He suddenly heard commotion outside the villa. Many people were approaching. Someone is here. I need to step out for a moment. You should rest. Ye Chen said softly to no, there's definitely danger. I'm going with you. Lin Ruoyi insisted, sensing something was amiss in Ye Chen's demeanor. No matter what he said, she was determined to follow him outside. Upon stepping outside the villa, they were met with a sight that took Ye Chen aback. The area was surrounded by heavy troops. Thousands of armed guards filled the surroundings, all poised for action. Seeing this, Ye Chen's expression darkened. He recognized that these were the troops of the Eastern War God. Such a display of force indicated that the war god was furious. However, he knew that sheer numbers would not intimidate him. Brother Ye Chen, why are there so many people? What should we do? Can you fight them? They're armed. Lin Ruoyi's heart raced with anxiety at the overwhelming presence. I can handle them. It will just take a little extra time. Ye Chen replied with a calm smile. To him, their numbers merely meant he would need to expend a bit more time. Beyond that, they posed no real threat. All right, just be careful, Lin Ruoyi reassured him, unwavering in her faith in this man. With no lingering concerns, Ye Chen cast a cold gaze upon the tens of thousands of fully armed elite soldiers surrounding him. Under the threatening point of countless guns, he remained utterly unperturbed until that moment. The ranks of soldiers parted, revealing Wu Fei, who approached with an arrogant demeanor, his face dark with disdain as he scrutinized Ye Chen. Could such an unremarkable lad truly dare to challenge the god of war? It was simply hard to fathom. You insolent brat, do you even comprehend the heinous crimes you've committed? Wu Fei demanded. His voice laced with fury, adopting the stance of a judge. What crimes have I committed? It is my designated time for slumber, so I would advise you to refrain from disturbing my peace. Have your men vacate the premises at once, or I shall not hesitate to transform this place into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Ye Chen retorted with a cold snort, his eyes glinting with a frosty warning that he was not inclined to engage in combat. But should his adversaries choose to strike, he would be more than willing to reciprocate. The 3,000 Imperial Guards erupted into a clamor, all regarding the audacious youth with incredulity. They were baffled by the confidence he displayed, daring to utter such words in the face of overwhelming numbers. The insolent brat, with death looming over him, still had the gall to speak so recklessly. You remain oblivious to your own transgressions. Allow me to enumerate them for you. First, the heinous murder of 2 former kings of Jiangnan, a capital offense. Second, the audacious provocation of the Eastern god of war's authority, a capital offense. Third, the defiance against orders and refusal to surrender, a capital offense. Any one of these charges is sufficient to warrant your execution. Wu Fei seethed, articulating each accusation with venomous precision, standing tall upon his self-righteous perch, emboldened by the throng of Imperial Guards behind him. Your hollow threats are nothing more than a foul wind. I shall say this only once. If you wish to avoid death, vacate immediately. Ye Chen's chilling voice echoed across the expanse. With that, he surveyed the crowd with a piercing gaze, emanating an aura of intense menace. The Imperial Guards, sensing the palpable threat, trembled in fear, their resolve faltering. Wu Fei's expression shifted slightly, momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming presence before him. Yet, bolstered by his numbers, he remained undeterred. I shall extend you one final opportunity. Kneel, surrender yourself. Did you hear me? I command you to kneel. Wu Fei shouted, hands on his hips, exuding an air of superiority, for he believed himself a king in this moment, representing the might of the Eastern god of war. Kneel and surrender. Kneel and surrender. The 3,000 Imperial Guards echoed in unison, advancing menacingly, their guns raised, as if the very earth trembled beneath their collective might. In a nearby villa, Lin Ruoyi peered through the window. Her fists clenched in fury as she observed the unfolding scene. Though she was aware of Ye Chen's formidable prowess, witnessing such a threatening spectacle filled her with dread, her heart racing with anxiety. The other residents of the villa complex, all of high status, dared not step outside, fully aware of the peril that would befall anyone who crossed the Eastern god of war subordinates. To offend the Eastern god of war was to invite annihilation. Trampled underfoot by a relentless tide of soldiers, leaving no trace behind, in the face of the Imperial Guard's intimidation, Ye Chen remained unfazed, coldly regarding the sea of soldiers before him, his fists clenched tightly. Bracing himself for a potential bloodbath, "You insolent wretch, do you not hear me? I commanded you to kneel. If you dare to resist, I assure you tonight, the 3,000 Imperial Guards will unleash a bloodbath across Jiangbei. Do you wish for the entire region to perish alongside you?" Wu Fei continued to threaten, his expression growing increasingly twisted with arrogance. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's killing intent surged forth that T.O. dragged the people of Jiangbei into his demise. How ruthlessly cruel was this Eastern god of war, treating the populace as mere fodder. Ye Chen's fury intensified. What a farce this Eastern god of war is. He is unworthy to command this land. Clenching his fists, he stepped forward, resolute in his intent to eliminate this barking dog before him. "You insolent fool, you truly seek death." Wu Fei began to raise his weapon, poised to give the order to fire upon Ye Chen. "Halt!" A powerful female voice rang out from a distance, resonating with clarity that pierced through the tension, capturing the attention of the assembled Imperial Guards. Wu Fei, interrupted mid-command, turned to see who dared to intervene. Ye Chen too furrowed his brow in curiosity, wondering who had arrived. From the shadows of night, two figures descended gracefully. In an instant, they stood before him. Point one was an ethereal beauty, clad in a resplendent red gown, with cascading locks that flowed like silk, and a visage so stunning it could only be described as otherworldly. Her skin appeared as smooth as jade, her form exquisite, radiating an unparalleled elegance that rivaled that of celestial beings. Ye Chen was momentarily entranced, so much so that he overlooked the equally captivating figure that followed her. The beautiful woman gazed at Ye Chen, her lips curving into a smile of approval as she assessed the charming young man before her. Meanwhile, Wu Fei and the Imperial Guards were struck dumb with astonishment upon recognizing the woman before them. This is that Wu Fei rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming that he was not hallucinating. The woman before him was none other than the North Region's god of war, Long Ao Xue, the very woman who stood equal to the Eastern god of war, safeguarding the northern territories of the Dragon Kingdom. How could she possibly be here? The 3,000 Imperial Guards were not only shocked, but also captivated, their eyes wide as they beheld the legendary Frost Beauty. Previously, they had only glimpsed her in photographs, and now they were finally able to witness her in the flesh. Such beauty truly existed. Long Ao Xue wore a subtle smile, one that was exclusively directed at the man before her. She approached Ye Chen directly, and he felt a flutter of nervousness. Her presence commanded attention, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Ye Chen soon recognized the familiar energy emanating from this enchanting woman. It resonated with his own. He had begun to piece together her identity. "Brother, what are you still doing in a daze? Do you now recognize who I am?" Long Ao Xue leaned closer to Ye Chen, her voice soft and warm, a stark contrast to her previous commanding tone. The sweet scent of her breath invigorated him, filling him with energy. "Senior sister." Though his voice was but a whisper, it brimmed with excitement. He understood that the breathtaking woman before him was indeed his senior sister, despite never having met her before, as he had joined the sect later than others. My little junior brother is quite remarkable. Allow me to handle the situation from here. Once we've dealt with these bothersome adversaries, we shall take the time to truly get to know one another. Long Ao Xue beamed with satisfaction, pleased that her junior brother recognized her. She lowered her voice, aware of her special status, wishing to keep their relationship discreet. Understood, Ye Chen nodded obediently, sensing the formidable strength of his senior sister. The beautiful woman accompanying the North Region's god of war was named Xia Yan. Her role included serving as the god of war's assistant. At this moment, Xia Yan gazed intently at Ye Chen, a smile gracing her lips. The dragon god's little junior brother was astonishingly more handsome in person than in photographs. She found herself smitten on the spot. Dragon god was the title bestowed upon Long Ao Xue by her subordinates. In the villa, Lin Ruoyi observed the unfolding scene with wide eyes, her face a mask of astonishment. She was curious about the two stunning women who had suddenly appeared, seemingly close to Ye Chen. After exchanging a few words with her junior brother, Long Ao Xue turned to face the sea of soldiers before her. The smile that had adorned her exquisite face vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression as frigid as ice, radiating an air of unyielding authority. "Oh, you don't know who I am?" Long Ao Xue inquired, her gaze piercing as it fell upon Wu Fa. Why, yes. I know. You are the North Region's god of war. How could I not know? I am Wu Fa, a general under the Eastern god of war, and I pay my respects to the North Region's god of war. Wu Fa stammered, completely intimidated by her presence. Unable to meet her gaze for fear of offending her. It's good that you know. Now, I command you and your men to vacate this place immediately. Long Ao, Xue ordered coldly. Wu Fa was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the North Region's god of war's demand. Huh. This, he hesitated, unable to grasp her meaning. Why would she want him to leave? Did this mean that the boy named Yi had some connection to the North Region's god of war? As Ye Chen stood behind, he too felt a jolt of surprise. His senior sister was truly the North Region's god of war. This was a significant revelation. He crossed his arms, eager to see how this would unfold. I command you all to leave. Do you not understand? Or shall I repeat myself for the third time? Long Ao Xue's voice was icy, her formidable presence palpable. The fearsome aura she exuded was worthy of one who safeguarded the North Region of the Dragon Kingdom. The 3,000 Imperial Guards felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively retreating several steps. Just moments ago, the weapons that were once held high were all lowered. Even if they were given 100 chances, they would not dare to raise their guns against the war god of the Northern Domain. For this individual holds a status equivalent to their superior, the war god of the East. Both are guardians of their respective territories, esteemed as the war gods of the Dragon Kingdom. May I inquire, esteemed war god of the Northern Domain, what is your relationship with this individual? Thus Wu Fa, feeling an intense sense of panic within, dared not defy the commands of the war god standing before him. However, bolstered by the backing of the war god of the East, he found the audacity to speak. You have no right to question me. Long Ao, Xue interjected with a cold snort, her tone indifferent. She had come here specifically to resolve matters concerning her junior disciple, should the war god of the East wish to harm Ye Chen. She would be the first to oppose it. Yet, this is the war god of the East. The Wu Fa wore a pained expression, attempting to invoke the authority of the war god of the East for justification. Silence! Do not waste my time with your words. This is your final opportunity. Within 30 seconds, take everyone and leave. Long Ao, Xue warned coldly. Her patience was not limitless. Behind her, her assistant Xia Yin raised her hand to check the time and began the countdown. I, esteemed war god of the Northern Domain. If you wish for me to depart, at least grant me a reason. Wu Fa stammered. Caught in a dilemma, he dared neither to leave nor to stay. Anger began to boil within him. Why was the war god of the Northern Domain here, meddling in his affairs? Yet despite his inner turmoil, he could not dare to display his rage outwardly. The war god before him was someone he could not afford to offend. Long Ao Xue, the war god of the Northern Domain, was notorious for her cold demeanor and explosive temper. Provoking her was not an option. Though still young and a woman, she had achieved the status of one of the 4 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom. How could he possibly dare to provoke such a woman? She had no need to explain herself to an insignificant figure like him, nor did she owe any explanations to the war god of the East. You have 20 seconds remaining. Xia Yin kindly reminded T her words. Wu Fa's expression became increasingly conflicted and hesitant, his features contorting in a complex array of emotions. Meanwhile, the 30,000 elite guards began to retreat silently. They feared the unknown consequences of inciting the wrath of the war god of the Northern Domain. To avoid being embroiled in the situation, it was better to keep their distance, seeing his men retreat. Wu Fa's heart filled with fear, but more so with resentment. He simply could not comprehend why the war god of the Northern Domain was here, meddling in affairs that did not concern her. Ye Chen, arms crossed, watched the unfolding scene with an air of detachment, eager to see just how much courage the war god of the East subordinates possessed. There are only 10 seconds left. Xia Yin reminded once more. Esteemed war god of the Northern Domain, what you do not know is that this individual has slain several prominent families and 2 former kings of Jiangnan, even openly provoking the war god of the East. The war god of the East has commanded us. I cannot withdraw my men. Wu Fa finally resolved himself, clenching his teeth that he believed that with the war god of the East behind him, The war god of the Northern Domain would not dare to act against him. He was prepared to confront her head-on. The 30,000 elite guards behind him wore expressions of complexity upon hearing this proclamation. Goodness, was he truly going to confront the war god of the Northern Domain? Long Ao, Xue's expression darkened, visibly displeased as she regarded Wu Fa. The war god of the East is certainly trained a fine lapdog. Bold enough to bark in her presence. How audacious. Crack. In an instant, Wu Fa, who had been standing just a moment ago, was sent flying, crashing into a group of elite guards and landing in a heap on the ground. Blood spraying from his mouth as he spat out several broken molars, his head buzzed, and stars danced before his eyes. The 30,000 elite guards stood frozen in shock, not daring to breathe. The infamous temper of this female war god was indeed as fearsome as the rumor suggested. Meanwhile, Long Ao Xue remained in her position, having only moved slightly to deliver the slap from a distance. She had tempered her strength, otherwise her opponent would have already been a corpse. Wow! Ye Chen, observing the spectacle, exclaimed in admiration. Senior sister truly lives up to her title as a war god. She is formidable. Yet, in comparison to him, she still fell slightly short. Ahem, that I am a subordinate of the war god of the East. By striking me, you are striking the face of the war god of the East. This is the territory ruled by the war god of the East. You cannot command me here, nor can you act recklessly. Wu Fa spat blood in anger, clearly unprepared for the war god of the Northern Domain to actually take action. The speed at which she struck left him, a martial arts master, with no time to react. This was the unbridgeable chasm between him and a war god. Hearing this, Xiaoyan shook her head in disappointment. How could this man continue to provoke the war goddess' wrath? It is over. He is finished. Reckless? Pray tell, what do you mean by reckless? Long Ao Xue reached out, her hand seemingly grasping the air, and an invisible force seized Wu Fa by the throat. Let go. Let go of me. Wu Fa struggled with all his might, but he was utterly unable to free himself from the invisible grip. The sensation of suffocation made him feel as though death itself was beckoning him. Then I shall see if the war god of the East will come to your aid upon your demise. Defying my orders is a capital offense. Long Ao Xue's gaze was icy, the pressure in her grip slowly intensifying. Anyone who dared to threaten her junior disciple was doomed. She cared not for the presence of the war god of the East. If a life must be taken, then so be it. Chapter 38. Senior sister is truly generous. Release me that you cannot kill me. I am from the East. Wu Fa attempted to plead, but the invisible grip tightened suddenly. Robbing him of his ability to breathe, he felt his throat contorting, twisting, on the verge of being crushed. The 30,000 elite guards remained frozen, not a single soul daring to intervene. For this was one of the four war gods. They would not dare provoke her. Hold on to tea that moment. Ye Chen, who had been watching the scene unfold, suddenly spoke up and began to step forward slowly. He regarded his junior disciple with some confusion. Did this fellow intend to spare his opponent? Senior sister, you cannot kill this man. Let me be the one to do it. Ye Chen whispered into his senior sister's ear, and with that he moved swiftly forward, striking Wu Fa's crown with a single palm. In an instant, Wu Fa was sent soaring. The 30,000 elite guards, witnessing their leader's demise, were once again left in shock. Their gazes toward Ye Chen were filled with fury and murderous intent. Yet, they dared not act, for this young man was shielded by the war god of the Northern Domain. If they lingered any longer, they would all perish here. Ye Chen swept his gaze over the 30,000 elite guards. His voice cold. The reason he took action himself was to spare his senior sister from unnecessary trouble if she were to personally kill someone under the command of the war god of the East. It would likely incite great discord between the two war gods. The elite guards exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. What? Do you truly intend to stay here and meet the same fate as him? Long Ao Xue shot a glance at the corpse on the ground, her voice cold as she warned. She understood that her junior disciple wished to shoulder the responsibility himself. This young man was quite considerate of her. However, she was not concerned in the least about any potential conflict with the war god of the East, the war god of the Northern Domain. Retreat, quickly retreat. At her words, the 30,000 elite guards immediately began to withdraw, not daring to linger any longer. They swiftly collected Wu Fei's body. In the span of 30 seconds, the 30,000 elite guards vanished into the night. They had arrived with such grandeur, yet departed in utter disgrace. The tranquility of the surroundings was restored. In the villa, Lin Ruo, having witnessed the entire scene, was utterly astonished. So many people had just retreated. How wonderful! Her brother Ye Chen was safe. However, one thing weighed heavily on her mind. Who was this mysterious and beautiful woman that had appeared so suddenly? For some reason, her feelings of jealousy grew inexplicably stronger. Junior disciple, with no one else around, the cold and stoic Long Ao Xue suddenly transformed, approaching with a playful demeanor and offering a big bear hug to her junior disciple, whom she had just met. Ye Chen was caught off guard as he was embraced, feeling as though he had been struck by two water balloons, and a unique fragrance instantly filled his nostrils. Stirring his senses, senior sister was truly too generous. This warmth left her junior disciple utterly bewildered. Xiaoyan stood nearby, her mouth agape in disbelief, unable to comprehend such an action from the war god. She had followed Long Ao Xue for many years, and had never seen this aloof northern war god display such affection toward a man. Yet, she could entirely understand. Such a charming young man was deserving of a kiss and a hug. In the villa, Lin Ruo stared in wide-eyed amazement. How had these two gone straight to embracing one another? What was their relationship? And what about this beauty? Her too? Ye Chen beamed with delight. Having initially intended to seek out his senior sisters, only to find that his senior sister had come looking for him first. Moreover, his senior sister was actually one of the 4 war gods. Truly, she was worthy of being the disciple of his master, possessing great abilities. From now on, you shall call me senior sister. She is my assistant, Xiaoyan. Long Ao Xue introduced, releasing her hold and then intimately linking her arm with her junior disciple-ess. So, she is senior sister, Xiaoyan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Ye Chen greeted with a smile. The gentle and soft sensation of pressure on his arm left him somewhat dazed. Truly, she is a master sister. Deserving of that title, the handsome young man greeting me brought an undeniable joy. Xiaoyan exclaimed cheerfully, why infatuation seems to be growing. Just as they reached the entrance, Lin Ruo emerged. Ye Chen Gij. Who are they? She asked timidly, feeling a twinge of inferiority upon encountering someone so breathtakingly beautiful. Allow me to introduce, this is my master sister, Long Ao Xue, and the young lady beside her is Xiaoyan. Ye Chen said with a warm smile, making introductions. Little junior brother, you truly are a keeper of beauties, aren't you? She isn't merely a friend, but rather your little wife, I presume. Long Ao Xue teased playfully, warmly greeting Ruo. Long. Lin Ruo's body trembled at the mention of the name. Upon seeing the person's face, she finally realized that this was indeed the Northern Domain's war god, Long Ao Xue, who occasionally graced the news. It was no wonder she could fend off the Eastern war god's subordinates. Seemingly oblivious to another matter, she was addressed as a little wife. Master sister, please do not jest. Ruo is not yet my little wife. Ye Chen chuckled. Not yet, but perhaps in the future. Long Ao Xue continued, noticing a scar on one side of Ruo's face, severely detracting from her delicate beauty. We are not in that kind of relationship. Ruo blushed, bashfully denying it. Overcome by insecurity, she instinctively raised her hand to cover the scarred side of her face, afraid of being judged. Ruo, do not be anxious. My master sister is merely concerned for you. In a few days, the scar on your face will vanish. Ye Chen stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Ruo's shoulder in reassurance, ensuring that she was not neglected in the presence of his master sister. It's all right, my little junior brother is certainly skilled in the healing arts and can help you recover. With such a beautiful young lady by your side, you truly are fortunate, Long Ao Xue added, also offering comfort. Thank you, I am fine. Ruo felt the warmth and lowered her hand from her scar, though her cheeks were noticeably flushed. Indeed, it is my fortune. Ruo is one of the most important people in my life. Ye Chen smiled, pulling her closer. You rascal, to be so affectionate with your master sister upon first meeting. Long Aoshua huffed playfully. She could see that her little junior brother genuinely cared for this young lady. Thus, was it too late for her to make her move? Wow, Roy, you are truly fortunate, Xia Yin said, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes filled with envy. Oh dear, could you not be so cheesy? Roy grew even more bashful, her heart blooming with joy. The slight jealousy she had felt earlier dissipated entirely. Her Ye Chen Gij truly treated her well. Lin Ruoi, feeling like the hostess, warmly welcomed the two guests. This place is quite nice, little junior brother. I shall stay tonight and sleep with you, Long Aoshua declared with a laugh. Chapter 39. Little junior brother, do you wish for that? The other three were taken aback by Long Aoshua's candidness. Must you be so straightforward? Ye Chen furrowed his brow. Seeking confirmation, he thought to himself, was his master sister truly so direct? To suggest sharing a bed upon their first encounter was certainly fortuitous for him. He needed her assistance to alleviate the dragon blood poison. I merely stated that I wish to stay here. What? Do you not welcome me? Long Aoshua's brows furrowed, her eyes glinting with an icy edge, as if ready to act should he utter a word of affirmation. That was not how you phrased it just now. Ye Chen shook his head slightly. Dragon God, you just said you wanted to sleep with little junior brother, Xia Yan reminded calmly. Although she was of a superior rank to the Northern Domain's war god, their camaraderie was evident in her casual demeanor. Lin Ruoi remained silent, contemplating that competition had indeed arrived. Oh, did I say that? I must have meant that I wished to remain here to sleep. You must have misheard. Long Aoshua replied nonchalantly, as she sometimes had a lapse in memory. She gazed into little junior brother's eyes. Testing the waters for a breakthrough. I do not know. Ye Chen glanced at Ruoi, shaking his head in uncertainty. Humph, miser. Long Aoshua scoffed lightly, secretly elated that little junior brother hesitated. That implied there was potential. Ye Chen felt speechless. Was this truly about being miserly? A while later, he arranged rooms for his master sister and Xia Yin. Long Aoshua was astonished to discover that little junior brother and Ruoi were not sharing a room. It was hard to believe that he was such a paragon of virtue, remaining so composed in a vast villa alone with a lady. Or perhaps, was this lad yet to awaken to his desires? If so, that was even better. She needed to spark something in him. After a tiring day of flying, Long Aoshua decided to take a bath before resting and promptly headed to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Ye Chen sat in the living room, waiting for her to finish. The sound of rushing water from the bathroom teased his senses as he suddenly felt the dragon blood poison within him stirring. Moreover, the poison was growing increasingly potent. He needed to quickly devise a plan to charm his master sister into helping him. After nearly 20 minutes, junior brother, could you please fetch me a bathrobe? I forgot. Long Aoshua called from the bathroom. Who knows if she was doing this on purpose? Ye Chen replied affirmatively, retrieving a new bathrobe and approaching the bathroom door. Master sister, please open the door. He gently knocked. Thank you, junior brother. The bathroom door swung open, revealing Long Aoshua peeking out, her delicate arms strategically covering her body. Nevertheless, Ye Chen caught a glimpse of her fair, exquisite figure. The fragrant steam enveloped him, instantly making him feel lightheaded. Junior brother, do not stare. Long Aoshua teased with a playful smile, shutting the bathroom door. That smile clearly indicated that her plan had succeeded. Little junior brother was indeed a normal man, exhibiting the expected reactions. For some reason, upon seeing his master sister, the dragon blood poison intensified. He envisioned the scene of her emerging from the bath, undoubtedly a sight to behold. Moreover, she was so warm and welcoming. It was likely they would have some intimate encounters. At that point, the poison would likely flare up even more uncontrollably, especially as they had only just met and had not yet built a profound connection. He could not force her to assist him. If he were to lose control of the poison, it would surely frighten her. He needed to lock the door and maintain a respectful distance. After 4 or 5 minutes, Long Aoshua emerged in her bathrobe, her beautiful shoulders partially exposed, her long legs on full display. She walked into the living room, expecting little junior brother to be waiting for her. However, he was not. Long Aoshua found herself momentarily stunned, feeling a bit disheartened. This little junior brother had not waited for her. She approached his room, door. Junior brother, open the door. I have something to discuss with you, she said softly, turning the doorknob. She found it locked. Master sister, I've already gone to bed. Let us talk tomorrow. He absolutely refused to open the door, valuing his life above all. Long Xue returned, feeling disappointed. It seemed that winning over this boy would not be an easy feat. Both the master sister and junior brother believed the other to be quite the challenge. The time passed into the dead of night. At the Eastern War God's residence, after a long day of toil, the Eastern War God and two maidservants were sound asleep when they were abruptly awakened by a knock at the door. He despised being disturbed during rest, his anger flaring as he dressed. What could possibly be so urgent at this hour? He stepped outside, demanding to know. Internally, he was fearful, unsure how to present the bad news to the war god. No, it's not that. The subordinate's voice trembled. What? The Eastern War God was instantly wide awake. Had another one of his generals perished? In the courtyard, 30,000 elite guards stood at attention. To the front of the formation lay Wu Fa's lifeless body. Speak! What on earth happened? The Eastern War God bellowed, his fury palpable. That a small leader among the elite guards stepped forward to briefly recount the events. With each detail, the Eastern War God's countenance darkened. Why was Long Xue present there? And why was she protecting that fellow with the surname Ye? What was their connection? The Eastern War God's rage surged, his brows knitting in confusion, reporting to the war god. We do not know, Wu Zhanjiang inquired, and then he was killed by Ye Chen. The Northern Domain War God commanded our retreat, so we had no choice but to comply. That woman commanded you to retreat. And you complied? Who do you serve? A bunch of useless fools. You couldn't even handle such a trivial matter. Enraged, the Eastern War God raised his hand, unleashing a powerful burst of true energy. The reporting leader and dozens of elite guards were instantly sent flying, dying on the spot. The remaining guards trembled in fear, fully aware that when the Eastern War God was furious, he would take lives to vent his anger. In his eyes, their lives were worth less than a mere penny. This is outrageous, the Eastern War God roared in fury. Chapter 40. The Eastern War God's wrath. Relay my orders. Inform all the generals in the Eastern capital to come to my residence immediately. The Eastern War God commanded in fury. The Eastern capital is the very seat of his power. The Eastern War God presides over the 5 provinces of the Dragon Kingdom, with the Eastern capital being directly under his command. His attendants swiftly set out to notify the esteemed generals in the Eastern capital. Those who remain in the Eastern capital are trusted confidants of the Eastern War God, his most capable subordinates. I cannot quell my rage without eliminating that insolent brat. And what of that woman, Long Xue? How dare she meddle in my affairs on my own turf? Now, investigate the relationship between that woman and that brat. The Eastern War God issued another decree. He was perplexed as to why Long Xue had traveled such a distance to Jiangbei to stand up for a wretched youth. Though his men were not slain by that woman, she was inextricably linked to the matter. The Eastern War God believed that without Long Xue's backing, the lad surnamed Yi would never dare to be so audacious as to kill his generals. His subordinates were commanded to mobilize all resources to investigate the connection between the two. The atmosphere in the war god's residence grew increasingly tense. All attendants trembled in fear, as if facing a formidable enemy. No, they were merely terrified of inciting the war god's wrath, for his anger could lead to their demise. The generals, reclining in their warm abodes, hurriedly made their way to the war god's residence upon receiving the summons. It was the middle of the night. Having just emerged from passionate encounters with women, they were abruptly awakened, their hearts brimming with resentment. However, upon hearing of the war god's fury, they dared not delay in the slightest. On their way to the war god's residence, they learned of the reason for his anger. There were no urgent military matters at hand. Rather, it was a mere lad who had provoked his ire. 20 minutes later, at the war god's residence, all 18 generals stationed in the eastern capital had gathered. The 18 whispered among themselves, awaiting the war god's command. I could see that moment. The Eastern War God strode into the grand hall. The generals immediately bowed in respect. Have you uncovered the relationship between the lad surnamed Yi and Long Xue? The Eastern War God inquired coldly. Reporting, my lord. We have investigated, and the two share no connection. A trembling subordinate responded. They had scrutinized various records and found no intersection between Long Ao Xue and Ye Chen's lives. This was certain. Their paths had never crossed before. Their only link was that they were both disciples of the Snow Empress. However, this fact was unknown to outsiders. What? No connection? Then why did that woman defend that brat? The Eastern War god, enraged, unleashed a palm strike through the air. You incompetent fools. The subordinate who reported was instantly struck dead. And my lord, that brat is rather handsome. He may be Long Ao Xue's young lover. Another subordinate hastily fabricated a story, only to meet the same fate. Young lover, how dare that woman define me for the sake of a mere boy? The Eastern War god, without a moment's doubt, believed the claim, his fury intensifying. Moreover, a wave of jealousy surged within him. Long Ao Xue was renowned as a great beauty in the Dragon Kingdom. He had pursued her numerous times, only to be met with cold indifference. How could it be that she had now favored a young man of no status whatsoever? Who among you will go and bring me that brat's head? A reward of 1,000 gold coins and the title of nobility will be granted. The Eastern War god gazed upon the 18 generals. His subordinates were all valiant warriors, capable of facing 1,000 foes. I shall go. I shall go. All 18 generals eagerly volunteered on their way. They had learned that it was a young man who had offended the war god. However, they were unaware of the lad's formidable abilities. Hence, they all felt emboldened. My lord, that boy possesses some skill. It would be prudent to dispatch additional men. Furthermore, you must wield the war god's decree. This will intimidate that woman, Long Ao Xue, should she be wise. Upon seeing the war god's decree, she will cease her interference. A bearded strategist interjected. He was among the most trusted advisors of the Eastern War god. Excellent. This war god shall send 8 men, armed with the war god's decree, to eliminate that brat. Which 8 of you shall go? The Eastern War god readily accepted the suggestion. The 18 generals below scrambled to volunteer. They all understood that this was a splendid opportunity. With the war god's decree in hand, no one would dare obstruct or resist. For to see the war god's decree was akin to seeing the war god himself. Those who defy the order shall face death without mercy. Ultimately, the strategist selected 8 generals. His criteria were simple. It depended on who could offer him the best benefits. You 8 shall each lead 10,000 elite soldiers. At dawn, proceed to Jiangbei and flatten that brat. Remember, when you encounter Long Ao Xue, convey my message. She is not to meddle in affairs that do not concern her. The Eastern War god commanded in anger, with the arrangements in place. He felt somewhat relieved, his fury subsiding. Now, he could await the good news. The generals departed, immediately rallying their elite troops. The following day, Ye Chen arose early, preparing breakfast for the 3 lovely ladies in the villa. The 4 sat together, enjoying their meal. That I truly envy you. I wish to stay here and relish my little junior brother's breakfast every day. Long Ao Xue couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. As the war god of the northern region, how could she remain by her junior brother's side indefinitely? Welcome, senior sister, to stay. I promise to make you plump and rosy. Ye Chen smiled lightly. I hope senior sister can remain a few more days, that if so, he would have the opportunity to deepen their bond and perhaps ask her to help him with the antidote. Very well, then I shall not leave. Long Ao Xue decisively declared. Dragon god, if you stay here, will you abandon the vast northern region? Xia Yin calmly inquired. She had her doubts about whether the dragon god would truly remain. For if she were in his position, with such a handsome junior brother, she would not leave. Just kidding, how could I possibly neglect the northern region? However, I wish to accompany my junior brother for a few more days. Junior brother, you must cherish this rare time. Long Ao Xue smiled. Her intentions unmistakable, of course. I will cherish it. Ye Chen nodded with a smile, seemingly having received the hint. Lin Ra-yi, observing the two, felt a sense of confusion. She sensed there was something more between them. Junior brother, you and Ruo-yi are so close, and you're already living together. When do you plan to get married? Long Ao Xue suddenly shifted the topic. Chapter 41. Ready to marry at any time, the abrupt question left the other three momentarily stunned. Linro E, the party in question, remained silent, her face flushed as she looked at Ye Chen. From the depth of her gaze, it was evident that she harbored the same question, but felt too shy to voice it. Xia Yin chuckled, wearing a look of amusement. Once I have completed what I need to do, as long as Ruo E is willing, we can marry at any time. Ruo E is very important to me, and I cannot let her down. The matters he referred to were, of course, finding a way to break the poison and fulfilling the tasks assigned by his master. Additionally, there was the secret regarding the Yi family's dragon soul jade talisman. I thought I will wait for you to finish your tasks. Lin Ruo's heart raced. In truth, she wanted to say she was willing right now, but found it too embarrassing to say out loud. She also understood that her brother Ye Chen was no longer an ordinary person. She should not hold him back. Darn it, I've been fed dog food again. You, take good care of Ruo E. If you dare to mistreat her, I will be the first to strike you. Long Ao Xue warned with a light snort. Senior sister, you'll have to defeat me first. Unfortunately, you are not my match. Ye Chen smiled nonchalantly. Unfazed. Oh, I've been meaning to say that. How come you're so powerful? Even stronger than me. I was worried you would be bullied. Long Ao Xue couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness. As the war god of the northern region, how could she be beneath her junior brother? No worries. I would never lay a hand on senior sister. You shall always be above me. Ye Chen laughed. Long Ao Xue furrowed her brow, sensing there was more to her junior brother's words. After finishing breakfast, Ye Chen first took Ruo E out. Yes, he had mentioned the night before. He was going to give her a grand surprise today. Lin Ruo E felt a twinge of anxiety about going out, as there was still a prominent scar on her face that had yet to fade completely. She felt exceedingly unattractive. However, prompted by Ye Chen's encouragement, she bravely ventured outside. Arriving at the base of the Yilin Group building, Ye Chen said, Ruo E, look up. This is your surprise. Starting today, you're the president of this company. He pointed to the 4 golden characters emblazoned on the building. You want me to be the president? I fear I won't be able to handle it. Lin Ruo E stood in shock, utterly unprepared for such a grand surprise of a massive corporation. The 4 characters of Yilin Group on the building filled her with immense emotion, because this indicates that her brother Ye Chen had long intended to pass the company to her. No, you absolutely can. From now on, this company will be our shared asset. You must manage it diligently, or else we shall find ourselves impoverished and hungry in the future. Do not fret. The capable assistant Gaolan will be there to support you. Ye Chen gently patted Ruo Yi's head. Just as they were speaking, Gaolan approached them. She was still clad in a professional skirt and high heels, her long legs on full display. Dressing like this every day must cause her foot and back pain. Yet, she insisted on this attire because President Yi enjoys it. Hello, President Yi. Hello, President Lin. Gaolan greeted with a smile. As the acting president, she was finally about to hand over the reins to the rightful owner. Being addressed as President Lin left Linra, both flattered and astonished. The vast company, once the property of her adversaries, the Zhao family, now belonged to her after their downfall, filling her with a sense of vindication and joy. And the one responsible for all this was the man beside her. Brother Ye Chen, I adore you so much. I will manage the company well and will not betray your trust. Unable to contain her emotions, Lin Yi suddenly leaped up and hugged Ye Chen tightly. Haha, as long as you're happy, Ye Chen replied, embracing Ruo Yi's delicate form. Savoring this warm happiness that, in comparison, it was evident that the senior sister was indeed more voluptuous. Gaolan, feeling like a third wheel, looked on enviously. She also yearned for a man who would dote on her like that. After a while, the 3 of them entered the company. During the morning meeting, Ye Chen announced that Lin Ruo Yi would henceforth serve as the company president. He noticed several executives who did not voice their dissent, but their faces clearly betrayed their dissatisfaction. After the meeting, Ye Chen promptly informed Gaolan to keep a close watch on those executives. Regardless of who it was, anyone who disobeyed President Lin's orders would be dismissed. Senior sister Long Ao Xue and Xia Yin urged him to accompany them on a shopping spree. Thus, he drove the 2 beauties to the mall. The moment Ye Chen appeared, He attracted the attention of passers-by and shopkeepers alike. In Zhangbei, everyone knew Ye Chen, for he was the great hero who rid the region of its scourge. Long Ao Xue felt gratified. This young man was as popular here as he was in the northern domain. The two stunning women donned sunglasses to avoid being recognized, yet the glasses could not conceal their beauty. Especially Long Ao Xue in her red dress, exuding both beauty and charisma. The powerful aura she radiated as she walked down the street made passers-by feel as if a queen had arrived. It was no surprise. She was indeed the ruler of the northern domain. Ye Chen felt the soft pressure of Long Ao Xue's arm around his, making him quite uncomfortable. Although the mall was refreshingly cool, he felt an inexplicable heat. Meanwhile, Xia Yan could only cling to Long Ao Xue, too timid to embrace the dragon god's man casually. Just as they were enjoying their outing, a stranger hurriedly approached Ye Chen. "Mr. Yi, we have a serious problem," the man exclaimed breathlessly. "A multitude of warriors from the Eastern War God has surrounded Zhangbei City. They demand that you come forth to take responsibility. If you refuse, they will lay waste to Zhangbei." Fear was evident in his eyes. The atmosphere in Zhangbei was tense. Upon hearing this news, Ye Chen's expression darkened immediately. He drove swiftly to the location indicated by the man. The Eastern War God, commanding a formidable army, chose to intimidate the ordinary citizens of Zhangbei instead of defending against external threats. That scoundrel, he is undeserving of his position. Long Ao Xue seethed with rage. They must teach the Eastern War God's henchmen a lesson. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, they beheld a vast army arrayed before them. 8 war generals, each commanding 80,000 elite soldiers. The generals were leisurely sipping tea and chatting in a makeshift tent. As Ye Chen's car approached, it was immediately encircled by the 80,000 soldiers. He calmly exited the vehicle, casting a cold gaze upon the assembled forces. These individuals posed no threat to him. Certainly, the 8 generals within the tent were also inconsequential. Long Ao Xue stepped out, her face etched with fury. The sight of the Northern Domain's war god startled the 80,000 elite soldiers. This was the legendary Northern Domain war god, and she was truly stunning. "I, Ye Chen, am here. Who dares to seek me out?" Ye Chen's voice, laced with a palpable killing intent, echoed throughout the area, instilling fear in the ranks of soldiers. This young man exudes a terrifying aura. The 8 generals emerged from the tent, their expressions filled with anger. "You dare to be arrogant even when death is imminent. If you wish to keep your corpse intact, kneel and surrender. Otherwise, we shall be forced to act." The leading general sneered menacingly. "Do you not hear me? Why do you hesitate? Kneel and accept your fate," another general barked. "You insolent fool. Do you not realize the gravity of your situation? The war god is enraged. Because of your foolish actions, the people of Zhangbei will suffer the consequences. If you dare resist today, this army shall raze this place to the ground." The other generals threatened in unison. Their faces wore expressions of arrogant amusement, as if Ye Chen before them were merely an ant they could crush at will. "I have already stated, I alone shall bear the consequences of my actions. If you dare to harm the people of Zhangbei, you have crossed my bottom line. You forsake the path of survival and choose the path of death." Ye Chen's aura was icy and imposing. They threatened him with the lives of Zhangbei citizens, and he would ensure they met their end. "You arrogant brat, how dare you speak so boldly? Do you even comprehend whom you are addressing?" The 8 generals stood, some with hands on their hips, others with arms crossed, all regarding Ye Chen with disdain. They were all powerful warriors of the martial emperor realm. It was more than sufficient to deal with this young man. Furthermore, they had no intention of engaging personally. The 80,000 elite soldiers behind them were not merely for show. If each of those 80,000 soldiers were spit, they could drown him. "Then let me make it clear. You better recognize who stands before you." Long Ao Xue glared coldly at the 8 men. No, they were not even worthy of being called humans. They were merely the Eastern War God's lackeys. A group of scoundrels, Xia Yan, standing to the side, began to silently mourn for these men. Why provoke someone like this? They had chosen to challenge the Dragon God's junior disciple, who was fiercely protective. "Northern Domain War God, this does not concern you. The Eastern War God has sent word for you to mind your own business. Otherwise, you will face the consequences, the leading general warned coldly. Backed by the Eastern War God. He spoke with confidence. You should understand the implications of a conflict between the two war gods for the Dragon Kingdom. Let the Eastern War God come speak to me personally. You have no right to address me. Long Ao Xue scoffed, completely dismissing him. The Eastern War God truly has raised a pack of good dogs, barking so merrily, but when unleashed without a leash, they become a nuisance. The 8 generals were enraged. Their brows furrowing, their muscles twitching. This woman was utterly audacious. Thus, we will hand this over to you. Behold the war god order. The leading general promptly produced a golden token from his pocket. It bore 3 prominent characters. War god order. Beneath it in smaller text. Eastern War God. Such a token was possessed by only 4 individuals in the Dragon Kingdom, held by the 4 war gods. To behold the war god order was akin to encountering the war god himself. The 80,000 soldiers immediately bowed respectfully to Ha. You think brandishing a token will intimidate me? You truly mistake a feather duster for a weapon. Long Ao Xue could not help but laugh derisively. This worthless token might scare others, but her? She could easily produce one of her own. This is the command of the Eastern War God. Anyone who dares defy it today will be executed without mercy. All of you, heed my orders. Arm yourselves, the leading general commanded furiously. Relying on the Eastern War God's backing, he sought to show the Northern Domain War God a lesson today. 80,000 soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at the 3 in the center. The scene appeared menacing, yet many hands trembled. They were afraid, for they faced the Northern Domain War God. Witnessing this, Long Ao Xue was utterly infuriated. The weapons were not directed at the enemy, but at their own comrades. What kind of nonsense was this? She had resolved to take action. Ye Chen let out a soft snort, stepping forward, ready to retaliate. These individuals would only repent before the King of Hell. Hold on. Long Ao Xue suddenly reached out her delicate hand, stopping her junior disciple and signaling him with her eyes that I believe we can discuss this in the tent. How about it? Would you like to? Long Ao Xue addressed the 8 generals coldly. Of course. The leading general replied, a smug smile spreading across his face. Discussion? That implied this woman had compromised. She must be frightened and unwilling to offend the Eastern War God. The other 7 exchanged glances, their faces reflecting satisfaction. Who would have thought the renowned Northern Domain War God could show fear? It seemed today's events would proceed much more smoothly, without the Northern Domain War God to protect this Yi. He was doomed. The group entered the makeshift tent, while the 80,000 elite soldiers stood guard outside, unaware of the unfolding discussions within. It is precisely this intention that drives Long Ao Xue. She does not wish for these individuals to witness the unfolding events. Upon entering the tent, the 8 generals settled down to enjoy tea, completely oblivious to the necessity of toasting the war god of the Northern Domain. They displayed an utterly arrogant demeanor. Since this was a negotiation, allow me to present our terms first. We demand. The leading general began to articulate the conditions with great seriousness. However, before he could finish, an invisible hand constricted around his throat. He instantly found himself gasping for air, unable to utter a word. All his struggles were in vain, and fear filled his eyes, for the one gripping his throat was none other than the war god of the Northern Domain. How dare you negotiate with me? Long Ao Xue's murderous aura erupted, her eyes brimming with disdain. She was not angry. Did these individuals truly believe that she, as a war god, was merely play-acting? Such trifling generals could be easily extinguished at her discretion. Without any repercussions, killing a few traitors would undoubtedly bear no consequences. The only reason she entered the tent was to prevent those outside from witnessing the chaos, as she knew those elite soldiers merely followed orders, and she had no desire to act against them. What do you mean, war god of the Northern Domain? Are you truly intending to strike against us? The remaining 7 generals' expressions changed dramatically. They could not have anticipated that the war god of the Northern Domain, who had been discussing terms merely moments ago, would suddenly reverse her stance. It is of no consequence. I only wish to eliminate a few traitors. Long Ao Xue sneered coldly, with a sudden exertion of her grip. She snapped the general's throat. The leading general fell lifelessly to the ground, unable to leave behind even a final word. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 7 generals were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with terror. Enveloped by an abyss of fear, war god of the northern domain, do not act recklessly. We came here under the orders of the eastern war god. Should you openly attack us, the consequences would be dire. One general, trembling, shouted, I am well aware of that. However, such matters are of no concern to the deceased. A cold glint flashed in Long Aoshue's eyes. Chapter 43. Return and relay the message. Ye Chen has my protection. As her words fell, Long Aoshue relaxed her grip and turned her attention to the speaking general. This is bad. She intends to kill us. Hurry, another general frantically attempted to call for help. However, just as he was about to shout, Ye Chen struck him with a punch to the crown of his head, instantly ending his life. With the senior sister taking action, how could this junior brother merely stand by? The domineering demeanor of his senior sister just moments ago was indeed impressive. Truly, she is the war god of the northern domain. This is the decisive nature of the war god of the northern domain. He admired her. Following closely behind, Xia Yin also sprang into action. Dealing with mere generals posed no challenge at all. For, in addition to being the assistant to the war god of the northern domain, she held another identity. One of the commanders under the war god of the northern domain. Do not be deceived by her radiant smile. The invaders from the north have witnessed her terrifying side. Of course, those who have seen it have already met their demise. Within the expansive temporary tent, an overwhelming aura of killing intent surged forth. Yet it was eerily silent. The 80,000 elite soldiers stationed outside felt the chilling, murderous aura emanating from the tent, causing them to shudder. They exchanged glances, all pondering what could possibly be occurring within the tent. However, curiosity aside, not a single one had the courage to venture forth and investigate, for within, there resided a war god, regardless of what transpired. They, as mere foot soldiers, had neither the authority nor the ability to intervene. The terrifying aura of killing intent lasted merely a dozen seconds before it subsided. Subsequently, a voice emanated from within the tent. Spare my life. Do not kill me. I kneel and implore you. I beg you to grant me mercy. The last remaining general fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication to Ye Chen. Moments ago, he had boisterously commanded Ye Chen to kneel and surrender, and now he found himself begging for his life. You are unworthy of living. Ye Chen withdrew his hand, sending the general to his demise. Then he casually tossed the body out of the tent. In that instant, the expansive tent transformed into a flurry of shattered fragments. He intended for those outside to witness that he was the one who had killed. He did not wish for his senior sister to be entangled in this matter. In just over 10 seconds, the 8 audacious generals had met their end. In truth, Ye Chen alone could have accomplished this even more swiftly. The 80,000 elite soldiers outside, witnessing the demise of the 8 generals, were left in utter shock. What terrifying power is this? 8 generals have vanished without a sound. If you do not wish to die, leave immediately. Ye Chen stood before the crowd, his voice cold. Yet before he could finish, his senior sister interjected, "It was I who killed them." Long Aoshue declared in a deep tone. She did not wish to repeat the previous occurrence where her junior brother had stolen her words. She understood that he acted with her best interests at heart, desiring to shoulder the responsibility alone. However, she did not require that it was merely the elimination of a few traitors, should those above pursue the matter. She would provide an explanation. But her junior brother was different. Should the news spread, he would undoubtedly encounter endless troubles. The 80,000 elite soldiers remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Moreover, they all quietly lowered their weapons. How could they now dare to point their guns at a war god? Ye Chen turned to his senior sister, puzzled, wondering why she wanted to take the blame when she could have allowed him to bear the responsibility alone. You, as the elite of the Dragon Kingdom, have followed the wrong leader, directing your weapons against the people of Jiangbei. Imagine if it were your own parents and wives being treated in such a manner. How would you feel? Long Aoshue coldly questioned. The 80,000 elite soldiers remained silent, not daring to respond. They exchanged glances, wavering in their resolve. Now, I present you with 2 paths. Either you depart and continue to serve that scoundrel. The Eastern War God, and I shall not harm you, or you abandon the darkness and embrace the light, understanding what you ought to do and what you must not. Long Xue continued. She did not wish to harm these individuals, offering them a chance to choose. Upon hearing this, the 80,000 elite soldiers erupted into a clamor. Before long, some began to come to terms with their situation. I am willing to follow the war god of the northern domain. I too am willing. And we. Please accept us, war god of the northern domain. An increasing number of soldiers sought to pledge their allegiance to the war god of the northern domain. Would it not be better to directly align with this beautiful war god? More importantly, the words spoken by the war god of the northern domain had awakened their conscience. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the elite soldiers were requesting to follow the war god of the northern domain. Of course, a small faction of die-hard loyalists to the eastern war god remained steadfast in their stance. Those who wish to join my ranks may report to the northern domain AS for you lot. Long Xue was quite pleased with the outcome before casting a cold glance at the few hundred die-hard loyalists. Instantly, the few hundred trembled in fear. Do not be so frightened. I have stated that I shall not kill you. Should he send more men, I shall stand against him. Long Xue declared coldly. For the sake of her junior brother, she was unperturbed by the severance of her ties with the Eastern War God. The few hundred die-hard loyalists hurriedly collected the bodies of the generals and fled in a panic. The soldiers who pledged allegiance also dispersed. Peace finally returned to the area. Senior sister, is it truly wise to shoulder all the responsibility? I fear no scoundrel of the Eastern War God. If necessary, I could directly eliminate that bastard right now, Ye Chen said with a hint of helplessness. Junior brother, do not be too impulsive. Killing the Eastern War God would lead to serious repercussions. Long Xue quickly advised. She understood that her junior brother possessed that capability. Very well. I shall heed my senior sister's counsel. Ye Chen smiled lightly. The events of the past moments felt as though they had never occurred. He was merely preoccupied with the thought of the two beautiful women needing to purchase attractive garments. Amidst their lively banter, they successfully resolved a significant crisis for the anxious populace of Jiangbei. The unsettled citizens of Jiangbei could finally breathe easy once more. In a shopping district, the three entered a high-end boutique. Within, various styles of women's intimate apparel were on display. The two beauties began to carefully select their choices. Unlike men, who could casually purchase a pair of underwear, women were quite meticulous in their selection of two-piece outfits. The two beauties deliberated extensively, yet still had not made a decision. Ye Chen followed behind. Feeling somewhat helpless as a man in such a place, he worried about being misinterpreted as a pervert. Fortunately, the female staff members recognized him. Alas, I suddenly find it quite difficult to choose. Why not simply ask directly? Junior brother, what style do you prefer? Long Xue inquired. What do I like? Ye Chen was taken aback. What does senior sister mean by this? Yes, what style do you like? Hurry and tell me that I've been selecting for ages, but am unsure which is best. Long Xue's indecision had struck again, primarily because she was unsure of her junior brother's preferences. Xia Yan, standing nearby, was greatly astonished. Dear Dragon God, must you be so direct? Why are you asking me what style I like? Ye Chen asked with a wry smile, though he already had an inkling of the answer. You rascal. Asking knowingly to it is, of course, to wear for you. Long Xue stated unabashedly. She was always considering her junior brother's feelings. Oh, I see that I think that style over there looks quite nice. Ye Chen felt a surge of excitement within. His senior sister was indeed hinting at something. He promptly pointed to a few styles on a distant shelf, black lace trim, semi-revealing designs. So it turns out his junior brother possessed such refined taste. However, this style is rather uncomfortable for prolonged wear and is better suited for specific occasions. Junior brother, when would you like me to wear it for you? Long Xue whispered alluringly into her junior brother's ear. Sister can wear it whenever she likes. Ye Chen replied impulsively. The gentle sigh of the senior sister made his ears tingle. All right, then I shall wear it for you tonight. Long Xue giggled, suddenly planting a light kiss on the cheek of her junior brother. Ye Chen nodded. Given that the senior sister had said so, it would be rather discourteous to refuse. That's the spirit. Don't stand on ceremony with your sister. Long Xue smiled with satisfaction and stole another kiss. Ye Chen beamed, licking his lips. It leaves a faint fragrance that I feel like I shouldn't be here, Xue Ji remarked, somewhat self-deprecatingly. Dear Lord Dragon, you truly don't regard me as an outsider. Just a moment ago, witnessing the kiss exchange between Long Xue and her junior brother, she thought that if she captured it on camera and spread it, people would be astonished to see the cold and aloof war god of the northern region display such affection. Surely, countless hearts would be broken, and many would seek to confront Ye Chen. You are one of us. How could you be an outsider? Now that I know what my junior brother likes, you should buy a few pieces as well. Long Xue immediately hinted with her gaze. Both Ye Chen and Xue Ji had large question marks hovering above their heads that a few minutes later, the three left the boutique. Long Xue had purchased several outfits that her junior brother favored. To everyone's surprise, Xue Ji had also bought a few sets. Though she might not need them, it's always better to be prepared. The trio continued their shopping. Alongside acquiring clothing for herself, Long Xue also selected several outfits for her junior brother, aiming to enhance his fashion sense comprehensively. Meanwhile, in the eastern capital, a military officer earnestly reported on the events that transpired in Jiangbei, relaying Long Xue's words verbatim. Upon hearing this, the Eastern War God was immediately engulfed in fury. That woman was utterly ungrateful. To protect her little lover, she dared to openly oppose this war god. Daring to slay my 8 generals, it infuriates me. The Eastern War God's brows furrowed in rage, growing more agitated with each thought. He even suspected that the woman had gone mad. For the sake of a mere man, she would dare to commit such acts. Not only had she slain my 8 generals, but she had also nearly swayed 80,000 elite soldiers. His furious gaze swept over the hundreds of individuals present, growing increasingly displeased, exuding murderous intent. War God, spare us. We are unwaveringly loyal to you. The reporting officer, sensing the brewing storm, quickly knelt and begged for mercy. The other hundreds followed suit, trembling in fear. What use is a bunch of worthless fools like you? The Eastern War God, enraged, waved his hand. An immensely powerful surge of true energy erupted, instantly killing the hundreds of loyal soldiers. In their final moments, regret filled their hearts. They were blinded by their loyalty, foolishly following this merciless Eastern War God. The guards of the mansion approached with trepidation to collect the corpses of the hundreds. They feared that one day they, too, might require someone to collect their remains. Damn it, I refuse to believe I cannot deal with a mere boy. Send word. Have General Zhou come to see me. The Eastern War God commanded furiously. In his desire to vent his anger, he was willing to summon the station general from afar. War God, please wait. An elderly man with a long beard immediately interjected. He was the strategist who had proposed the plan the night before. Sun Zi, what do you wish to convey? The Eastern War God asked coldly, his irritation palpable. Sun Zi, sensing the war god's displeasure, continued, with Long Xue by that boy's side. The general cannot move against him. Stroking his black beard, he spoke with an air of profound mystery. Are you suggesting that this war god should take matters into his own hands? How absurd. This war god should not stoop to confront a nameless little brat. The Eastern War God glared fiercely, but if he personally intervened, would that not diminish his stature? War God, calm your anger. That is not what I meant. I merely wish to suggest that with Long Xue protecting that boy, it would be unwise for us to act openly against him. If the open route is unfeasible, then we shall resort to covert means. Sun Zi's lips curled into a sly smile. Troublesome. This war god does not require such tactics. The Eastern War God rejected vehemently. My lord, I implore you to reconsider. Should we send more men, we may face yet another setback. And such news would tarnish your reputation. Eliminating that boy in secret, leaving Long Xue helpless, would be most satisfying. I have devised several brilliant strategies. Please place your trust in me. Sun Zi urged again, secretly cursing inwardly at how difficult it was to serve such a simple-minded war god. If more men were dispatched, it would be akin to the story of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, one after another falling victim. Serving such a leader was truly a daunting task. Very well, do share your ideas. The Eastern War God finally showed interest. We shall begin this way, then proceed this way. and ultimately conclude that way. That boy is as good as dead. Sun Zi animatedly outlined the plan. Excellent. I shall entrust this matter to you. This war god may allow that boy to linger a few more days. But he must ultimately perish if he does not die. Then will be you who meets your end. A sinister smile crept across the Eastern war god's face. Regardless of the means, he was determined to see Ye Chen dead. Upon hearing this, Sun Zi's heart sank that he inwardly cursed. This stubborn war god was incredibly difficult to appease. To ensure his own survival, he had to make the plan succeed. As evening approached, Ye Chen, having accompanied the two lovely ladies on their shopping spree, headed towards the parking lot with an array of bags. Having purchased so many beautiful outfits today, I want to wear each one for you, Long Aoshua said with a smile, linking her arm through her junior brother's. Senior sister, you're quite impatient. Let us make a quick stop to pick up Ruo Yi first, Ye Chen replied with a facade of calmness, though his mind was already conjuring images. The thought of senior sister donning those outfits was truly captivating. No, what he truly yearned to see was the process of her changing clothes. Arriving at the Yilin group, it was her first day as the company president, and there was much for her to familiarize herself with. She had to seize every moment to learn, determined not to disappoint Ye Chen's trust in her. Junior brother, you show such meticulous concern for Miss Ruo, Long Aoshua remarked with a laugh. That is only natural. Ruo Yi is very important to me. And what about me, senior sister? Long Aoshua teased further, of course. You're equally important, Ye Chen answered without hesitation. Then, if you find other senior sisters, how will you choose? Long Aoshua pressed on, why must I choose? I want them all. Ye Chen replied with a casual smile after a moment's thought. You little rascal, your ambitions are quite grand, aren't they? Can your body handle it all? Long Aoshua giggled, genuinely concerned for her junior brother's well-being. Of course. I can handle it, Ye Chen confidently stated. After all, he bore the dragon's spine and flowed with true dragon blood. His physical prowess could even impress his revered teacher, Xue Ji. Really? I don't believe you. Unless you let me verify it personally. Long Aoshua replied with a flirtatious smile, unabashedly expressing her desire for her junior brother's body. Ye Chen nodded nonchalantly. With the senior sister being so proactive, it certainly alleviated many of his concerns. He needed to act swiftly and resolve the lingering effects of the dragon blood toxin. Otherwise, its increasingly fierce nature was becoming unbearable. That's right, men should be this straightforward. I like it. Long Aoshua beamed, finally seizing the opportunity to win over her junior brother. The car is going too fast. I want to get out, Xia Yin shouted from the back seat. Did these two treat her as if she were invisible? She was still a child. Why must she endure such torment? The once formidable image of the dragon god in her mind had diminished significantly. Upon returning to the villa, Ye Chen began preparing dinner. Long Aoshua was astonished at his culinary skills, as even his simplest dishes were incredibly delicious. After dinner, the three sat in the living room, watching television. Long Aoshua nestled against her junior brother, both appearing as if they were a deeply affectionate couple, while Xia Yin sat a little distance away, feeling quite out of place. She felt a pang of sorrow. The show on television was one of those overly dramatic youth idol dramas that Ye Chen found it dull, while the two ladies were utterly engrossed. Who could have anticipated that a formidable female war goddess would also enjoy such fare? If this information were to fall into enemy hands, it would surely diminish the intimidation factor of the northern region war god. Time slipped away unnoticed until it was past 9 o'clock. Yin, you're quite tired, aren't you? You should head to bed. Long Aoshua signaled with a glance at, oh, I suppose I'm a bit tired. Xia Yin quickly understood, realizing she was someone in the way. Junior brother, I'm going to take a shower now. You should also wash up. After that, you know what to do. Long Aoshua said with a mischievous smile. The moment had arrived. It was time to make her move. Shall we wash together? Or perhaps it's better to wash separately. Coward. Long Aoshua huffed lightly, rising to head to the bathroom. Ye Chen couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. How could she label him a coward? It appears that in the future, if the opportunity arises, I must present Master Sister with a glimpse of his courageous side. He immediately rose and made his way to another bathroom. The spaciousness of the villa is truly advantageous. It never feels cramped. After 7 or 8 minutes, he patiently awaited Master Sister, Yet he understood that the time required by a young lady would be at least 2 or 3 times longer than his own. More than 10 minutes passed again. "Junior brother, I'm coming out." Finally, Long Xue emerged from her bath, clad in a robe. Without a trace of makeup, she remained extraordinarily beautiful. She approached and sat closely beside her junior brother. A rich fragrance instantly filled Ye Chen's nostrils. "Junior brother, come to my room. I have something beautiful to show you." Long Xue smiled mysteriously, tugging at her junior brother, eager to head to her room. Ye Chen nonchalantly replied, "If we happen to stumble upon a scene of intimacy between him and Master Sister, it would be quite awkward. It's fine. It won't matter. Hurry up. I can hardly wait." Long Xue was not concerned about such things. At this moment, her only desire was to deepen her emotional connection with her junior brother. Ye Chen, unable to resist, was forcibly led to the bedroom. As the door closed, he attempted to caution Master Sister, "Please, don't." However, before he could finish, Master Sister's delicate, crimson lips met his, rendering him speechless. Long Xue, somewhat inexperienced, sought to breach her junior brother's defenses. The reason for her inexperience was none other than a lack of practice. Ye Chen's mind was instantly overwhelmed. A surge of energy coursed through him. Faced with Master Sister's fervent advance, he could no longer maintain his composure. The toxic blood of the dragon within him surged uncontrollably. Ye Chen's body rapidly heated up, becoming akin to a small furnace. His veins swelled, and his eyes gradually turned red, laced with bloodshot veins. The overwhelming impulse threatened to plunge him back into a state of frenzy. "Junior brother, what is happening to you? You seem a bit off." In the midst of their passionate kiss, Long Xue noticed her junior brother's peculiar condition. Why did he suddenly appear so fearsome, like a bloodthirsty beast? Unaware of the situation, she was filled with shock and concern. "Master Sister, I feel terribly unwell. Please help me detoxify." Ye Chen gasped, on the verge of losing his sanity. Detoxify? How? Long Xue was utterly bewildered. She had only trained in martial arts, not medicine, and had no idea how to detoxify. At this moment, under the influence of the dragon blood toxin, Ye Chen had nearly lost all rationality. He pressed Master Sister down, violently tearing at the robe she wore. Beneath the robe lay the surprise Long Xue had prepared for her junior brother, a lace style she had just purchased today, one that he particularly liked. The sight of her alluring figure only heightened Ye Chen's fervor. His body was in a state of explosive discomfort, desperately needing release to alleviate the toxin. "Junior brother, what on earth is wrong with you? Please don't frighten me. You need to regain your composure." Long Xue exclaimed, alarmed, attempting to awaken her junior brother. She had initially intended to offer herself to him, but upon witnessing his terrifying demeanor, she was uncertain that he was merely succumbing to the dragon blood toxin. Thinking he had fallen victim to some dreadful poison, she exerted all her strength to hold him, hoping to calm him down. However, the disparity in strength was too great, and she could not restrain her junior brother. Ye Chen had transformed into a frenzied beast, intent on treating Master Sister as he had treated his mentor, Xue Ji. At that moment, Lin Ruoyi's delighted voice echoed from the living room. Having returned home, she eagerly anticipated seeing her brother Ye Chen. "Ruoyi, Ye Chen is here. Ayun, come help." Long Xue shouted loudly. Unable to control her rampaging junior brother alone, she called for reinforcements. Upon hearing her, Lin Ruoyi cautiously approached and opened the door. She was instantly taken aback, witnessing Ye Chen pinning Long Xue to the bed. Stunned, she froze in place, thinking that her brother was about to engage in inappropriate conduct with his Master Sister, and that she had arrived at the worst possible moment. It was then that she noticed something was amiss with Ye Chen. Gao Lan, who followed closely behind, was equally astonished by the scene. Was this something she could witness without charge? Dragon God, what is happening? Summer Yin, dressed in her nightgown, flew in with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing the scene on the bed, she and Gao Lan shared the same thought. Was this not a spectacle that required payment to view? "Ayun, don't just stand there. Hurry and help restrain him. He seems to be under some sort of toxin and has lost control." Long Xue urgently called out. "Huh." Summer Yin gasped, realizing that the situation was not as she had initially perceived. She quickly moved forward, wrapping her arms around Ye Chen from behind, attempting to subdue him. Seeing this, Lin Ruoyi rushed forward as well, using all her strength to grasp Ye Chen's right arm tightly. Gao Lan hurriedly joined in, holding on to Ye Chen's left arm. Despite the combined efforts of the three women, they were unable to pull Ye Chen away. The sight of four beautiful women only drove Ye Chen into a deeper frenzy. To him, they were all prey at that moment. However, their combined efforts bought Long Aoxue the opportunity to act. She broke free from Ye Chen's grasp and swiftly pressed several vital points on his body, attempting to immobilize him. Yet as soon as she applied the points, the rampaging Ye Chen broke through them instantly. Long Aoxue had no choice but to apply the points again, targeting all the major ones on his body. To prevent the points from being breached again, she urgently channeled her internal energy to seal his meridians. Then, with a swift chop of her hand, she rendered the out-of-control Ye Chen unconscious. Finally, he lay still on the bed, no longer thrashing about. Long Aoxue was unaware that her ability to control her junior brother in this manner stemmed from a previous detoxification performed by their mentor, Xue Ji. Otherwise, even Xue Ji would have been unable to subdue the rampaging youth. The four anxious beauties finally breathed a sigh of relief. What has happened to brother Ye Chen? Lin Ruoyi grasped Ye Chen's hand tightly, her concern evident. The other three shared the same bewilderment. He seems to have succumbed to some sort of toxin. This toxin likely manifests when he is near women. Long Aoxue spoke solemnly, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. She bore several scratches from her junior brother on her shoulders and neck. I understand now. It must be that, Lin Ruoyi exclaimed, a realization dawning upon her. She comprehended that Ye Chen had deliberately maintained distance from her for this very reason. It turned out that his reluctance to grow close was to protect her. Having witnessed Ye Chen's fearful state, she thought that had he treated her in the same manner, she might have been torn apart. With this thought, warmth surged within her heart. Her brother Ye Chen was so cautiously protective of her. Summer Yin and Gao Lan exchanged puzzled glances, astonished that such a thing could occur. Now that his meridians are sealed, the toxin should be suppressed, so he should be fine, Long Aoxue reassured them. Yet, she felt a twinge of guilt, as it was her forceful attempt to claim her junior brother that had led to his loss of control. This was rather embarrassing, and she hoped no one would see through it. You all should rest for now. I will keep watch over him, Long Aoxue instructed, needing to ensure her junior brother remained calm. The other three women left the room. The hour was late, and Lin Ruoyi invited Gao Lan to stay at the villa, arranging a room for her. Unable to decline the warm invitation, Gao Lan agreed to stay. Inside the room, Long Aoxue gazed anxiously at her junior brother. How could he have fallen victim to such a strange toxin? How was she to detoxify him? Should she seek out the little divine healer sister to assist? Little did she realize that she herself was the antidote for her junior brother. The next day arrived, and Ye Chen awoke, groggy and having endured an exceedingly long and painful dream. Turning his head, he found Master Sister lying beside him. Fully clothed, startled, he sat up with a jolt. He recalled that the dragon blood toxin had erupted last night. But everything thereafter was a complete blur. Had he truly forced himself upon Master Sister? The thought sent waves of excitement through him, for it implied that Master Sister had detoxified him. At that moment, Long Aoxue also stirred awake. She promptly informed her junior brother of the events from last night, explaining how several beautiful women had exerted tremendous effort to finally subdue him. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt an array of complex emotions. The detoxification he had anticipated had not occurred. Instead, the sight of his frenzied state had been witnessed by the women. This left him feeling somewhat mortified. Junior brother, what kind of dreadful toxin have you fallen victim to? How can I assist you in detoxifying? Long Aoxue inquired with concern. Before you lost control last night, you kept calling out for me to detoxify you, but never mentioned how. It nearly drove me to despair. Long Aoxue expressed her worry. The implications of this toxin remaining unresolved were grave. It meant she could never be intimate with her junior brother again. For him, this would be a torturous fate akin to living as a eunuch. Master Sister, you are my antidote. Huh? I am your antidote. What do you mean? Long Aoxue's face was instantly filled with confusion. IT means that if you and I share a bed, the poison in my body will naturally dissipate. Ye Chen replied with a wry smile. Is that so? Really? Long Aoshue was even more astonished. Could detoxification truly be achieved in such a manner? Would I deceive you? This is what our mentor stated. The dragon blood toxin within me can only be resolved by master sisters. Moreover, if it is not eradicated by the time I turn 24, my life will be in jeopardy. Ye Chen spoke earnestly. Given the nature of my relationship with my senior sister, I can reveal everything to her. Oh, so that's how it is. Does that mean that as long as I submitted to you last night, everything is fine? Long Aoshue suddenly realized, feeling as if last night's chaotic efforts were in vain. As long as I can win over the junior brother, it would be a delightful outcome. Alas, it's quite impressive that my senior sister can seal my meridians. This must be due to the dragon's blood poison being less potent than before. That Ye Chen exhaled deeply, relieved. Had he not been restrained last night, the situation could have escalated severely. After all, there were other beauties in the villa to consider. So it's that simple to detoxify you. What am I waiting for? I will detoxify you right now. Long Aoshue chuckled, her gaze fixed on the junior brother like a hunter eyeing its prey. Stop it. Senior sister, what detoxification are you talking about so early in the morning? Let's save it for next time. Also, we must avoid playing with fire in the future. Ye Chen quickly shook his head in refusal, feeling an urgent need to relieve himself. All right, I shall let you off for now. I prepared a surprise last night that cannot go to waste. You must take a glance, Long Aoshue declared, suddenly pulling open her bathrobe. Her exquisite figure, adorned in a seductive lace ensemble, was fully revealed. Ye Chen stole a glance and promptly exited the room, thinking it best not to linger any longer lest he succumb to the poison so early in the day. Little brat. Long Aoshue snorted softly, feeling a sense of accomplishment at the sight of her junior brother's flustered reaction. Once Lin Ruoyi awoke and saw that Ye Chen was unharmed, she finally felt at ease. However, she still worried about how to detoxify him. Ye Chen reassured Ruoyi not to fret, as he had his own methods for detoxification, though he deemed it inappropriate to disclose the specifics to her. When everyone had risen and gathered for breakfast, Ye Chen inquired with concern, Gaolan, where are you residing now? I have rented a place for myself. Living alone, Gaolan replied with a smile. If you don't mind, why not move into the villa? It would be free of charge. What do you think? Ye Chen proposed, considering it would facilitate her and Ruoyi's work. Moreover, he planned to leave Jiangbei to seek out other senior sisters. So it would be prudent for these two to look after one another. Mr. Yi, that would be quite embarrassing, Gaolan exclaimed, feeling flattered and excited. The thought of living under the same roof as such a handsome man was irresistible. Very well, it's decided then, Ye Chen said with a serene smile. After breakfast, he drove with Ruoyi and Gaolan to pick up a car, ensuring the two beauties would have convenience for their commutes. Per his senior sister's request, he planned to take her and Xia Yin out for a day of shopping and amusement. The three of them ventured out, exploring various recreational spots and enjoying themselves throughout the day until evening. Long Aoshue blinked her big eyes, signaling to the junior brother, hinting at their destination being a hotel, clearly for the purpose of rest. Sure, what about Miss Xia Yin? Ye Chen replied calmly, acknowledging that it was time for the senior sister to detoxify him. I want to interfere with you too, Xia Yin promptly said, demonstrating her self-awareness and not wishing to be a third wheel. Yin truly is considerate. Come, junior brother, let us go. Long Aoshue chuckled, pulling her junior brother towards the car. Just then, Ye Chen's phone rang. It was Ruoyi calling. Brother Yi, Gaolan and I are en route to Dongdu for a business dinner to negotiate a significant deal, Lin Ruoyi explained at that moment. She and Gaolan were halfway to Dongdu. Dongdu. Ye Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He was well aware that Dongdu was the territory of the Eastern War God. Where exactly is your meeting? Please provide me with the address. I will come to find you, Ye Chen insisted. Knowing the Eastern War God might send someone to target Ruoyi, he felt it necessary to exercise caution. Lin Ruoyi, recognizing her brother's concern for her safety, relayed the address before hanging up. I apologize, senior sister, but I cannot go to the hotel for now. I need to make a trip to Dongdu to prevent any unforeseen incidents from befalling Ruoyi. Ye Chen explained apologetically. And oh worries, we shall accompany you. Long Aoshue resolved, contemplating the potential trouble her junior brother might encounter in the Eastern War God's lair. should that unworthy Eastern war god attempt to create difficulties for him. She would not sit idly by. Consequently, the trio drove towards Dongdu. As the clock struck 8:30 in the evening, they arrived at the Qian family restaurant in Dongdu. In a private room, Gao Lan politely remarked, "Mr. Qian, both Lin and I have low alcohol tolerance. We truly cannot drink anymore. Now that we have dined well, let us discuss the order, shall we?" Sitting across from them were Qian Xiang, the head of the Qian family, and several executives from the Qian group. In such social occasions, Gao Lan was naturally more adept than Lin Ruoyi in handling the interactions. "Mr. Qian, let us get to the point," Lin Ruoyi said. Although she had only consumed red wine, she was already feeling lightheaded. This was a substantial deal, and if they could finalize it, it would greatly benefit the Yellen Group's development. Thus, she reluctantly endured the distasteful drinking culture, negotiating with a greasy old man. "Lin, you've only had a little. Your sincerity is lacking. How about this? The two beautiful ladies finish one last shot of white wine, and the deal is sealed. What do you think?" Qian Xiang, with a smug smile, suggested. "All right, just one last drink," Lin Ruoyi conceded. "Ms. Lin is quite straightforward. Let us raise our glasses to a pleasant cooperation." Qian Xiang ordered drinks to be poured and immediately raised his glass in a toast. Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan held their breath as they downed a shot of white liquor, the fiery liquid causing their faces to flush with discomfort, while Qian Xiang and his companions roared with laughter, their smirks growing more pronounced. Within less than half a minute of the strong liquor entering their systems, Lin Ruoyi felt her head spinning even more, her body suddenly drained of energy. Gao Lan, seated beside her, exhibited the same symptoms. With her wealth of workplace experience, she recognized the malicious grins on the faces of the men across from them and sensed impending danger. Chapter 48. Daring to touch my woman is seeking death. Gao Lan quickly discerned the truth and leaned closer to Lin Ruoyi, whispering urgently, "Ms. Lin, the drinks are tampered with. Quickly contact M.Ye for help." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoyi's face changed instantly. She, too, sensed something was amiss and hurriedly reached for her phone. "What are you whispering about? Seize them and restrain them." Qian Xiang ordered with a cold smirk. Two executives sitting nearby immediately stood up, advancing towards them. "Ms. Lin, call now," Gao Lan shouted, grasping a knife and fork from the table to threaten them. In such a dire situation, she maintained her composure, determined to protect Lin Ruoyi and buy time for a rescue. Lin Ruoyi fumbled with her phone, her dizziness making it difficult to focus. Yet she managed to open her contacts and dial Ye Chen's number. "You little wenches still dare to thwart me." A man charged forward, delivering a sharp slap. Dazed and weakened by the liquor, Gao Lan was no match for him and fell to the ground with a single blow. "Still trying to call for help? Dream on." Another man rushed to seize Lin Ruoyi's phone. That moment, the call connected but was cut off within a second. "Oh, calling your little lover. He is probably off enjoying himself somewhere. How could he possibly come to your rescue?" The man laughed heartily as he glanced at the phone, while another restrained the fallen Gao Lan, confiscating her phone as well. With her low alcohol tolerance, Lin Ruoyi was now poisoned and utterly exhausted, unable to rise from her seat. "Help! Someone, please!" Both Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan cried out, hoping someone would hear their pleas and not remain idle. They had not anticipated that what should have been a routine business discussion would unfold into a trap. The head of the Qian family was nothing more than a hypocritical villain. "Enough shouting! Be quiet!" Qian Xiang roared with glee. "Even if you scream to the heavens, no one will come to your aid." His face gleamed with joy, fully revealing his intentions. Tonight's dinner was a fade for business discussions, but the true motive was far more sinister. Lin Ruoyi, recalling her earlier call to Ye Chen, remembered his promise to come find her. Thus, she knew she had to stall for time. "Mr. Qian, what is the meaning of this? Why tamper with the drinks? I advise you not to act recklessly, or you shall surely regret it." Lin Ruoyi warned, her face flushed with anger as she exchanged a glance with Gao Lan. "Mr. Qian, let us discuss business as intended. Please don't go off course. If you release us, tonight's events will be forgotten." Gao Lan added coldly. Both women understood that warnings would likely prove futile. Their goal was merely to buy time. Now that you have fallen into my hands, do you still think you can escape? Do you dare to warn me? Are you hoping that that young man will come to my aid? This is the territory of the Eastern War God. Even if you gave him 100 lives, he would not dare to show his face here. If he dares to come, the Eastern War God will ensure he meets his demise. It was the Eastern War God who prompted you to act thus. Lin Ruoyi immediately thought, You need not know. Tonight, I shall thoroughly enjoy your presence. Such a captivating woman is simply exquisite. Qian Xiang and several of his subordinates suddenly wore wicked grins, their intentions becoming apparent. Do not come near. Ye Chen will come to rescue us. You will regret this. The two beauties shouted angrily. Faced with the terrifying men before them, both were gripped by an overwhelming fear. They did not wish to be sullied by these loathsome men. That scarred, ugly brute is all yours. I intend to savor this alluring secretary. Oh, those long legs will surely provide untold pleasure. Move, take them to the room. Qian Xiang's gaze fixated on Gao Lan, his eyes gleaming with desire. He found Lin Ruoyi, with her scar, lacking in perfection, while the mature and sophisticated Gao Lan was a true gem among gems. Just her alluring long legs could provide him with a year of enjoyment. His subordinates, upon receiving the command, approached with malicious grins, ready to carry the two beauties away for their amusement. To indulge in this female executive was nothing short of a grand opportunity. If only they could overlook the scar on her face. She would be an absolute beauty. Scoundrel, stay away. Ye Chen brother, Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan, at that moment, found themselves devoid of strength to even call for help. They felt like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, filled with despair. Yet they clung to a glimmer of hope, believing Ye Chen would surely appear. Still calling him brother Ye Chen? Tonight, let your little lover wear several green hats. Call more people over, the more the merrier. And treat this woman well. Qian Xiang sneered, his thoughts malicious to the core. However, barely had he spoken when, boom, the sturdy door exploded into splinters, wood flying everywhere. A furious Ye Chen appeared at the entrance. When Ruoyi had called him earlier, he was already driving swiftly to the restaurant. The call had connected only to disconnect, instantly alerting him that Ruoyi might be in danger. Thus, he had stormed into this private room. The group of roadblocks outside had long since been rendered silent. Qian Xiang and his associates were startled by the sudden explosion. Upon recognizing the newcomer, their expressions changed drastically. It was Ye Chen. Why had he suddenly appeared here? Brother Ye Chen, President Yi. Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan exclaimed in joy. It was as if they had seen a ray of light. All their despair and fear vanished in an instant. Ye Chen surveyed the room and immediately discerned the nefarious intentions these scoundrels harbored against the two women. His fury escalated further. How dare they lay a hand on my women? They are courting death. Ye Chen bellowed, raising his hand to unleash an invisible force. The four approaching men were sent flying, crashing against the wall, blood splattering as they fell lifelessly. The man who had been restraining Gao Lan was similarly seized by Ye Chen's invisible grip and slammed against the wall. His brain matter splattering as he met a gruesome end. Qian Xiang, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine, trembling uncontrollably. The man before him was more terrifying than death itself. Old fool. Prepare to meet your end. Ye Chen reached out again, grasping Qian Xiang's throat. Let go of me. If you kill me, you will never leave Dongdu. Qian Xiang struggled to warn, despite his desperate attempts. He could not escape the invisible grip. His throat was near to being crushed, the sensation of suffocation causing him immense pain. Dare to touch my woman, and you shall die 1,000 deaths. Ye Chen coldly scoffed, then raised his hand. Qian Xiang collided with the ceiling, his head bursting open. The next moment, his hefty body crashed to the ground. Ye Chen had no intention of taking Qian Xiang's life just yet. Otherwise, he would have been nothing but a corpse. Qian Xiang lay on the ground, howling in agony. Ruoyi, Gao, do not fear. I am here. Ye Chen turned and approached, first assisting the fallen Gao Lan. He quickly realized her body was limp and powerless. After checking the pulses of both women, he understood they had been poisoned with a soft muscle powder. Brother Ye Chen, I'm so glad you came. They attempted to violate Gao Lan and me. Lin Ruoyi said, her anger palpable, tears of agitation glistening in her eyes. Had it not been for brother Ye Chen's timely arrival, she could not bear to think of what might have transpired. Thankfully, she had called him on her way here. Do not fear. It is all right now. Ye Chen embraced the frightened Ruoyi, soothing her gently, and gathered his vital energy in his palm, stroking her back to infuse her with it. Such a trivial poison, he could easily dispel with his energy. Lin Ruoyi felt a warm current flowing in her back, her strength gradually returning. Ye Chen released her and similarly placed his hand on Gao Lan's back. Thank you, President Yi. Gao Lan smiled brightly in gratitude. The moment this man appeared, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. At that moment, Long Xue and Xia Yan also entered the room, seeing that all was well. Both let out a sigh of relief. Cough, cough, I am the head of the Qian family, a favored individual before the Eastern War God. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you will surely die. You will not leave Dongdu tonight. Qian Xiang spat blood, threatening with a twisted expression, his eyes filled with fear and rage. He had already sent word for the Qian family's guards to rush to the restaurant. After all, the Qian family is one of the 5 great families in Dongdu. A mere dog-s life is not enough to silence you. Who ordered you to plot against them? Was it that Eastern War God? Ye Chen again reached out. Lifting Qian Xiang's corpulent form into the air, he understood in his heart that if they had been negotiating business normally, this old scoundrel would not have dared to harbor ill intentions toward Ruoyi and Gao Lan. The old rogue dared to act thus because he was clearly being manipulated. He had begun to suspect the Eastern War God was behind this and needed only confirmation. He knew that the Eastern War God could not harm him directly. So he targeted those close to him? Cough, cough, how dare you directly call that esteemed name? Do not forget, this is the Eastern War God's territory. You would be foolish to act recklessly, Qian Xiang snarled. His demeanor one of defiance. Brother Ye Chen, he mentioned the Eastern War God earlier. He must be acting on the Eastern War God's orders. Lin Ruoyi proclaimed angrily, convinced of her assertion. She had already realized that the Eastern War God sought to retaliate against brother Ye Chen by targeting her. I will ask you one last time. Is it true or not? Ye Chen's eyes glimmered with cold light. You little brat. So what if it is true? Do you dare? Qian Xiang began to shout. But his words were cut short as Ye Chen crushed his throat, ending his life instantly. Ye Chen had no desire to hear another word of nonsense. Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan watched in satisfaction. This old scoundrel deserved to die for his attempt to violate them. However, both women could not help but feel anxious. This old scoundrel was a man of the Eastern War God. If he perished, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble for Ye Chen. Long Xue and Xia Yan remained unfazed, watching the scene unfold, completely unsurprised. After all, if this young man did not kill the head of the Qian family, it would have surprised them more. Ye Chen took hold of Ruoyi and Gao Lan, intending to lead them away. Ouch, my leg. As Gao Lan stood, pain shot through her leg. When she fell earlier, her stockings had torn, and her knee was injured and swollen. Her face had also been slapped, leaving it slightly red and swollen. Gao Lan had been injured while protecting me, Lin Ruoyi said, her worry evident that I in such a perilous situation. Gao Lan had bravely stepped up to protect her. This made her realize she could trust this good friend completely in the future. It's just a small issue. Let me ease your pain. Ye Chen glanced over and said that he then gathered his vital energy in his palm and gently placed it on Gao Lan's bruised face. Utilizing his energy, he could help reduce the swelling and alleviate the pain. Being touched so tenderly caused Gao Lan to tremble, her face flushing and her heart racing wildly. This was her first intimate physical contact with President Yi. Does it hurt a lot? Ye Chen frowned, asking no, President Yi, you were so good to me. Gao Lan quickly shook her head in denial. Usually so composed, she now appeared flustered like an innocent girl. It's nothing. I must thank you for protecting Ruoyi. Ye Chen smiled lightly as he spoke. His hand moved to Gao Lan's knee, applying his energy to treat her injury. Such perfect long legs, marred by a scrape, was truly a waste. As he touched her leg, Gao Lan again trembled slightly. In her heart, she thought, how she wished to be injured all over so this man could treat her. After a brief treatment, Ye Chen helped the 2 girls leave. Long Xue followed calmly behind. A secret smile crept upon my lips as I observed my junior disciple. How effortlessly gentle he was with every young lady he encountered. Surely, he shall win the hearts of all the senior sisters in time. The group made their way into the hotel lobby, which was currently filled to capacity with individuals clad in black suits. These were the guards of the Chen family. Most were at the innate level. A few reached the master level, and several were at the Martial King level. The hotel was unable to accommodate everyone, leading to a substantial crowd gathered outside, numbering at least 200 to 300. Yet, Ye Chen regarded them with utter disdain, confident that a mere wave of his hand would suffice to resolve the matter. "You little brat, what have you done to my father?" A man in his 30s stepped forward. Demanding an explanation, he was the young master of the Chen family, possessing the strength of a martial king. "So, you're his father." "Not much. He's dead. That old scoundrel deserved it." "What? You dared to kill my father?" "Say that again. You scoundrel. What exactly have you done?" The young master of the Chen family was instantly overcome with rage and disbelief, unable to fathom that his father had been so easily dispatched. "Get out of my way. Whoever blocks my path shall die," Ye Chen warned coldly, uninterested in engaging in further dialogue with the young master. Should he persist, he would send him to reunite with his dear father. "You little scoundrel, you have killed my father. I will have your life," the young master bellowed, ordering his men, "All of you, seize him. Dismember this brat." At his command, the black-clad guards brandished their weapons and surged forward with menacing intent. "Ruai, go on. Close your eyes and do not look," Ye Chen instructed, not wishing for them to witness the ensuing chaos. He did not want them to bear any psychological scars. "Brother Ye Chen, we are fine," they reassured him. Having witnessed Ye Chen's furious slaughter of the Chen family patriarch and several subordinates earlier, they were no longer afraid. That why Ye Chen merely shrugged, recognizing that perhaps he had delayed in his warning. "Then it matters not. You dare to kill our patriarch. You seek death," the guard shouted as they charged at him. Ye Chen's eyes glinted coldly as he unleashed a sweeping palm strike. The first wave of dozens of guards, not even having gotten close, were sent flying, spewing blood and crashing into those behind them. Those struck were either dead or gravely injured. Without pausing, Ye Chen leaped into the fray, aiming directly for the young master of the Chen family. "Protect the young master." 4 elders of the Martial King level swiftly emerged, joining forces to attack Ye Chen. It was baffling where they found their confidence. Had they inquired even a little about Ye Chen's reputation, they would have never ventured forth to face certain death. Ye Chen did not even blink as he threw a punch. The 4 Martial King elders were met with a powerful surge of true energy, their expressions transforming in shock. With no means to defend themselves, they were struck back, coughing up blood as they crashed to the ground, their lives extinguished. "Now it's your turn." Ye Chen swiftly grasped the throat of the young master of the Chen family, the pressure of his superior realm rendering the young master utterly defenseless. "You little scoundrel," the young master snarled, his face contorted in rage, but with a sharp crack, Ye Chen ruthlessly snapped his neck. "Eliminate the wicked. Eradicate the roots, lest future troubles arise. Retreat. Should you obstruct my path again, your fate shall mirror his." Ye Chen raised the warm corpse of the young master high, intimidating the surrounding guards. Those who were foolish enough to stand his way would receive no mercy. The black-clad guards, witnessing this scene, were now visibly shaken. The 4 Martial King elders had been effortlessly defeated before this young man. The Martial King young master had perished without a fight. The only way to describe Ye Chen's power was as terrifying. The guards hurriedly retreated, and none dared to impede his advance. Satisfied, Ye Chen scoffed and strode forward, unimpeded, as he exited the Chen family hotel. The 200 or so members of the Chen family lined the sides, each trembling uncontrollably. To an unsuspecting observer, it might seem as if they were bidding farewell to Ye Chen. And in truth, that was not far from reality. The Chen family guards were solely focused on one thing: to swiftly send this living harbinger of death on his way outside the hotel. A large crowd of onlookers had gathered, astonished and bewildered that someone would dare to cause trouble on the Chen family's territory. Who could possibly provoke a family that wielded such power in the eastern city? Unbeknownst to them, 2 significant figures from the Chen family had already met their demise. The family could very well be declared defunct. as Ye Chen and his companions reached the roadside, preparing to depart. An ear-splitting roar of engines filled the air. In the blink of an eye, dozens of black pickup trucks arrived, blocking the wide road completely. Each truck disgorged around 10 burly men, totaling another 200 to 300 individuals. The muscular men, fully armed, quickly surrounded Ye Chen and his companions, pointing a sea of dark gun barrels directly at him. The onlookers instinctively retreated further away, recognizing that these were the men of the Eastern War God. Ye Chen surveyed the scene with an expression of indifference. Given the current situation, it seemed that the Eastern War God was about to make his entrance in the rear, concealed behind sunglasses. Long Xue furrowed her brow slightly. She was aware that these were indeed the Eastern War God, and it appeared the moment for her to step forward had arrived. Lin Ruoyi and Gaolan, however, cowered behind Ye Chen, frightened by the multitude of firearms aimed at them. No young lady could remain unafraid under such circumstances. At that moment, a luxurious extended vehicle came to a halt at the periphery of the pickup trucks. The Eastern War God emerged, flanked by 10 of his elite warriors. The reason for the reduced number of warriors was due to the 8 who had already perished. The Eastern War God, a towering figure appearing to be in his 40s, sported a crew cut and a short beard, exuding an intimidating presence. Draped in the War God's exclusive cloak, he approached with an air of authority, his anger boiling as he beheld the disorderly blockade of pickup trucks. How dare his incompetent subordinates obstruct his passage? The 10 warriors, quick to read the room, swiftly kicked aside the obstructing vehicles as though they were mere toys. The Eastern War God, his expression grave, advanced towards the crowd. Those flanking the road bowed their heads and bent their bodies in reverence. To disrespect the Eastern War God was a capital offense. "Welcome, Lord Eastern War God." The 200 to 300 subordinates shouted in unison, paying their respects to their war god. Ye Chen regarded them with indifference. From his appearance alone, it was clear that the Eastern War God was no virtuous man. Behind him, Lin Ruoyi and Gaolan grew increasingly anxious. With the Eastern War God present and surrounded by so many men, they felt uncertain about how to escape this predicament. In contrast, Long Xue and Xia Yan remained relatively composed. After all, she had no reason to fear the Eastern War God. Who among them was not a war god in their own right? "You little brat, how dare you not bow before the Eastern War God? How dare you stare him down?" A warrior stepped forward, pointing a finger at Ye Chen, his tone accusatory. With the Eastern War God backing him, he felt emboldened. Were the circumstances different, he would never have had such audacity. "Silence!" Ye Chen retorted disdainfully, lightly kicking a small stone on the ground that hurtled towards the warrior, sensing a chilling aura of death approaching. The warrior's face paled as he hurriedly activated his true energy for protection, raising his arms in defense. However, Ye Chen's attack was not something a mere martial emperor could withstand. The small stone effortlessly shattered through his protective energy, piercing through his arm, and struck true at his brow. Like a bullet, it penetrated his head. The warrior shuddered violently, a trickle of blood streaming from his brow, before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The remaining 9 warriors and the 200 to 300 guards were left aghast at this sight. Initially skeptical, they were now convinced. This young man named Yi was indeed capable of killing a warrior with a single strike. At such a young age, he wielded an unfathomable power. The 9 warriors exchanged glances, instinctively retreating behind their comrades. None dared to step forward again, fearing for their lives, knowing that there were many more small stones at Ye Chen's feet. The Eastern War God, witnessing this scene, felt a chilling malice wash over him, his facial muscles twitching in outrage. This little brat had the audacity to kill one of his warriors right before his eyes. This was insurrection. This boy was truly beyond the pale. "Ye Chen, your arrogance knows no bounds. This night, I shall ensure you meet your demise," the Eastern War God thundered in fury. "Come at me if you dare." Ye Chen retorted defiantly, provocatively beckoning with his finger. He had long wished to eliminate the Eastern War God. Why not do it tonight? Behind him, Lin Ruoyi and Gaolan wore expressions of astonishment, never having expected Ye Chen to confront the Eastern War God so brazenly. "Brother Ye Chen, be careful." Lin Ruoyi tugged at his sleeve, her voice low with concern. Her heart raced with worry for Ye Chen, for this man commanded the eastern provinces with power beyond imagination. While fear gripped her, she was also filled with immense admiration for Ye Chen, but a man so unflinching in the face of danger was undeniably captivating. By a twist of fate, Gao Lan's thoughts mirrored those of her companion at this moment. With sunglasses perched on his nose, Long Ao Xue could only helplessly rub his forehead. Truly, he was a little junior disciple, ready to engage in battle with the Eastern god of war at the slightest provocation. She hadn't even had the chance to utter a word before it was too late. The situation had become quite complicated. She had to dissuade her junior disciple. It was imperative that he did not act impulsively and kill the Eastern god of war, as that would lead to dire and unpredictable consequences. She was acutely aware that her junior disciple indeed possessed the strength to slay the Eastern god of war. Meanwhile, Xia Yin, reveling in the drama, was thoroughly entertained. This young gentleman, Ye Chen, was undeniably a man of unparalleled uniqueness and charm. She was almost completely captivated by him. You are the first to dare speak to this god of war in such a manner. Overestimating your own abilities, you've made me laugh to the point of tears. The Eastern god of war erupted into laughter, completely dismissing Ye Chen's words as a mere jest. The 9 war generals and the surrounding guards joined in, their laughter echoing through the air. This brat dared to provoke the god of war to his face. Truly, he must be weary of life. Should the god of war become enraged, he could easily crush this youth. Without a doubt, the boy was destined for death this very night. Ye Chen chuckled along, finding the god of war's blind arrogance utterly absurd. Well, the god of war, he too could be annihilated. You audacious brat, how dare you still laugh? You think yourself invincible. The god of war shall teach you that arrogance comes with a price. With a sudden surge, the aura of death emanated from the Eastern god of war, his cloak blown away by the force of his killing intent, which a nearby war general hastily caught. The generals and guards were overwhelmed, struggling to breathe under the oppressive pressure of his terrifying aura. Such a formidable presence could only belong to the esteemed god of war. Ordinary individuals like Lin Ruo, Yi, and Gao Lan were on the verge of fainting from the sheer intensity of the killing intent. At that moment, Ye Chen's gaze sharpened, and he too unleashed a wave of murderous energy. This powerful aura collided with that of the Eastern god of war. The pressure that had gripped Ra, Yi, and Gao Lan dissipated instantly. Their discomfort vanished. However, the war generals and guards found themselves ensnared in the killing intent of both men, and it was far from pleasant. They felt as if they were trapped in a terrifying realm of blades and shadows, where death lurked at every corner. Several guards, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsed, foaming at the mouth. You insolent brat! How dare you display your killing intent before me? Disrespecting the god of war warrants your death. The Eastern god of war roared in fury. He was somewhat astonished. This boy's killing intent was unexpectedly potent, far beyond his initial estimation. The Eastern god of war was nothing extraordinary. You, a cruel and tyrannical individual, are unworthy of holding the title of god of war. Ye Chen coldly derided. Tonight, he would rid the world of this scourge. How dare you claim I am unworthy? Dare to utter another word and see what happens. Seeking death without regard for the day, prepare to meet your end. The Eastern god of war's wrath surged uncontrollably. Clenching his iron fist, he launched himself forward. His fist hurtled toward Ye Chen's face with the force of a tidal wave. The war generals and guards realized at once that this boy was doomed. Ye Chen gathered his inner energy, preparing to retaliate and show this insufferable god of war what true power looked like. Halt! Just then, Long Ao Xue dashed forward, throwing a punch to meet the Eastern god of war's assault head-on. With a resounding boom, their fists had yet to collide when the air erupted with explosive force. A terrifying shockwave sent the nearby war generals and guards flying. Those unable to withstand the impact fell, bloodied and lifeless. Who told them to crowd so close and enjoy the spectacle? Ye Chen stood calmly in place, thinking to himself that his senior sister need not intervene. He could handle the situation himself. Long Ao Xue, are you trying to block me? The Eastern god of war bellowed in anger. He had already recognized the woman in sunglasses as Long Ao Xue, but had chosen to ignore her. He never anticipated she would dare to obstruct him. Chu Junlin, what does it matter if I stop you? Do not overstep your bounds. She removed her sunglasses, revealing a face as cold as ice. The Eastern god of war's entourage gasped in shock. This was the famed female god of war from the northern region, a beauty like no other, capable of matching the Eastern god of war in strength. Chu Junlin was the name of the Eastern god of war. Since his ascension to this title, few dared to utter his name, leaving many of his subordinates unaware of his true identity. Why are you protecting this boy? Is he truly your little lover? Chu Junlin sneered, demanding an answer. What relationship exists between us is none of your concern. I've already instructed your subordinates to relay the message. Ye Chen is under my protection, and you are forbidden from harming him. As long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on him. Long Ao Xue spoke with an icy demeanor, her words dripping with authority. She was the female god of war of the northern region, standing on equal footing with him. Why should she fear or cower? Ye Chen's lips curled into a smile, reveling in the strength of his senior sister. Lin Ruo Yi and Gao Lan were both awestruck by Long Ao Xue's formidable presence. My heavens, she is simply stunning. In contrast, Xia Yin, accustomed to the dragon god's commanding aura, remained remarkably composed, for the dragon god was always like this. So, you intend to protect this boy to the bitter end? Old grievances and new scores alike will be settled. How many lives has this boy taken from me? And you slaughtered 8 of my war generals and incited my 80,000 troops to rebel against me. I have yet to settle accounts with you. You have the audacity to appear here and shield this vile wretch. Chu Junlin's expression grew increasingly sinister, embodying the spirit of a vengeful judge. Your men have bullied the weak and committed countless atrocities. They deserve nothing less than death. You, their leader, are no better. I advise you to tread carefully. Should you wish to engage in combat, I shall accompany you to the very end. Long Ao Xue warned with a chilling glare. Chapter 52. I ask you, are you afraid? Long Ao Xue, do you truly wish to oppose me, the god of war, to the bitter end? Have you considered the consequences? Chu Junlin roared, his tone laced with threats. He was furious. This woman dared to brazenly challenge his limits. This was intolerable. Chu Junlin, do not speak to me from your lofty perch. Who among us is not a god of war? What airs are you putting on? Long Ao Xue scoffed disdainfully, completely disregarding his words. This is my territory. How dare you? Chu Junlin stomped his foot in fury, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Long Ao Xue interrupted him directly. What of your territory? Does it grant you the right to be unreasonable? Do you think that being the Eastern god of war allows you to act with impunity across the Eastern 5 provinces? Long Ao Xue retorted, her defiance unwavering. Her words immediately resonated with the gathered crowd in Dongdu, who wished to cheer but were too intimidated by the Eastern god of war's power to voice their approval. Even some of the Eastern god of war subordinates, weary of his oppressive dominance, longed to join in the applause. Well said. Ye Chen clapped enthusiastically. One person's applause resonates louder than 100. Had it not been for his senior sister restraining him, he would have rushed forward without hesitation to show this god of war a thing or two. Long Ao Xue, do not speak recklessly. I ask you once more, will you hand over this boy or not? Do not test my patience. Everyone, take aim. Chu Junlin began to lose his composure, loudly ordering his men, eager to take action. Hundreds of soldiers simultaneously raised their weapons, aiming at Long Ao Xue and her companions, creating a fearsome spectacle. However, some hands trembled uncontrollably. Do you not understand that raising your weapons against the god of war at any time is a capital offense? Lower your weapons, Long Ao Xue shouted, her voice filled with fury as she surveyed the crowd. These hounds of the Eastern god of war were utterly audacious. Her words immediately instilled fear among the hundreds of soldiers present. Some, terrified, quickly lowered their weapons. Those who defy my order shall die. However, Chu Junlin glared furiously, his hand reaching out to crush the soldier who dared to lower his weapon from a distance. The remaining soldiers, struck by fear, were paralyzed, caught in a dilemma. Long Ao Xue, I shall say this one last time. You leave, and this wretched boy remains. Otherwise, you shall not leave here. I will report you to Wu Jun for abandoning your post and wreaking havoc on my territory." Chu Junlin threatened, his eyes blazing with fury. Feeling cornered, he invoked the name of Wu Jun, the highest authority among the four god of wars in the Dragon Kingdom. Only a handful of individuals could be called Jun. Yet his connection to the title was tenuous at best. I have said it before. As long as I am here, you shall not harm him. Do you think I fear you simply because you invoke Wu Jun? Once I report your tyrannical behavior and your disregard for human life to Wu Jun, I shall ask you, are you afraid? Long Ao Xue chuckled coldly, finding inspiration in his words. Moreover, this arrogant man was blissfully unaware that had she not intervened, he might have already become a lifeless corpse. Long Ao Xue was determined to prevent her junior disciple from acting impulsively. If the young apprentice truly kills the Eastern War God, it would send shockwaves throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, and the consequences would be unimaginable. You don't speak such nonsense, slandering me. Chu Junlin immediately denied the accusation, though he felt a twinge of panic within. Others might hesitate to report him, but this woman could, and Lord Wu Jun would believe her. I can't waste any more time with you, that I'm leaving, and let us see who dares to stop me. Long Aoshua turned and, taking the young apprentice by the hand, called for Lin Ruoyi and a few others to depart. The soldiers blocking their path dared not obstruct them, and quickly stepped aside, fearful that the female war god might unleash her wrath and take their lives. You stop right there. You're not allowed to leave, Chu Junlin bellowed furiously. After being confronted, it was unbearable for him to watch them swagger away, leaving him with no dignity. Long Aoshua remained oblivious, calmly walking away. Yu Yi, if you have the guts, don't walk away. This war god will surely kill you tonight. Chu Junlin's rage erupted, his fists clenched, ready to strike. He had to ensure that this little brat met his demise. Stop barking. If you're not afraid of death, come at me. Hearing this, Ye Chen halted, his gaze icy, prepared for a confrontation that you're truly courting death. Come on, this war god stands right here. Chu Junlin disdainfully refrained from making the first move. Otherwise, it would diminish his status. Ye Chen's eyes glinted with cold light, the murderous intent palpable, as he genuinely readied himself for action. Do not act impulsively. Listen to me, and come with me. Long Aoshua tightly grasped the young apprentice's hand, her eyes conveying urgency. After a moment of hesitation, Ye Chen ultimately decided to heed his senior sister's advice. Driven by a singular desire, he did not wish to anger her. He said nothing further and followed her out. You little brat, why are you being a coward again? If you leave today, this war god will eventually make you pay. Chu Junlin shouted in frustration from behind. Little did he know, such behavior appeared utterly ridiculous to the onlookers. He remained unaware that Long Aoshua had saved his life. Otherwise, he would not see the light of dawn. No one dared to hinder Long Aoshua and her companions. The five of them drove away in 2 vehicles, and the citizens of Dongdu lining the streets could hardly believe the scene that had just unfolded. The formidable Eastern war god, who commanded respect, had been so thoroughly humiliated on his own turf. Though they dared not express it openly, their hearts cheered in exhilaration. If someone could eliminate this Eastern war god, they would undoubtedly revere that individual as a supreme hero. The curious onlookers pondered the identity of Ye Chen. Could he truly be the man of the Northern Domain war god? Especially the men who were envious beyond measure that such an enchanting female war god had taken a liking to him. He was the ultimate life winner, living off the spoils of others. Chu Junlin gritted his teeth, hatred swirling in his bloodshot eyes. With a sullen expression, he departed in his vehicle. Before getting in, he ordered his subordinates to warn all the onlookers not to spread the events of the night. Otherwise, if word got out, he would have nowhere to hide his shame. Junior brother, sometimes you must not act too impulsively. Learn to remain calm, Long Aoshua advised earnestly from the passenger's seat, like the young apprentice. She was decisive in her actions, yet sometimes calmness was essential. That I will eventually kill the Eastern war god. Sister, if you kill that scoundrel, what consequences will follow? Ye Chen asked casually, merely curious. If you truly kill the Eastern war god, It would be an extremely grave incident. The entire Dragon Kingdom would be shaken. The strongest forces from the Dragon Kingdom would come seeking retribution. So you must promise me, senior sister, do not act impulsively. All right. Long Xue spoke earnestly, genuinely concerned. The young apprentice was indeed formidable, but he could not contend with the might of the entire Dragon Kingdom. She did not want him to face any danger. Oh, is that so? Sister, forgive me, but I cannot promise you that. The Eastern War god dare to harm my beloved. I will not let him go, I know. He will provoke me again, and when that time comes, it will be his death. Ye Chen shook his head in refusal, unable to provide such assurance. The beloved he referred to was, of course, Roy. This girl had risked her life for him, and he would go to great lengths to protect her. He would never allow anyone who harmed Roy to continue living. Brother Yi, you must listen to senior sister. I only wish for your safety, no matter the time. Lin Roy, seated in the back, urged. She understood that her brother Yi acted in her best interest. Thus she hoped for his well-being even more. Beside her, Gao Lan looked on with envy. If only she had a man to protect her in such a manner, she would do anything for him. Ye Chen chose not to speak further. Once he had made a determination, he would see it through. Behind them, the unfortunate Xia Yin drove alone in a vehicle, feeling extremely bored without anyone to converse with. Meanwhile, at the Eastern War God's residence, useless scoundrels. This is all your flawed scheme. How could this war god suffer such humiliation? Chu Junlin erupted in fury. With a swift slap, he sent strategist Sun Zi flying several meters away. Sun Zi landed on the ground, spitting out a few bloodied molars, his head spinning from the force. War god, please temper your anger. This was not a failure of my plan. It was your impulsiveness tonight that caused the issue. You should not have made an appearance. Sun Zi, bleeding, defended himself, his face contorted with grievance and feared. He inwardly cursed. If only the war god hadn't shown up, nothing would have happened. It was merely the demise of one Qian family member. So what? There were countless others to utilize. Little did he know, the Eastern War god, unable to contain himself, rushed out upon hearing the news and ended up with a face full of humiliation. He felt wronged, having no one to voice his grievances. Originally, Sun Zi's plan was to target Lin Royai, that by controlling this woman, he would seize hold of Ye Chen's Achilles heel. However, he overlooked one crucial fact. Lin Royai could serve as both Ye Chen's weakness and his untouchable reverse scale. To touch it was to invite death, and it would not spare anyone. Whoever dared touch it would perish. The Qian family was the latest victim. Damn it, are you implying this is the war god's fault? What use is it to keep such a useless person around? Go die. Chu Junlin, in a fit of rage, prepared to kill this incompetent strategist. Anyone around him who proved useless was subject to his wrath. War god, spare me. I meant no such thing. Please give me another chance, just a little more time. I will provide you with a satisfactory outcome. Sun Zi begged, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. With just a few strikes, he bloodied his forehead, but he dared not stop, fearing the Eastern War god might truly kill him. In light of your years of service, I will spare your miserable life. I will give you a few more days. I don't care what means you use. This war god demands that boy be eliminated. Chu Junlin released his grip, not out of mercy, but because killing Sun Zi would merely reduce the number of strategists he had at his disposal. There were not many capable individuals willing to endure a life of uncertainty by his side. Yes. I have several other plans. Please rest assured, war god, I will fulfill your wishes. Sun Zi vowed, bowing repeatedly. Regardless of whether he could deliver, he first needed to promise. Otherwise, his life would truly be forfeit. If you fail again, next time, you'll bring your head to me. Chu Junlin warned angrily. Understood, I will ensure it is done. Sun Zi scrambled out of the Eastern War god's residence. He was utterly speechless tonight. He had been enjoying the company of several foreign women when he received a call and was subsequently beaten. On his way back, he muttered curses under his breath, utterly fed up with this Eastern War god. Nevertheless, to save his life, Sun Zi did not dare to slacken his efforts. He quickly racked his brain for alternative solutions. Inside the Eastern War god's residence, Chu Junlin sat alone in the grand hall, his anger unresolved. Had Long Xue not intervened tonight, he would have easily crushed Ye Chen. How infuriating. It was all that woman's meddling. Contemplating this for a long while, Chu Junlin picked up his phone and dialed a number. After several rings, the call connected. "Good evening, dear Lord Sakamoto." Chu Junlin suppressed his anger and spoke politely. "What matter brings you?" "The Eastern War God of the Dragon Kingdom, to contact me?" The voice on the other end spoke in a heavily accented version of the Dragon Kingdom's language. "I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." A sinister smile curved Chu Junlin's lips as he spoke that he had devised a flawless plan to ensure that Long Aoshue would have no choice but to leave Jiang province, and that was to instigate conflict in the northern domain. The individuals he sought were those from the small country that harbored a deep-seated grudge against the Dragon Kingdom. "Your proposal is quite perilous. The northern domain of the Dragon Kingdom is under the protection of that female war god, and we dare not invade." The voice on the other end expressed numerous concerns, knowing that with that woman and her millions of troops present, they could not dare to encroach upon the Dragon Kingdom. "Rest assured, Lord Sakamoto, your assistance will yield substantial benefits. We need not engage in actual combat. Merely creating a tense atmosphere will suffice," Chu Junlin further persuaded, offering generous conditions that were impossible to decline. This phone call lasted over 10 minutes, and ultimately, Chu Junlin and the representatives from the small country reached a collaboration. After hanging up the phone, a triumphant and sinister smile spread across his face. He promptly dialed another number. What business could possibly arise at such a late hour? A hoarse and aged voice answered on the other end. "Lord Wu Jun, I have something of great importance to report. I have received intelligence that a war is imminent in the northern region." Chu Junlin immediately adopted an exceedingly respectful tone, his voice laden with apparent concern for the nation and its people. How could there possibly be war in the northern region? The four commanders on the other end, Lord Wu Jun, expressed surprise and skepticism. Ever since Long Aoshue had taken command of the northern region, it had been a place of peace, with no foreign enemies daring to invade. "Lord Wu Jun, my intelligence is absolutely reliable. For safety's sake, you should promptly have a northern war god investigate, lest trouble arise," Chu Junlin asserted with fervor, as if he were more concerned about the northern region's safety than anyone else. "Very well, I understand," Wu Jun replied. After hanging up the phone, the sinister smile on Chu Junlin's face grew even more menacing. Once that troublesome woman, Long Aoshue, departs, he would undoubtedly take Ye Chen's life. Chapter 54. Matters difficult to articulate, having arranged matters to his satisfaction. Chu Junlin smiled contentedly. He was merely waiting for Long Aoshue to leave Jiang province, so he could seize the opportunity to eliminate Ye Chen. As for his strategist, Sun Zi, he held little hope for that waste. This time, he would personally seek retribution. Calling for his attendants, he commanded, "Have those four women from the Little Sun Nation come here immediately to serve this war god." A few days prior, friends from the Little Sun Nation had sent four women, professional entertainers skilled in music and dance, proficient in all 36 forms. With so many women surrounding him, Chu Junlin had yet to indulge in the pleasures these four women offered. After a mere 10 minutes, the four women, clad in splendid attire, entered, each possessing striking beauty and alluring figures, especially their prominent assets, which captivated any man who dared glance their way. Upon entering, the four women knelt gracefully on the floor. Awaiting orders, Chu Junlin smiled in satisfaction. These women from the Little Sun Nation were certainly obedient. What surprised him was that these four women possessed ninjutsu skills and were quite formidable, equivalent to martial kings of the Dragon Nation. A new idea suddenly struck him. He could make excellent use of these four women. Tonight, he intended to unleash his pent-up fury upon them. Afterward, he would assign them a significant task as the night deepened. Ruo Yi and Gaolan, still feeling slightly fatigued from the effects of the soft muscle scatter toxin, recalled the harrowing experience of nearly being violated earlier. Both were left shaken, but thankfully, it had only been a false alarm. "Junior brother, shouldn't we attend to our urgent matters?" Long Aoshue said, draping her arm over her junior brother's shoulder, a smile playing at her lips. "What if we encounter trouble after we leave?" Ye Chen suggested, concerned for Ruo Yi's safety. After all, one must always guard against potential threats. Had Ruo Yi not called him to inform him of her whereabouts, and had he not realized the danger and rushed to Dongdu? The consequences would have been dire. It's all right. We have Ian with us on the battlefield. She is a fearsome commander who strikes fear into the hearts of our enemies. Long Xue replied with a laugh. Believing it was better to go to a hotel where they could enjoy their time without interruption, by contrast, Xia Yin remained silent. Oh, dragon god, how lofty and exceptional you are. You frolic with a junior brother while I am left to handle matters. Indeed, Sister Xia Yin is quite reliable. Ye Chen nodded, feeling reassured with Xia Yin present. Then let us be off? Ian, please explain our absence. Just say we had urgent matters to attend to, Long Xue said with a playful grin at Xia Yin. Given that the handsome young man calls me sister, I shall assist you with this favor. Xia Yin agreed cheerfully, her heart fluttering at being called sister by Ye Chen. There was no reason for her to refuse this charming young man. Ye Chen and his senior sister swiftly departed, driving directly to the hotel. After several minutes, Lin Ruo, Yi, and Gaolan had finished their baths and emerged clad in bathrobes. Each beauty possessed her unique allure. But sadly, some were unable to witness it. Where are Brother Ye Chen and Sister Long? Lin Ruo, he inquired, puzzled. They have urgent business to attend to, Xia Yin replied casually. What business? Lin Ruo pressed on, her naivety preventing her from grasping the implications. Beside her, Gaolan had already surmised what the two were up to and felt a pang of envy. If only she could win Ye Chen's heart. Alas, she feared such an opportunity would elude her. It's the kind of matter that is difficult to articulate, Xia Yin replied delicately. It was all too easy for anyone to guess what a lone man and woman might be up to together. Oh, Lin Ruo echoed, falling into a profound silence. The realization that her brother Ye Chen was perhaps engaging in such activities with her senior sister left her feeling a poignant sense of loss. A bittersweet ache swelling within her heart. Are you all right? Xia Yin noticed her unusual demeanor and promptly inquired. Clearly, the girl was feeling a twinge of jealousy. I don't find it's getting late. I'll go rest. Ruo replied, her lonely and desolate figure evoking a pang of sympathy. Xia Yin and Gaolan were left in silence, exchanging glances. Meanwhile, at a luxurious hotel, Ye Chen had booked a room with a king-sized bed. The moment they entered, Long Xue eagerly wrapped her arms around her junior brother's neck, pushing him against the wall for an ardent kiss. In the throes of such intense emotion, the dragon blood toxin within him surged to life. After only 30 seconds, he had to push his senior sister away. Sister, I feel quite unwell. Let us hurry and take a shower, Ye Chen said, channeling his energy to suppress the dragon blood toxin. Yes, you go ahead, Long Xue replied with a smile, appreciating her junior brother's attention to hygiene. Ye Chen then headed to the bathroom, which was designed with translucent frosted glass, allowing for a vague view from the outside. Long Xue settled onto the sofa, admiring her junior brother's robust physique. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. She couldn't help but feel nervous, as she had never engaged in such activities before. Just then, Long Xue's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, her expression shifted. It was Lord Wu Jun calling. Lord Wu Jun, what is your command? Long Xue's demeanor instantly became serious. The voice on the other end belonged to the commander overseeing the 4 great war gods. Xue, I have heard that things have been rather unsettled in your northern region lately. Is that correct? Wu Jun asked in a grave tone. Unsettled? That's impossible. With me stationed there, who would dare invade? Long Xue replied, her brows furrowed. She believed that even in her absence of a few days, the northern region could not possibly be in turmoil, that I have received credible intelligence indicating that you may face difficulties. Therefore, I advise you to personally investigate the matter to prevent any issues, Wu Jun urged, clearly more amicable towards Long Xue than he was towards Chu Junlin. Understood. Please rest assured, Lord Wu Jun, I guarantee that the northern region will remain secure. Those who dare encroach upon my territory shall face severe consequences, regardless of distance, Long Xue vowed earnestly. After hanging up, she returned to admiring her junior brother's figure. Several minutes later, Ye Chen emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, looking exceptionally handsome and captivating to his senior sister. How could her junior brother be so striking, so enticing? Long Xue planted a quick kiss on his cheek before taking her clothes and stepping back into the bathroom. As Ye Chen sat on the sofa, He found himself irresistibly drawn to the bathroom. Through the semi-transparent frosted glass, he caught sight of his senior sister's graceful silhouette as she began to undress. At that moment, his dragon blood surged uncontrollably. Chapter 55, Breaking the Dragon Blood Toxin. The dragon blood toxin flared up intensely, and Ye Chen quickly averted his gaze, channeling his energy to suppress it. Otherwise, he would succumb to its effects before his senior sister even emerged. The sound of water echoed from the bathroom, yet he found himself unable to resist stealing another glance through the frosted glass, where he beheld his senior sister's enchanting figure. This sight ignited a rush of warmth to his face, and he realized he was bleeding from his nose. Thankfully, his senior sister was oblivious. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. His blood boiled, and the dragon blood toxin became increasingly difficult to control. Each time it surged, it was more ferocious than before. He shut the door and sat on the bed, meditating to shield his senses, knowing that this would be the only way to temporarily contain the toxin. However, he was acutely aware that this time he would be unable to suppress it. He was on the brink of losing control. Moments later, Long Xue emerged from the shower, her bathrobe draped loosely around her, showcasing her natural beauty, untouched by makeup. The alluring curves of her body subtly hinted at what lay beneath the robe. The two delicate pieces she wore underneath were the ones she had purchased on that day at the mall, specifically chosen to please her junior brother. A little surprise for him. Where's my junior brother? Long Xue mused, gliding gracefully towards the living area, only to find it empty. Just then, she heard the sound of clinking from the bedroom. Realizing her junior brother must be inside, she smiled and approached the door, gently turning the knob. Junior brother, have you been waiting long? Long Xue said with a smile, peering into the room. Suddenly, a shadow darted forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Sister, why? Ye Chen gasped for breath, his eyes a fiery red, veins bulging across his body, transforming into a wild beast beyond control. In the next moment, he opened his bloody jaws and lunged towards his senior sister's fair, jade-like shoulder. Ah, junior brother! Long Xue cried out in pain. A trail of crimson flowed down her body. Yet she felt no fear, nor did she push her junior brother away. Instead, she embraced him tightly, kissing him fervently. Had it been last night, when the situation was unclear, she would have attempted to restrain him. But now, she understood that she was the antidote to his affliction. She would use her body to detoxify him. Ye Chen, in a fit of uncontrollable frenzy, kissed his senior sister roughly, blood staining the corners of his mouth. He clawed at her, tearing apart her bathrobe without a second thought, showing no appreciation for the surprise she had prepared for him. Shredding it to pieces, before him lay a flawless, exquisite form. Igniting his dragon blood in a frenzy, he threw Long Xue onto the beat. An entire hour passed. The tempest subsided, but Ye Chen finally calmed down, lying sprawled on the bed in a star shape. His eyes no longer glowed red, though traces of blood were still visible. The veins that had once surged violently returned to a state of repose. Beside him lay Long Xue, her body limp and powerless. Her hair was disheveled, and aside from the bite mark on her shoulder, which had begun to scab, there were dozens of new blood streaks adorning her body, all the work of Ye Chen. Sister, was I frightening just now? I'm sorry for hurting you. Ye Chen sat up, fully regaining his composure. Seeing the scars on Long Xue's body filled him with guilt. You little rascal. Honestly, couldn't you be a bit gentler? How do you feel now? Long Xue curled slightly, her voice weak. Her body felt as though it had completely crumbled, utterly exhausted and unable to move. Even the slightest shift sent waves of pain coursing through her. This junior brother of hers had nearly claimed her life. However, Long Xue bore no resentment towards him. Instead, her only concern was whether the poison within him had been alleviated. She circulated her true energy to ease her own pain. The dragon blood poison within me has weakened considerably. Ye Chen could feel that indeed, a portion of the dragon blood poison had been neutralized. It seemed that his master had not deceived him. The poison that even his master could not dispel, his senior sister was able to mitigate. He stood up, draping a bathrobe over himself, Appearing invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue, he approached, gathering true energy in his hands to place on his senior sister's flat abdomen. Transmitting energy to help alleviate her discomfort, he understood that after his rough treatment, she must be in considerable pain. "You're fine now, that's good. You scared me earlier. I thought you would remain in that state indefinitely." Long Aoshua lay on the bed, completely unclothed, her alluring form laid bare before her junior brother's eyes. She no longer cared that he could see her, for what was done was done. There was no more shame. This made Ye Chen's gaze burn with intensity. In his earlier frenzy, he had failed to appreciate the captivating sight before him. Now, he could finally indulge his eyes. After a few glances, he felt a heat rising within him. However, this time it was not the dragon blood poison acting up, but rather a natural surge of passion. "Sister, I want to go again," Ye Chen stated bluntly. "You little rascal, can you let me catch my breath first?" Long Aoshua's body trembled, a flicker of surprise and fear evident in her beautiful eyes. This boy had just indulged in such fervor, and he was still not satisfied. Let us rest for a bit." Ye Chen covered her with the bathrobe and lifted her gently. That moment, he noticed a dark red flower blossoming on the pristine white sheets. He knew what that signified. "You little rascal. I've given you my precious first time, that if you don't treat me well or listen to me in the future, I will make you pay." Long Aoshua huffed lightly. Ye Chen nodded seriously. He held her and moved to the living room sofa. He then rose to pour 2 glasses of water. Their vigorous activities had left them both parched, in dire need of hydration. He reminded his junior brother not to act impulsively in the future. Ye Chen recognized that his senior sister referred to the matter of the Eastern War god, but evaded making any promises. They chatted casually for more than 10 minutes. Long Aoshua's body had recovered significantly, though the places that hurt still throbbed painfully. "Junior brother, do you really want to go again? My body is suffering. Can you spare me?" Long Aoshua asked, her tone tentative. In truth, she felt a bit frightened and wished to rest well. It was not that she blamed her junior brother for being too vigorous. She simply could not withstand it. Ye Chen spoke softly, tidying up the chaotic battlefield, preparing to dive back into the fray. With a layer of dragon blood poison dispelled, he indeed did not go berserk again. He pondered whether he could rid himself of even more of the dragon blood poison. Chapter 56. Sleeping with the junior brother to become stronger, the two conscious individuals finally entwined once more. He no longer released with brutality, but instead fully immersed himself in the experience, savoring it. The fusion of yin and yang, the union of heaven and man, allowed the senior sister to experience true ecstasy. The pleasure soaring to the heavens. The next day arrived. As the sun climbed high, Ye Chen finally awoke. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 10 o'clock. Rising so late was, of course, due to the previous night's late slumber. "Sister, it's time to get up." Ye Chen gently shook his sleeping senior sister awake. "Oh, let me sleep a bit longer." Long Aoshua mumbled, her eyes unable to open. Utterly fatigued, as she had not slept enough at TS past 10. Ye Chen reminded her calmly. "What?" Long Aoshua shot up, glancing at the time, and indeed, it was past 10. "Oh no, I told Ian to have the special plane ready for me by 10. "You little rascal, it's all your fault for keeping me up so late." Long Aoshua hurriedly swung her legs over the bed. However, the pain in her body rendered her unsteady on her feet, let alone walking. This little rascal had taken her several times last night, and she had informed Xia Yin to prepare a special plane for her at 10 this morning. Now, she was already late. As a war goddess, she was extremely strict about time and had never been late before. "It's my fault. My fault." Ye Chen nodded in acknowledgement, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he leaned against the headboard, admiring his senior sister's enchanting form. Surprisingly, the claw marks on Long Aoshua's body had completely vanished. Even the deeper bite mark on her shoulder had healed entirely, leaving only faint traces. Such a rapid recovery was indeed quite abnormal. My true energy has become stronger, and my realm has improved somewhat. Long Aoshua circulated her true energy to alleviate the pain, suddenly making a delightful discovery. Her true energy had strengthened, and her realm had seen some advancement. It was known that she had reached the peak of her cultivation, making any further improvement exceedingly difficult. Yet, In just one night, her power had increased. Long Aoshua turned her gaze towards Ye Chen, a slight frown forming on her brow. Could it be that this was all thanks to her junior brother? Coincidentally, I feel that my true energy has also improved. Why? Ye Chen exclaimed in surprise. His master had informed him that he had reached the pinnacle of human existence, making further advancement quite challenging. Yet he had not expected to gain such an improvement simply from sharing a bed with his senior sister. At that moment, Ye Chen recalled how, after inadvertently pushing his master Xue Ji, she had broken through her long-standing constraints and achieved ascension. With this in mind, he reached a conclusion. The women with whom he fused yin and yang could gain enhancement. And he could, too. Sister, I've discovered a secret. Sleeping with me makes you stronger. Ye Chen grinned. Is there really such a thing? You little rascal, you truly are a treasure. Long Aoshu marveled, eager to exploit her junior brother to continuously elevate her strength. Ye Chen smiled faintly, feeling quite pleased. Not only could he have his poison alleviated by his senior sister, but he could also enhance his prowess. If he were to conquer all 9 senior sisters, he was certain to reach the same realm as his master, Xue Ji. Half an hour later, the two departed from the hotel, driving straight to the airport. As it approached 11, they finally arrived at the airport. Xue Ji had been waiting by a military special aircraft for over an hour. Following the war goddess's orders, she had packed her bags early and arrived at the airport to wait. However, she had been left waiting for over an hour. Also accompanying her were Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan, who had come to see off Long Aoshua upon learning that Ye Chen's senior sister was departing. I'm sorry for oversleeping. I made you all wait. Long Aoshua approached, apologizing, her charming face tinged with embarrassment. In private, she was quite easygoing and never put on airs. Dragon Goddess, I thought you might not be able to get up. Xia Yin teased with a smile, sizing up the tardy duo. Only she dared joke with the Northern War Goddess like that. After a quick glance, Xia Yin noticed with surprise that the Dragon Goddess's strength seemed to have increased. How had such an enhancement occurred in just one night? Ain, if you keep talking nonsense, be careful I'll spank you. Long Aoshua huffed lightly in warning. This cheeky Ain had spoken the blatant truth. Nearby, Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan shared knowing glances, fully aware of what had transpired. The gazes of the two individuals directed at Ye Chen were somewhat intricate, yet distinctly different. Lin Ruoyi's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. For the man she cherished had engaged in an intimate encounter with her senior sister the previous night. The mere thought of this left her heart aching with a bittersweet pang. In stark contrast, Gao Lan's eyes sparkled with envy and excitement. She truly envied Lin Ruoyi, her mind wandering to fantasies of what bliss it would be to share a night of passion with this remarkable man. Alas, such thoughts remained mere daydreams, as she feared the opportunity would elude her. Roy, you must keep a close watch on this lad, and counsel him well, Long Aoshua said with a smile, waving her hand in farewell. Before departing, she made a special point to reassure Roy, rest assured, he remains yours. I shall not usurp him. She leaned in to share a final whisper, fully aware of the myriad thoughts occupying Ruoyi's mind, particularly the fear that her beloved Ye Chen might not belong solely to her. Lin Ruoyi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at being so openly exposed. Moments later, Long Aoshua and Xia Yin departed on their private jet. Ruoyi, you seem a tad disheartened. Are you feeling jealous? Ye Chen inquired with a smile, gently ruffling Ruoyi's hair. And no. Why would I be jealous? Humph. Lin Ruoyi retorted, turning her head away in a huff. It's written all over your face. Yet you deny. Why senior sister is right. Do not worry. I remain your Ye Chen, he replied with a grin. The whispered words of her senior sister had not escaped his notice. As he spoke, he drew Ruoyi into his embrace, allowing her to bask in the familiar scent and warmth of her Ye Chen. Gao Lan stood nearby, feeling like a third wheel, consumed by envy. She too yearned for the affectionate touch and embrace of Ye Chen. Ye Chen, the poison in you must be resolved by now, right? Lin Ruoyi suddenly asked with concern. She had learned from Long Aoshua that the peculiar poison afflicting Ye Chen could only be neutralized with the help of senior sisters. Thus, her primary concern was whether the poison had been eradicated. Chapter 57. Crisis at the company last night. Lin Ruoyi experienced a sleepless night, pondering deeply. she had come to the realization that for Ye Chen to detoxify, he needed to seek out his senior sisters. Therefore, this exceptionally talented man could not possibly belong to her alone. As long as he held a place for her in his heart, she would be content. So you are aware of the detoxification process? Ye Chen replied candidly. The poison has been partially neutralized, but not entirely. We still require the assistance of other senior sisters, since Ruoyi was already informed. There was no need for further concealment. Upon waking that morning, he discovered that after a layer of the dragon blood poison was alleviated, it showed no further signs of diminishing. This indicated that he needed to locate all 9 senior sisters to completely eradicate the poison. Are you planning to leave Jiangbei? Lin Ruoyi asked weakly, her heart unwilling to let her Ye Chen go. Are you so afraid of my departure? Fear not, I shall not leave just yet, Ye Chen reassured her. Stroking her head once more, he could afford to linger in Jiangbei for a few more days, especially since his grievances with the Eastern War God were far from resolved. He must remain in Jiangbei to protect Ruoyi from any further harm from the Eastern War God's minions. That's wonderful. You're not leaving, Lin Ruoyi exclaimed joyfully, for this meant more time to spend with her Ye Chen. You seem rather excited. Do you have ulterior motives? Ye Chen teased, gently caressing Ruoyi's face. The stubborn scar on her visage had lessened considerably. Humph, I want to tell you, Lin Ruoyi retorted, while Gaolan beside them felt utterly stuffed with dog food, fearing that if this continued, she would eventually be overwhelmed by it. Just then, Lin Ruoyi's phone rang. It was a call from a senior executive at the company. President Lin, we have a crisis. The executive's anxious voice came through the line. Several companies we collaborate with in Dongdu have informed us of their intent to terminate our partnerships. Lin Ruoyi's expression darkened immediately. Oh, suddenly. What is the reason? I inquired, and they simply stated they no longer wish to cooperate. If not handled properly, our company could face bankruptcy, the executive explained, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily. After hanging up, Lin Ruoyi's countenance soured further. Moments later, her phone rang again. The executive informed her that several prominent families in Husheng had also announced their withdrawal from cooperation with Yulin Group. Shortly after, 3 more executives called, revealing that several families in Jiang Province and Fu Province had similarly chosen to sever ties. The Eastern War God's dominion over the 5 eastern provinces, Dongdu, Jiang Province, Husheng, and Fu Province, was no mere coincidence. It was evident that the Eastern War God was orchestrating these disruptions from behind scenes. That Eastern War God is once again courting disaster. He seeks to provoke me into action. Ye Chen's eyes gleamed coldly, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Ye Chen, please don't act impulsively. Remember what my senior sister advised you, that we must consider alternative strategies. Lin Ruoyi urged, grasping his arm tightly, fearful that he might act rashly against the Eastern War God. However, when it came to strategies, she was at a loss. With so many major companies withdrawing, their own company was now in peril. Gaolan, too, furrowed her brows, her face etched with concern, unable to devise a viable solution. Ultimately, the Eastern War God was the puppeteer pulling the strings. None among the families or companies in the Eastern 5 provinces dared defy his orders. If we can't confront the Eastern War God, then I shall seek out those companies that have canceled their collaborations, Ye Chen asserted. If the Eastern War God can intimidate them into withdrawing, then I can persuade them to renew their partnerships. He contemplated, though his primary desire remained to strike at the heart of the matter. Eliminating the Eastern War Ye Chen, that would not be wise. Those families fear the Eastern War God. Even if you were to eliminate them, they would still not dare resist him. Lin Ruoyi cautioned calmly, hoping to dissuade Ye Chen from a violent course of action. Very well, but I still intend to eradicate the instigator. Do not act rashly. Ye Chen. Lin Ruoyi clung tightly to his arm, determined to prevent him from taking action. Long Xue had specifically instructed her to keep this young man in check. The atmosphere at Yulin Group was already tense, with all executives gathered in the conference room, uncertain of how to proceed. At that moment, Ye Chen and his companions entered. The executives turned their hopeful gazes toward them. Ye Chen quietly stepped back, allowing Ruoyi to address the assembly. Please, everyone, remain calm. The cancellation of these partnerships will undoubtedly cast a shadow on our company's reputation. But for the time being, our production and operations will remain largely unaffected. Lin Ruoyi assured them, her voice steady and authoritative. The executives exchanged glances, remaining silent. They understood that the company's crisis stemmed from Ye Chen's confrontation with the Eastern War God, with the Eastern War God's anger. The company was surely doomed. They could only proceed step by step, adhering to Lin Ruoyi's directives in the vast conference room. Only Ye Chen and his companions remained, with the companies in the eastern 5 provinces now unable to cooperate. We must seek assistance and partnerships from external sources, Gao Lan suggested solemnly. Your words have inspired me. We can indeed seek help from outside. I have a plan. Ye Chen replied with a smile playing on his lips. Having devised a strategy, he would not need to eliminate the Eastern War God to resolve the crisis facing the company. It was time to show that the Eastern War God and his lackeys posed no real threat. Lin Ruoyi, intrigued and about to inquire further, was interrupted by her phone ringing. Upon answering, she discovered an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? She asked. Miss Lan, greetings. I have a business proposition I believe will pique your interest. Came a man's voice on the other end, laced with a mischievous undertone. Chapter 58. His demise approaches. Upon hearing the voice on the line, Ye Chen immediately became alert. The individual on the other end clearly harbored ill intentions. He signaled for Ruoyi to proceed with the call as normal. And who might you be? What business do you wish to discuss with me? Lin Ruoyi inquired. I am Sun Zi, a prominent figure under the Eastern War God. I wish to speak with you regarding the difficulties your company is facing. Surely, you wouldn't want to see it collapse, would you? Sun Zi's voice dripped with veiled threats. Upon realizing the identity and intentions of the caller, Lin Ruoyi's face flushed with anger. The Eastern War God's underling contacting her at such a moment could only mean trouble. She glanced at Ye Chen, fully understanding the course of action to take. You intend to threaten me, do you? I advise you to abandon this notion. Even if my company were to collapse, I would never bow to you, Lin Ruoyi declared defiantly, emboldened by Ye Chen's presence beside her. How audacious of you, Lin Ruoyi. Without even offering terms, you dare to speak to me in such a manner. I advise you to think carefully before speaking. Come to Dongdu immediately and plead with me to spare your company. Otherwise, your company is destined for ruin. Sun Zi was immediately infuriated, as his opponent had anticipated his moves. He intended to threaten Lin Ruoyi into coming to Dongdu to beg him that if Lin Ruoyi came to Dongdu, surrounded by his people, he would be able to do whatever he pleased. However, now Sun Zi was seething. That little woman dared to show him disrespect and challenge him. He truly could not fathom where she found the audacity. I will not be intimidated by your threats. It is utterly impossible for me to beg you. You vile woman, how dare you defy me? Listen closely. You should come to plead with me now. It is still not too late to grovel. Otherwise, I will make you. Sun Zi threatened with an arrogant demeanor. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Son, tell your master that your petty tricks are of no use to me. And inform your master that if he dares to touch anyone around me, his demise will be hastened. Ye Chen spoke coldly as he hung up the phone. You insolent brat, don't be so arrogant. I have 100 ways to make you perish. Sun Zi roared into the phone, only to realize it had already been disconnected. Enraged, he hurled the phone away, not willing to back down. Then he should not blame him for being ruthless. The god of war of the East and his sycophants were truly overstepping their bounds. Brother Ye Chen, you mentioned having a solution. What is it? Lin Ruoyi asked, calming herself. Galan, standing nearby, looked at Ye Chen with curiosity. She envied Lin Ruoyi's unyielding demeanor in the face of power. If only she had a man like Ye Chen supporting her, she too could exhibit such confidence. The families and companies of the 5 provinces in the East, under the intimidation of the Eastern god of war, dared not collaborate with our company. However, we can seek partnerships with outside companies. I'll make a call to my senior sister and ask her to recommend a few companies from the northern region to cooperate with us, which will resolve our urgent predicament. And no matter how powerful the Eastern god of war is, can he control the people of the northern region? Ye Chen said nonchalantly. Naturally, the first solution that came to mind was to seek help from his senior sister. It was unfortunate that he had yet to meet her. Otherwise, she could effortlessly assist with business matters. That is indeed a brilliant idea. Brother Ye Chen, it's up to you now. Be sure to sweet-talk senior sister a bit. Lin Ruoyi exclaimed with excitement, knowing that if the northern region's god of war intervened, they could certainly resolve their troubles. Gao Lan also expressed her surprise, realizing how they had overlooked the possibility of Ye Chen enlisting the northern region's god of war for assistance. Ye Chen smiled and promptly dialed his senior sister's number. Meanwhile, on the military aircraft carrying Long Aoshua, it had just flown beyond the borders of Jiang province. Junior brother, it hasn't been long since we parted. And you already miss me? Came Long Aoshua's playful voice over the phone. She never displayed such a demeanor with anyone else. Yes, I miss my senior sister. Senior sister, I need to ask for your assistance with something. Ye Chen stated straightforwardly. There was no need for pretense with his senior sister. Oh, so you only miss me to ask for favors. Huh. Speak, and I shall grant you anything within my power. Long Aoshua replied with a teasing tone. She was genuinely pleased that her junior brother sought her help, though her words seemed to carry a hint of ambiguity. Ye Chen quickly made his request, asking her to assist as much as she could. Consider this small matter taken care of. Ensure your company's phone lines are open, and wait for the orders to come in. Long Aoshua said with a smile to her, it was merely a trivial task. Senior sister, you are too wonderful. I am immensely grateful. Ye Chen exclaimed, hanging up the phone. Truly, senior sister was incredibly reliable. That was so cheesy, I have goosebumps. Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan exchanged complex glances. His tone was rather overly sentimental. Wasn't it? Didn't you ask me to be sweet-tongued? Ye Chen frowned slightly. He hadn't done anything wrong. On the aircraft, after hearing her junior brother's flowery words, Long Aoshua was positively beaming, laughing for several minutes before regaining her composure. Beside her, Xia Yin expressed her exasperation at being inundated with such sweet nothings over a phone call. Dear Dragon God, could you perhaps tone it down a notch? Long Aoshua regained her seriousness and promptly instructed Xia Yin to arrange for the major families and companies of the northern region to be informed that they could reach out to the Yi Lin Group in Jiangbei for potential collaborations if business opportunities arose. With her years of experience in the northern region, the company she recommended would undoubtedly pique the interest of the families there. Xia Yin promptly accepted the assignment and set about making arrangements. Before long, the various families of the northern region received the news. They had scarcely heard of the Yi Lin Group in Jiangbei and needed to conduct research. However, since it was recommended by the god of war of the north, there would surely be no issues. After understanding the business operations of the Yi Lin Group, several companies with suitable business interests quickly designated personnel to contact the Yi Lin Group for discussions on collaboration. Meanwhile, in Sun Zi's private mansion, he seethed with anger. How dare they stand against me? A mere insignificant company. I can bring about your downfall at will. Sun Zi remained furious. He never expected Lin Ruoyi and that brat Ye Chen to show such defiance. It infuriated him. As for Ye Chen's message, he dared not relay it to the Eastern god of war for fear of receiving a beating. After some contemplation, Sun Zi decided to escalate his efforts. Merely cutting off the Yi Lin Group's collaborations was insufficient. He would incite other companies to target them as well. Within 3 days, he would ensure the Yi Lin Group was thoroughly crushed. No, the time frame needed to be shortened to 2 days. Chapter 59. Why is this brat here? After devising his plan, Sun Zi immediately commanded his subordinates to inform the families of the eastern 5 provinces. Coincidentally, there was a business gala in province that evening, which many families from the 5 provinces would attend. He planned to participate and discuss strategies with the other families to target the Yi Lin Group. I will ensure that your Yi Lin Group does not see tomorrow. By then, you won't even have the chance to plead with me. Sun Zi smirked to himself, reveling in his wicked scheme. In the Yi Lin Group's president's office, Ye Chen lounged on the sofa, watching as Ruoyi and Gao Lan busily attended to their work. Having not had enough rest the previous night, he felt drowsy. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan were immersed in their tasks, particularly Secretary Gao Lan, who was constantly moving in and out. The sound of her high heels echoed, and her long, alluring legs swayed in front of Ye Chen, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. Ruoyi, you should take a page from Gao Lan's book and dress like her. It would make you appear more professional as a president, Ye Chen remarked casually, subtly hinting at his desire to see Ruoyi in similar attire. That style doesn't suit me, she replied. Oh please, don't distract me. I'm already feeling overwhelmed. Lin Ruoyi, dressed in a casual shirt and skirt, simple yet elegant, was more in line with her style. Just as she was about to do something, Ye Chen's interruption made her forget her thoughts. Gao Lan smiled and leaned in to whisper something to Lin Ruoyi. Upon hearing it, Lin Ruoyi shot Ye Chen a disdainful look. What was this brat thinking about all the time? Ye Chen chuckled silently, having overheard Gao Lan's whisper about him liking such attire. Indeed, he did, and he did not deny it was only natural for a man to appreciate long, beautiful legs. At that moment, the office phone rang. Gao Lan quickly answered it. A few seconds later, her expression brightened. President Lin, it's a company from the northern region seeking to discuss collaboration, she exclaimed excitedly. Turning to Lin Ruoyi. Hearing this, Lin Ruoyi took the call personally to negotiate with the other party. To her surprise, it had only been a little over half an hour since Ye Chen contacted his senior sister. And already a northern region company was reaching out for collaboration. The speed was beyond her expectations. The call lasted a mere 10 minutes, and a business deal was struck. Subsequently, that northern region company would send personnel to discuss specifics promptly. Brother Ye Chen, a company is coming to seek collaboration with us. Your senior sister's efficiency is astounding, Lin Ruoyi said, her frown lifting. Just to clarify, it's our senior sister, Ye Chen replied smoothly. Indeed, our senior sister is as effective as the god of war of the north. Her words carry weight, though. Our senior sister. Lin Ruoyi's cheeks flushed with joy, realizing her earlier assumptions were misplaced. Ye Chen had never treated her as an outsider. Just as she was about to take a break for a sip of water, the phone on the table rang again. Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan's phones chimed simultaneously. The two women immediately busied themselves answering the calls. All were from companies in the northern region, proactively seeking collaboration. As the calls continued, the two beauties were swamped with work. Concurrently, various departments within the company received calls. All from northern region companies discussing partnerships. The entire company buzzed with activity while Ye Chen, leaning back on the sofa, succumbed to sleep, as he had done all he could. The rest was no longer his concern. Busy to the point of not being able to sip a drop of water, Lin Ruoyi was instantly irked upon seeing Ye Chen sleeping in the office. This rascal couldn't find another place to rest. It truly vexed her. As the clock struck a little past 5 in the afternoon, Ye Chen awoke from a delightful slumber. The diligent Ruoyi and Gao Lan finally had a moment to catch their breath. How did the business negotiations go, my two lovely ladies? Ye Chen inquired cheerfully. You lazy fellow, sleeping away the whole afternoon has driven me mad, Ruoyi replied. Over 20 companies from the northern region have expressed their intention to collaborate with us. Once the contracts are signed, our company's situation will no longer be as dire. Both Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan were overjoyed, as the threat of bankruptcy loomed much less ominously now. They merely awaited the arrival of the northern region companies for formal cooperation to be finalized. You two have worked hard. Tonight, I shall treat you to a grand feast, Ye Chen declared with a smile. Though it was his own appetite that motivated him. While fiddling with his phone and waiting for the end of the workday, he stumbled upon a news article that a commercial gala was to be held that very evening in province. Attended by numerous families from the eastern 5 provinces. Upon reading this, Ye Chen was struck with inspiration. Forget the feast. We shall attend this commercial gala instead, he resolved. But they Haven Tea invited us. Why should we go? Ruoyi questioned, clearly reluctant. Precisely for that reason, we must attend. I want them to realize just how foolish it is to follow that scoundrel known as the Eastern War God. Ye Chen replied solemnly that he surmised that the war god's next move would be a targeted attack on his company. They could not remain passive. It was time to take the initiative. All right, I shall heed your words, brother Ye Chen. Lin Ruoyi acquiesced after a moment's hesitation, touching the scar on her face. After finishing their final tasks, the trio promptly drove to the neighboring province. At 9 o'clock that evening, a high-end hotel in Jiang province hosted the gala. Most of the key figures from the prominent families of the eastern 5 provinces had gathered, with over 1,000 attendees mingling in the hotel lobby. Dressed in suits and sipping champagne, they exchanged pleasantries, showcasing the social graces of the elite. The king of it has arrived, someone shouted from the entrance, drawing the gaze of everyone in the hall. A man in traditional attire, in his 50s, entered the lobby, prompting all the distinguished guests to bow in respect. And no one dared show disrespect, for he was the ruler of an province. The king of it nodded, signaling that everyone could proceed as they wished. A few minutes later, Sun Zi appeared at the entrance, garnering the same respectful attention from the crowd. Everyone understood that he was a favored figure in the presence of the Eastern war god. Even the king of it approached Sun Zi to exchange pleasantries, not daring to neglect this man, which inflated Sun Zi's ego as he stood among the crowd, that on behalf of the war god, I extend greetings to the king of Un and all present. The war god has specifically instructed me to convey a message, Sun Zi proclaimed, wielding the war god's authority as a shield. He informed the assembly that they were to target the Ye Lin group, inciting immediate support from numerous family heads and business owners who understood that following the war god was their only chance to secure a foothold here. Seeing the overwhelming support, Sun Zi smiled with satisfaction, confident that a multitude of companies could easily eradicate a mere Ye Lin group, that a collection of influential figures surrounded Sun Zi, toasting and flattering him. Moments later, 3 striking figures appeared at the entrance. Ye Chen, accompanied by Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan, entered the grand gala. Some attendees turned their attention to the trio, puzzled by their unfamiliarity. Upon noticing them, Sun Zi's expression darkened. What is this brat doing here? Ye Chen calmly surveyed the crowd, recognizing none among the illustrious assembly, nor did many recognize him, aside from a handful from Jiang province who certainly knew who he was. You must be the one called Sun Zi, correct? What's the matter? Are you frightened by my presence? Ye Chen retorted with a disdainful smile. Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan stood beside him, unflappable despite the gravity of the occasion, bolstered by Ye Chen's presence. You should speak to me with more respect. I am a representative of the Eastern war god, Sun Zi emphasized, intoxicated by his own self-importance. Meanwhile, the king of it observed quietly, his brow furrowed. This was the individual stirring up trouble in Jiang province, and now he had arrived on his turf. This could spell trouble. Young man, you have no invitation to this gala. Who allowed you to enter? How dare you disrespect Mr. Sun? Get out of here immediately. A drunken man stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Ye Chen. His identity was unclear, but the reactions of those around him suggested he held significant status. Who is this impudent brat, daring to speak so insolently here? Where are the security guards? 3 other family heads joined in, all hailing from outside Jiang province, emboldened by their ignorance of Ye Chen's reputation. The Jiang province heads, however, had discreetly retreated, fully aware that provoking Ye Chen was a grave mistake. Who do you think you are to make such a ruckus? Ye Chen snapped, unleashing a flurry of strikes that echoed through the hall. The 4 men who had spoken out were sent sprawling, blood spewing from their mouths as they crashed to the ground. Had it not been for Ye Chen's mercy, they would have already met their demise. The sudden turn of events left the crowd in shock. This young man was audacious enough to harm 4 family heads in such a venue. Though anger simmered among the onlookers, none dared to voice it, fearing they would share the same fate. Sun Zi's expression darkened further, recognizing that Ye Chen had come specifically to provoke trouble. The king of In, who had remained silent, was also displeased with Ye Chen's disruptive presence. His dignity was at stake. Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan, though mentally prepared for a confrontation, couldn't hide their astonishment. Truly, Ye Chen was a force to be reckoned with, quick to resort to violence. At that moment, a group of several security personnel rushed in, demanding to know who dared to cause chaos. Seize him, the head of security commanded, believing Ye Chen to be just another ordinary troublemaker. However, in the blink of an eye, Ye Chen merely waved his hand. The security team was sent flying, unable to rise again, utterly powerless against his might. The family heads watched in fear, their silence a testament to Ye Chen's overwhelming presence. With a cold gaze directed at Sun Zi, Ye Chen extended his hand, summoning him closer. What's the matter? Scared of death? Ye Chen scoffed, controlling his grip to ensure he didn't accidentally snap Sun Zi's neck. Release me. What do you want? I warn you, if you dare to act recklessly, you will regret it. Sun Zi struggled, his fury palpable. What do I want? Listen closely, you and all those eager to serve the Eastern war god. If you assist him and act as his henchman, When the day comes for the war god to fall, you shall pay dearly for your actions. Do not doubt my words. I will make it happen." Ye Chen's chilling voice echoed through the hall, instilling fear in every heart present. The oppressive atmosphere left the assembly breathless, silencing even the most prominent figures, who now found themselves unable to speak. As the moment was not theirs to claim. "You boast so boldly. To disrespect the Eastern war god is to court death. How dare you threaten us? Release me, someone. Come quickly." Sun Zi shouted in desperation, realizing his personal guards were nowhere to be found. They were merely standing among the crowd, paralyzed by fear. They had heard tales of Ye Chen's power, capable of vanquishing even those at the martial emperor level. They were merely at the master level. Charging forward would be tantamount to suicide. Yet, now they were called upon, forced to step forward, and one can save you. Ye Chen cast a fleeting glance at the four bodyguards before unleashing a palm strike from distance. The bodyguards, caught off guard, were sent flying by the force of the strike, colliding with a throng of people behind them, each of whom was a person of notable status, a master of their own clan. Yet in this moment, they were reduced to mere nameless pawns. "You little brat, what are you doing? I warn you, I am a man of the Eastern war god." Sun Zi snarled, his visage contorted with rage. Fa odd to mask his inner trepidation. "Nothing much, just planning to kill you," Ye Chen replied with a dismissive scoff, subtly increasing the pressure with his fingers. He had originally come here merely to issue a warning to these clan masters and business leaders. But unexpectedly, Sun Zi had brazenly walked into his trap. How fortuitous, for it provided an opportunity to make an example of him. "I'll let go. I am a man of the Eastern war god. You cannot kill me." Sun Zi struggled with all his might, but his efforts were futile. As he felt his throat constrict tighter, his breathing became labored, and panic surged within him. The clan masters present wore expressions of astonishment. Could it be that this brat truly intended to slay an important strategist of the Eastern war god? Lin Roi and Gao Lan, too, were taken aback, their delicate faces reflecting shock. "If I can kill the Eastern war god, what makes you think I would spare you, you insignificant wretch? You shall first venture to the underworld to scout the way for your master." Ye Chen retorted with disdain. "In Wang, please save me." Sun Zi cried out with all his strength. Chapter 61. I advise you to think carefully. Realizing that In Wang was the only one present who could potentially rescue him, he cast aside all semblance of pride and urgently called for help. A wise man does not suffer losses for the sake of face. He was not willing to die here. All eyes in the crowd turned to In Wang, who had remained silent until now and was reluctantly thrust into the spotlight. His countenance was dark with anger, inwardly cursing the fool named Sun for dragging him into this mess. In Wang, save me! Quickly, command someone to stop this little brat," Sun Zi shouted again in desperation, knowing that In Wang held the greatest power in this situation and could surely come to his aid. Moreover, given his status, In Wang would have no choice but to assist him. Ye Chen followed the direction of the crowd's gaze and spotted the elderly man, seemingly in his 50s. So this was In Wang. He glared at him, as if issuing a warning. It would be wise not to meddle. However, under the scrutiny of the crowd, In Wang had no choice but to step forward. "You little brat, cease your reckless behavior at once and release him. In my presence, you shall not act with such impunity," And Wang admonished sternly, his substantial belly protruding as he spoke. He did not wish to provoke Ye Chen, for he was well aware that this young man had already dispatched 2 previous Jiangnan kings. If he could kill the Jiangnan king, he could certainly take the life of In Wang as well. Yet, with so many distinguished guests watching, he could not afford to remain silent or inactive while this brat flaunted his authority. It would be a blow to In Wang's reputation. "You little brat, do you hear me? Release me at once. If you do not, In Wang will ensure you meet your demise here." "In Wang, you agree, don't you?" Sun Zi proclaimed, regaining a semblance of arrogance, oblivious to the fact that had Ye Chen truly intended to kill him, he would already be a silent corpse. "What nonsense! Can you not keep your mouth shut and stop fanning the flames? Do you wish to intervene?" "I advise you to think carefully," Ye Chen replied coolly. Should In Wang choose to meddle, another name would be added to his list of targets. "What do you mean? Are you threatening me? I am the king of An province. Everything here is at my command." And Wang's temper flared, and he shouted, summoning forth a contingent of 40 to 50 guards into the hall. These guards were all officers of the martial king realm, just like the deceased Jiangnan king. And Wang commanded several hundred officers and captains under his banner, with today an assembly comprising the elite. As the 40 to 50 officers surged into the room, they surrounded Ye Chen, despite their overwhelming numbers and intimidating presence. Fear and tension were palpable on their faces, for they all understood that collectively they were no match for this young man. You little brat, do you see this? Hurry and release him. And Wang, give the order to kill him. Slaying this brat would be avenging the Eastern War god. Sun Zi yelled, audaciously issuing commands to Wang. Seeking death, Ye Chen suddenly exerted force, slamming Sun Zi to the ground, with a series of sickening cracks. Sun Zi's legs broke, and several other bones shattered as well, causing him to curl up on the ground, howling in agony. The surrounding clan masters recoiled in fear, eager to distance themselves lest they share his fate. Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan trembled, their expressions filled with dread, worried that Ye Chen might truly kill a representative of the Eastern War god. If he were to act, the consequences would be dire. Yet, even knowing the gravity of the situation, neither of them had any intention of dissuading Ye Chen, for they silently supported his actions. You little brat, how dare you harm someone? This is utterly outrageous. And Wang roared, his fury reaching its zenith. Act in defiance of his warning before his very eyes was a blatant disregard for his authority. Indeed, that is precisely the kind of person I am. I will remind you one last time. Are you truly willing to protect him? Think carefully about how the Jiangnan king met his end. Oppose me, and you shall share his fate. Ye Chen replied indifferently. Unperturbed by the threat, even countering with one of his own, his gaze radiating a chilling intensity. What is Wang to him? In his eyes, he was merely a man, or a lifeless corpse. Wang instinctively took a half-step back. The murderous intent emanating from Ye Chen sending a chill down his spine. His teeth chattered, and for a moment he found himself at a loss for words. Gripped by fear, he sensed that this young man would not hesitate to kill him. You must die. And Wang's voice trembled with urgency. Wang, do not hesitate. Command your men to kill him. If you do not, you will not only lose face, but also the dignity of the Eastern War god. Sun Zi shouted from the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. And Wang, kill him. This brat is far too arrogant. He needs to be taught a lesson. Such a person must not be allowed to live. 7 or 8 clan masters immediately stepped forward to echo the sentiment. They had refrained from intervening earlier due to a lack of manpower, but now that Ye Chen was surrounded by 40 to 50 formidable opponents, they felt emboldened to speak. You lot are just asking for trouble. Ye Chen leaped into action, unleashing a wave of energy that sent the 7 or 8 who had spoken careening away, leaving them battered and gasping for breath on the ground. This young man was merciless and unreasonable. He was not to be trifled with. And Wang gritted his teeth, his face ashen, his muscles twitching with a mix of rage and fear. He found himself in a predicament. This was all Sun Zi's fault. If he stood by and did nothing, he would lose face. Yet if he intervened, he risked losing not just his reputation, but his very life. After 30 seconds of silence, Wang made his decision. Listen well, I will only remind you once. He is a man of the Eastern War god. If you have the courage to kill him, then do as you please. And Wang said coldly, in order to preserve his own life, he could not involve himself. And no matter how significant face was, it paled in comparison to his own existence. Moreover, he was confident that this young man would not actually kill Sun Zi. The clan masters present were taken aback by Wang's words. Did he truly not dare to intervene? Was he genuinely afraid of this young man? The 40 to 50 guards, upon hearing this, quickly withdrew, secretly relieved that Wang had not ordered them to advance. Otherwise, they would have been marching to their own doom. And Wang, you cannot stand idly by. Just moments ago, brimming with arrogance, Sun Zi was now rendered speechless, unable to fathom that Wang, a high-ranking official of the Eastern War god, would cower before this young man. Your time has come. Sun Zi, Ye Chen declared, his eyes glinting with coldness. Chapter 62. I slay the dogs of the Eastern War god. No, you cannot kill me. I am a man of the Eastern War God, Sun Zi shouted, his body trembling with rage, yet unable to mask the fear and panic that consumed him. What of it? I am here to slay the dogs of the Eastern War God, Ye Chen scoffed derisively. Such words have been uttered by every one of the Eastern War God subordinates, to the point that they have become a worn cliché. Unfortunately for them, such insipid threats posed no danger to him. He slowly raised his hand, prepared to take the life of his adversary, In Wang. You cannot stand by and do nothing, Sun Zi implored, his face a mask of terror as he once again sought In Wang's aid. A pool of unidentifiable liquid had already spread beneath him. Faced with this plea for help, In Wang's face turned ashen, yet he could only ignore it. Internally, he cursed, Must you keep invoking my name? With each utterance, you bring me shame. The surrounding clan masters retreated far away, fearing the potential for bloodshed to splatter upon them. Some even secretly reveled in the misfortune of others. Sun Zipping was notoriously arrogant in his daily life. Yet no one could have anticipated his downfall at this moment. Some heads of families have completely altered their perspectives and begun to admire Ye Chen. If this young man truly dares to kill the Eastern War Goddess subordinate, then he is indeed a warrior. In the 5 provinces of the East, no one has ever had the audacity to openly oppose the Eastern War God. This lad is the first. However, one wonders how this young man's fate will ultimately unfold. You little brat, I command you to cease this at once. Are you truly willing to disregard the consequences for the sake of that ugly woman? If you kill me, you, Sun Zi, seeing no avenue for help, turn to threaten Ye Chen instead. Yet, instead of choosing his words wisely, he insulted Lin Ruoyi by calling her ugly. This remark struck a nerve with Ye Chen. Upon hearing Lin Ruoyi being called ugly, she instinctively raised her hand to shield the scar on her face. Although the scar had faded significantly, its existence marred her otherwise beautiful visage. To dare insult my woman, die. In a fit of rage, Ye Chen unleashed a swift strike, shattering Sun Zi's skull. Sun Zi's brain matter splattered, and he died a tragic death on the spot. The heads of families present were all taken aback by this scene, particularly the accompanying women, who were frightened to the point of losing color, covering their eyes in fear. This lad has indeed slain the chief strategist of the Eastern War God, a prominent figure in his court. Prince An's face darkened further, as he could hardly believe that this young man had the audacity to take action. Right here, on his territory, he had killed someone associated with the Eastern War God. Where could he possibly hide his face? Yet, despite the fury boiling within him, he dared not show it. For the gruesome fate of Sun Zi was a clear warning of what awaited those who opposed this young man. Brother Ye Chen, Lin Ruoyi silently chanted in her heart. Why Ye Chen's domineering words stirred her emotions, causing her heart to race. She remained deeply concerned, fearing that the Eastern War God would surely retaliate. But at this point, she understood that her worries were unfounded. All she needed to do was steadfastly support her brother Ye Chen. Life and death together. Meanwhile, beside her, Gao Lan was starry-eyed with admiration. This man was undeniably handsome every time he made an appearance. Her heart had long been completely conquered. No one dared to speak against him, as Ye Chen cast a cold glance over the assembly. The hall fell into a profound silence. Even Prince An did not dare to step forward at this moment, let alone the other heads of families. It was better this way. You are all intelligent individuals and should be aware that the Eastern War God's actions will eventually come at a cost. Therefore, I urge you to act wisely. Ye Chen smiled coldly, then turned to embrace Ruoyi as they departed. He had said what needed to be said and done what needed to be done. All the heads of families present stepped aside to make way. The 50 or so guards of Prince An had also retreated to the side, not daring to obstruct their path. Gao Lan, I entrust you with a task. Take note of any family or company that dares to target you. Ye Chen declared loudly, addressing the heads of families present. Understood, Mr. Yi. Gao Lan nodded in compliance. The 3 of them strode confidently out of the hotel lobby. It was only after confirming that Ye Chen had truly departed that sounds began to fill the previously silent hall. Several heads of families gathered around Prince An. That young man named Yi is utterly contemptuous, showing no regard for you at all. Indeed, he killed in your presence, defying you. If I were you, the heads of families began to stoke the flames of anger. suddenly becoming audacious after having been silent moments before. All of you be gone. If you have the guts, say it to that young man. Princeton waved his hand and barked. He was most vexed by these individuals. He hurriedly left, wishing to spend not a second longer in the hall. What a disgrace, truly a disgrace. Here he was, Princeton, rendered speechless by a mere boy on his own turf. Who could he possibly appeal to for justice? While some heads of families continued to grumble, others had already made a decision in their hearts. It was best not to provoke that young man named Ye, for he was indeed capable of taking action. Outside the hotel, having come for a grand feast, they found themselves without a meal. What do you ladies wish to eat? It's on me. Ye Chen smiled. The three of them were still quite hungry. Anything is fine, the two ladies replied. Ye Chen felt somewhat helpless. If Roy enjoys roast duck, then let us go have roast duck. Ye Chen patted Roy on the head, making a decision that he remembered every food she liked perfectly. Brother Ye Chen is so wonderful. Lin Roy exclaimed joyfully, snuggling against Ye Chen. Their intimate demeanor resembled that of a typical young couple. I feel like I'm a bright third wheel. I should just disappear and not disturb your little world. Gao Lan teased with envy that a man like Ye is simply too indulgent. Just being around this man filled her mind with endless fantasies. No, don't say that. Ye Chen replied lightly, gently placing his hand on Gao Lan's shoulder. He meant no other intention, simply wishing to ensure that Gao Lan did not feel out of place. This girl was quite important to the company at the moment of having his shoulder embraced. Gao Lan's body trembled, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Oh my, Mr. Yi took the initiative to embrace her. What message was he trying to convey? She wished to draw closer, just a little bit closer. Oh my. She could already smell the unique masculinity of Mr. Yi. Little did Ye Chen know that his casual gesture had already led the girl to contemplate names for their future children. Meanwhile, at the Eastern War Goddess residence, the news of Sun Zi's tragic death reached Chu Junlin's ears without delay. Upon learning of the events that transpired at the banquet, he was truly enraged. Chapter 63. The War General Takes Action. Upon discovering that Ye Chen had openly disdained his existence before numerous families from the 5 provinces, even declaring his intent to kill him, the war god laughed maniacally. That little brat is utterly arrogant. As for that scoundrel Sun Zi, he was indeed more of a hindrance than a help. He fancied himself clever, concocting convoluted schemes to deal with Ye Chen, only to achieve nothing. His brilliant mind has now been shattered. Enough, such a useless being is not worth lamenting. Chu Junlin picked up his phone and dialed a number. Qian Biao, I command you to capture Ye Chen. He is within your jurisdiction. Bring me that brat-ass head tonight, to present to this war god. Chu Junlin ordered angrily. The man he contacted was one of his 5 war generals, Qian Biao, stationed in a province. No need for the war god to elaborate. I've already taken my men and am on my way to find that brat. I will certainly slay him and make him apologize to the war god. The deep voice of a man came through the phone. Excellent. This war god awaits your good news. Chu Junlin laughed heartily with satisfaction. With his war general taking action, capturing Ye Chen would be a piece of cake. Previously, he had heeded the foolish advice of Sun Zi and refrained from directly sending a war general. Otherwise, that brat would have long since been a corpse. How could he still be causing trouble now? The arrogant and proud Chu Junlin remained unaware that, without anyone to advise him, he was accelerating his own demise. In province, in a vehicle sat War General Qian Biao. He had thick brows and large eyes, with a face full of flesh that he appeared to be over 50 years old. He belonged to the Qian family of Dongdu, a contemporary of Qian Xiang, the head of the Qian family who had already been killed by Ye Chen. Learning of the troubles that had befallen the Qian family, he was furious and had long been planning to settle the score with Ye Chen and avenge his family. Little did he expect that tonight, Ye Chen would dare to appear in his territory. A mere boy from Jiangbei believes he can do as he pleases here, sheltered by the northern war god. If I do not kill this boy, I swear I shall not be a man. Behind the vehicle carrying the war general, a convoy of over a dozen cars followed closely. Each vehicle was filled with people, including 8 martial kings among the elite warriors, while the rest were martial commanders. The convoy was an imposing sight as it sought out Ye Chen on the road. Cars and pedestrians hurriedly made way. For if they were accidentally run over, They could only blame their misfortune. Half an hour later, at a restaurant, Ye Chen and the two ladies were enjoying their meal. Suddenly, a waitress rushed over. I'm sorry. Sir, for your safety, could you please leave here quickly? The restaurant has been surrounded by the War General's men, who are looking for someone named Ye Chen and are asking for unrelated personnel to evacuate. The waitress said anxiously, "Oh, I am Ye Chen. They're looking for me." Why? Ye Chen replied calmly, "Oh, War General. That surely indicates the Eastern War God's men. More trouble is brewing." "Ah, you are Ye Chen." The waitress was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. The man for whom the war general had mobilized such forces was this charming young man. What grave offense had he committed to provoke a war general? "It's fine. You should leave quickly." Why? Ye Chen smiled, showing no signs of panic. Upon hearing this, the waitress hurriedly left, filled with concern. She wondered what kind of person this young man was to remain so composed. Lin Roi and Gao Lan also maintained their calm, for they understood that Ye Chen was unafraid even of the Eastern War god, let alone his subordinate, the war general. There's still one duck leg left. "Roy, you can have a tea." Why? Ye Chen said. "You eat it. I'm already full." Lin Roy replied, rubbing her little belly. Having already felt as if 3 months had passed, it was no longer possible to indulge. Ye Chen thus seized a duck leg and began to relish it. Beside him, Gao Lan furrowed her delicate brows. Why not inquire if she desired to partake as well? "Let us go and meet the esteemed General Zhang." As Ye Chen munched on the duck leg, he stepped outside the restaurant. Outside, Qian Biao, accompanied by a cadre of 40 to 50 subordinates, surrounded the establishment. The patrons and staff had all fled, while ordinary onlookers stood at a distance, speculating about the identity of the unfortunate souls who had offended Qian Biao, the notorious general, who in a province was unaware of his infamous ruthlessness. No one dared to provoke him. Not even the Wang of him would treat him with anything less than deference. To offend Qian Biao was akin to awakening the wrath of Yama himself. "General Qian, please do not be enraged. The person you seek shall emerge shortly." The restaurant owner bowed and smiled, appearing exceedingly anxious. He feared that the general might unleash his fury and demolish his establishment. "Get out of my way. What right do you have to address me?" Qian Biao lifted a foot and sent the restaurant owner sprawling to the ground. "I beg your pardon, General. It was my foolishness." The owner hurriedly scrambled aside, maintaining a forced smile, unwilling to voice any complaints, even after being struck. Any grievances he harbored, he could only suppress. "Ye brat, come out this instant." "Stop hiding like a coward," Qian Biao bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully, echoing for miles around. "What is the ruckus?" "I have arrived," Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, stepping out of the restaurant, followed closely by 2 stunning beauties. "You wretch!" Qian Biao glared at Ye Chen, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he longed to tear him apart with his bare hands. "Indeed, it is I. What of it?" A fleeting glance revealed to Ye Chen that this general was at least a 6th-tier martial emperor. A formidable opponent, indeed. Yet in his eyes he was nothing extraordinary. "You insolent brat, what audacity to speak to our esteemed general." A burly warrior stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Ye Chen. However, before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected object lodged itself in his throat, rendering him speechless. The warrior immediately retched. He doubled over, gagging violently. The onlookers nearby recoiled in disgust. "You dare to bark? Here, a bone for you. Why not eat it?" Ye Chen sneered, having merely tossed the bone of the duck leg aside, only to have it caught with precision by the warrior. Truly, he was deserving of his canine title. "Udadug." The warrior's nausea intensified, and he continued to vomit. Meanwhile, the other warriors looked on with alarm. The speed of this brat was astonishing. They had only glimpsed part of his movements. Had he wielded a hidden weapon, that warrior would surely be dead. "Ah, you possess some skill, but tonight, your life shall meet its end." Qian Biao scoffed disdainfully. "I bestow upon you the same sentiment. Encountering me may very well signify the end of your days," Ye Chen retorted, his tone laced with a hint of caution. Should the adversary choose to immediately apologize and beg for mercy, he might still show leniency and spare his life. Alas, it appeared the other party was too obstinate to seize this opportunity. You insolent wretch, such grandiose claims. Dare to provoke the Eastern war god? I shall drag your lifeless body to the Eastern capital. Qian Biao threatened furiously, signaling his subordinates. The 40 to 50 men immediately raised their weapons, prepared to turn Ye Chen into a sieve at the slightest command from their general. The Qian family? Ye Chen furrowed his brow, pondering the connection between this man and the Qian family. He had no interest in discerning the identity of his adversary. In his eyes, they were merely lackeys of the Eastern war god. You are doomed today, you little wretch. Kneel before the esteemed general and beg for forgiveness. Perhaps he will grant you a complete corpse. The warrior who had previously swallowed the bone stepped forward, taunting him. His resentment was palpable, for he felt thoroughly humiliated. Ye Chen cast a cold glance at him, then suddenly kicked a seemingly insignificant pebble on the ground, transforming it into a lethal projectile. Whoosh! It soared through the air, piercing the warrior's forehead. The warrior's body jolted, his eyes glazing over. A bright red streak of blood trickled down his brow, and in an instant he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This scene felt oddly familiar. Witnessing this, the remaining 8 warriors were struck with astonishment. Good heavens, this brat's prowess far surpassed their own. Qian Biao's eyes twitched, his facial muscles convulsing. The seething rage within him threatened to erupt. The onlookers, both staff and ordinary citizens, were utterly incredulous at the sight. This young man had dared to challenge the general, and before his very eyes, had effortlessly slain a warrior. His skill and audacity commanded respect. I recognize him. He is the one from Jiangbei, rumored to have slain the king of Jiangnan. The restaurant owner exclaimed, his face now awash with reverence. He yearned to witness Ye Chen deliver a thorough lesson to Qian Biao and his gang, who had plagued his establishment mercilessly. The ordinary citizens murmured their disdain for Qian Biao and his crew. Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan stood behind Ye Chen, silently observing the unfolding drama. They had already witnessed Ye Chen confront the Eastern war god. Such trivial matters were hardly noteworthy. Moreover, they had faith in his abilities to handle these adversaries. You insolent brat, daring to kill my warrior. You seek death, Qian Biao roared, his anger palpable. Everyone heed my command. Open fire. Yet before he could finish, Ye Chen swiftly closed the distance and unleashed a punch aimed at Qian Biao's heart. The general felt an overwhelming aura of death approaching, his expression shifting dramatically as he hastily raised his fists to defend. Boom! The collision of their fists resonated like thunder, a powerful shockwave radiating outward, sending several martial emperor warriors reeling backward, while the dozens of martial king officers were launched several meters into the air. However, Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan, untrained in martial arts, remained unharmed, merely feeling the wind from the shockwave rustle their skirts. Shielded by Ye Chen's presence, hiss, Qian Biao gasped sharply, his teeth clenched, as he felt his entire arm go numb from the impact. He was astonished. This young man possessed strength that eclipsed his own. How could this be? He was a rare martial emperor, having dedicated decades to rigorous training. Yet this youth had achieved such power at a tender age. Is your hand hurting? Then allow me to deliver another punch. Ye Chen remarked coldly, following up with another strike. To the onlookers, it appeared effortless and casual. Yet for Qian Biao, shock and terror washed over him. He hastily raised his numb right arm to block, channeling his formidable martial emperor energy for protection. This was a defense capable of withstanding bullets. Unfortunately, in the face of true strength, the weak remained weak. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. Qian Biao's right arm shattered. This iron hand, which had crushed countless skulls, was now rendered useless. Excruciating pain coursed through his body, twisting his features in agony. Yet he stifled any cries of despair. He quickly attempted to retreat, but Ye Chen would not grant him a moment's respite, advancing upon him with relentless ferocity. It seems you are of a certain age. Your bones are quite brittle at a mere touch, and they shatter. Ye Chen mocked coldly, launching yet another punch toward the general's heart. Fire! Quickly! Fire! Kill him! Qian Biao shouted, swinging his left arm in a desperate attempt to protect himself, panic evident in his voice as he realized he was no match for Ye Chen. Several warriors promptly raised their firearms and aimed at Ye Chen, but he paid them no mind, focusing solely on the aged brigand before him. With his protective energy shielding him, the bullets could not even graze him. The bullets fell harmlessly to the ground. While Ye Chen soared through the air, unscathed, the warriors, witnessing this spectacle, were not overly surprised. They understood that if Ye Chen could contend with the general, his energy could easily repel bullets. But fear gripped their hearts. Their esteemed general was at a disadvantage. Should he fall, none of them would stand a chance against this young man. The true astonishment lay with the distant onlookers, who struggled to comprehend how a mere mortal could withstand bullets. Was this individual even human? Old brigand, do not think you can escape. Prepare to meet your end. Ye Chen surged forward, unleashing a punch with a velocity and power that seemed to shake the heavens. Ah! Qian Biao let out a wretched scream as he was sent flying. He attempted to defend himself, but failed, having his left arm incapacitated, followed by a powerful blow to his solar plexus. Under the watchful gaze of a crowd gripped by fear, Qian Biao was flung several meters away, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. He coughed up black blood, struggling to rise, yet utterly unable to do so. The punch he had just received had left his internal organs severely damaged. He was hanging on a life by a thread while Ye Chen leaped forward, placing a foot upon Qian Biao's body. The generals and officers present were taken aback by the sight. How could their esteemed commander be trampled upon like this? Chapter 65. I will only count to 3 onlookers in the distance were left utterly dumbfounded. The once tyrannical commander Qian Biao had been bested by a mere youth, and now found himself beneath someone's foot. Even witnessing such a scene firsthand felt surreal to them. As they beheld the commander's humiliation, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction surged within them. How satisfying it was! It was truly exhilarating. The restaurant owner, who had just been kicked moments ago, was on the verge of shouting in excitement, but wisely held his tongue, realizing that celebrating could spell disaster should the commander's men overhear him. Yet, his concerns were unwarranted. The commander's subordinates were too stunned and bewildered to pay him any mind. Even if they had heard, they lacked the courage to act, their own panic rendering them incapable of self-preservation. Only Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan maintained a semblance of composure. However, even they, despite knowing Ye Chen's prowess, could not hide their astonishment at his ability to take down the commander in a single blow. It could only be described in one way. He was simply too impressive. The female spectators in the crowd shared the same sentiment. For instance, the waitress who had just relayed a warning was now gazing at Ye Chen with wide-eyed admiration. What a dreamboat! You little rascal! I never imagined you to be this formidable, but do not let it go to your head. If you kill me, the Eastern War God will surely avenge me. Qian Biao spat blood as he spoke, fully aware of his grievous injuries and his impending demise. Your unwavering loyalty to that scoundrel war god will not allow me to grant you a swift end. Ye Chen, towering above him, replied nonchalantly, applying a bit more pressure with his foot to ensure that Qian Biao would experience the depths of agony before he died. He wanted the entire city to hear this man's wretched cries. Having once endured brutal torment, he was fortunate to have been saved by his master. After 3 years of cultivation in Kunlun, his heart had become as cold as the snows of Kunlun itself. He would show no mercy to an enemy that was certain to kill him. Ah, scoundrel! If you have the ability, just kill me. Qian Biao, feeling his ribs fracturing underfoot, was in excruciating pain, his body threatening to burst. His wails echoed through the heavens. The spectators, hearing his cries, felt an overwhelming sense of vindication. Who would have thought that the tyrant commander Qian Biao would face such a fate? You little brat. Remove your filthy foot at once. Otherwise, I shall blow this woman's brains out. Do you hear me? I command you at that moment. A general suddenly stood beside Lin Ruoyi, the dark muzzle of his gun aimed squarely at her head. A gentle squeeze of the trigger would spell her doom. Ye Chen turned to look, his silence betraying a newfound fury and murderous intent in his eyes. The one thing he could not tolerate was any threat to Ruoyi's safety. This was his forbidden zone. To touch it meant death. Lin Ruoyi stood rooted in place, unflinching. She felt no fear, for the unwavering gaze Ye Chen directed at her reassured her that she was safe. Meanwhile, Gao Lan, startled by the sudden escalation, was pale with fright. She feared that at such close range, If the gun were fired, Lin would surely perish. She dared not move, terrified that the armed general might shoot at any moment. The crowd, witnessing this scene, expressed their disdain. These ruffians had once again aimed their weapons at unarmed civilians. Huh, so you're finally scared. Huh, move your filthy foot, or I will really pull the trigger. Kneel and accept your fate. Quickly, I will count to 10. 10, 9. The general's expression was one of smug satisfaction as he believed he had grasped Ye Chen's weakness. Little did he know, he had inadvertently touched upon Ye Chen's forbidden zone. I will warn you but once. Remove your gun. Otherwise, you will witness his death before your very eyes. I will count to 3. 3.2. Ye Chen remained unperturbed, countering with his own threat. You dare, scoundrel, the general roared in fury. 1. Ye Chen calmly uttered the final number before he stomped down. Poor Qian Biao, already on the verge of death, had his body pierced through, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Commander Qian Biao was dead. No more life left in him. A wave of terror swept through his subordinates as they witnessed this scene. The boy had actually slain the commander. The onlookers were rendered speechless. They had fantasized about someone ridding the world of the malevolent commander Qian Biao. Yet now, that fantasy had materialized. You little bastard, I will make you regret this. Prepare to accompany this woman in death. The enraged general, weapon in hand, was beside himself with fury and immediately pulled the trigger. In that split second, Ye Chen, standing over 10 meters away, suddenly vanished from sight. As if time had stood still, he appeared directly before the armed general, transforming his palm into a blade with a swift motion. He struck. The general, enveloped in a chilling aura of murderous intent, found himself paralyzed, unable to react. His gun-wielding arm was severed entirely. Bang! The gun fired, but the bullet went astray. The severed arm, still clutching the weapon, fell to the ground. Before the blood could even spurt from the stump, Ye Chen had already kicked the general away with all his fury. The general flew over 10 meters before hitting the ground, lifeless before he landed. Lin Ruoyi and Gao Lan were startled by the gunfire. However, once the shots ceased, they realized they were still alive. Fear not, fear not. How could I allow any harm to come to you? Ye Chen smiled gently, opening his arms to envelop the two frightened beauties in comfort. Just then, damn you, you little brat. You truly deserve to die. Everyone, open fire. Another general bellowed, issuing orders. The remaining soldiers immediately raised their guns and fired. They knew that if this boy remained alive, none of them would escape. Ye Chen Gij, be careful. Lin Ruoyi cried out. Ye Chen unleashed his true energy, shielding the two beauties within his embrace, turning his back to their enemies. A barrage of gunfire erupted as countless bullets rained upon the trio. Yet, an invisible barrier deflected every projectile, forming a small mountain of spent shells at his feet. After a few seconds, the soldiers had exhausted their ammunition and were hurriedly reloading. Alas, Ye Chen would not grant them a moment's respite. All of you shall die. He casually grabbed a deformed bullet and waved his hand. The transformed bullet became a lethal projectile, striking down dozens of men in its path. Do you see? This is the true usage of bullets. Commander Qian Biao and all his subordinates were annihilated in an instant. Chapter 66. It's too late. Let us find a hotel to rest. What should have been a bustling street was now eerily silent. Dozens of corpses lay sprawled across the ground. The onlookers stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. The arrogant commander Qian Biao was dead. His many subordinates had also perished. And all of this was the doing of a mere young man. Ruoyi and Gao Lan were unharmed. Ye Chen comforted them gently, patting their shoulders. Phew! Thank goodness for Ye Chen Gij as protection. Lin Ruoyi exhaled in relief. During the gunfire, she and Ti felt much fear. After all, Ye Chen had previously shielded her from bullets when Zhao Jun had taken her hostage. Thus, she knew she would be safe. In contrast, Gao Lan, unaware of what had transpired, was still trembling with fright. Overcome with emotion, she threw herself into Ye Chen's embrace. Yi Zong, am I still alive? Gao Lan clung tightly to him, resting against his warm, sturdy chest, and began to weep openly. She was so shaken that only a good cry could release her pent-up fear. It's all right. It's all right. No need to be afraid. Ye Chen wrapped his arm around Gao Lan's shoulders. Soothingly murmuring, he understood that the girl must have been terrified out of Lan. It's over now. Lin Roy joined in, gently embracing Gao Lan for comfort. After more than a minute, Gao Lan gradually calmed down. Feeling the warmth of Ye Chen's body and the familiar scent of masculinity, she confirmed that she was indeed alive, her cheeks flushed with heat, her heart racing wildly. Oh my, she was truly in this man's embrace. This was something she had only dared to dream about, yet had now come true. Gao Lan wished to hold on forever, wanting just one more second in this moment of bliss. It's all right, let us go. Ye Chen said softly, releasing his hold. Gao Lan's body trembled slightly. Oh no, did Yi Zong see through my little thoughts? She could only release her embrace, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Then, she realized that her earlier sobbing had been so vigorous that she had left a trail of mucus on Mr. Ye's clothing. Oh no, how could such a humiliating incident occur? Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for soiling your clothes. Allow me to clean it up for you. Perhaps you should just take off your jacket, Gao Lan hastily suggested, fumbling for a tissue to wipe it clean, while encouraging him to remove his outerwear. It's quite all right. I don't mind in the least. Let's be on our way, Ye Chen replied, genuinely unperturbed. Hearing this, Gao Lan felt a warmth in her heart, sensing that the distance between herself and Mr. Yi had significantly diminished in that moment. Ye Chen led the two of them towards the car parked by the roadside. That moment, the onlookers who had been observing from a distance drew closer, immediately erupting into applause. Among them, the restaurant owner and staff were the most enthusiastic. Now that the tyrant was no longer present, they could afford to feel fear no longer. They genuinely cheered for Ye Chen, expressing their admiration and gratitude towards this man. This handsome young man had truly rid them of a pest. By tomorrow, this news would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire province, and the vast majority of people would surely find it unbelievable that the formidable war commander under the Eastern War God had truly been eliminated. The entire province of it would surely erupt in applause. Brother Ye Chen, you've done another good deed, and the people are grateful to you, Lin Ruoyi said joyfully. In the past, she would have felt concerned. But now, as long as this man was doing the right thing, she would forever support him. It was merely a trivial matter. Ye Chen smiled, waving his hand in farewell to the applauding crowd. He had simply done something beneficial for the public. It was not an act of deliberate intention. One could only say that the demise of that tyrant was well-deserved. Beside him, Gao Lan's eyes sparkled with adoration. How could she not be enamored by a man so revered by all? The three of them got into the car and departed. Shall we find a hotel to rest? Ye Chen yawned, genuinely feeling a bit fatigued. All right, the two ladies nodded obediently in agreement. Consequently, the trio arrived at a luxurious hotel. As Ye Chen approached the front desk, his handsome visage left the receptionist momentarily awestruck, causing her to forget to attend to the guests. Let's book a suite. There's no need to separate, Ye Chen proposed, glancing at Gao Lan. He asked for her opinion specifically, as he was certain Ruoyi would not mind. Of course, I don't mind at all. I'll follow Mr. Ye's arrangements, Gao Lan replied immediately. How could she possibly object? Mr. Yi? The receptionist gazed at Ye Chen with envy, realizing that he was a tall, dashing CEO. Such characters only existed in novels. Holding the room key, the three of them entered the suite. The suite boasted 3 bedrooms, which was just enough for them. However, Ye Chen did not intend to sleep alone. Meanwhile, the news of the war commander Qian Biao's death had already spread. The first to receive the news was the king, and upon hearing it, he stood frozen in disbelief for several minutes. He simply could not fathom that Ye Chen had killed Sun Zi, and shortly thereafter, had also slain the war commander. Where did that young man find the audacity and strength? It was known that under the Eastern War God, there were only 5 war commanders, each a peerless martial artist and a formidable regional leader. While he was the king of the province, he still had to heed the war commander Qian Biao's wishes, never daring to offend him. After all, the latter held the most feared military power in a province. My lord, what should we do now? One of his subordinates inquired with concern. What else can we do? Let's pretend we haven't heard this news and go to sleep. Am I supposed to lead men to trouble that kid? The king even snorted angrily. He was increasingly grateful that he had maintained his composure during the gala and had not recklessly confronted that young man. Otherwise, he would surely share the same fate as Sun Zi and Qian Biao. At this moment, he wished to ignore everything and felt utterly powerless. He could only feign ignorance. On the other side, at the war commander's base, one of the generals remained. Upon learning the news, he was completely stunned. The invincible war commander had actually been killed. "My lord, what should we do now? Shall we summon hundreds of thousands of brothers to eliminate that young man?" A junior officer suggested. "Eliminate? The urgent matter at hand is to report to the war god immediately," the general exclaimed angrily. Maintaining his clarity, he understood that since the war commander and his entourage had perished at Ye Chen's hands, bringing more men would be futile. He had no intention of throwing his life away. What troubled him now was how to report this to the war god. If that esteemed figure would take out his wrath on him upon hearing such dreadful news, he might suffer the same fate. Several minutes later, at the residence of the Eastern war god, a servant hurriedly approached the war god's chamber. It was currently the time when the war god was resting. Chu Junlin was engaged in playful antics with 4 women from the small nation of Japan, their attire non-existent. It must be said that he was indeed quite satisfied with these 4 women, which was why he indulged in them repeatedly. Not only were they obedient, but they also possessed a variety of skills that provided him with a refreshing experience. For him, women were often disposable. Once he had used them, his interest would typically wane. Just as Chu Junlin was reaching a crucial moment, a voice from outside interrupted his enjoyment. "War god, I have urgent matters to report," the servant called from the doorway, too fearful to knock lest he provoke the war god's ire. Not long ago, another servant had met a grim fate for merely knocking. Damn it, disturbing the peace of the war god at night. "Don't you know I'm busy? Tell me tomorrow. Get lost." Being interrupted at such a critical moment left him infuriated. The 4 Japanese women fell silent, sensing his wrath. "War god, this is truly a matter of great importance. The war commander Qian Biao stationed in province has encountered trouble." The servant reiterated loudly. He dared not delay such a significant message, knowing the consequences could be dire. What sort of trouble could he possibly be in? Chu Junlin barked angrily, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, that he merely wanted the servant to leave him in peace to continue his revelry. He is dead," the servant stammered, his voice shaking with trepidation. "What? Repeat that. What has transpired?" Chu Junlin's expression instantly shifted, unleashing a terrifying aura. The 4 women instinctively recoiled in fear. The invisible killing intent rattled the doors and windows. The servant outside, sensing the menace, quickly dropped to his knees. "War god, please quell your anger. The news comes from the war general station in province. It is absolutely true. War commander Qian Biao was publicly killed by that young man named Ye Chen." The servant explained hurriedly, his voice trembling even more. "How can this be possible? That young man could not possibly have the ability to kill my subordinate, the war commander." Chu Junlin roared in fury. He was utterly incredulous and had lost all interest in his previous activities. He rose from his bed and began to dress. The 4 women swiftly assisted him. 1 minute later, Chu Junlin emerged from his chamber. His brows furrowed in rage, his anger palpable. "What on earth has happened? Speak clearly," Chu Junlin demanded through gritted teeth. Without hearing the full account of events, he could not believe it. Qian Biao was a peak martial artist in the martial emperor realm. How could he possibly have been slain by Ye Chen? That young man was far too young to possess strength beyond the martial emperor realm. "War god, the news I received is as follows." The servant knelt with his head bowed. Too fearful to look up, he relayed every word the war general had told him without omission. As for the specific details in between, the general had not mentioned them. So he refrained from speaking. "I want to hear the details." "The details? How did that little brat manage to kill Qian Biao?" Chu Junlin's rage was boiling over. "You worthless fools, you are driving me to madness." In his fury, he kicked the reporting servant, sending him flying. The servant crashed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Grievously injured, he bore a despairing smile, and mere moments later, he drew his last breath. It seemed he had anticipated his demise, for those in the war god's residence were well aware that delivering bad news often resulted in losing one's life. "Damn that little brat, I never expected you to possess such capability. Even able to kill a war commander. You better wash your neck and wait," For if I do not turn you into a human being, I swear I will share your surname." His fury was about to erupt. The 4 Japanese women immediately surrounded him, attempting to soothe the enraged war god. However, Xue Junlin seized a whip and lashed out at the 4 women to vent his anger. The women were whipped until their skin was torn. Yet they could only endure. They appeared to be trained in such matters, displaying a certain degree of tolerance. They even exhibited expressions of enjoyment, which inexplicably exhilarated Xue Junlin at a luxurious hotel in a province. Ye Chen and the 2 women had taken turns to wash up and were preparing to rest. "Ruoyi, I have something to discuss with you." Ye Chen suddenly leaned in close to whisper in Ruoyi's ear. "Huh." Lin Ruoyi was taken aback. Her delicate face instantly flushed with embarrassment, clearly displaying her discomfort. She furtively cast a glance at Gao Lan, seemingly feeling even more bashful due to the presence of a third party. "Ruoyi, don't you desire it?" Ye Chen furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of astonishment. His previous whispered words had been quite straightforward, expressing his wish to share a bed with her. "I find it rather inconvenient." "Brother Ye Chen, perhaps we should just forget about it." She glanced at Gao Lan once more. Gao Lan, being an astute individual, immediately grasped the underlying meaning. It appeared she had become the proverbial third wheel again. "Mr. De Yi, Miss Lin, I won't intrude upon your time. Please feel free to continue as if I were not here at all. Good night. I shall retire to my room." She resolutely refused to let her presence disrupt the budding romance. Once she dashed into her bedroom, she realized her heart was racing. The mere thought of the 2 outside engaging in such intimate activities filled her with envy. How wonderful it would be if she could also be Ye Chen's woman. In the living room, Ye Chen reached out, encircling Ruoyi's slender waist, drawing her closer. Their bodies were pressed together, and he sensed something was amiss with her. Wasn't Ruoyi the one who had been so eager to share a bed with him before? Why, now that he had taken the initiative, did she seem somewhat reluctant? "I find it rather inconvenient." Her thoughts were evidently elsewhere. How could it be inconvenient? "Are you perhaps afraid of my dragon blood poison acting up?" "Worry not, it won't happen now, or is it because of my relationship with the senior sister, and you're feeling jealous?" Ye Chen speculated, pinpointing the 2 most plausible reasons that it's neither. "I'm not jealous at all. Brother Ye Chen, it truly isn't feasible right now. Please wait a few more days. Not overthink it. It's not your fault." Lin Ruoyi shook her head in denial, then earnestly implored Ye Chen. Then what is the reason? Just tell me outright." Ye Chen felt utterly baffled. Ruoyi was indeed acting unusually. Chapter 68, Have You Missed Me So Soon? Well, it's that time of the month. A look of embarrassment crossed her face, difficult to conceal. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You could have simply told me. Are you feeling unwell? Ye Chen suddenly understood. This was the underlying cause. He immediately cast aside any inappropriate thoughts and shifted his concern to Ruoyi's health, silently chiding her for being overly bashful. "Yes, I feel a bit uncomfortable," Lin Ruoyi admitted shyly, her gaze unable to meet Ye Chen's. Evading his eyes. "Allow me to massage you. That should alleviate your discomfort." Ye Chen proposed with a smile. Guiding her into the bedroom, he instructed Ruoyi to lie down, then gathered his true energy in his palm, placing it gently on her abdomen, applying light pressure. Utilizing his unique energy, he quickly alleviated her pain. Linri couldn't help but let out a soft moan, feeling a warm current flow into her belly, bringing immense comfort. As she gazed at the handsome and gentle man before her, thoughts began to swirl in her mind, her heartbeat quickening and her body warming. However, she swiftly dismissed the notion. Not yet. In that moment, Ye Chen sensed Ruoyi's unusual demeanor. Casually, he grasped her wrist, taking her pulse with a simple touch, deducing that she had not experienced her monthly cycle. She had lied. Ye Chen's brows knitted together, perplexed as to why Ruoyi would deceive him. Could it be that she was genuinely upset with him over some matter and wished to avoid further intimacy? Contemplating this, a sense of inexplicable disappointment washed over him. "Thank you, Brother Ye Chen. I feel much better now. You should rest as well. Don't overthink it. I truly am not upset with you." Lin Ruoyi sat up, wrapping her arms around Ye Chen's neck, planting a kiss on his lips. After releasing him, she gently brushed her fingers over the scar on her cheek, wanting to present herself to Ye Chen only when she was at her most perfect. "Good night." Ye Chen smiled happily, then kissed her forehead. The mere kiss allowed him to cast aside all distractions, filling him with contentment. He wouldn't force her. He could patiently await her willingness. Having vanquished the local gang leader, he alone could sleep so soundly in this place. In another room, Gao Lan did not lie down, but rather pressed herself against the door, curiously listening to the sounds outside. She found it perplexing that this pair of childhood friends had not yet engaged in such a relationship. It seemed illogical. After all, their feelings had run so deep. How could they possibly restrain themselves? Disappointed, she eventually laid down to sleep. The next day, shortly after 6 in the morning, Ye Chen was still lost in sweet dreams when Ruoyi knocked and entered his room. Urging him to rise, Ye Chen wished to sleep a bit longer, but Ruoyi yanked the covers away, leaving him shivering from the sudden chill. Lin Ruoyi was startled by an unexpected sight, letting out a shriek. "Brother Ye Chen, why are you like this so early in the morning?" she exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment, unable to bear another glance. "And no need to be so astonished. This is a normal occurrence. Who told you to tug my blanket so carelessly? You can't blame me for scaring you now." Ye Chen smirked mischievously, fully awake as he got out of bed and dressed. It was already past 10 o'clock when the three arrived at the company. Before they could even settle in with a drink, representatives from the northern region arrived. Ruoyi and Gao Lan immediately immersed themselves in work, engaging in discussions with clients about cooperation. The future of their company hinged on these partnerships with northern region firms. While the two ladies were busy, Ye Chen found himself with little to do. Just then, the senior sister, Long Aoxue, called from the northern region. "Senior sister, have you missed me so soon?" Ye Chen chuckled. "Let us set aside the matter of missing you. I just heard the news that you killed one of the generals under the Eastern War God." Long Aoxue's tone was markedly serious. She had only been away for a day, and her junior brother was already involved in significant events. "Yes, he came seeking death, and I merely fulfilled his request. And no need to worry. I'm fine," Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. "How can I not worry? You truly never give me a moment's peace." Long Aoxue admonished, not forget my warning. Under no circumstances should you take action against the Eastern War God." She was aware that with the general now dead, the Eastern War God would undoubtedly retaliate against her junior brother. She feared that in a moment of impulse, he might kill the war god, leading to dire consequences. She was currently investigating news about the invaders and could not leave the northern region for the time being. "All right, senior sister, I promise you. But only if that scoundrel doesn't come seeking death himself. If he comes looking for trouble, he will undoubtedly perish." Ye Chen assured her he could refrain from taking the initiative to kill the Eastern War God. But if the latter came to him, the outcome was inevitable. "As always, just don't act impulsively," Long Aoxue reiterated. "As long as I'm here. Even if you kill the Eastern War God, I can shoulder the consequences for you." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Throughout the day, Ye Chen remained at the company. Due to the overwhelming number of clients from the northern region, Ruoyi and Gao Lan were utterly swamped. Ye Chen stepped in to assist, helping to entertain a few clients, notably several female clients. He wasn't particularly skilled in business dealings, but he managed to secure some deals with the female clients effortlessly. They even invited him to dinner, which he graciously declined, that he mused to himself that perhaps he was a commercial genius. Yet, those with discerning eyes knew that it was hardly his prowess. It was clearly his looks that made the difference. As evening approached, it was already past 8, but within a single day, the company had secured over 20 contracts of various sizes. Now, the issues of raw material supply, product sales, and financial turnover no longer posed a concern. "Gao Lan, are there any families in the 5 provinces that are disregarding our warnings and targeting our company?" Ye Chen inquired solemnly. Addressing her simply as Gao Lan, as he did with Ruoyi, felt more congenial. "There are 2 families. The Zheng family from Hu Province and the Feng family from Fu Province." Gao Lan produced a small notebook. Following Ye Chen's instructions, she had diligently recorded the information. It seemed these 2 families were indeed unwise. "Make sure to remember this. We shall settle the score in due time." A glint of coldness flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. Chapter 69 at the business dinner the previous night. Ye Chen had issued warnings to the families present from the 5 provinces that it appeared that most of them were quite prudent, as none had dared to act against him today. However, 2 families stood out as exceptions. Ye Chen had anticipated that certain family forces would oppose him, as this was an excellent opportunity to demonstrate loyalty to the Eastern war god, Mr. Yi. The Zheng and Feng families are both significant local powers. However, their targeting actions currently have little impact on our company. With so many companies from the northern region collaborating with us, those families that have withdrawn their cooperation will surely regret it in the future. Gaolan remarked, her admiration for Ye Chen genuine. The issues that originally plagued the company seemed almost insurmountable. One might wonder, which company could survive after offending a war god? Yet, with a single phone call from General Yi to the war god's senior sister, the seemingly insidious dilemma was swiftly resolved. Indeed, it appears that magic must be employed to vanquish magic. Regardless of the might of those 2 families, they will ultimately meet a grim fate. Remember this well. None who dare oppose us shall be spared. Ye Chen scoffed with disdain. Powerful families? How formidable could they truly be? They are but henchmen of the Eastern war god, deserving of their lessons. General Yi, fear not. I am diligently taking note. Gao Lan meticulously tucked away her small notebook. Lin Roi tugged at Ye Chen's arm, adopting a somewhat coy demeanor. After a day of intense labor, she was utterly fatigued and famished. You 2 have worked hard. You deserve a proper reward. Let's go. I shall treat you to some delightful food. Ye Chen proposed an outing to unwind. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the night encounter bar, the largest and finest establishment in Jiangbei. Ye Chen entered with the 2 beautiful women. They instantly drew the attention of many onlookers. Numerous patrons greeted them with warm smiles. In present-day Jiangbei, wherever Ye Chen went, he was a well-known figure, admired by the populace for his efforts to rid the region of evil, not just in Jiangbei, but throughout the entire Jiang province. The bar's waitresses were equally enthusiastic in their reception, their hearts fluttering upon seeing the handsome figure of Ye Chen. How enviable were the 2 women accompanying him. Brother Ye Chen, shall we dine here? Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Lin Roi, having never set foot in a bar before, felt somewhat uneasy, as her perception of such places was often chaotic. Her discomfort was exacerbated by the multitude of gazes fixated upon her. What could possibly be inappropriate? Enjoying good food and drink is quite splendid. Rest assured, with me around, what danger is there to fear? Ye Chen replied with a calm smile. Exactly, Lin. It's the perfect opportunity to unwind after a long day. Gao Lan displayed no signs of trepidation, despite her limited experience in such venues. While the bars of the past have been rife with rowdy thugs, everything had changed since Ye Chen had eradicated those gangs. Jiangbei no longer harbored any brazen troublemakers. The trio settled into a cozy booth, ordering food and drinks. As they dined and conversed, time slipped away unnoticed, and after a couple of hours, the 2 women, having indulged in some fruity cocktails, began to feel a pleasant intoxication. Encouraged by the atmosphere, they drank with increasing fervor, even as Ye Chen attempted to moderate their intake. He found himself somewhat helpless. Who was it that deemed this place unsuitable? Moments later, 4 stunning women entered the bar, each possessing captivating beauty and alluring figures, dressed in a manner that was both stylish and revealing. Their entrance captured the attention of a significant portion of the male clientele. Seasoned hunters recognized them as prime targets. The 4 women surveyed the room before striding directly toward Ye Chen's table, where an adjacent table remained vacant for their seating. Hello there, handsome. Who would have thought we'd encounter such a striking man here? One of them exclaimed, waving at Ye Chen with a bright smile. Her command of the Dragon Kingdom's language was noticeably accented, betraying her origins from the neighboring land of the rising sun. And a smile revealed slightly uneven teeth, detracting from her overall allured hello. Ye Chen immediately deduced that these 4 women hailed from the land of the rising sun, and sensed that they were not ordinary individuals. They possessed martial arts skills, thus he decided to remain vigilant. Handsome, my name is Iyako. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope to be in your favor. The woman named Iyako smiled as she made a request to join him for drinks. Her tone respectful and deferential, almost as if serving a master. This was a reflection of their cultural tradition. The other 3 women blinked eagerly at Ye Chen, babbling in their native tongue. clearly struggling with the Dragon Kingdom's language. That one do. Without hesitation, Ye Chen declined. Even in the absence of Ruo Yi and Gao Lan, he held no interest in these four women from the land of the rising sun. Ruo Yi and Gao Lan exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of displeasure. What was the meaning of these women, as if the two of them did not exist? Come now, handsome, don't be so aloof. We are new here and wish to make some friends. Let us treat you to a drink. Ayako persisted, her smile unwavering and her demeanor audacious as she squeezed herself into Ye Chen's booth alongside him. The other three women followed suit, their smiles plastered on their faces. Forcing their way in, were it not for the spacious booth, they might not have fit at all. Why Ye Chen felt exasperated. However, there is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. Uninvited flattery is often a prelude to treachery. He quickly discerned that these four women from the land of the rising sun harbored ulterior motives. Moreover, their martial prowess piqued his interest. He was curious to uncover what agenda they had in mind. The displeasure on Ruo Yi and Gao Lan's faces intensified, perceiving the women's actions as provocatively insolent. Gao Lan glanced at Ruo Yi, exchanging a knowing look, preparing to speak up and request that the uninvited women take their leave. Ahem, that moment. Ye Chen cleared his throat gently and signaled to Ruo Yi and Gao Lan to remain calm. Confusion clouded her thoughts. Did Ye not fear that Ruo Yi would become jealous or upset? Whether or not Ruo Yi felt jealousy was uncertain, but Gao Lan certainly felt a twinge of it. With such warm hospitality, let us enjoy a few drinks and make friends, Ye Chen remarked with a smile. Casting a glance at the four women from the land of the rising sun, thank you. Handsome, you truly are a generous soul. Arigato. The four women beamed with delight. Ayako, proficient in the Dragon Kingdom's language, promptly summoned a waitress to order drinks, generously treating Ye Chen. The four women exchanged glances, a smirk of triumph playing at their lips, naively believing that they had ensnared him with their beauty. Tonight, they intended to ensnare this lad in the web of seduction. Chapter 70. The gentle trap. Shortly thereafter, the waitress delivered new drinks. The four women from the land of the rising sun raised their glasses in a toast to Ye Chen. Their drinking culture seemingly learned from the Dragon Kingdom. They appeared intent on intoxicating him. However, Ye Chen merely chuckled inwardly. As long as he did not wish to become inebriated, he would remain unaffected. Regardless of how much he drank, the four women employed every charm at their disposal, striving to captivate Ye Chen's attention. It must be said, they were indeed professionals in the art of seduction. Before Ye Chen could fall prey to their allure, the men seated at nearby tables were already captivated by the four women, gazing longingly and openly discussing their admiration. I hear women from the land of the rising sun are particularly skilled at pleasing men. Their techniques are extraordinary. Indeed, have you seen the intricate performances in their films? Those four women are truly remarkable. If only I could partake in their company. For women, can your frail frame withstand such a delight? Two men even approached to invite the women for a drink, but the four women rebuffed their advances, only interested in Ye Chen, flaunting their charms exclusively toward him. Lin Ruo Yi and Gao Lan fell silent, discomfort creeping in as they instinctively rejected the four overtly flirtatious women, the eye in their eyes. Such women who sought to ingratiate themselves were undoubtedly of dubious character. Ye Chen noticed the discontent on Ruo Yi and Gao Lan's faces and gestured for them to relax. Reassuring them that he could handle the situation, he was keen to observe what motives lay behind these four women. Although the two beauties felt displeased, they chose to endure temporarily, heeding Ye Chen's silent counsel. Meanwhile, the four women from the land of the rising sun, believing they had overshadowed Ruo Yi and Gao Lan, grew even more brazen. After more than 10 minutes of drinking, the four women exhibited a noticeable flush. Appearing tipsy, though it was uncertain if they were feigning it this moment, one woman produced a bottle of perfume, casually spritzing it on herself. The unique scent wafted into Ye Chen's nostrils, and upon a mere whiff, he recognized the perfume as toxic. Moreover, he could accurately identify that it was laced with a substance known as soul-losing fragrance. As the name suggests, this fragrance, upon exposure, could ensnare a man's heart and induce an overwhelming craving, rendering him utterly compliant to a woman's whims. Ye Chen was aware that soul-losing fragrance was a rare poison unique to the Dragon Kingdom, complex to produce and not easily obtained. The fact that these four women possessed such an illicit substance was intriguing. Clearly, someone was orchestrating their actions from behind the scenes. What a delightful fragrance. What is it? Ye Chen inquired nonchalantly, pretending ignorance of its toxic nature. Leaning in to inhale its scent, as he sensed something amiss. He activated his true energy to seal his meridians, thus ensuring he would not succumb to its effects. If such a rudimentary poison could ensnare him, it would be a most embarrassing affair. The woman who had sprayed the perfume chattered excitedly. This is a unique fragrance from our homeland. If you find it pleasant, let me spritz a little on you, Ayako translated promptly, taking the perfume and applying it to Ye Chen. The woman responsible for the fragrance had declared that a mere whiff would result in intoxication. However, they had never used it before and felt uneasy about its effects, so they decided to spray a few more times. Lin Ruoi and Gao Lan pinched their noses in distaste, overwhelmed by the pungent scent of the perfume. Fortunately, the poison of the soul-destroying fragrance only targeted men, leaving the two beauties unaffected. Hey, handsome, the drinks are finished. How about we change venues for some fun? A alluring glint danced in Lingzi's eyes as she tentatively inquired. The other three women mirrored her seductive demeanor, even tugging at their collars to reveal ample fair skin. They were naturally skilled in the art of seduction and believed that with the enhancement of the fragrance, it would be even easier to ensnare their target. Sounds good. What shall we do? Ye Chen replied with a smile. Lower their guard. He feigned intoxication, his gaze ardently fixed on the four women, swallowing hard as if he yearned for them. What a fine performance, Lin Ruoi and Gao Lan thought, furrowing their brows in suspicion, wondering if he was genuinely captivated by these four women. Of course, anything you wish to do. The woman who had called out to Lingzi stood up and tightly wrapped her arms around Ye Chen's. Her enticing assets pressed against him with reckless abandon. Who could withstand that? Lingzi pulled Ye Chen to his feet, ready to leave, while another woman clung to his other arm, her soft body pressing against him even more. The other two women pushed from behind. Ye Gij. Lin Ruoi called out, a hint of irritation in her voice. She thought to herself, did her Ye Gij truly intend to leave with these four women? In such a situation, it was impossible for any girl not to feel jealous. Gao Lan, beside her, wore an expression of fury. These four little women from the land of the rising sun were utterly despicable. Even she had not been afforded the chance to be so intimate with Ye Chen. Yet they were seizing the opportunity. Just wait for me. Ye Chen discreetly signaled the two girls, assuring them he was not that kind of man. After saying that, he feigned impatience, wrapping his arms around the waist of the two women beside him and eagerly departing. The men in the bar looked on with envy, marveling at how such exquisite women were so easily won over. Indeed, being handsome allowed one to indulge freely. However, could he truly handle four at once? It was feared that by the end of the night, he would be utterly spent. Lin Zong, should we go out and take a look? What if Ye Zong falls for those four women? That would be a heavy loss. Gao Lan expressed her worries, feeling that Ye Zong must not let those little women from the land of the rising sun lay a finger on him. That would completely tarnish the exalted image he held in her heart. Perhaps it's best not to go. Did I sense those four women harbor ill intentions? Ye Gij must have some plan. Lin Ruoi gently shook her head. Though she felt a pang of jealousy, she chose to trust Ye Chen. This trust left Gao Lan speechless. Upon reflection, she too decided to believe in Ye Zong's character. Outside the bar, where shall we go? Ye Chen asked ambiguously, completely embodying the guise of a man under the influence, teetering as if he would fall without the support of the two women. Of course, to the hotel across the street. Lingzi reassured him, a smile gracing her lips as she exchanged a covert signal with her companions. The plan was unfolding perfectly. This man had completely fallen into their web of seduction. Chapter 71. Anything you wish to do, and I need to go to the hotel. That alley over there looks quite nice, Ye Chen suggested, pointing. Indeed, a small alley lay just a few dozen meters ahead. He did not wish to venture too far, lest it be a ploy to lure Ruoi and Gao Lan into danger. As long as he remained here, everything would be under his control. Are you that daring? Very well. I shall indulge your request. Lingzi nodded in agreement. grinning as she signaled her companions once more. Supporting Ye Chen, they proceeded into the alley. In the dimly lit alley, a couple was engaged in a passionate embrace. "Hurry and get out of the way," Lingzi shouted, as if the space were her domain. "Get lost." The couple halted, cursing as they departed. The four women promptly pushed Ye Chen further into the alley. "Handsome, what would you like to do?" Lingzi asked with a sultry smile, her fingers gliding over Ye Chen's body, seeking to slip beneath his clothing. The other three women encircled him, ready to serve him well. One even knelt before him, reaching up to unfasten his belt. Truly, they were professionals, exhibiting remarkable skill. What shall we do? Do you wish to play with your life? Ye Chen scoffed coldly, now that they were in the alley. There was no need for pretense. The crucial thing was to stop acting, for if he continued, the scene would resemble a film from the land of the rising sun. Moreover, he had no intention of allowing these four women to sully his body. "What do you mean? You're not poisoned?" Lingzi was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing they had been deceived. This man was not poisoned at all. Recognizing the imminent danger, the expressions of the four women shifted dramatically. A fierce aura emanating from them. "Baka! Attack!" Lingzi exclaimed in exasperation, her native tongue slipping out. With a sharp reprimand, she instructed her companions to strike, all the while producing a kunai from somewhere and aiming it at Ye Chen's heart. The other three women also brandished kunai, launching a deadly assault on him. The woman who had knelt before him aimed directly at his most sensitive area, in the blink of an eye. The four women transformed from their previous seductive selves into ferocious, rabid wolves. "Baka, you ancestors!" Ye Chen roared, springing into action. He seized Lingzi's wrist and with a swift motion, snapped it, disarming her of the kunai and driving it into her body in one fluid motion. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful kick to the woman attempting to ambush him, sending her crashing against the wall, blood spilling from her mouth. The two other women, launching their attacks from the sides, were effortlessly swept away by Ye Chen's hand. Landing on the ground, also coughing blood, in mere moments, all four women lay on the ground. Aside from Lingzi, the other three had expired after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Ye Chen showed no mercy. These four women from the land of the rising sun had sought to take his life. Regardless of their gender, any enemy would meet the same fate. Death. Speak. Who sent you? Ye Chen stepped forward, gripping Lingzi tightly and gazing at her with icy intensity. He had spared her life solely because she spoke the language of Longhua. "Baka! Let go of me!" Lingzi spat, her features contorted in rage. Her vile nature fully exposed. "Do not test my patience," Ye Chen retorted coldly, withdrawing the kunai still embedded in her body, causing blood to spurt forth. "So, you're ninjas from the land of the rising sun?" Ye Chen mused, toying with the delicate kunai that he recognized this dart-like weapon as a common close combat tool used by ninjas from the land of the rising sun. The murderous intent and skills displayed by the four women were indicative of their considerable prowess. Likely at the level of martial kings, it was evident they were formidable ninjas. "You despicable Longhua person, I want to say anything," Lingzi declared defiantly, though fear flickered in her eyes. She was acutely aware of this Longhua lad's strength. Yet she had not anticipated he would be this formidable. The four of them were elite ninjas, categorized as high-ranking in the ninja hierarchy. But to think before this man, they were utterly powerless, unable to even strike. Refusing to speak? Are you not afraid of death? Ye Chen pressed the kunai lightly against Lingzi's throat. The icy sensation made her body tremble. The kunai may not have been exceptionally sharp, but it was sufficient to slice through her throat. "You must stop. I'm a citizen of the great Sun Nation. If you kill me, the consequences will be severe," Lingzi warned in a panic, her bravado faltering. "What's there to fear? Can't you see the three lying there?" Ye Chen sneered. "I will only ask one last time. Who sent you?" The audacity of the people from the land of the rising sun was astounding. He had no reservations about killing them for their insolence on the soil of Longhua. As the kunai slowly pressed in her throat, a trickle of blood began to flow. Stop! I will tell you." The woman immediately relented, trembling and feared. "It was Mr. Chu who sent me," she blurted out. "Mr. Chu?" "Chu Junlin." Ye Chen's brows furrowed deeply. "Yes, that's him." Lingzi nodded vigorously in confirmation. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's frown deepened further. It was surprising that these 4 women from the land of the rising sun were dispatched by Xue Junlin. How had the Oriental War god intertwined with individuals from the land of the rising sun? There had to be more to this situation than met the eye. Why do you work for Xue Junlin? How did you come to know him? Ye Chen pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. It was Mr. Sakamoto who offered us to Mr. Xue. Mr. Sakamoto is a prominent minister in our country. Should anything happen to me, he would certainly not let it go lightly. Therefore, you cannot kill me, or you will undoubtedly attract trouble. Ayako laid bare her thoughts, fantasizing about the powers behind her to secure her survival. Be silent. Ye Chen barked sharply, his mind racing with contemplation that a minister from the Little Sun Nation had sent a woman to Lord Xue. The implications of such a relationship were all too evident. That individual surnamed Xue was colluding with the Little Sun Nation. Who would have thought that the Eastern War god, tasked with protecting his realm, was actually in league with the enemy? Ye Chen's gaze darkened instantly, a surge of fury rising within him, an anger stemming from the depths of his bloodline. I've told you everything you wish to know. Please, spare me. The woman pleaded, her voice trembling with desperation. As long as you let me go, I will do anything you desire. I beg of you. She displayed a pitiful demeanor, kneeling on the ground as she implored him to be merciful. Chapter 72. The War God's Treachery. Ye Chen remained silent, his heart ablaze with indignation. He had thought the Eastern War god was already heinously tyrannical, yet he had not anticipated that this scoundrel was also in cahoots with a foreign nation. This woman before him was evidence of such treachery. Collaborating with the enemy was an unforgivable sin. Throughout the history of the Dragon Nation, traitors have been condemned to eternal disgrace. That man surnamed Xue deserved nothing less than death. I beseech you, spare me. I am merely an inconsequential pawn. The woman continued her fervent plea that if you show me mercy from this day forth, I will consider you my master and serve you faithfully. Master, please have pity on me, she implored once again, her desperation palpable as she tore off her upper garments, revealing her voluptuous, fair form, attempting to barter her beauty for her life. Her posture, kneeling and calling him master, was utterly degrading. He did not spare her a glance. Even if she stood before him in her entirety, he would harbor no interest. With a casual toss, he hurled a concealed dagger that struck her forehead squarely. Want to live? Dream on. The woman's eyes widened in horror before she fell lifelessly to the ground. Ye Chen turned and exited the dim alleyway, standing by the roadside to dial his senior sister's number. Junior brother, calling me late at night. Are you missing me? Long Ao Xue teased, mimicking the tone of their earlier conversation. Senior sister, I have some important news to share. Ye Chen stated directly that scoundrel Xue Junlin is colluding with the enemy. What? Long Ao Xue's voice on the phone was filled with disbelief. Ye Chen immediately recounted the incident involving the 4 women from the Little Sun Nation. After listening, Long Ao Xue fell momentarily silent, clearly taken aback by the revelation. She could hardly believe that the war god, tasked with guarding his territory, would betray his nation. Junior brother, let me share some information with you. According to my investigation, the recent disturbances in the Northern Territory have been orchestrated by the Little Sun Nation. Long Ao Xue divulged. This was a secret not meant to be shared lightly, but given that her junior brother was not an outsider, she felt compelled to disclose their connection to the Little Sun Nation. Ye Chen deduced logically. The pieces fit together perfectly, and it was entirely plausible that the scoundrel had indeed betrayed his country. However, the matter was grave, and he could not jump to conclusions. We need to gather more evidence. If that man surnamed Xue is truly a traitor, then he will be on a path to certain doom. Beyond redemption, Long Ao Xue stated solemnly, clearly suppressing her fury. Present. The evidence was insufficient. More was needed. I shouldn't have killed that woman. I should have kept her as evidence. He sighed. Well, I can always find other proof. That scoundrel will surely reveal more of his flaws. Ye Chen understood that the evidence was still lacking. Junior brother, listen to me. Long Ao Xue cautioned him in a hushed tone, as if fearful of being overheard. Rest assured, I will heed your advice that we must act justly to eliminate that scoundrel. Ye Chen smiled, fully supportive of the plan his senior sister had just outlined. Be cautious of those ninjas from the Little Sun Nation. Long Ao, Xue added earnestly. The information provided by her junior brother was crucial, offering her a new perspective for investigation. She intended to trace the leads, if it ultimately connected to the war god of the East. That scoundrel would surely face the consequences. Junior brother, do you find it hard to sleep without me around? Or is it that you have Miss Ra to keep you company, after discussing serious matters? Long Ao, Xue quickly shifted to a teasing tone that I wish I could, but it seems Ra is rather reluctant. Ye Chen replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. She appears to have some reservations, or perhaps is unhappy. I cannot fathom that he genuinely did not consider his senior sister an outsider, expressing his thoughts and hopes of her guidance, believing that women would undoubtedly understand women better. Reluctant? That shouldn't be the case. A woman's heart is often intricate. You mustn't be too coarse in your approach. Long Ao, Xue advised seriously. I haven't done anything. Ye Chen protested, utterly bewildered. The two siblings engaged in a lively discussion. But after more than 10 minutes, they still could not pinpoint the issue. Ye Chen could only sigh in resignation. Matters of the heart were indeed complex. It seemed they must take their time and not rush things. Lin Ruo and Gao Lan waited patiently in their original spot. Why are you back so soon? Did you send those 4 women away? Lin Ruo inquired, a hint of irritation in her tone. Gao Lan remained silent, observing the unfolding drama with amusement. Don't say I returned quickly. I was not fast at all. Ye Chen corrected, sensing the underlying implications in Ruo Yi's words. It had only been a mere 20 minutes since he had left. So what about those 4 women who were pestering you? What transpired? Lin Ruo pressed, clearly concerned about his actions after leaving. That I truly was not quick. If you don't believe me, you may verify it another day. As for those 4 women, they are dead. How could you say such a thing? Lin Ruoyi's cheeks flushed crimson, completely oblivious to the latter part of his statement. Ye Zong, you mean to say you killed those 4 women? Gao Lan exclaimed in shock. Indeed, they came to kill me. Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. I suspected as much. Those 4 women were not here with good intentions. They quickly grasped the situation, realizing that since they had come to kill Ye Chen, their demise was indeed deserved. The 3 resumed their drinking and chatting as if nothing had occurred. As the night deepened, the 2 women became increasingly inebriated, and Ye Chen supported them with an arm around each as they left. Upon entering the living room, a drunken Gao Lan suddenly wrapped her arms around Ye Chen's neck. Ye Zong, you are too wonderful. I truly like you so much. Gao Lan's cheeks were flushed, her demeanor unmistakably intoxicated. This was indeed the unguarded truth spoken under the influence of alcohol. Alan, you are drunk. Ye Chen chuckled helplessly, wishing to place both women onto the sofa. No, I am not drunk. I genuinely like you. Ye Zong, Gao Lan slurred, suddenly kissing him passionately. Chapter 73. I will turn a blind eye. Drunk individuals often insist they are sober. Gao Lan was no exception at this moment. Ye Chen wished to speak. But the words eluded him as Gao Lan clung tightly to his neck, kissing him fervently and attempting to breach his defenses, that he felt utterly helpless, his other hand still supporting Ra. He could only set Ra down on the sofa, grateful that she was half unconscious and unaware of the scene unfolding before her. Otherwise, she would surely be taken aback, finally freeing one hand. Ye Chen gently pushed the inebriated Gao Lan away, yet she lunged at him again, pouting her lips, eager for more kisses. Ye Chen found himself in a bewildering situation. What on earth was happening? He carefully controlled Gao Lan and carried her to the bedroom, intending to lay her on the bed. However, she clung to him tightly, once more initiating a passionate kiss. Her restless hands began tugging at his clothing, igniting a rush of blood through his veins. Had it not been for the layers of the dragon blood poison being recently alleviated by his senior sister, he would have succumbed to it by now. Ye Zong, take me. I want you, Gao Lan proclaimed, her drunken words filled with desire. The alluring and assertive demeanor she displayed now was a stark contrast to her usual composed and dignified self. Sighing in resignation, Ye Chen swiftly applied pressure to her pressure points, rendering her immobile. Despite his own desires, he could not take advantage of her vulnerable state. Immediately, Gao Lan quieted, Her eyes closed as she drifted off to sleep. Drunken individuals are indeed easy to put to rest. Ye Chen helped her out of her shoes, pulled the blanket over her, turned off the lights, and exited the room. In the living room, Linro, sprawled on the sofa, began to sob. Ye Chen Gidge, don't leave me. She cried softly, clearly lost in sorrowful thoughts. Do not cry. I am here. I have not left you. Ye Chen approached helplessly to comfort her. These two young women, when intoxicated, truly become a source of exasperation. Lin Roi wept for several minutes, resting against Ye Chen's embrace before drifting into a deep slumber. Her sleep was remarkably sweet, accompanied by delicate sighs that made Ye Chen unable to resist the urge to steal a kiss. He gently lifted the sleeping Ruoi and carried her to the bedroom, where he laid her down, removed her shoes and coat, and tucked her in securely. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he felt a tug on his sleeve. "Brother Ye Chen, please don't leave me," murmured Lin Roi, half awake and half dreaming, her small hand clutching him tightly. "All right, I want to leave," Ye Chen replied resignedly, nodding in agreement. He shed his coat and lay on the bed beside Roi, simply to accompany her in sleep. Just as he treated Gao Lan, he could not take advantage of her vulnerable state. Yet, despite his intentions, his heart was restless, and he found it exceedingly difficult to fall asleep. As dawn broke the following day, Lin Roi awoke in a daze, only to find a figure lying beside her, none other than Ye Chen. She was not frightened. Rather, she glanced at her attire. Fully dressed, she felt reassured that Ye Chen had not taken advantage of her. The events of the previous night after their drinking escapade were a blur to her. Hearing some movement nearby, Ye Chen also stirred awake, and their eyes met immediately. "Brother Ye Chen, why are we sleeping together?" Lin Roi inquired, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Well, it's because you wouldn't let me leave. You cried as soon as I tried," he replied. How could this girl not take responsibility upon waking? Oh, Lin Roi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had not anticipated behaving in such a manner while intoxicated. Ye Chen rose to leave the room, and upon stepping outside, he bumped into Gao Lan. Gao Lan glanced at Ye Chen's collar and noticed a missing button from his shirt, her heart racing. She realized that a button had been found on her bed. It dawned on her that she must have behaved inappropriately towards Ye last night. Yet, she couldn't recall any specifics of her actions. Feeling guilty, she hurriedly fled, but a part of her felt secretly pleased. Regardless of what transpired, she certainly had not lost anything. Ye Chen was left in utter confusion, pondering the peculiar situation. After breakfast, the three of them made their way to the company. Today, numerous firms from the northern region had come to discuss potential collaborations. The Yiling Group had garnered quite a bit of attention. People were curious about how this relatively small company had suddenly become so popular. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Eastern War God, Mr. Sakamoto delivered some unfortunate news. "The 4 women you sent me have been killed by a young man named Ye Chen," said Chu Junlin, his voice cold and his expression steely. With a glint of menace in his eyes, he did not explode in rage, for although the women had been dispatched by him, they were not his own. Therefore, their deaths were inconsequential. Merely a few women he had toyed with. Not worth much. That young man possesses formidable skills. To dare kill someone from my great Sun nation, he truly is courting death. On the other end of the line, Sakamoto seethed with fury. The 4 women he had sent were elite kunoichi, chosen for their beauty and prowess. He had intended for them to be placed by Chu Junlin's side as spies. Yet to his dismay, they had been killed within mere days of being dispatched. To be frank, that young man does indeed possess some strength. It is entirely reasonable that your ninjas were no match for him, he said. Do not be upset, Mr. Sakamoto. It is simply 4 women who perished. No need to take it too seriously. Chu Junlin's words dripped with a hint of mockery as he sought to stoke the flames of anger further. This matter is far from over. That young man dared to kill someone from my great Sun nation. I must ensure he pays with his life. Chu Junlin declared. Sakamoto, I will send someone to take action, and I hope you can provide assistance. Sakamoto could not swallow this bitter pill. He had to avenge the deaths of the women, or his great Sun nation would lose face. He had many subordinates lurking in the Dragon Country, ready to eliminate Ye Chen. Sending them would make it easy to take the life of that young man from the Dragon Country. Baka, he must pay with his life, since Mr. Sakamoto intends to take action. I can certainly assist. Your men may proceed. I will turn a blind eye, Chu Junlin said with a sly smile that a simple nudge was all it took. Now he could sit back and watch as the Japanese sought to eliminate Ye Chen. Whether they succeeded was of little concern to him. He stood to lose nothing. Thank you. Chu Junlin, I shall send you some local specialties as a token of gratitude. Sakamoto replied gratefully, as for the specialties. What could they be? Your specialties are quite delightful. I thoroughly enjoy them. Chu Junlin responded with satisfaction, relishing the prospect of more delicacies. After hanging up the phone, he summoned his attendants to avoid exposing his private misdeeds. He had always been very cautious. Summoned the 4 great generals. I refuse to believe we cannot eliminate that young man. As the afternoon wore on, Ye Chen was dozing on the sofa in the CEO's office, while Ruoyi and Gao Lan were too busy with work to take a break. Ruoyi felt a surge of irritation. This brother Ye Chen, not only was he not helping, but he was also sleeping soundly, disrupting her productivity. Were it not for the fact that he was the true boss, she might have been tempted to give him a good thrashing. Meanwhile, Gao Lan was rather unconcerned. Having a handsome young man to accompany her while she worked was quite pleasant and visually appealing. Moreover, the thought of her actions towards M.Y. the previous night made her blush and her heart race. Lin Roy tiptoed closer to the sofa, intending to startle Ye Chen. Just then, an assistant knocked on the door. Lin Zong, there's trouble outside the company. A group of Japanese has arrived, claiming they want to see Mr. Yi. The assistant exclaimed anxiously. Japanese? Lin Roy furrowed her brows, realizing it must be because Ye Chen had killed someone from their ranks the previous night, prompting them to seek trouble so quickly. If the Japanese dare to confront us, I shall go and meet them in an instant. Ye Chen, who had been asleep just moments ago, sprang to his feet and stood beside Roy. Hearing that the Japanese dared to cause trouble, he couldn't help but laugh. Were they seeking trouble? No, they were seeking death. Mr. Yi, you're here. Please go and take a look quickly. There are dozens of them, and our security cannot hold them back, the assistant said, relief washing over her face upon seeing Ye Chen. With him around, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. At that moment, outside the Yulin Group building, more than 50 individuals clad in blue and white from Japan attempted to storm the company. Baka, get out of my way, or you'll regret it, the leader shouted arrogantly. The rest of the group echoed his sentiments, displaying an utterly disdainful demeanor. No outsiders are allowed here. Please leave immediately and do not cause a ruckus, the security guards shouted angrily, standing firm at the entrance, their faces filled with fury as they faced the Japanese. Anyone who dares obstruct my path is courting death. Attack, commanded the leader, throwing a punch that struck one of the guards squarely in the face, instantly causing blood to spew forth. How dare you hit someone? Brothers, charge! The security captain spat out blood and clenched his fists, rushing forward. Enraged, the guards disregarded their safety and fought back. Those Japanese dared to wreak havoc on Dragon Country's soil. In an instant, chaos erupted as the two groups clashed. However, the security personnel, though they were innate and even master-level martial artists, found themselves at a disadvantage against the Japanese in terms of both numbers and strength. They were swiftly overwhelmed, left bloodied and battered on the ground. You Dragon Country people are truly weak. With such meager skills, you dare obstruct my path? How laughable, the leader mocked. Where is that young man named Ye Chen? Hurry up and come out to die. The Japanese trampled over the fallen guards, their confidence swelling. The others among them were equally brazen, as if they were invincible in this place. Let's go. Follow me to level this place, the leader declared, kicking aside a fallen guard as they prepared to storm the building and wreak havoc before confronting Ye Chen. You cannot enter here and create chaos. Stop. Cease at once. Two front desk clerks, though terrified, stepped forward to reprimand them, standing in front of the invaders with their fragile frames. Baka, you little women dare to block my way. The leader of the Japanese men scoffed, his eyes gleaming with malice as he noticed the beauty of the front desk clerks, immediately harboring ill intentions. The sight was enough to send shivers down the spines of the young women, a blind woman seeking trouble. One of the men stepped forward, his expression menacing, raising his hand to strike the front desk clerk. Don T. The two clerks screamed in terror, instinctively covering their heads. Yet, at that moment, a swift sound sliced through the air that a projectile whizzed past, and blood gushed forth from the severed arm of the assailant. The man stood frozen in shock, staring at his severed limb that had just fallen to the ground. My hand! In the next instant, the man finally reacted, feeling the searing pain as he clutched his severed arm. Howling in agony. All the Japanese were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of horror. What in the world was happening? Two receptionists, clutching their heads, were horrified to see a bloody, severed arm on the floor. They recoiled in terror, their high heels slipping beneath them, threatening to send them tumbling backward. Just then, a figure darted in, a hand reaching out from behind to steady them both. It was Ye Chen. He was the one who had just severed the arm of a man from the land of the rising sun. He wielded no special weapon, merely plucked a leaf from a bonsai tree. In his grasp, an ordinary leaf transformed into a fearsome projectile. Ye, sir, how wonderful that you have arrived. The two receptionists, feeling the warmth of his hand on their waists, saw Ye Chen's face and instantly felt their fear dissipate. They nearly fell into his embrace, leaving them utterly astonished. That moment, Ye Chen resembled the dashing hero from a drama, always appearing at the most critical junctures. Do not fear, as long as you are safe. Hey, are you frightened? Ye Chen supported the two receptionists, but they appeared entranced, gazing at him with wide, beautiful eyes. Oh, thank you, ye sir. A blush crept onto their faces as their hearts raced uncontrollably. Goodness, Ye Chen was simply too handsome, utterly captivating them. They seemed to have forgotten the danger they had just faced. The fallen security guards, witnessing Ye Chen's arrival, also breathed a sigh of relief, for they knew that as long as this man was present, no problem was insurmountable. Yet, they couldn't help but feel disheartened. Why hadn't Ye Chen appeared sooner during their ordeal? Baka! Kiro Kushin! The man with the severed arm cursed furiously. With his remaining hand, he drew a short blade from his waist, charging at Ye Chen with unbridled fury, eager to dismember him. Are you cursing your mother? Ye Chen, aside from the word baka, understood none of the man's foreign tongue. However, from the man's demeanor, it was evident he was clamoring to kill him. How dare he shout in my dragon nation, seeking death? Ye Chen's murderous intent surged forth. Chapter 75. What do you think you are, a mere citizen of the land of the rising sun, daring to act recklessly on dragon soil? You have only one path, death. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a burst of true energy, striking the oncoming man squarely in the chest. The man was instantly propelled backward by an invisible force, spitting blood mid-air before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this scene, the remaining men from the land of the rising sun turned pale with shock. The slain man had been a formidable mid-level ninja, yet he fell so easily before this young man. The receptionists and the fallen security guards erupted in exhilaration at the sight. Truly, this man was remarkable. His every move was so impressive. Fight! Beat these Japanese scoundrels. I am Ye Chen. Do you have business with me? Can you understand my words? Ye Chen stepped forward, surveying the group of Japanese men before him from height. His vantage was not merely due to their lower position on the stairs, but rather because they were all quite short. The tallest among them barely reached his nose, while the others were a head shorter. No wonder these individuals from the land of the rising sun were derogatorily referred to as Warren. You are Ye Chen. How dare you lay hands on our people from the land of the rising sun? You will pay dearly. The leader, scowling, shouted in poorly articulated dragon language, his little mustache twitching with rage. This young man was indeed the target of his mission. It seemed he possessed some skill, yet he felt no fear, believing that their numbers and strength would prevail. What are you? Ye Chen asked indifferently, his eyes filled with contempt for the Japanese. That moment, Lin Roi and Gao Lan arrived, having descended in the elevator. However, the elevator was slow, and they had not yet reached the stairs, while Ye Chen had already made his way down. They were not surprised to find Ye Chen already engaged in battle. It was simply his nature to act decisively. They were concerned for the frightened receptionists and the injured security personnel. The scene outside the company building had drawn a crowd of onlookers, their attention captivated by the commotion. Upon realizing that the troublemakers were from the land of the rising sun, the citizens felt a surge of anger. These insolent fools were far too bold. Yet, they were eager to witness the unfolding drama, smirking at the audacity of these Japanese men who had come seeking their demise. Everyone in Jiangbei knew that Ye Chen was a force to be reckoned with, decisive and lethal. Listen well. My name is Aoki Jiro. I am the small leader of the Merchants Guard from the land of the rising sun. You dare to harm our people, and you will face dire consequences. The man named Aoki Jiro proclaimed with pride, his subordinates echoing him in a chorus of foreign words that were lost on the crowd. The land of the rising sun had several merchant guilds within Dragon Nation, one of which was based in Dongdu to protect their members. The guild employed numerous warriors from their homeland. Upon hearing that these men were from the merchant guild, the citizens grew even angrier. For those affiliated with the guild in Dongdu had long been known for their oppressive behavior towards both men and women. They abused their power, emboldened by the backing of their guild and the land of the rising sun, treating the ordinary citizens of Dragon Nation with utter disdain. Most infuriating was that the war god, who commanded the 5 provinces of the east, chose to turn a blind eye to the misdeeds of these guild members. It was precisely this impunity that allowed the Japanese to act so brazenly. Who sent you here? Ye Chen spat, thoroughly displeased with the presence of these Japanese men. Are you frightened? If you are afraid, kneel and beg for mercy, and perhaps I will spare you some pain. Aoki Jiro taunted, his arrogance palpable. He was a 4th-level leader among the 6 ranks of ninjas. The ranks of Japanese ninjas included 6 levels: lower ninja, middle ninja, upper ninja, leader ninja, dark ninja, and shadow ninja. The lower, middle, and upper levels roughly corresponded to the innate, acquired, and master realms of martial artists in Dragon Nation, and a leader ninja's strength equated to that of a martial king. The 4 female ninjas who had perished at Ye Chen's hands the previous night were elite upper ninjas, nearly at the martial king level of power. For a mere leader ninja, claiming to possess martial king strength yet daring to act arrogantly before Ye Chen was truly laughable. You are the ones who will die. I will grant you one chance to live. If you do not wish to perish here, get lost within 30 seconds. Ye Chen warned coldly. Give these ruffians 30 seconds was already his utmost mercy. Ha ha! The foolish dragon people dare to speak such bravado. I shall give you 30 seconds to kneel and beg for mercy. Otherwise, I will execute you on the spot. Aoki Jiro laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. He had been in Dragon Nation for several years, and no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a threatening manner. In his eyes, dragon people were always easy prey. Hearing this, Ye Chen also laughed. These Japanese men were choosing the path of death when a chance for life was presented to them. It would be their own fault if he showed no mercy. Not a single one of the dozens of Japanese men present would leave alive. Ye, sir, teach these bastards a lesson for daring to flaunt their power on our land. Show no mercy. The crowd of onlookers shouted in furious solidarity, fists raised high. Some men were eager to rush forward, ready to land a few punches on these insolent intruders. These ruffians from the land of the rising sun needed to be taught a lesson. Ye Chen, punish them. Ye, sir, go for it. Lin Ruoi and Gao Lan echoed angrily from the back. These Japanese men had come to their company to stir up trouble and had injured so many. They must pay the price. Baka! You dragon people shall all die. Aoki Jiro shouted angrily. He was bewildered by the audacity of the citizens, who dared to threaten them. Back in Dongdu, no ordinary citizen would have behaved in such a manner. That was, of course, because there was a man named Ye Chen here. Aoki Jiro's muscles twitched as he suddenly lunged at Lin Ruoi, transforming into a blur of shadow, moving with astonishing speed. This was a common technique among ninjas. However, no speed could surpass Ye Chen's. As Aoki Jiro made his move, Ye Chen's figure flickered, appearing before him in an instant, effortlessly seizing his throat. You dare to lay a hand on my woman? You truly seek a swift demise. Ye Chen's voice was laced with lethal intent. Chapter 76. Who dares to act tyrannically in Dragon Nation? You. Aoki Jiro's expression changed drastically, with his throat in a vice grip. He could not utter a word. He was filled with dread, realizing that this man was faster than he could have ever anticipated. His throat felt as if it might be crushed at any moment. He struggled to break free, but it was futile. Standing behind him, Lin Rui's face suddenly flushed with warmth. Ye Chen's declaration of my woman sent her heart racing. This fellow, always teasing her, whether intentionally or not, leaves her blushing and her heart racing. You no longer have the opportunity to leave a final word. Die. A glint of cold light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. That I will kill. Songjing Jiro sensed the terrifying murderous intent enveloping him and hastily drew his blade from his waist, attempting to retaliate. Unfortunately, he had no opportunity. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed. With a mere exertion of strength, Ye Chen effortlessly crushed Songjing Jiro's cervical vertebrae, as if he were snapping a withered straw. Songjing Jiro's head tilted to the left, a trickle of black blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and his life was extinguished. Ye Chen tossed the lifeless body before the group of little Japanese men. Instantly, an uproar ensued among them. Nanny, how is this possible? Their captain Songjing had died just like that. What terrifying power does this young man possess? The group felt the chilling breath of death encroach upon them. Shivers running down their spines, cold sweat drenched their faces. Baka, daring to kill Captain Songjing. We will fight him. Follow me. An elite jonin shouted in anger, leading the charge. Relying on their numbers, they mistakenly believed they had a chance. Among the 40 to 50 individuals, more than half were lower-level ninjas, over 10 were chunin, and the remaining few were jonin. Ye Chen could not comprehend their bird-like language, but it mattered little, regardless of what they said. Killing them would suffice. He flashed forward like the wind, striking ruthlessly. In the next moment, the bodies of the Japanese fell in droves. We will join in. Let's beat these dogs to death. Several onlooking men rushed forward to join the fray. They too were trained fighters, easily handling the lower-level ninjas. Even ordinary people, unable to suppress their fury, clenched their fists and charged forward. How dare these Japanese run rampant on the land of Dragon Country? 1 minute later, 4 to 5 dozen Japanese lay sprawled on the ground, their demise peaceful. Only one elite jonin remained. Realizing he was no match, he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head, pleading in a language Ye Chen could not understand. Still begging for mercy. Aren't you Japanese supposed to uphold some ridiculous Bushido spirit, never bowing to the enemy? Why are you afraid of death? Ye Chen coldly regarded the kneeling Japanese man, his eyes filled with disdain. He recalled that this beast did not understand his words. Thus, he inquired among the onlookers if anyone could translate. The young man promptly stepped forward, translating Ye Chen's words in full. Upon hearing this, the Japanese man immediately babbled in response, claiming that the Bushido spirit must not be insulted and requested respect. He pleaded for his life, stating that if he were killed, the Merchant Association in Japan would surely seek retribution. The young man relayed this message: I respect your ancestors. Tell him that if he wishes to live, he must bow 100 times to everyone here. Ye Chen scoffed. What nonsense, still trying to threaten him. The young man immediately translated Ye Chen's words, mimicking his tone and demeanor. Baka! They are all dead. Hearing the translation, the kneeling Japanese felt greatly humiliated and erupted in anger. Suddenly, he drew a short blade from his waist and leaped up, attempting with all his might to kill Ye Chen. Yet Ye Chen stood calmly, effortlessly raising his hand to strike the Japanese man's crown. The Japanese man spat blood, his martial prowess obliterated, yet he still clung to life. Even at death's door, he dared to insult us. Kill him. The onlookers surged forward, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks upon the gasping Japanese man, venting their fury. The Japanese man could not withstand the onslaught, and within half a minute, he was killed. None of the troublesome Japanese ninjas remained. Good. Well done, Mr. Yi. You will forever be our hero. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, their eyes filled with admiration. They believed Ye Chen had not only rid the people of harm, but had become a savior for the nation. Thank you, everyone. Ye Chen smiled lightly, grateful for the support of the crowd. To him, it was merely a trivial matter. However, dealing with the 40 to 50 corpses of the Japanese posed a bit of a dilemma. He certainly could not leave these bodies lying at the foot of the company building. It was too ominous. Fortunately, enthusiastic members of the public came to his aid. Someone called for a truck to transport the bodies directly to the crematorium. As the crowd dispersed, tranquility returned to the front of the company building. The injured security guards were taken away by ambulances for treatment. The guards did not flinch, much to Ye Chen's satisfaction. Yet he pondered that he must find more skilled individuals to serve as security. Additionally, he needed to find a capable bodyguard for Ru. Otherwise, once he departed, no one would ensure her safety. Brother Ye Chen, you are amazing. Lin Ruo Yi approached and enveloped Ye Chen in a warm embrace. Her soft body pressed against him without hesitation. Her man had once again garnered the public's praise. Truly, Mr. Yi is formidable. These Japanese were no match. Gao Lan's eyes sparkled with admiration, praising the man who consistently left her in awe. She longed to embrace him as Lin Ruo Yi had, but her position held her back. You told me to take action, so of course, I had to perform well. Why? Ye Chen chuckled, wrapping his arm around Ruo Yi's slender waist and planting a kiss on her forehead. This scene did not escape the eyes of the company personnel present. The two receptionists gasped in envy, utterly envious of Lin Ruo Yi, who they deemed the happiest woman in the world. Oh dear, so many people are watching. Lin Ruo Yi's face immediately flushed crimson. Being affectionate before so many onlookers made her role as president quite challenging. You are my woman. What does it matter if others see? Ye Chen was entirely unconcerned. He intended to declare to the world that she was his. In the elevator, Brother Ye Chen, you have killed so many members of the Japanese Merchant Association. They will surely seek trouble again. Yes, Mr. Yi, those detestable Japanese will certainly not let this go. What should we do? Ruo Yi and Gao Lan voiced their worries. The Japanese are seeking trouble with me. It matters not. If they do not come looking for me, I will go find them. Ye Chen scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 77. I want to know what it feels like Ye Chen had already harbored murderous intentions towards those Japanese. Those bastards dared to brazenly come looking for trouble. Clearly, they had become so audacious as to be beyond redemption. If he did not teach those Japanese a lesson, he would not be worthy of being called a citizen of Dragon Country. With unparalleled martial prowess, he could not simply wait for them to come knocking. Ah, Brother Ye Chen, are you planning to take the initiative to confront the Japanese Merchant Association? Won't that make too much noise and attract even greater trouble? Lin Ruo Yi furrowed her brows, increasingly worried. After all, they were from Japan. If matters escalated too severely, it would surely impact the relationship between the two nations, bringing about unpredictable complications. Sister Long had specifically warned her that if Ye Chen acted too impulsively, she must find a way to dissuade him. Yet she knew that convincing Ye Chen was no simple task. I'm not the kind of person who fears trouble. Those people dare to provoke me. They are merely narrowing their own paths. Ye Chen smiled calmly, gently ruffling Ruo Yi's hair, signaling her not to worry. I wholeheartedly support Mr. Yi. Those Japanese from the Merchant Association are incredibly arrogant. They are hated throughout the 5 provinces of the East. Gao Lan fervently supported him, recounting various incidents she had witnessed or heard about. Those Japanese from the Merchant Association, particularly the thugs, ran rampant on the land of Dragon Country. Upon returning to the office, Gao Lan continued, growing more agitated with each word. She was someone who despised evil. If only she possessed formidable martial skills, she would teach those arrogant Japanese a lesson. After hearing all this, Ye Chen's resolve strengthened. He must teach those scoundrels a good lesson. He did not wish to wait for them to come looking for trouble. Instead, he intended to proactively eradicate them, just like the Eastern War god. Had it not been for his senior sister's constant reminders to refrain from acting, he would have long since dealt with that man. Since that is the case, I also support Brother Ye Chen. We will go with you. Lin Ruo Yi, realizing she could not dissuade Ye Chen, quickly changed her mind. She had already contemplated that whatever this man did, she would support him. You all handle your work. There's no need for you to come along to not worry about me. I will surely be fine. Why? Ye Chen smiled, gently patting Ruo Yi's head, thinking that if these 2 girls accompanied him, it would hinder his actions. All right, I will listen to Brother Ye Chen. By the way, this is for you. Lin Ruo Yi nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around Ye Chen's neck and kissed him. Earlier, with so many people outside, she had felt embarrassed. She could not allow herself to be at a disadvantage. However, no matter how she thought about it, it seemed she was the one losing out. While Ye Chen always gained the upper hand, Such a rare opportunity to deepen their feelings. How could she let it slip by? The two kissed passionately, while Gao Lan awkwardly stood aside, feeling like a third wheel. Two big brothers and sisters, do you completely disregard my existence? She had never suffered such a blow in her life, and it was a penetrating, critical blow at that. After a full 2 minutes, the two lovers finally parted. Lin Ruo's cheeks were already flushed, and her body was ablaze with warmth. Had it been a different time and place, she might have entertained more intimate thoughts. Why Ye Chen dared to act so brazenly only because the dragon blood poison coursing through his veins was suppressed. Otherwise, engaging in such close proximity would have triggered the poison instantly. At long last, you two have concluded. Could you spare a thought for my feelings as a single dog? Caring for animals is a responsibility we all share. Gao Lan weakly complained. She truly could not endure another moment in this office. What are you staring at? Do you want to join in? You forcefully kissed me last night. I almost forgot to mention it. Ye Chen shrugged. Upon hearing this, both Ruoi and Gao Lan were taken aback. A forceful kiss? When did that happen? Lin Ruoi immediately furrowed her brows, eager to get to the bottom of this. Such an event had transpired. You might want to ask Alan. It was her drunken escapade. I have urgent matters to attend to. Seeing Ruoi's jealousy flare, Ye Chen quickly made his escape, leaving the small and helpless Gao Lan standing in a daze. What? She had actually forcefully kissed President Ye last night. This morning, she discovered a button from President Ye's shirt on her bed, likely torn off during that reckless encounter. With that thought, Gao Lan couldn't help but smile. How wonderful it would have been had she been sober last night. Then she would have truly known the sensation. Alas, a billion missed opportunities. Alan, that you need to provide a thorough explanation. Lin Ruoi grasped Gao Lan's hand. This matter required a serious discussion. Gao Lan shivered at once. The expression and tone of Lin Ruoi were quite intimidating. As evening descended, Ye Chen drove alone back to Dongdu. He was tempted to storm into the residence of the Eastern War God and take vengeance on that treacherous Chu Junlin. However, recalling the admonishments of his senior sister, he had no choice but to restrain himself. Let that scoundrel live a few more days for now. He followed the navigation on his phone, steering towards the small Sun Country's Chamber of Commerce in Dongdu. Soon, warmth would be delivered right to their doorstep. Meanwhile, at the city center, the small Sun Country's Chamber of Commerce stood impressively in Dongdu, a precious piece of real estate. The lower levels of the building were dedicated to various entertainment and leisure venues, such as bars, dance halls, and saunas, designed for those conducting business to enjoy. The upper floors provided accommodation for guests and staff, while the topmost levels housed the chamber's offices. Merchants from the small Sun Country congregated here, all of significant status and wealth. Consequently, they employed numerous warriors from their homeland to ensure their safety. In the president's office on the top floor, a man with a small mustache pleaded, President Wuding, please allow me to bring people to kill that brat Ye Chen from the Dragon Kingdom. I seek vengeance for my deceased brother. His face bore a sorrowful expression, and he bore a resemblance to the recently deceased Aoi Jiro, as he was Aoi Ichiro, Jiro's elder brother. Ichiro, I understand your feelings, but please do not act impulsively. Your brother has already fallen at the hands of that man, and bringing others does not guarantee victory. The man seated at the desk, President Wuding Zhao, a man in his 50s with a bristle of a mustache beneath his nose, remained composed compared to the rashness of the others. President Wuding, are we to endure this humiliation? Would that not bring shame upon our Chamber of Commerce from the great Sun Country? Moreover, you underestimate the strength of us ninjas. I assure you, if you provide me with assistance, I will bring back that brat's head. Aoi Ichiro earnestly implored once more. Chapter 78. Whose territory is this? We cannot allow that brat to live. He openly murdered our people. If he remains alive, our great Sun Country's honor will be utterly tarnished. Wuding Zhao spoke in a deep voice, a chilling aura radiating from his countenance. The honor of the great Sun Country cannot be trampled upon by a mere brat from the Dragon Kingdom. He must die. President Wuding, you have spoken thus. Then what are we waiting for? Provide me with 1/3 of the chamber's martial strength, and I will dismember that brat. Aoi Ichiro urgently requested. However, one must not act recklessly. Your brother fell precisely because of his brashness. First, gather your forces, and I shall personally arrange matters. I aim not only to see that Dragon Kingdom brat dead, but also to show those from the Dragon Kingdom the consequences of offending our great sun country. Wuding Zeos' lips curled into a sinister smirk. He had already heard some news about Ye Chen. That brat had recently stirred quite a commotion and even dared to challenge the Eastern War God. Moreover, he was regarded as a hero by the Dragon Kingdom's people. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. What he intended to do next was to ensure that the Dragon Kingdom's people witnessed the execution of their audacious hero. Understood, President Wuding. I shall gather my forces at once. Aoi Ichiro left with delight, ready to rally the guards within the chamber for a significant undertaking. The life of that Dragon Kingdom brat was as good as secured. These individuals from the small sun country dared to act so recklessly on Dragon Kingdom soil, all thanks to the Eastern War God's indulgence. The chamber provided a substantial monthly tribute to the Eastern War God, the exact amount of which remained a mystery. Besides money, they also offered women. Each batch of women sent to the chamber from the small sun country was presented for the war god's selection and evaluation. Most importantly, the war god shared a remarkable rapport with several high-ranking officials from the small sun country. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Eastern War God, Chu Junlin was embracing a stunningly beautiful young woman. Indulging in pleasures of the flesh, he had received news that the guard from the small sun country's chamber had been slain by Ye Chen. However, he was utterly unconcerned. The dead were not his subordinates. In fact, he felt quite pleased. That brat's actions against the small sun country would surely attract many who sought his life. Dear, that brat Ye Chen is truly a nuisance, the alluring woman purred, her hands caressing the man's body, exuding seduction. She was the young mistress of the Zhou family in Dongdu, a favored concubine of Chu Junlin. Her brother was one of the generals under Chu Junlin's command. If several generals were to act simultaneously, that brat would surely perish. Chu Junlin caressed the woman's delicate form, growing increasingly interested. This little enchantress was someone he could never get enough of. Then let us not dwell on that brat any longer. My lord, I have learned some new tricks that are sure to please you. The woman's hand slithered into the man's clothing like a serpent, teasing him here and there. What new tricks? I must see for myself. Let me take a pill first. I've been feeling rather weak lately. Chu Junlin said with a wicked grin, retrieving a pill from beside him. This pill was a treasure gifted by a friend from the small Asan region. Though Chu Junlin was only in his 40s, he found himself lacking in vitality. This was, of course, a result of excessive indulgence. My lord, you don't need the pill. You're already quite impressive, the woman flattered immediately. However, this was merely to curry favor with the war god, uttering insincere words. Each time, she felt she could easily win an award for Best Actress. Chu Junlin beamed with delight, quickly overpowering the woman. Following the navigation on his phone, he arrived at the small sun country's chamber of commerce. Just as he parked along the roadside, a man approached him, dressed in a suit with a tie and sporting a small mustache. He appeared to be a local from the small sun country. Hey, who allowed you to park here? Move your car immediately. This is a designated parking spot for esteemed guests of the great sun country. Can't you read the sign? The man with the middle part rapped on the car window, his attitude exceedingly rude. With his first words, it was evident he was a local from Dongdu. Yet his appearance was distinctly reminiscent of someone from the small sun country. That you're a Dragon Kingdom person. Yet you're here playing the doorman for the small sun country? Ye Chen rolled down the car window, glaring at the man with displeasure. How dare you speak like that? Just because you're in a luxury car doesn't mean you can act superior. I'll warn you one last time. Get your car out of here, or I'll call someone to teach you a lesson. The man with the middle part shouted in exasperation, his arrogance bolstered by the backing of the small sun country. If he treated Ye Chen, who drove a fine car, with such disdain, one could only imagine how he treated ordinary citizens. What a rare breed of dog you are! Who gave you the audacity to act so brazenly here? Ye Chen stepped out of the car, swiftly grabbing the man by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. Be a dog for the small sun country and act as though he were superior. You little bastard, let me go. Someone, come quickly. There's trouble. The man struggled with all his might, but could not escape Ye Chen's grip. He could only shout for help. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of 4 men at the entrance of the chamber. They were the chamber's guards, ninjas from the small Sun country. The 4 men rushed forward, drawing their swords to confront Ye Chen. "Baka, what are you doing?" A man at the forefront bellowed with fury, his voice resonating with a thick accent that rendered his Mandarin far from standard. He was clearly there to incite trouble. Someone should swiftly deal with him. "You brat, release me at once," he shouted, his contempt palpable. "Do you not realize where you stand? This is the territory of the great Sun Nation, and you dare to act reckless here? You seek death." The man with the center-parted hair commanded his companions to take action. Emboldened by the arrival of his allies, many ordinary bystanders halted in their tracks, congregating at a distance to witness the spectacle. They dared not approach too closely, for this was the domain of the Little Sun Nation's trading guild, where the guard were notoriously arrogant and unreasonable. The faces of the onlookers were etched with indignation. This despicable man had colluded with those from the Little Sun Nation to bully the people of the Dragon Nation. Yet, despite their anger, they remained mere commoners, too fearful to intervene. There had been instances before where individuals had clashed with the Little Sun Nation's people, only to be killed without consequence. Ye Chen disregarded the 4 guards of the trading guild, his gaze icy as he glared at the man with the center-parted hair. "Repeat that," he demanded coldly. "Whose territory is this?" His grip tightened, his voice laced with menace. "You deaf fool. This is the territory governed by the Great Sun Nation. Dare to act out, and the Great Sun Nation will see to your demise." The man with the center-parted hair struggled for breath, yet still managed to hiss a few threats through gritted teeth. Even as he faced his own demise, he persisted in his bravado. The 4 guards of the trading guild chimed in, their words a cacophony of unintelligible threats. "Traitor, you serve as a lapdog, forgetting your ancestry. Listen well, every inch of this ground belongs to the Dragon Nation. If you wish to be a dog for the Little Sun Nation, I will send you off to be reborn." Ye Chen's fury erupted completely. With a sharp crack, he effortlessly snapped the neck of the man with the center-parted hair. The man uttered not a sound as he departed from this world. Ye Chen then discarded the lifeless body, which thudded onto the ground, a pool of foul blood rapidly spreading forth. The 4 guards of the Little Sun Nation stood frozen, clearly unprepared for a Dragon Nation citizen to dare kill in their presence. "Excellent! Well done!" a voice from the crowd exclaimed, prompting a wave of applause from many others. The disdain for the man with the center-parted hair was palpable. He had long been a source of irritation for the onlookers. That dog, always barking at anyone who wasn't his master, he deserved to die. "How dare you provoke us?" The 4 guards brandished their swords, charging at Ye Chen with cries of fury. They fancied themselves elite ninjas, convinced that dispatching a mere Dragon Nation youth would be as easy as slicing through vegetables. The gathered crowd fell silent, their hearts racing with concern for Ye Chen's safety. Some shouted, urging him to flee. Yet, Ye Chen's expression bore no trace of fear, only rage and contempt for the ninjas of the Little Sun Nation. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of energy. The 4 ninjas, poised to attack, were sent flying before they could even close the distance, their swords shattering into fragments. Their bones crumbled simultaneously, and they soared several meters into the air, meeting their end upon impact. The spectators were left in stunned silence, their astonishment lasting several seconds before erupting into thunderous applause. That was magnificent, truly impressive. They cheered. The demise of the Little Sun Nation's thugs was a much-deserved lesson. This young man had accomplished what they had longed to do, but lacked the capability to achieve. Ye Chen smiled at the crowd before striding towards the trading guild's building. The provocations of the Little Sun Nation had crossed a line. Tonight, he would bring ruin upon this place. This was Dragon Nation soil, not a playground for the Little Sun Nation's ruffians. The onlookers exchanged confused glances as they watched the young man approach the guild. What was his intent? Was he truly intending to infiltrate the Little Sun Nation's guild alone? Inside, many formidable Little Sun Nation warriors awaited, posing a grave danger. "Brother, there are too many of them. You mustn't go." "Indeed, do not take such risks. Leave this place at once," a chorus of concerned voices implored. They feared for the life of this valiant youth, not wanting to witness his demise at the hands of the Little Sun Nation. "Do not worry. I shall be fine, Ye Chen replied confidently, continuing his advance towards the guild. For I am Ye Chen. Ye Chen? That name sounds familiar. A realization swept through the crowd. They quickly recalled that this young man was the one rumored to have slain the Qin family of the eastern capital and openly challenged the eastern war god. Upon recognizing his identity, the crowd's anxiety dissipated, replaced by anticipation. They speculated how this young man would exact retribution upon the Little Sun Nation scoundrels. More and more people stopped to watch as Ye Chen strode unhindered through the guild's entrance. For the 4 guards stationed outside were no longer a concern. Inside, a lively scene unfolded. The Little Sun Nation's revelers remained blissfully ignorant of the chaos outside, engrossed in their feasting and merriment. Stop! Who are you? Present your entry permit. 2 guards clad in blue and white uniforms immediately confronted Ye Chen, speaking a clumsy version of Dragon Nation Mandarin that was barely comprehensible. Their attire bore resemblance to those whom Ye Chen had dispatched earlier. In the Little Sun Nation's guild, citizens of the Dragon Nation were required to possess a special permit to enter. What nonsense! Why should I present anything to you? Where is your leader? Take me to him. Ye Chen scoffed, amused at the absurdity of being asked for a permit on Dragon Nation soil. Without an entry permit, you are to leave immediately. This is not a place for you to tread. The guards retorted with arrogant threats, raising their hands to push him out. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Chen had no intention of allowing them to lay a finger on him. In an instant, he struck with a palm, sending the 2 swaggering guards spiraling backward, blood spewing from their mouths as they crashed against the wall, their lives extinguished. There are dead bodies! A terrified woman from the Little Sun Nation shrieked. The sudden turn of events left everyone inside the guild in shock. Men who had been indulging in revelry turned their attention towards Ye Chen. A dozen guards rushed forward, enraged. Baka! Who do you think you are, daring to cause a ruckus in our great Sun Nation's guild? You shall pay dearly, roared a squad leader, drawing his blade and aiming it menacingly at Ye Chen, while Ye Chen remained silent, merely snorting disdainfully. In the next moment, he unleashed his fury. With a single punch, he sent several arrogant Little Sun Nation ninjas flying, blood gushing from their mouths as they fell lifeless to the ground. The remaining patrons erupted into chaos, fleeing in every direction, desperate to avoid the mayhem. Meanwhile, in a conference room on the top floor of the building, over 300 individuals had gathered, the entirety of the guild's guard force. Leading the assembly were 10 squad leaders, including Aoi Ichiro, all of whom were elite ninjas. Follow me to Jiangbei. Tonight, we will capture that brat, Wuding Zhao declared with unwavering determination. With over 300 henchmen, it will be a cinch to crush that Dragon Nation boy. However, at that moment, a subordinate burst in, panic-stricken. President Wuding, we have a situation. A Dragon Nation youth has entered the guild and is slaughtering our people. What did you say? How could a Dragon Nation person dare to intrude here and kill? Wuding Zhao's face paled in disbelief as he seized his subordinate by the collar. I assure you, sir, I speak the truth. That Dragon Nation youth has already killed dozens of our men. The subordinate trembled, having narrowly escaped to deliver the news. The scene below had descended into utter chaos. Which Dragon Nation youth? Wuding Zhao pressed further. Did I don't know, the subordinate replied, his expression one of innocence. This him? Aoi Ichiro held up a photograph, revealing Ye Chen's likeness. Him. That's the one. The subordinate's face lit up with recognition. President Wuding, it's indeed this brat. We were just about to find him. And now he has come right to our doorstep. Please, give the order, and we will capture him alive. Aoi Ichiro implored, his anger palpable. How dare that insolent brat come to challenge them? The other minor leaders of the guard seethed with anger, eagerly wishing to confront that young man from the Dragon Kingdom. How utterly contemptuous. Everyone follow me. Let us teach that boy a lesson. Wu Tongzhao commanded furiously, storming downstairs with a throng of guards. To dare to stir the Merchant Association and not eliminate that boy would be a disgrace to the honor of Derigua. On the first floor of the Merchant Association, dozens of ninja guards had already met their demise at the hands of Ye Chen. The merchants and women from Shao Rigua present at the scene trembled in fear, retreating to the corners, too terrified to utter a word. Just moments ago, someone had stepped forward and, without uttering more than a few words, had been struck dead by this young man. Ye Chen had intentionally let one person escape to relay the news that he was aware that soon, the forces of the Merchant Association would come seeking him. Saving him the trouble of seeking them out personally, he stepped out of the merchant building, standing nonchalantly at the entrance, eager for the onlookers to witness how he would discipline these individuals from Xue Ji. By now, the crowd had swelled to several thousand, causing a blockade along the road. All eyes were fixed upon Ye Chen. Some were anxious, others excited, and a significant portion of the female audience was entirely captivated by Ye Chen's striking looks. This man was simply too handsome. His charm and allure utterly eclipsed that of the most popular young idols. 3 minutes later, Wu Tengzhao and his entourage of henchmen arrived outside the building. This reckless boy! Surround him! Ang Jingyichiro glared at Ye Chen with fury and commanded, "This is the murderer of my brother. He must die by my hand." Over 300 henchmen surged forward, encircling Ye Chen. The remaining 9 minor leaders crossed their arms, wearing expressions of disdain. This was the Dragon Kingdom fool who dared to challenge the Merchant Association. Just him, they could easily eliminate him, unfazed by the encirclement. Ye Chen remained composed. These individuals from Xue Ji were not even sufficient for him to warm up. Although he felt no fear, the onlookers were somewhat concerned. They had all heard tales of the formidable skills and treacherous techniques employed by the ninjas of the Xue Ji Merchant Association. Ye Chen, standing alone against them, might very well suffer a loss that we'll grab whatever we can find and help him. We cannot let these wretched people look down on us. Some valiant men, unwilling to remain mere spectators, seized whatever weapons they could find. Bricks, sticks, wrenches, fire extinguishers. If they couldn't find any weapons, they would fight with their fists. Tonight was an opportunity to decisively put these arrogant individuals in their place. Ye Chen, we support you. Teach these bastards a lesson. A voice rang out in encouragement. As the momentum built, thousands joined in the chant, their voices resounding through the AIR. Ye Chen glanced outward, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This is how it should be. The people of the Dragon Kingdom cannot forever suffer in silence. However, as long as the crowd was willing to show their intent, he merely needed to exert a little effort to deal with these individuals. The over 300 henchmen from Xue Ji began to feel a twinge of panic as they heard the cries around them. They could hardly believe that these once silent people now dared to defy them. Wu Tengzhao and Ang Jingyichiro, feeling perturbed by the shouting, were incensed. Where did these Dragon Kingdom people find their audacity? They must instill fear in these individuals tonight, demonstrating the might of Derigua. You dare to kill my brother? I shall spill your blood and take your head as tribute. Ang Jingyichiro seethed with rage, stepping forward, drawing his blade, ready to strike. I stand before you, if you have the guts. Come at me. Ye Chen scoffed disdainfully, not even deigning to regard his opponent. The Japanese were unworthy of his attention. Baka, prepare to die. Ang Jingyichiro could not tolerate such provocation. He roared and lunged forward. Calm down, Incan, Wu Tengzhao called out immediately, stepping forward with an air of superiority, his gaze toward Ye Chen filled with contempt. In his eyes, this young man from the Dragon Kingdom was nothing of consequence. Fuming, Ang Jingyichiro was forced to suppress his anger and retreated to the side, casting a venomous glare at Ye Chen. You brave little Dragon Kingdom boy, I admire your courage in causing chaos here. However, you will not leave this place, Wu Tengzhao declared, feigning profundity, his demeanor one of utter disregard. No, it is you who shall not survive tonight. Ye Chen retorted, a chilling aura emanating from him. Huh, such bravado. Wu Tengzhao laughed heartily, his subordinates joining in the raucous laughter that echoed long into the night. Ye Chen could not help but join in the laughter, mocking these Japanese fools who remained blissfully unaware of their impending doom. Meanwhile, outside the gathered crowd, a luxury vehicle was halted in the congested road. Miss, up ahead, a young man is causing a ruckus at the Xue Ji Merchant Association. There are many onlookers, which is why the road is blocked. Inside the car sat a stunningly beautiful heiress, her skin as fair as jade, resembling a porcelain doll. She was intrigued, eager to discover who possessed the audacity to confront individuals of the Xue Ji Merchant Association. I believe his name is Ye Chen. Ye Chen, the heiress gasped in shock. It was that young man. Without hesitation, she opened the door and stepped out. To confront the Xiao Rigua people must be quite entertaining. I must see this for myself. The heiress hurried toward the crowd. Miss, please slow down. Quickly, follow her to ensure her safety. The maid hastily followed suit, ensuring the 8 bodyguards trailed closely behind. The area was too chaotic. They could not afford any mishaps for the young lady. With the protection of her bodyguards, the heiress maneuvered to the front of the crowd, dressed in high heels and a short skirt. Her exquisite figure was on full display. With every movement, she exuded the grace and elegance of a wealthy heiress. I could see that moment. Her gaze was fervent as she beheld Ye Chen, encircled by hundreds. This was the young man she had longed to meet. He was even more handsome in person than in his photographs. The maid beside her felt perplexed. Why was her mistress so agitated? She had never seen her mistress so animated over a man before. The gathering of Japanese gradually ceased their laughter, some even grimacing from the intensity of their mirth. You truly are overestimating yourself. Dragon Kingdom boy, to dare provoke our Rigua Merchant Association is tantamount to courting death, and you Dragon Kingdom people dare to support this brat? Wu Tongzhao sneered, his expression filled with malice not just for Ye Chen, but for all the Dragon Kingdom individuals present. The onlookers were seething with anger at his words. These Japanese were truly insufferable. The heiress, who had only come to observe, felt her fists clench in silent fury. She longed to step forward and teach these arrogant Japanese a lesson herself. Unfazed by the provocations, Ye Chen replied coolly, I have but one question for you. Are you here to trouble me on the orders of the Eastern War God? His voice was icy, seeking simple confirmation. And if so, what of it? You Dragon Kingdom have an old saying. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. You are committing an unforgivable crime tonight. Neither the Eastern War God nor our Rigua will spare you. Wu Tongzhao threatened coldly, adopting an air of superiority. This. The crowd's anger surged even higher, fueled by their rage against the Eastern War God. It was precisely because of the Eastern War God's protection that these wretches felt emboldened to act so recklessly. They had heard that in the Northern Domain there was no merchant association of Xiao Rigua. For the Northern Domain War God loathed them. Since that is the case, let us dispense with the pleasantries that you wish to die one by one or all at once? Ye Chen asked with a chilling smile, a palpable killing intent radiating from him. Baka, arrogant brat, I shall take your life. Jing'ichiro leaped forward, unable to contain his pent-up fury any longer. You shall witness the might of a warrior from Rigua. Wu Tongzhao signaled, indicating that they could proceed with lethal force. Prepare to face the unrivaled swordsmanship of the Ang family. Jing'ichiro declared, brandishing his blade, exuding a menacing aura. Kill! The more than 300 henchmen surrounding them rallied in support. The Ang family's swordsmanship was renowned throughout Xiao Rigua. Ye Chen remained silent, merely provocatively beckoning him with a finger. All the posturing in the world was futile before him. Prepare to die. Jing'ichiro bellowed as he leapt into the air, bringing his blade down in a deadly strike. The onlookers felt their hearts race, anxiety gripping them. Yet Ye Chen remained unperturbed, rooted in place, just as the sharp blade was about to cleave down upon him. He suddenly made his move, grasping the edge of the blade with one hand, catching the lethal weapon with ease. Suspended in midair, Ichiro Aoi's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be possible? This young man, empty-handed, managed to intercept his incredibly powerful strike. That blow was capable of severing dozens of straw mats. Yet his opponent caught it with such effortless ease. The 300 henchmen, witnessing the spectacle, were rendered utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that this Dragon Kingdom lad's hands were forged from steel? How could he withstand such a blade? It defied all logic. Baka! You shall die while hovering in the air. Ichiro Aoi attempted to retract his blade and change his tactics. However, Ye Chen would not grant him the opportunity. This Japanese man had just been so arrogant, and yet was met with such a fate. With a powerful grip from his right hand, he crushed the black blade effortlessly. Crack! The heirloom blade was instantly reduced to fragments. Ichiro Aoi's face turned pale with horror. This treasured black sword, shattered by this young man. Not even an ordinary knife could be crushed like that. What kind of terrifying strength resided in this young man's hands? In the fleeting moment that Ichiro Aoi was stunned, Ye Chen casually seized a shard of the broken blade and hurled it forth. Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air. The shard pierced through Ichiro Aoi's brow and exited through the back of his skull with such speed that even Ichiro Aoi, the leader of the ninjas, had no time to react. He fell lifelessly to the ground, blood pooling from the back of his head, his eyes wide open, forever unblinking. Seeing this scene, Wuding Zhao and the throng of over 300 henchmen were left in utter astonishment. They could hardly believe their eyes. Many had not even seen what Ye Chen had done. Tisich, is this your so-called expert? Pathetically weak. Ye Chen shook his head in disappointment. How incredible! The crowd of onlookers erupted in a thunderous applause after a brief moment of stunned silence. All previous worries vanished into thin air. This young man was astonishingly powerful. The Japanese adversary was no match for him. Hooray! The wealthy young lady watching the spectacle cheered excitedly. She had only heard tales of Ye Chen's prowess, and now she witnessed it firsthand. Truly, he was deserving of his reputation. She looked at Ye Chen, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The clever maid beside her also gazed with wide eyes, instantly understanding why her mistress was so eager to see this man. Because this man was undeniably striking. As they looked upon Ichiro Aoi's corpse, they were forced to accept the reality of what they had just witnessed. This master of the Aoi clan had been slain by this Dragon Kingdom lad in a single strike. The smug expressions on their faces had vanished, replaced by evident fear and embarrassment. Who among them would dare to step forward to meet their demise? Ye Chen provocatively beckoned with his finger, surveying the crowd with indifference. The small Japanese leader and his henchmen dared not step forward. Some, intimidated by Ye Chen's murderous aura, even retreated a step, and oh, one dares to stand. You were all so boastful just a moment ago, and now you cower. You 10, step forward. I'll take you all on. Ye Chen sneered condescendingly. Observing the lack of challengers, he pointed directly at a few of the more formidable-looking sub-leaders. Why are you all still standing there? Get up and teach this arrogant Dragon Kingdom brat a lesson. Wuding Zhao roared in frustration, unwilling to believe that so many guards would fear a single Dragon Kingdom youth. It was a disgrace to the honor of his nation. You were all so arrogant. Now 10 of you cower? I'll permit all of you to come at me together. Show me the strength you claim to possess. Ye Chen disdainfully surveyed the crowd again. Beckoning with his finger in provocation, he was astonished at how cowardly these Japanese warriors had become. Baka! I will slay you, one furious ninja leader bellowed as he charged forward, gripping his sword tightly. Baka! Let us all attack together. The other ninja leaders rushed in from all sides, unleashing their most formidable skills upon Ye Chen. Dozens of elite ninjas, unable to contain their anger, followed suit, determined to kill this Dragon Kingdom brat and reclaim their honor. In an instant, Ye Chen found himself besieged by over 20 Japanese ninjas simultaneously. The onlooking Dragon Kingdom citizens felt their hearts leap into their throats. But why Ye Chen? Be careful. The wealthy young lady at the forefront of the crowd instinctively shouted a warning. Her clear and melodious voice reached Ye Chen's ears. He turned to see the source of the call. Wow, what a stunning girl. This was his immediate impression. He smiled faintly, seemingly assuring her that there was no need for concern. At that moment, dozens of blades descended upon him, poised to dismember him within seconds. The Japanese ninjas wore fierce expressions, convinced they were on the verge of victory. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Ye Chen's figure vanished from sight, leaving the blades to strike nothing but air. Baka? Where did he go? The Japanese ninjas were bewildered. How could a living being simply disappear into thin air? As they frantically searched for him, they suddenly sensed a menacing aura looming above them. All the ninjas felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively looked up. What are you looking at? Prepare to die. Ye Chen struck downward with an open palm, demonstrating a technique that descended from the heavens. He had not vanished. He had simply leaped with such speed that the Japanese ninjas could not perceive his movement. Oh no! Get away! The Japanese ninjas were struck by a sudden realization. Sensing the terrifying aura of impending doom, they hurriedly attempted to evade. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity for escape. Ye Chen's palm, imbued with a formidable and fearsome energy, descended upon the 20 or so attacking ninjas, leaving none unscathed regardless of their skill level. All were crushed instantly, lifeless on the spot. Over 20 bodies fell to the ground simultaneously. Witnessing this, Xue and the hundreds of ninjas were left utterly speechless. Their shock beyond measure. How could this be possible? It had been absurd enough to annihilate a ninja leader with a single strike, yet now he had wiped out so many skilled fighters in one blow. Was this young man even human? The crowd outside was equally stunned into silence, unable to process the scene before them. Incredible, absolutely incredible. The wealthy young lady exclaimed excitedly, clapping and cheering. Her lively demeanor was undeniably charming. Truly amazing. The applause erupted like thunder, the cheers deafening. Even having witnessed it firsthand, they struggled to believe the reality of what unfolded before their eyes. This young man was overwhelmingly powerful. He had effortlessly annihilated a group of Japanese ninjas. In the midst of the jubilant cheers, Ye Chen turned once more, smiling at the exceptionally beautiful, wealthy young lady. She was impossible to overlook, radiating brilliance. Their eyes met, and she excitedly waved at him. This man was even more handsome when he smiled. How could a love-struck girl resist such a charm? Ah, he smiled at me. He waved at me. The maid beside her felt a twinge of exasperation. She wanted a voice, miss. Can we please maintain some decorum, some composure? Yet at that moment, the maid was equally thrilled. Who could remain composed in the presence of such a capable and handsome man? Amidst the cheers from the crowd, the remaining Japanese ninjas retreated in terror. In their eyes, this Dragon Kingdom youth had morphed into a harbinger of death. Xue remained wide-eyed and slack-jawed, still in disbelief. He had always thought that the recent events were mere illusions. With a sharp crack, Ye Chen delivered a palm strike from a distance, sending the dazed Xue flying several meters. Crashing heavily onto the steps in front of the building, he felt numerous bones break upon impact. Xue howled in agony. The applause and cheers from the crowd abruptly ceased, making this cry resonate painfully clear. This individual, who had relied on his status to bully others in the eastern capital, was now facing such a fate. He had long deserved this lesson. The remaining 300 ninjas, now terrified, dared not encircle Ye Chen any longer, hastily retreating to the steps of the Merchant Association's entrance. Some trembled as they approached, attempting to assist their fallen leader. Yet, Xue was gravely injured and could not rise. Who else dares to defy? Step forward. Ye Chen's cold gaze swept over the crowd. His steps deliberate as he advanced. In his eyes, there was nothing but infinite contempt. Him. These Japanese warriors were no more significant than ants. The citizens behind him followed suit, glaring at the Japanese ninjas with anger. Having long harbored resentment towards these scoundrels, the imposing presence of thousands frightened the Japanese ninjas into retreating further. All remained silent, none daring to confront Ye Chen, for they understood the only outcome of such an encounter would be death. Xue, severely injured, lay motionless on the steps, watching as the deathly figure of Ye Chen approached step by step. He trembled with fear, acutely aware that his adversary intended to kill him. Baka, stay where you are. Do not approach. I am a representative of the Great Sun Nation, and if you dare to kill me, the Great Sun Nation will not let you go unpunished. Wu Tongzhao threatened, his voice quivering. Yet, no amount of pretense could conceal his terror. Chapter 83. Sending you to face the King of Hell to acknowledge your mistakes. What fear do I have in killing you? Ye Chen could not help but chuckle. For him, ending the life of his opponent was as effortless as crushing an insect. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and an invisible force seized Wu Tongzhao by the throat, lifting him off the ground. I warn you once more, I am a person of high standing from the Great Sun Nation. If you dare to kill me, there will be dire consequences. Even those behind you will be implicated because of your actions. Wu Tongzhao coughed blood as he issued his warning, his face reddening as his throat was constricted. Oh hell with your ancestors. Do you truly consider yourself something significant? Killing you is merely a matter of a flick of my wrist. Ye Chen shouted furiously, even resorting to foul language. With a casual wave of his hand, Wu Tongzhao was hurled away, crashing into the plaque of the Merchant Association, spitting out another mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Barely clinging to life, with several bones surely broken, Ye Chen was truly enraged. How dare the people of the Little Sun Nation threaten him, using the populace behind him? They had evidently forgotten their own insignificance. This mere Little Sun Nation had no right to act brazenly on the soil of the Dragon Nation. He intentionally held back slightly, sparing the president's life, as he still had use for him later. President! President! Several ninjas rushed forward, concerned for their leader's fate. However, before they could approach, Ye Chen effortlessly flung them aside, causing them to crash into the wall and die instantly. The remaining ninjas, witnessing this, dared not advance. Their faces stripped of any semblance of anger, leaving only terror in its wake. It is your turn now. Come at me all at once, for none of you shall escape, Ye Chen stated indifferently. Having never intended to spare this group, whether he killed one or hundreds, it was all the same. These audacious miscreants from the Little Sun Nation did not deserve to live. Baka! This is intolerable. We shall fight to the death, together. A few elite shinobi shouted defiantly as they charged forward. Thus a throng of them, brandishing their weapons, rushed towards him, shouting. There is a saying in the Dragon Nation. Even a corner dog will jump over a wall. At this moment, these ninjas from the Little Sun Nation were akin to desperate dogs leaping over walls. Very well. At least you possess a modicum of spirit, Ye Chen replied coldly, then struck without hesitation. With a single palm, dozens of the charging ninjas were sent flying, each one spitting blood and meeting their demise, departing this world peacefully, devoid of suffering. Kill them! Kill them! The crowd of onlookers shouted in unison. Some impatient men, fueled by pent-up anger, charged forward to assist. They had long been stifled by their rage, and now was the moment to unleash it. In no time, Ye Chen found himself with several hundred allies. Although these civilians could not match the ninjas, their courage was commendable. Let these dogs know that the people of the Dragon Nation would never allow themselves to be bullied, to avoid harming the ordinary citizens. Ye Chen accelerated his pace. With just a few swift strikes, the hundreds of ninjas were reduced to a mere 40 or 50. These remaining ninjas, realizing their plight, fell to their knees in unison. We surrender. Please do not kill us. Spare our lives, and we promise to leave this place and never set foot in the Dragon Nation again. We truly understand our mistakes. That a group of ninjas from the Little Sun Nation, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowed in desperate supplication, speaking in their native tongue, believing that their pleas for mercy would grant them a chance to live. Wu Tangzhao, lying on the ground and barely conscious, felt utterly humiliated at the sight of the ninjas begging for mercy. It was not just his own face that he had lost, it was the face of the great Sun Nation. The thought of the people of the Dragon Nation kneeling in submission would be a story that rendered his nation unable to hold its head high. Yet, he was powerless to intervene, unable to comprehend the gibberish they spoke. You wish to confess and repent, do you? I shall send you to find the King of Hell to acknowledge your mistakes. Ye Chen scoffed coldly, unhesitatingly delivering another powerful blow. Even if he could understand the language of the Little Sun Nation, he would not spare these scoundrels. Trash belongs where trash should reside. In the blink of an eye, the remaining ninjas from the Little Sun Nation were annihilated. The enraged crowd erupted in jubilant roars. Kill these dogs. This is truly satisfying. Among them stood a wealthy young lady, her gaze fervently fixed on Ye Chen. She had never encountered such a bold and formidable man. One who showed no fear of the threats from the Little Sun Nation. No, he was unafraid of anything. He stood for justice on behalf of the people, ridding them of their scourges. How could she not admire such a man? This young man was even more impressive than she had heard or imagined. The maid beside her, noticing her mistress's infatuation, immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Oh no, the young lady had fallen. Yet, one could not blame her. Who could resist the allure of such a dashing man? In truth, it was not only the ladies who were captivated. Even the older gentlemen were drawn to this charismatic figure with admiration. Amid the clamor of cheers, Ye Chen stepped forward, grabbing the barely conscious Wu Tangzhao and striding towards the Merchant Association. What do you intend to do? Let me go. Do not act recklessly. I was wrong. Please do not kill me. I beg you. Wu Tangzhao panicked, uncertain of Ye Chen's intentions, feeling death beckoning him. Just moments ago, he had loathed the ninjas for their disgraceful pleas, yet now he cared not for pride, only seeking to save his own life. Silence. Ye Chen snapped coldly as he entered the Merchant Association building. The curious crowd wondered what this young man planned to do. Whatever it was, it surely made sense to him. With the situation resolved, the crowd began to disperse, for it was inappropriate to linger after so many had perished here. Ye Chen carried Wu Tongzhao to the top floor of the building, where he unceremoniously tossed him aside. Hand over everything that can prove your connection with the Eastern War God. Quickly, do not make me repeat myself, Ye Chen commanded in a frigid tone to emphasize his seriousness. He twisted Wu Tongzhao's arm until it snapped. Da-da. Please stop. The items you seek are in that safe. Wu Tongzhao, unable to withstand the pain, immediately complied. Ye Chen led Wu Tongzhao to the safe and instructed him to open it. Inside lay a stack of documents, all correspondence and transaction records between Wu Tongzhao and the Eastern War God. Wu Tongzhao had kept these as leverage, fearing that the Eastern War God might turn against him. This evidence is sufficient to prove the collusion between the Eastern War God and the Little Sun Nation. I have given you everything. Please let me go, Wu Tongzhao pleaded once more, desperate for a chance at survival. You are dreaming, Ye Chen chuckled coldly, not hesitating for a moment as he crushed Wu Tongzhao's life. With the evidence in hand, he left with satisfaction. Upon exiting the Merchant Association building, he discovered that most of the crowd had already departed, except for the beautiful young lady, who remained with her maid and several bodyguards, waiting patiently. Ye Chen, hello. May I have the pleasure of getting to know you? The wealthy young lady approached excitedly. Chapter 84. The Proactive Miss Li. Of course. And you are? Ye Chen smiled and nodded. Who could refuse such a lovely and sweet-smiling girl? More importantly, she had captured his attention when she had called out earlier, at the very least. He could ascertain that she was not a bad person. My name is Li Xiaoxiao. It is a pleasure to meet you. Handsome, Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully, extending her hands in greeting. What she did not mention was that she was the eldest daughter of the Li family, one of the 5 prominent families in the eastern capital. Haha. Hello. Ye Chen shook her hand and immediately felt her delicate, soft palm, as if it were boneless. Moreover, since they were standing close, a unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He studied the young lady before him, clad in a petite dress, her posture graceful, with long, flawless legs. She was simply perfection incarnate. Her cute, fair face and lively eyes exuded playfulness, giving the first impression of a clever and innocent girl. I have heard so much about you and have long wanted to meet you. Today, I finally have the chance. You are even more handsome in person than in the photos, Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Gripping Ye Chen's hand tightly, showing no sign of letting go, without hesitation, she expressed her admiration and adoration for him. The warmth of her palm confirmed that this charming young man was indeed real. You flatter me, so what brings you to me? Ye Chen asked with a calm smile. Faced with such a passionate young lady, he, an experienced man, felt slightly taken aback, unsure of her intentions. That I do not have any particular business. I simply wanted to get to know you and become friends. Do you have time? I would love to invite you for coffee, Li Xiaoxiao said with a radiant smile, boldly making her request. Upon their first encounter, she boldly invited the handsome gentleman for coffee, her intentions unmistakably transparent. She was remarkably forthright. Every gesture and smile radiated a rare confidence that set her apart from ordinary girls. After all, she was the esteemed daughter of the Li family. Her affluent upbringing endowed her with unwavering self-assurance at all times. Perhaps we can share a drink another time. Ye Chen declined apologetically. Yet he left an opportunity for a future meeting open. Having concluded his business, he needed to depart Dongdu immediately to avoid any trouble from the Eastern War God. It wasn't that he feared the man named Chu. Rather, he was concerned that if the Eastern War God were to confront him, he might lose control and inadvertently kill him. Such an act would surely incite the wrath of his senior sister. Moreover, he had already gathered some evidence of the Eastern War God's collusion with the Small Sun country. Once he acquired more substantial proof, he could justifiably eliminate the traitor who consorted with the enemy. What a pity it was that it would be best for him to leave Dongdu quickly to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Let us exchange contact information. Li Xiaoxiao expressed a regret that moment. she finally relinquished her hold and took out her phone to add Ye Chen as a friend. This opened the possibility for a future encounter. Ye Chen also pulled out his phone to accept the friend request before bidding farewell. He recognized that this young woman was certainly extraordinary, surrounded by maids and several bodyguards of martial king caliber. Moreover, bearing the surname Li, she was likely the esteemed daughter of the Li family in Dongdu. As he walked toward the vehicle by the roadside, he instinctively raised his right hand to inhale the lingering fragrance. Delightful. The scent of the young lady still lingered on his skin. Behind him, Li Xiaoxiao gazed at Ye Chen's receding figure, entranced. This man looked stunning even from behind. Such a perfect gentleman was indeed a rare find. She watched dreamily as she saw Ye Chen's car fade away. Miss, the handsome gentleman has already left. Stop gazing. The maid gently shook the young lady's arm. Having accompanied her for many years, she had never before witnessed the miss being so proactive toward a man. Countless suitors had been met with her indifference. Yet now, she had taken the initiative to show interest in someone. It appeared that the blossoms of romance had finally bloomed for her. Oh, Xiao Rou, what are you smirking about? Li Xiaoxiao immediately noticed the mischievous smile on the maid's lips. Miss, you must have taken a liking to that handsome gentleman. I simply did not expect that you would be interested in men. The maid named Xiao Rou chuckled. What do you mean by would be interested in men? Do you think I like women? Li Xiaoxiao huffed, swiftly retaliating with a playful pinch. This adept movement suggested it was a well-practiced maneuver. The bodyguards nearby quickly averted their gazes in respect. See no evil, hear no evil. They secretly envied Ye Chen, the lad who had managed to win the favor of the Li family's esteemed daughter. He dialed his senior sister's number. Senior sister, I've obtained some incriminating evidence against Xue Junlin's treachery, he announced with delight. Ah, how did you come by it? On the other end of the line, Long Aoxue sounded both surprised and curious that I dismantled the Small Sun Country's commerce in Dongdu. Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. You dismantled the Small Sun Country's commerce? You didn't, by chance, kill all their people, did you? Long Aoxue's tone shifted to one of concern. She understood her junior brother's style of handling matters. Not everyone was killed. I merely dealt with those who dared to oppose me. Along with their president, Ye Chen clarified. Long Aoxue fell momentarily speechless. This junior brother of hers was certainly a handful. Killing the president of the Small Sun Country's commerce was no trivial matter. However, she bore him no grievances, even feeling compelled to commend him for a job well done, for she harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Small Sun Country, in her domain of the northern region. She ensured that the Small Sun Country's influence would not encroach. That I have also gathered some evidence of Xue Junlin's collusion with the Small Sun Country. Long Aoxue then cautioned that let's not dwell on the commerce matter. Once we deal with Xue Junlin, all troubles will be resolved. They had captured a group of invaders from the Small Sun Country and extracted useful information from them, which directly implicated Xue Junlin in conspiring with the enemy. Moreover, it was he who orchestrated the disturbances in the northern region. As a war god, how could he fail to protect his homeland while conspiring with foes? Chapter 85. Returning to the room. Rest assured, senior sister, Ye Chen replied with a smile, that it seems I may need your expertise in detoxifying me again. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Meanwhile, in Dongdu at the war goddess residence. You go in to report. I dare not, one attendant said. Did you not hear? The war god is currently in high spirits. Disturbing him now would be tantamount to courting death. Then what shall we do? Wait until tomorrow to report. Another attendant asked with a helpless expression that if we do that, it'll be considered a late report, and we might lose our heads. The two attendants wore expressions of despair, lamenting their unfortunate predicament. Why must such troublesome matters befall us? One suggested in a hushed tone, rather than wait for death, why not take the risk and flee? Let us do it, the other attendant agreed eagerly. Thus, the two attendants resolved that they could not remain in the war goddess residence for even a minute longer. At that moment, the Eastern war god was lost in indulgence with AIG, blissfully unaware that a grave incident was unfolding in Dongdu. Not only would it affect the relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Small Sun Country, but it would also create a severely negative international impact. In the Small Sun Country, at the residence of a prominent official, Mr. Sakamoto, a disaster has struck. A subordinate exclaimed, desperately knocking on the door. The commerce in Dongdu has encountered a calamity, startled from his slumber. Sakamoto erupted in frustration. Rising from his bed where two beautiful geishas still lay, he hastily donned his clothing and stepped outside. What on earth is happening? Sakamoto barked. The guards of the Dragon Kingdom's commerce have all been killed. And President Wu Tong is dead. The perpetrator is a young man named Ye Chen from the Dragon Kingdom, his subordinate detailed extensively. Upon hearing this, Sakamoto's fury ignited. He promptly dialed the Eastern War Goddess number, preparing to seek retribution. However, at that moment, Chu Junlin was preoccupied and failed to notice his phone ringing. Frustrated by the inability to reach him, Sakamoto's anger surged. How dare this Dragon Kingdom youth kill so many of my esteemed compatriots from the small Sun country? Baka, this young man must be executed. He seethed. Immediately inform all the clans. Prepare them for action. Sakamoto gritted his teeth, planning to gather forces to avenge the humiliation inflicted upon his nation. If this Dragon Kingdom youth were not eliminated, the small Sun country would lose all face. Furthermore, with so many ninjas lost, the other clans would not let this matter rest easily, for those sent to the Dragon Kingdom were their kin. The subordinate took his leave, hastening to notify the other clans a mere young man from the Dragon Kingdom had dared to commit such a grave offense. This time, the Dragon Kingdom must pay dearly. Sakamoto muttered to himself, his face shadowed with malice as he plotted his revenge. The news swiftly spread among the clans, with the Aoi family being the first to receive word. The head of the Aoi family, upon learning that both of his sons had been killed in the Dragon Kingdom, was devastated and enraged, nearly spitting blood. To lose his sons was a profound shame. This is a disgrace to our Aoi family. Convey my orders to assemble all martial artists of the family and stand by. The head of the Aoi family declared, filled with righteous fury, he intended to lead a contingent to the Dragon Kingdom to avenge the family honor. Members of other clans, upon hearing the news, were equally heartbroken. They gathered their kin, awaiting orders from Lord Sakamoto to set forth for the Dragon Kingdom in vengeance. Time passed until midnight. The villa remained illuminated, with Lin Ruoi and Gao Lan still awake, sitting in the living room. Brother Ye Chen, what have you been up to? Lin Ruoi inquired curiously. Indeed, ye do enlighten us, Gao Lan added, equally intrigued. Oh, I merely dealt with a few individuals from the small Sun country, giving them a proper thrashing. They are quite subdued now and will no longer trouble us, Ye Chen replied with a smile. The small Sun country was indeed subdued, for their spirit had been thoroughly extinguished. You've kept us waiting so late. Go rest now that I shall take a bath and turn in as well. Ye Chen quickly shifted the topic, wishing to spare the two young ladies from any anxiety regarding the events in Dongdu. You go ahead and wash. I have something to discuss with you, Lin Ruoi said with a smile, casting a knowing glance at Gao Lan. Oh, understood. She, the proverbial third wheel, was self-aware enough to recognize her role. Ruoi, what is it that you wish to discuss so mysteriously? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing something was amiss in her demeanor. I will tell you once you finish washing, Lin Ruoi replied, her cheeks flushed as she requested. One side of her face bore a band-aid, both to conceal a scar and for medicinal purposes. With a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Ye Chen made his way to the bathroom. After finishing his shower in 5 or 6 minutes, he emerged clad in a bathrobe. Lin Ruoi, dressed in her nightgown, remained seated on the sofa, patiently waiting. I'm all set now. Were you perhaps expecting to surprise me? Ye Chen asked casually as he sat down, wrapping an arm around Ruoi with an air of possessiveness. How did you know I intended to surprise you? Lin Ruoi was momentarily taken aback, astonished that he had guessed her intentions. You said you wanted to surprise me before, and you wore that same mysterious demeanor. Ye Chen chuckled, noting that her purpose was quite evident on her face. Ruoi's cheeks flushed a deeper crimson. I meant to share some delightful news with you, brother Ye Chen. Thanks to your ointment, the scars on my face have completely vanished. Lin Ruoi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she peeled away the bandage from her face. To her delight, the once prominent scar had entirely disappeared, revealing her flawless beauty once more. This is wonderful. Ruoi has finally regained her original charm that you'll feel so confident when you go out now. Ye Chen smiled, gently caressing her smooth, unblemished complexion. eye in his eyes. The restored beauty of Ruoyi was nothing short of perfection. Overcome with emotion, he leaned in and kissed her soft lips. Lin Ruoyi felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her. A delightful, tingling sensation enveloping her. In that moment, their emotions and desires surged, intensifying rapidly. After 2 or 3 minutes, they finally broke the kiss. The atmosphere had escalated. Ye Chen lifted Ruoyi into his arms and strode toward the bedroom. "Brother Ye Chen, are you about to?" Lin Ruoyi nestled against him, her heart racing with anticipation, fully aware of his intentions. "What do you think I want?" "Of course, I want you," Ye Chen replied with a grin, quickening his pace toward the bedroom, unable to contain his eagerness. "But I haven't tea." Lin Ruoyi blushed, attempting to explain tea that moment. Gao Lan happened to open the door, holding a pack of tissues, upon witnessing the scene. She froze in awkwardness. "I just went to the restroom and didn't see anything." "You two carry on as if I'm not here," Gao Lan said, half covering her eyes as she made her way toward the bathroom. The timing couldn't have been worse, stumbling upon Ye Chen and Lin Ruoyi just as they were about to retreat to the room. Lin Ruoyi, her face flushed, remained silent, feeling quite embarrassed at Ye Chen. However, paid no mind and carried Ruoyi directly into her bedroom, deftly kicking the door closed behind them. The moment they entered, they were greeted by a subtle, enchanting fragrance that permeated the air. "Are you still trying to deceive me about your condition?" Ye Chen teased, a smile playing on his lips. He had refrained from revealing Ruoyi's secret last time, suspecting she had her reasons for withholding it. "So, you were aware that I didn't mean to deceive you." "Brother Ye Chen, I merely wanted to wait until my scars were healed, so I could present my most perfect self to you," Lin Ruoyi explained candidly. Her desire for perfection had driven her. The ugly scar was a source of deep-seated insecurity. Now that the scar had vanished, so too had that burden. "So, it's all good now, right?" Ye Chen's grin widened, surprised at how simple the reason was. He had never been concerned about the scar on her face. To him, she was always flawless, forever the moonlight in his heart. "No, I truly meant it this time. I'm really in that state." Lin Ruoyi confessed bashfully. She had been tracking her cycle, expecting her relatives to visit in a couple of days, but they had arrived early. Ye Chen frowned, incredulous. "Is it true? It's really happening." He feigned nonchalance as he grasped her wrist to check her pulse. Indeed, it was true. Filled with excitement, Ye Chen felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Just when he was ready to make his move, he found that circumstances were not in his favor. "Brother Ye Chen, please don't be upset. Just wait for me a few days, all right?" Lin Ruoyi said apologetically, feeling guilty for dampening his spirits. "You silly girl. How could I be angry over something like this? Are you feeling unwell? Should I give you a massage?" Ye Chen gently set her down, placing a comforting kiss on her forehead. "Yes, I do feel a bit uncomfortable," Lin Ruoyi nodded, feeling warm inside as Ye Chen expressed concern for her well-being. "Then allow me to help you." Ye Chen smiled, gathering his energy in his palm and placing it on her smooth abdomen, applying gentle pressure. Lin Ruoyi felt a warm sensation spreading through her body, and the discomfort vanished instantly. Afterward, they embraced and drifted off to sleep. Lin Ruoyi curled up in Ye Chen's arms, quickly falling into a deep, sweet slumber, while Ye Chen, feeling restless due to the stirring of his own desires, found it difficult to sleep soundly. This night was proving to be quite tormenting. In another room, Gao Lan lay in bed, straining to listen for any unusual sounds, hoping to hear something out of the ordinary. However, she was met with disappointment. Aside from the chirping of insects outside, there were no strange noises to be heard. She couldn't help but wonder why the two of them were so quiet despite the circumstances the following day. Lin Ruoyi was the first to wake, her eyes fluttering open to behold Ye Chen's handsome visage. "Muah! Good morning, brother Ye Chen," she exclaimed, unable to resist planting a kiss on him, rousing him from slumber. She then got out of bed to dress. Ye Chen, groggily awakening, was instantly invigorated by the sight of her graceful figure, savoring the beautiful scene before him. "Hey, why are you staring at me? Don't look." Lin Ruoyi, blushing as she changed her undergarments, quickly raised her hands to shield her body from his gaze. Feeling exposed, she found it rather uncomfortable. "We're like an old married couple now." You needn't be so bashful. Ye Chen teased, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, showing no reservations. Lin Ruoyi was at a loss for words and turned her back to him, attempting to hide her front. Yet, her alluring silhouette only served to excite Ye Chen further. After a while, they got up to wash up and prepare breakfast. During breakfast, Gao Lan observed the two of them intently from across the table. Why does it feel like nothing has changed between them? Surely, something must have happened last night. How could they possibly resist being alone together? After breakfast, the trio headed to the office, embarking on another busy day. On the other side of town, at the Eastern War Goddess residence. Damn it, why wasn't this reported last night? Xue Junlin fumed, sending the reporting attendant flying with a slap. He had just received news regarding the events at the Japanese Chamber of Commerce the previous night and was astounded that Ye Chen had audaciously swept through the chamber. That was one of his cash cows, reporting to the war god. The two individuals responsible for your briefing last night abandoned their posts. Furthermore, those two ran away, the attendant explained, feeling wronged and cursing the two on duty the previous night in his mind. Send someone to find them and eliminate their entire families. Xue Junlin ordered in a fit of rage. Those little bastards. How dare they stir up such trouble on my turf without my permission? Where are my 4 war generals? Haven't they arrived yet? Hurry up and urge them. Xue Junlin cursed again, his face contorted in anger. The massacre of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce not only posed a significant financial loss, but also risked his standing with Japan. Most importantly, it brought disgrace upon him, the war god. This was a humiliating defeat he could not tolerate. He vowed that the little bastard would not live to see another day. The attendant hurriedly left to relay the orders, fearful of incurring another slap. Lord Sakamoto, I sincerely apologize for not answering your call last night due to urgent matters. He swiftly reined in his anger, speaking apologetically. Chu-san, I am quite furious right now. That kid named Ye has killed so many of my men. This is a blatant provocation against the dignity of our nation. Sakamoto's tone was filled with anger and a hint of threat. Please, Lord Sakamoto, do not be angry. Feel free to state your demands, Xue Junlin replied, lowering his tone. The Chamber of Commerce may have dissolved, but it can be re-established. I hope, esteemed Sakamoto, that you do not take offense. Advised Xue Junlin that he was reluctant to lose this lucrative source of income. That Sakamoto was not only a high-ranking official of the Little Sun Nation, but also the controller of one of its major conglomerates. As long as their collaboration remained uninterrupted, he could reap boundless benefits. After a lengthy conversation, Xue Junlin finally managed to placate Sakamoto and hung up the phone. A woman, clad in revealing attire that accentuated her sensuality, approached him. With an innate charm, she swayed gracefully with each step. My lord, you could easily crush that boy with a flick of your wrist. There's no need to be so incensed, she purred, attempting to curry favor. She was Xue Junlin's beloved concubine and the young mistress of the Zhou family in the eastern capital, Zhou Sherman. Silence. Xue Junlin roared, It is your fault that I did not receive the news in time last night. Otherwise, I would have personally dealt with that boy. Without further ado, he delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply as Zhou Sherman, taken aback, was knocked off her feet, twisting her ankle and crashing to the ground. Half of her beautiful face instantly swelled, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. My lord, I understand your anger, but please do not take it out on me, Zhou Sherman whimpered, covering her face, tears streaming from her eyes in a display of grievance. Even after being struck, she dared not voice any dissent against this man and could only yield, from the 5 provinces of the East. No one dared defy him. Damn it, I am furious right now. Hurry and help me relieve this anger, Xue Junlin commanded, his voice laced with fury. Of course, my lord, Zhou Sherman responded immediately. Kneeling before him to serve his whims, the once glamorous young mistress of the Zhou family was now merely a plaything for the Eastern War God. As noon approached, 3 of the war generals under the Eastern War God had arrived. He had a total of 5 war generals under his command. Qian Biao from the Qian family had already perished in a province. The 3 present hailed from the 5 prominent families of the eastern capital: Zhou family, Zhou Ji, Wu family, Wu Di, and Chu family. Chunin.1 was absent, the eldest son of the Li family. My lord, you summoned us. Is it to eliminate that fellow named Ye Chen? Just give the command. and we shall bring you his head. The three war generals seethed with fury. A mere boy from Jiangbei dares to provoke the Eastern war god. He seeks death. Indeed, I summoned you to eliminate that boy. Chu Junlin grinned wickedly as he issued the order. With three war generals dispatched, he had no doubt they could handle that little brat. However, it irked him that the war general from the Li family had not responded, claiming to be otherwise occupied. Nevertheless, three war generals were more than sufficient. We accept the mission. It shall be a piece of cake. The three war generals replied in unison, their faces reflecting indifference. Taking the life of the mere youth was no challenge for them. They were, after all, the formidable war generals guarding their territories. The trio departed, heading towards the insignificant Jiangbei. Meanwhile, as lunchtime approached, Ye Chen, Yi, and Gao Lan descended to the company building's entrance for a meal. Upon exiting the building, they encountered a familiar face. Why, Ye Chen? It's nice to see you again. A charming girl waved cheerfully to It was none other than the young mistress of the Li family from the eastern capital, Li Xiao, whom he had met just the night before. She still sported the same short skirt, albeit in a different color, and her long legs were adorned with white knee-high socks. Upon seeing her, Yi and Gao Lan froze, both glancing at Ye Chen. They were well aware that she was the young mistress of the Li family. Their confusion grew as they wondered how this young lady was acquainted with Ye Chen. Hello, Miss Li. What a coincidence to see you in Jiangbei. Ye Chen greeted with a smile, taking a moment to admire this young lady. The dim lighting of the previous night had obscured his view. Now, he found her even more beautiful. I came specifically to find you. You didn't have time for dinner last night, but surely you have time now, right? Li Xiao asked with a bright smile. Her outgoing and friendly demeanor suggested a familiarity with Ye Chen, and her affections were evident. Yi and Gao Lan exchanged glances, recognizing that the young mistress clearly held feelings for Ye Chen. They were even more astonished, wondering how they had come to know each other and how she had developed such affections. We were just about to have lunch. Allow me to introduce my girlfriend. Lin Yi, and this is Gao Lan from the company, Ye Chen said. Smiling as he introduced them, he stated without hesitation that Yi was his girlfriend, casually draping an arm around her shoulder. Ye Chen, not oblivious to the situation, had discerned that the young mistress of the Li family seemed interested in him, which was why she had come all this way, with Yi standing beside him. He did not want her to overthink things, so he straightforwardly clarified their relationship. She is your girlfriend. Is she? Greetings to both of you. Upon hearing the word girlfriend, Li Xiao's expression momentarily stiffened. She had not been aware that Ye Chen already had a girlfriend. She scrutinized Lin Yi, greeting her warmly. This girl was indeed beautiful and appeared quite compatible with Ye Chen. Hello, Miss Li. Although she felt a twinge of jealousy the moment Ye Chen introduced Yi as his girlfriend. All feelings of envy dissipated. She had no desire to delve into how they had become acquainted. I would like to treat the three of you to a meal. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Li Xiao asked with a smile, quickly adjusting her mindset to focus on her purpose for inviting them. Then we shall accept your generosity. Miss Li, Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. How could they refuse the invitation of the young mistress of the Li family? Thus, the four of them walked to a nearby restaurant. Miss Li, you came specifically to find me. It cannot be just to treat me to a meal, right? Surely there is something else? Ye Chen inquired, seeking to steer the conversation. I certainly have business to discuss with you. I am interested in your company and wish to talk about collaboration. Li Xiao hastily fabricated a reason, attempting to mask her inner embarrassment. In truth, her sole purpose for being there was to see Ye Chen. Business collaboration was merely an excuse. The previous night, she had even suffered from insomnia, her mind filled with thoughts of Ye Chen's handsome visage whenever she closed her eyes. She realized that she was truly infatuated with this man. Regarding collaboration, you should speak with General Manager Lin. I'm not in charge of company matters. Ye Chen promptly redirected the conversation to Vu, fully aware of the young lady's true intentions. Miss Li, it would be an honor for our company to collaborate with the Li family group. Lin interjected with a smile. The Li family was a prominent family in the eastern capital, wielding significant power across the 5 provinces of the east. Collaborating with them would be immensely beneficial. I have come today to assess your company.as for the specifics of our collaboration. I will send someone to discuss it later. But for now, Let us enjoy our meal, Li Xiaoxiao replied with an awkward smile, eager to change the subject. If she continued, her excuse would surely unravel. Soon, the four of them arrived at a restaurant near the company. As they dined and conversed, they quickly deepened their understanding of one another. Linra, Yi, and Gaolan found that the young mistress of the Li family was surprisingly down-to-earth, lacking the airs often associated with affluent young ladies. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoxiao's attention was entirely fixated on Ye Chen. She noticed the genuine affection in his gaze for Rua Yi, which filled her with envy. Her true motive was simply to spend more time with Ye Chen. Suddenly, a menacing presence approached. You all wait here, Ye Chen instructed, his expression shifting to one of wariness. He spotted an SUV parked by the roadside and a tall man clad in a trench coat leaning against the car door. The man wore a hat and sunglasses, obscuring his features, but Ye Chen could sense the aura of a martial emperor emanating from him. The last time he encountered someone of that caliber was when he had dealt with that war general in a province. After a brief warning, Ye Chen approached the man. Rua, Yi, and Gaolan remained behind, feeling a tinge of concern about this new individual causing trouble. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, finding the man's silhouette strangely familiar. Are you here for me? Ye Chen asked as he stepped forward, his demeanor calm. You are Ye Chen, the one who dared to challenge the Eastern War god. The man in the trench coat scrutinized Ye Chen through his sunglasses, surprised to find that the one who dared confront the Eastern War god was merely a young lad. So, you are indeed one of Chu Junlin's subordinates. If you have come to kill me, I advise you to leave now. Ye Chen deduced the man's identity and issued a cold warning that if he did not heed the advice, he would have no choice but to act ruthlessly. There were plenty of dogs serving the Eastern War god. He could afford to eliminate a few without concern. Unfortunately, you are mistaken that I am not here to kill you. I merely wish to spar with you. The man replied with a chilling smile that I want to see just how strong someone is who could slay a war general. As he finished speaking, his internal energy surged forth. He was a martial emperor. In the later stages, the atmosphere grew thick with tension. Spar? Very well. Then bring it on. Ye Chen spoke indifferently. The man before him was indeed stronger than the general he had slain previously, yet he was still far from being a worthy opponent. Then I shall not hold back. Prepare yourself, the man bellowed, fists clenched as he charged forward. The punch of a martial emperor was unleashed with the force of a landslide. However, Ye Chen remained rooted in place. Showing no intention of retaliating, he merely enveloped himself in a formidable shield of true energy. Bang! The sound of an explosion rang out. The man's powerful punch failed to breach Ye Chen's protective barrier, and he was instead forced to stagger back several paces, his right arm tingling from the impact. I unleashed my full strength, yet could not harm you. You truly are formidable, the man said solemnly. With just that single strike, he had gauged the disparity in their strengths. If he could not even break through the other's defense, what chance did he have? Now it is my turn to strike. Can you withstand my punch? Ye Chen smiled slightly, his true energy coalescing around his fist, ready to unleash his attack. Just then, the man's expression shifted, about to speak when a voice from afar interrupted. You too, cease your fighting. Ye Chen, do not strike. Li Xiaoxiao shouted as she rushed forward, her face etched with anxiety. She feared that if Ye Chen attacked, the man opposite would meet his end. Upon hearing her call, Ye Chen refrained from striking. Even if he had chosen to do so, he would not have harmed the man, for this was a sparring match, not a life-or-death confrontation. The man visibly relaxed. Brother, what on earth are you doing? Li Xiaoxiao confronted the man, her expression a mixture of anger and concern. This was no stranger, but her own elder brother. Xiaoxiao, I was just about to ask you the same. What brings you here? The man removed his sunglasses, revealing his true visage, a man in his 30s with a square face and an air of righteousness, exuding a mature charm. He was Li Xiaoxiao's elder brother. The heir of the Li family, Li Zian. He was puzzled as to why his sister had come here. It seemed she had a good rapport with Ye Chen. Ye Chen, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Li Xiaoxiao said, then turned to her brother with an irritated tone. And what are you doing here? Li Zian, with a serious demeanor, fixed his gaze on his sister. And what about you? Why are you here? I came for business, she stammered. Oh, is that so? Li Zian scoffed at. It was indeed a rare occurrence for his sister to engage in business, Li Xiao immediately felt a twinge of guilt. Ye Chen, I sincerely apologize for the earlier offense. I harbor no ill will towards you. Li Zian quickly rectified his earlier demeanor. Having tested Ye Chen's strength, he recognized the man's true prowess and was willing to concede. Not at all. It's quite all right. Ye Chen waved dismissively, showing no concern for the matter. Behind them, Roy and Gaolon hastily approached. I came to find you, Ye Chen, as there is something important to discuss. May I have a moment of your time? Li Zian said politely. Ye Chen nodded, and the two moved aside for a private conversation. Ye Chen, allow me to introduce myself. I am a general under the Eastern War God. I have come to warn you that your current situation is perilous. The Eastern War God has summoned other generals with intentions that may be harmful to you. You must leave this place at once, Li Zian conveyed earnestly. You are a subordinate of the Eastern War God. Why would you inform me of this? Ye Chen inquired with a calm smile, though he already had an inkling of the answer. You should be aware of the Eastern War God's character. I simply do not wish to be complicit in his tyranny. I will not partake in the slaughter of innocents. Li Zian confessed candidly. He had received orders from the Eastern War God, but had feigned other commitments to avoid compliance. Opting instead to warn Ye Chen, he had a bold plan in mind. And after gauging Ye Chen's capabilities, he felt it might succeed. That I had thought that the subordinates of the Eastern War God were merely bullies who could not discern right from wrong. You are different from those who have fallen before me, Ye Chen remarked with a smile, convinced of Li Zian's integrity. As long as you do not view me as a villain, that is sufficient. I am well aware of your deeds, and I greatly respect your character. Moreover, your strength is remarkable. I dare say even the Eastern War God would struggle against you, Li Zian praised without reservation, genuinely admiring this promising young man. I'm not only unafraid, but I also intend to bring down that scoundrel named Xue. He dares to send generals to slay me. Little does he know, his demise is imminent. Ye Chen scoffed, his disdain palpable. This statement was also a test of Li Zian's resolve. You wish to topple the Eastern War God? Li Zian's demeanor shifted, a sense of urgency creeping into his voice. This aligned perfectly with the bold notion he had been entertaining. That scoundrel was colluding with external enemies and deserved nothing less than death. I have already gathered some evidence. That scoundrel will inevitably perish in my hands. Do Li Xiao share a similar sentiment? Ye Chen scrutinized Li Zian's expression, sensing an opportunity to forge an alliance. Ye Chen, I can lend you my assistance. I have also collected some incriminating evidence against that man. Li Zian replied solemnly. He had long harbored discontent towards the Eastern War God's actions, but felt powerless to confront him directly. With Li Zian willing to help, Ye Chen felt a surge of hope. Your willingness to assist is most welcome. Ye Chen beamed, recognizing that Li Zian, as a subordinate of the Eastern War God, would possess more direct evidence. This was indeed a fortuitous development. The two quickly found common ground and engaged in lively conversation. Meanwhile, three beautiful women observed quietly from a distance. That insufferable brother of mine, what business could he possibly have that he must keep hidden from me? And why do they appear so jovial? It's rather peculiar. Li Xiao furrowed her brows in frustration, even questioning her brother's sanity. 5 minutes later, the two had reached an agreement. Ye Chen, I shall take my leave now. Xiao, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Li Zian prepared to depart, but not before addressing his sister. Li Xiao approached, only to be pulled into her brother's embrace. You have feelings for that Ye Chen fellow? Li Zian asked directly, lowering his voice. Is that a problem? Li Xiao retorted defiantly, having been caught in her affections but not shying away from admitting it. You have good taste. Keep it up. Li Zian gave her a thumbs up before releasing her and departing in his vehicle. A smile broke across Li Xiao's face. Indeed, her judgment was impeccable. Her brother was right. She needed to put in the effort. The four entered the company, with Li Xiao playing her role convincingly as she inspected the yelling group. Roy and Gaolon were preoccupied with their work, leaving Ye Chen to accompany her, which suited her intentions perfectly. The company tour was merely a fade. Her true aim was to grow closer to Ye Chen. As time swiftly passed, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. Ye Chen and the three ladies were enjoying afternoon tea when an assistant rushed into the lounge. Breathless, a group of fierce-looking individuals has arrived downstairs, specifically demanding to see President Ye Chen. Ye Chen smiled calmly. Having already surmised who was there, he rose to confront them. Outside the company building, a dozen individuals stood, with three prominent figures at the forefront: Xue Ji, Wu Di, and Chu Nan, all generals under the Eastern War God. That little brat, why hasn't he come out to meet his doom yet? Could he be hiding like a coward? Xue Ji sneered contemptuously. Looking down upon the young upstart from Jiangbei, there's no need to rush. That brat won to escape. When he comes down, I'll smash his head in with a single punch. Wu Di grinned malevolently, his fists cracking ominously. He was clearly eager for a fight. Don't you dare try to take the lead, that I'm the one who make him suffer for defying the war god. Chu Nan's face darkened, his aura menacing. He was known for his ruthless methods. Enemies who fell into his grasp often met a grim fate. Why should you go first? Are you trying to claim the kill for yourself? Xue Ji shot back, irked. Let us not squabble. Whoever gets to him first takes the prize. Wu Di chimed in eagerly. Then let us see who can take that brat's life first. Chu Nan growled, his murderous intent palpable. The three generals exuded confidence, certain that the glory of vanquishing Ye Chen was within their grasp. That moment, Ye Chen stepped out of the company building, flanked by Roy, Gaolon, and Li Xiaoxiao. At last, the little brat shows his face. Do you know who we are? Prepare to meet your end. They exclaimed, their voices dripping with disdain. To dare disrespect the Eastern War God. You are deserving of nothing less than death. The three battle commanders, upon laying eyes on Ye Chen, instantly erupted with excitement. Their eyes widened in fury, exuding a terrifying aura of murderous intent, akin to three bloodthirsty beasts fixated on their prey. I know not your names, but I am aware that you are but three dogs raised by the Eastern War God. Ye Chen scoffed disdainfully. These three dogs were barking joyfully before him, a testament to their master's good upbringing. Upon hearing this, the faces of the three battle commanders turned ashen, their rage surging skyward. This brat is too arrogant. He must be punished. You little bastard, dare to repeat that. Damn it, I'll slice you to pieces. You're courting death. The three commanders, their expressions grotesque with fury, advanced menacingly, intent on striking. Their ire would not be quelled until they had torn this insolent youth apart. Have you truly considered the consequences of confronting me? The last battle commander who boasted like you has long since met his end at my hands. Surely you have heard of it. Should you choose to engage, you will find yourselves on a path to demise. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Ye Chen's eyes, his murderous intent palpable. I think of your mother. Prepare to die. You ignorant fool. I will crush your head. You will soon learn the meaning of suffering. The three battle commanders, their rage boiling over, simultaneously lunged forward to strike, facing the three battle commanders of the martial emperor realm. Ye Chen remained utterly composed. Indeed, one cannot generalize the nature of men. Beneath the Eastern War God, individuals like Li Zian are rare. Far more common are rabid dogs like the trio before him, ferocious and indiscriminately aggressive. Ye Chen, be careful. Ye Chen, watch out. Lin Ruoyi and Li Xiaoxiao cried out simultaneously, their concern for Ye Chen evident. They exchanged glances, words unspoken yet laden with worry. Seeking death are we, then allow me to oblige. A chilling glint flashed in Ye Chen's gaze as he emanated a terrifying aura, causing the already sweltering afternoon to feel several degrees cooler. The three battle commanders, sensing the oppressive aura, were taken aback. How could this seemingly unremarkable youth unleash such a formidable presence? The accompanying warriors shuddered in terror, some even fainting and collapsing to the ground. Damn it, how dare he be so arrogant? Kill him. Crush him. The three commanders roared in rage. They were battle commanders, invincible on the battlefield. Yet in the next instant, Ye Chen surged forward, appearing before them as though the grim Reaper himself had descended. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they unleashed their lethal techniques in unison. Ye Chen retaliated with a singular, powerful strike. Boom! A deafening sound echoed. Ye Chen emerged unscathed, while the three battle commanders were blasted away by the overwhelming force, flying in a straight line for 20 to 30 meters before crashing to the ground. The three women watching from behind were taken aback, none more so than Li Xiaoxiao, whose mouth hung agape in disbelief. though she had witnessed Ye Chen's formidable prowess against the small nation of Japan. She could hardly fathom that this man could send 3 battle commanders flying with a single punch. These were battle commanders, protectors of their territories, undefeated by thousands. Yet before this man, they crumbled like paper. Li Xiaoxiao was relieved, grateful that Ye Chen had refrained from attacking her older brother earlier. Otherwise, her dear brother would surely be lying in a hospital bed. How fortunate she was to have this man as her boyfriend, who would protect her from her brother's bullying. The warriors standing nearby were left speechless, their faces contorted in shock, utterly breathless from the astonishing turn of events. How could this be? The combined might of 3 battle commanders had failed to withstand a single blow from this youth. Just what kind of terrifying strength did he possess? Coughing and struggling, the 3 battle commanders managed to rise from the ground, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. The previous strike had inflicted significant internal injuries upon them. They exchanged glances, their faces a mixture of fury and disbelief. How could it be that they were no match for this youth? To think that a mere casual strike could leave them utterly defenseless. With such strength, you dare to bark before me? Go on, keep barking. Ye Chen mocked with arms crossed, his disdain palpable. Ensure these 3 did not perish too swiftly. He had merely exerted a fraction more strength than required for a martial emperor. Such scum were not worthy of his full might. That damn kid, don't get cocky. Brothers, unleash our full power. Xue Ji spat blood as he spoke. Though shrouded in shock and fear, he still wore a defiant expression. However, as his words fell, Ye Chen's figure flickered. Closing the distance with alarming speed, he aimed a punch at Xue Ji's face. Puffed. Xue Ji spewed blood, his shattered molars flying forth. He collapsed to the ground, twitching briefly before falling still. Let that be a lesson for your arrogance. My fists are designed to deal with insolence. Ye Chen sneered down at him, regarding him as nothing more than a dead dog. You little bastard, how dare you kill a battle commander? We'll take you down, you little brat. Wu Di bellowed, unleashing his inner strength, his fists cracking ominously, as if he were transforming into a raging beast. Damn it, I'll take this little bastard down. Chun Nan, too, felt his powers surge, his eyes turning a fierce crimson, morphing him into a fearsome creature. The 2 frenzied battle commanders lunged at Ye Chen, desperate to take his life. You truly believe yourselves to be hounds, barking madly and biting indiscriminately. In your ignorance, you overestimate your abilities. Ye Chen's voice dripped with derision. In the blink of an eye, Wu Di's powerful fists were barreling toward him. Ye Chen clenched his fist, ready to meet the blow head-on. If it was a contest of strength they sought, then let them test their mettle. Boom! Both their fists were enveloped in protective energy. Before contact was made, a tremendous explosion echoed. Crack! Crack! Following that, the sound of Wu Di's arm snapping echoed through the air, blood and flesh flying. My arm. You little bastard! I'll kill you! Wu Di shrieked in agony, clutching his severed arm while launching a desperate kick with his left leg. Simultaneously, Chun Nan executed a deadly kick aimed at Ye Chen's lower back. Attacking from both sides, Ye Chen smirked coldly. Suddenly, he leapt into the air, his speed so swift that the 2 battle commanders could only catch a fleeting glimpse of him vanishing from their sight. Chun Nan's kick struck Wu Di's leg, causing the 2 to inflict harm upon one another. Realizing the dire situation, both warriors' expressions shifted drastically as they attempted to retract their attacks, but it was too late. My leg! Wu Di screamed as his left leg shattered, sending him crashing to the ground, howling in pain. With one arm lost and one leg broken, he writhed in agony. Chun Nan fared no better. His calf bone shattered as he was hurled away. Their strikes were merciless, yet they regrettably fell upon their own comrade. You bastard! You attacked me! Wu Di roared in fury. How can you blame me? You injured me first, Chun Nan retorted angrily. The 2 appeared oblivious to Ye Chen's presence hovering just above them. Enough of this dog-eat-dog nonsense. Allow me to send you on your way to spare you further suffering. Ye Chen declared from mid-air. With that, he descended, his foot poised to crush Wu Di beneath him, but Wu Di's face drained of color as he attempted to evade, yet the overwhelming murderous intent left him in a state of panic, unable to even stand. In the next instant, Ye Chen's foot shattered his chest, ending his life on the spot. In the blink of an eye, only Chun Nan remained out while Ye Chen showed no signs of hesitation as he swiftly advanced. Seizing Chun Nan by the throat and slamming him to the ground, the stone surface shattering beneath the impact. Chun Nan coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling his spine and ribs fracture beneath the force. His life hanging by a thread. And now, it is your turn. Ye Chen's smile was icy. Stop. You cannot kill me. I'm the brother of the Eastern War God. If you slay me, you will face dire consequences. Chun Nan shouted in terror, his face devoid of color. The brother of the Eastern War God? Ye Chen paused momentarily, taken aback, not rushing to strike. He had not anticipated that this man was indeed related to the Chu family. How intriguing. Indeed, I am Chu Junlin's brother. Chun Nan shouted once more, believing his threat had proven effective as he saw Ye Chen hesitate. His demeanor swelled with arrogance. In truth, he was not a direct sibling of Chu Junlin, merely a member of the Chu family. Yet this semblance of status was more than sufficient. You little bastard, you're afraid now. Aren't you? If you are afraid, release your filthy hands and kneel before me to atone for your sins. Chun Nan proclaimed triumphantly, despite being pinned to the ground. Afraid? I wouldn't hesitate to kill you. Ye Chen chuckled, finding amusement in the defeated warrior's misplaced confidence that I would not hesitate to eliminate even Chu Junlin. So spare me your threats. The absurdity of the situation was laughable. You dare. If you harm me, you will surely die. Chun Nan hissed menacingly, his previous bravado faltering in the face of Ye Chen's indifference. With a grip that left the other gasping for breath, Chun Nan struggled wildly, flailing his hands in a desperate attempt to break free. But to no avail, his face turned increasingly crimson from oxygen deprivation. The several warriors stood frozen, paralyzed by fear and too intimidated to intervene. Meanwhile, 3 beautiful women in the distance merely watched the spectacle unfold, unwilling to impede Ye Chen. This man, who disregarded even the Eastern War God, regarded the slaughter of the Chu family's kin as utterly trivial. Before long, Chun Nan's face swelled to a purplish hue, and his consciousness began to slip away, resulting in an embarrassing accident. Ye Chen, repulsed, released his grip and cast Chun Nan aside, wishing to avoid the unpleasant odor. Like a lifeless dog, Chun Nan collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Say that again, and I dare you to question if I will kill you. Ye Chen demanded coldly, looking down upon his prisoner, exuding an aura of icy menace that made the air feel like the depths of winter. I was wrong. I beg you for mercy. I will leave with my men this instant. Chun Nan whimpered, curling up on the ground in a pitiful display of submission that he understood that refusing to plead for mercy would seal his fate. Thus, he lowered his noble head. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had long missed the opportunity to save his life. Even if he begged for forgiveness, there was no escape now. Realization came too late. He could only seek repentance from the King of Hell. With a swift motion, Ye Chen unleashed a surge of energy that shattered Chun Nan's skull. Chun Nan's eyes bulged, lifeless and unblinking. In mere minutes, 3 once mighty warlords met their demise. They arrived with arrogance, but departed in disgrace. The onlooking warriors, witnessing this scene, were paralyzed by terror, trembling uncontrollably as they felt their own doom approaching. Retrieve the bodies of these 3 and leave. Ye Chen commanded the warriors, considering their silence and lack of interference. He granted them a reprieve that it would not be prudent to kill them. Who would collect the bodies then? Yes. Thank you for sparing us, the warriors replied, nodding like frightened chicks, their teeth chattering in fear. Before Ye Chen, both warlords and warriors trembled like mere minions. The warriors hurriedly collected the remains of the 3 warlords and fled, not daring to linger for even a second, fearful that Ye Chen might change his mind. Ye Chen, you are truly formidable. Even 3 warlords stand no chance against you, Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, stepping forward, her eyes gleaming with admiration. This man seemed increasingly handsome in her eyes. It's nothing, merely a trifle. Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, Fortunately, your brother did not come to confront me. Otherwise, he would be in grave danger. Humph, my brother is nothing like those others. Li Xiaoxiao immediately defended her brother. Although he often bullied her, he remained the best brother in the world. Ye Chen, Having killed 3 warlords, the Eastern War God will surely come after you personally. Lin Ruoi expressed her concern, its of no consequence. That scoundrel won't live long anyway. Ye Chen replied with a calm smile, completely unconcerned. His long, snow-white legs stepped out of the car first. Before his figure was visible, one could see his legs. Instantly, Ye Chen recognized that his senior sister, Long Aoxue, had arrived. Smelly little brother. Long Aoxue strode toward him confidently. Dressed in a red gown and matching high heels, her makeup featured fiery red lips, exuding both power and allure. Following closely behind was Xia Yao, dressed in a sharp and simple outfit. Senior sister, Sister Xia Yao. Ye Chen greeted with a smile that he hadn't seen his senior sister in a few days, and she appeared even more radiant than before. Smelly little brother, I miss you terribly, Long Aoxue exclaimed, quickly approaching and leaping into his arms for a big bear hug. After days apart, she was overwhelmed with longing for her junior brother, why Ye Chen momentarily felt lightheaded. The intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, stirring his senses. Yet the next instant, he found it hard to breathe. The affection from his senior sister was blissfully suffocating. The other women nearby watched with wide eyes. Their expressions varied. Ruoi and Gao Lan seemed unfazed, well aware of Long Aoshua's usual exuberance. Xia Yao maintained a calm demeanor, internally critiquing, Long Aoshua, could you perhaps show a bit more restraint? This is a public place. Only Li Xiao exhibited a complex expression, having recognized that this stunning woman was the Northern Domain's war goddess, a figure of equal status to the Eastern war god. The revelation that the Northern Domain's war goddess was Ye Chen's senior sister was utterly shocking. Moreover, the close affection between the two hinted at a relationship beyond the ordinary. After an embrace that lasted several seconds, Long Aoshue finally released him. After all, they were in public. Otherwise, she would have showered her junior brother with kisses. Junior brother, has that Chu fellow troubled you at all these past few days? Long Aoshue inquired with concern. Just a few minutes ago, he sent 3 warlords to make trouble for me, Ye Chen replied. He sent 3 warlords? Long Aoshua's expression shifted, sensing something amiss. Where are those warlords now? They left, Ye Chen chuckled. Did they walk away or lie down? Long Aoshue pressed. Naturally, they lay down. Ye Chen gestured with a slicing motion across his throat. Those who sought trouble could hardly expect to leave on their own 2 feet. I'm impressed, little brother. You truly are ruthless, Long Aoshue exclaimed, placing a hand to her forehead in exasperation. You've really dug yourself deeper. Chapter 92. The shockwaves in Dongdu. One must be ruthless with enemies, Ye Chen asserted. Senior sister, we should deal with that Chu fellow next, he remarked with a serene smile. After all, the Eastern War God and his minions must eventually meet their end. With the urgency of the matter at hand, Long Aoshue conceded, we need to act swiftly. Tonight, we'll make our move to avoid any prolonged dreams. Ye Chen drove alongside his senior sister toward Dongdu. By the way, junior brother, has Ruoi finally become yours? Long Aoshue asked playfully from the passenger seat. Almost, Ye Chen replied. Almost? So not yet. Long Aoshue shook her head in disappointment. What is wrong with you, little brother? It is not that I can't. Her relatives happened to visit, making it inconvenient. Ye Chen explained helplessly. How could he possibly not be capable? Then, you've been holding back all this time? Holding back too long can be detrimental. Long Aoshue teased, her smile revealing mischief. Why Ye Chen chuckled, realizing he needed his senior sister's assistance with the situation. 2.5 hours later, although the corpses of the 3 warlords had not yet reached Dongdu, the news had already spread. Upon learning of the warlords' deaths, the 3 prominent families, the Zhou Wu and Shu, were shaken to their core. Their most esteemed members had been slain. This revelation ignited their fury. Yet despite their anger, none dared to gather forces to seek revenge against Ye Chen and Jiangbei, knowing all too well that their warriors would be no match for him. The 3 families possess a degree of self-awareness. As prominent clans of the eastern capital, they are unparalleled across the 5 provinces of the east. Yet now, having lost the most significant figure in their lineage, they are engulfed in a profound humiliation. How can they possibly swallow this bitter pill? Consequently, The members of the three families rushed to the estate of the Eastern War God, lamenting their misfortunes. At the estate of the Eastern War God, Xue Junlin had already been informed of the distressing news. The three war gods he had dispatched met a tragic end at the hands of Ye Chen. This revelation ignited an uncontrollable fury within him, nearly leading him to raise the war god's residence. How dare that Ye Chen kill his three war commanders? He had never anticipated that three warriors of the martial emperor realm would fall to such a mere child. That boy's strength must surely surpass that of the martial emperor realm. Ultimately, it seems that he must personally intervene. War God, you must avenge the three families. The heads of the three clans cried out in anguish. That boy dares to kill three war commanders. He must be put to death. Their expressions were twisted with rage, as if they wished to flay Ye Chen alive. No, even if that boy were to die 1,000 times, it would not quell their burning hatred. Their sole purpose in beseeching the Eastern War God was to implore him to take action. If the War God intervenes, surely he can effortlessly eradicate that wretched child. Xue Junlin's face was ashen, and he remained silent, his mood darkened by the incessant clamoring of those around him. Trembling, they presented the lifeless bodies of the three war commanders before him. Upon seeing the corpses, the members of the three families erupted into a chorus of sorrow, their fury intensifying. They lamented and condemned Ye Chen's actions, urgently pleading for the Eastern War God to take action. Their voices mingled in chaotic disarray. "Enough! I can bear your noise no longer," Xue Junlin bellowed. Unable to contain his frustration, the incessant chatter of the three families only exacerbated his agitation. Instantly, the clamorous three families fell silent, awaiting the war god's command. They understood that the war god was truly enraged. When the war god is angered, rivers of blood will surely flow. That scoundrel named Yi is doomed. Tell me, how did the three war commanders meet their demise? Xue Junlin inquired coldly, seeking to ascertain the circumstances surrounding their deaths. To gauge Ye Chen's true strength, one war general, trembling, recounted the scene he witnessed. His description was rendered simplistic by the fact that he had scarcely perceived Ye Chen's movements. After listening to the account, Xue Junlin deduced that Ye Chen's strength was indeed that of a martial venerable, surpassing the martial emperor realm. He is nothing in my eyes. Once I take action, I shall easily obliterate this child. War God, that boy named he told us to relay a message to you, he said. The reporting war general stammered, his voice quaking with fear, for he knew that speaking the words could cost him his life. What message? Spit it out. Xue Junlin barked in anger. War God, I implore you not to kill me. The war general pleaded, his entire being trembling with dread. He was acutely aware that this war god had a penchant for executing those who bore unwelcome tidings. The other accompanying war generals trembled alongside him, inwardly cursing the one who had delivered the message. If only he had kept his mouth shut. In a fit of rage, Xue Junlin extended his hand, seizing the war general by the throat. That I will tell you what to say. The boy named Yi said for the war god to clean his neck and wait, for he will come to claim your life. War God, I am merely relaying the message. Please, spare me. The war general hastily interjected, desperately pleading for his life, sensing the war god's wrath could snuff out his existence at any moment. That insolent brat dares to utter such audacity. I shall have him torn limb from limb. Xue Junlin's fury surged to new heights upon hearing the conveyed message, his grip tightening around the war general's throat. War God, please spare me. The war general's final plea was cut short as an unseen force crushed his throat. Having escaped Ye Chen's clutches, he fell victim to the ruthless hand of his master. Please, war god, temper your fury. The other war generals immediately knelt in fear, terrified that the war god might turn his wrath upon them as well. The members of the three families, witnessing the war god casually execute his subordinate, fell silent, their breaths stifled in trepidation. They understood that despite their illustrious status as prominent families, they were not but insignificant in the presence of this war god. Useless lot, Xue Junlin's eyes narrowed as he glared at the kneeling war generals. Raising his hand, he contemplated that only by slaying these individuals could he release his pent-up rage. Just then, another war general burst into the room. War God, that boy named Yi has arrived in the eastern capital. the war general reported, glancing nervously at the corpse of his fellow war general on the ground. Huh, that brat dares to come to his own demise. How delightful. Tonight, he shall find no resting place. Chu Junlin's malevolent laughter echoed through the room. Initially intending to seek out Ye Chen for retribution, he was now presented with the opportunity of the boy delivering himself to him. If he did not make that little scoundrel suffer a fate worse than death, he would not be worthy of the title of war god. Kill that boy. The war god shall effortlessly eliminate him. Long live the war god. That boy is as good as dead. The members of the three families erupted into jubilant cheers, confident that the war god would avenge their grievances. They eagerly awaited the spectacle to unfold. Gather the forces and prepare for that boy's arrival, Chu Junlin commanded. His singular focus now was to await Ye Chen's approach. Upon hearing this, the members of the three families immediately contacted their family guards, urging them to rush to the war god's estate to bolster his might. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, driving his car, had already entered the eastern capital. The night had long since fallen. Senior sister, I'm a bit hungry. Shall we grab a bite first? Ye Chen stated nonchalantly, his stomach rumbling. You almost made me forget. Let's go and fill our stomachs first. Long Xue replied with a smile. One must eat well to have the strength to carry out their tasks. As for killing the Eastern War god, there was no rush. After all, that man was not going anywhere. Thus, Ye Chen parked the car and informed the still following Li Xiao that they would be dining first. Now that I'm in the Eastern capital, I shall play the host. I know a great place to eat. Allow me to treat you. Li Xiao exclaimed gleefully to it was a tremendous honor to host the northern region's female war goddess. She instructed the driver to lead the way to an upscale restaurant owned by the Li family, where the young lady would naturally incur no cost for her meal. The trio savored a lavish feast at the restaurant, unknowingly passing over half an hour in leisurely dining. Meanwhile, the estate of the Eastern War god had already amassed a considerable gathering, comprising dozens of war generals under his command, along with several hundred elite guards from the three families. War god, that boy named Yi is currently dining at the Li family's restaurant, accompanied by the young lady of the Li family. A scout reported, Damn it, that little brat still has the gall to enjoy a meal. Chu Junlin cursed vehemently. He felt as though he had been kept waiting for an eternity, reflecting on the fact that the war commander Li Zian had failed to report back due to other business. He began to doubt the Li family's loyalties. War god, the Li family's association with that boy named Yi is a blatant affront. They clearly do not regard you with any respect. In my view, the Li family may very well be in collusion with him. The Li family must be dealt with. They must pay the price. The heads of the Zhou, Wu, and Chu families wasted no time in maligning the Li family. They had long harbored grievances against the Li family, as among the 5 great families of the eastern capital, only the Li family acted in a manner detached from the others. Were it not for the fact that the Li family had a war commander of their own, they would have already toppled them. However, the opportunity had finally arrived. If the Li family dared to betray the Eastern War god, it was tantamount to a death sentence. Those who dare betray me shall find no mercy. Chu Junlin's gaze darkened ominously. He directly dialed the number of War Commander Li Zian, only to find it unreachable, with a message indicating the recipient was out of service. The inability to reach his subordinate only intensified his suspicions. War god, we cannot allow that boy named Yi to roam freely in your territory. I shall bring my men to make him come and apologize to you, the head of the Wu family declared. Eager to seize the opportunity to showcase his loyalty to the Eastern War god, Chu Junlin merely nodded, remaining silent. Upon receiving permission, the Wu family had swiftly gathered 100 elite guards and set off. 20 minutes later, at the Li family's restaurant, Ye Chen and his companions had nearly finished their meal and were now leisurely sipping tea that moment. The beautiful manager of the hotel hurried over. Young lady, the head of the Wu family has brought a large group to the restaurant, demanding that Mr.Ye come out. The manager reported. What does the Wu family mean by this? Dare to cause trouble at our restaurant? Li Xiao's beautiful face instantly flushed with anger. Oh, not be hasty. It is merely the dog of the Eastern War god, drawn by the scent. After indulging, it is time to confront them. Ye Chen scoffed dismissively. Chapter 94. There is no need to reason with such people this moment, outside the restaurant. The head of the Wu family, accompanied by 100 or so individuals, blocked the entrance. Smash it. The more I look, the more displeased I become. The head of the Wu family arrogantly commanded. He had already concluded that the Li family must harbor ulterior motives against the Eastern War God. Thus, they dared to act so recklessly, unbothered by the prospect of offending the Li family. What if they offend them? The Li family, daring to betray the war god, will soon vanish from Dongdu. A group of Wu family guards charged into the restaurant, wreaking havoc. The restaurant staff, being mere mortals, could only stand by helplessly, watching the chaos unfold. Stop! Everyone, cease at once! Li Xiaoxiao rushed forward, shouting in fury, with her furious gaze fixed on the head of the Wu family. She clenched her delicate fists. Halt! The head of the Wu family raised his hand, signaling his guards to desist. The assailants immediately ceased their destruction, restoring tranquility to the restaurant. That Wu boss. What do you mean by this? On what grounds do you bring your men to wreak havoc in our Li family's establishment? Li Xiaoxiao demanded angrily. Little did she know, they had already mistaken her for Ye Chen's accomplice. Li Xiaoxiao, speak more courteously. What qualifications do you possess to be so brazen before me? You Li family dared to collude with that brat named Yi, openly opposing the Eastern War God. Your family is as good as doomed. The head of the Wu family crossed his arms, exuding an aura of complete disdain that in his eyes. The current Li family was nothing more than a pack of insignificant creatures. The moment the Eastern War God commanded, the Li family would be obliterated. What do you mean by that? Li Xiaoxiao furrowed her delicate brows, utterly perplexed. What does it mean to oppose the Eastern War God? Do I need to explain it to you? That brat named Yi. The head of the Li family looked disdainfully at Ye Chen nearby. However, before he could finish a sentence, Ye Chen sent him flying with a powerful slap from a distance. Indeed, there's no need for your explanation. What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant before me? Li girl, it is unnecessary to reason with such individuals. Ye Chen sneered coldly. What nonsense, coming here so audaciously. Long Aoxue stood quietly behind, watching the spectacle. Such matters were best left to her junior brother. There was no need for her to intervene. Besides, she typically preferred to keep a low profile when out and about. Otherwise, her prominent identity could lead to considerable trouble if not handled discreetly. You little brat, dare to strike me. What are you all standing there for? Quickly attack? Oh, my face, the head of the Wu family shouted, blood streaming from his mouth, mixed with a few bloodied teeth. The pain contorted his face into a ghastly grimace. Yet, not a single one of the 100 elite guards dared to step forward. The strongest among them barely reached the martial king realm, while this young man before them could easily slay even a martial emperor. To advance now would be sheer folly. How dare you all be so cowardly? Attack! What use are you all if you cannot even act in a critical moment? The head of the Wu family scolded furiously, clearly losing his wits. Even if he had 100 more men, there would still be no match for Ye Chen. The guards remained silent, not only refraining from advancing, but each busy retreating tactically in their hearts. They cursed their leader, thinking, if you're not afraid, why don't you step up yourself? Huh, you talk too much. Ye Chen sent another slap through the air. Crack! It echoed sharply, sending the head of the Wu family spinning like a top, his head buzzing. Disoriented, witnessing this scene, Li Xiaoxiao felt a surge of satisfaction. She realized that because of her close association with Ye Chen, they had assumed she was opposing the Eastern War God. That so-called war god. Let him oppose if he wishes. She was unperturbed. After all, that war god likely wouldn't live much longer. Shall I dare you to speak again? Ye Chen reached out, threatening the head of the Wu family from a distance. Such a scoundrel, he could kill without batting an eye. I am conveying a message from the Eastern War God. You ought to go and apologize to him. If you dare to come to Dongdu, do not expect to leave alive. The head of the Wu family threatened with a ghastly visage. He was unaware of Ye Chen's approach to matters, believing he had the Eastern War God backing him, thinking this young man would not dare to act against him. Whether I will die or not is uncertain. However, you will certainly perish. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh. Without hesitation, he seized a pair of chopsticks and hurled them. The chopsticks pierced through the head of the Wu family, emerging bloodlessly on the other side, falling to the ground. The head of the Wu family stood there, astonished, his pupils dilating in disbelief in the next moment. He fell straight back, lifeless. He could not fathom that Ye Chen truly dared to kill him. The Wu family guards, witnessing this scene, all fell silent, too terrified to breathe. They quickly retreated from the restaurant without a sound. Even Li Xiaoxiao stood there, stunned. The head of the Wu family from Dongdu was just gone. Outside, countless individuals feared the Wu name. Yet Ye Chen had killed him without a moment's hesitation. Long Xue, however, remained remarkably composed throughout. She was quite satisfied with her junior brother's performance. Such arrogant dogs should be taught a harsh lesson. However, her junior brother's act of outright killing was slightly excessive. Let us go and meet the one surnamed Chu. He has been anxiously calling for me. Miss Li, perhaps you should refrain from accompanying us. If the Eastern War God sees you with me, it may not bode well for you. Ye Chen remarked. I am not afraid. I insist on being with you. At this juncture, I do not fear offending the Eastern War God. Li Xiaoxiao was determined to follow. She wanted to witness firsthand the fate that awaited the Eastern War God. If you are unconcerned, then I shall not mind. Ye Chen shrugged helplessly as they drove toward the Eastern War God's residence. The Wu family's guards rushed ahead to report to the War God's residence, informing the other two families that the head of the Wu family had been slain by Ye Chen. The heads of the Zhou and Chu families changed countenance upon receiving the news. They had not anticipated that Ye Chen would strike with such ferocity, to dare kill the head of the Wu family without a shred of hesitation. However, a flicker of delight danced in the hearts of the two heads. If the Wu family fell, it would greatly benefit their two families. The two heads quickly relayed the news to the Eastern War God. Upon hearing, Chu Junlin erupted in fury. That little brat dared to kill the messenger. He clearly did not regard him with any respect. Where is that brat? This war god shall personally deal with him. Chu Junlin bellowed, unable to remain seated, preparing to take matters into his own hands. Otherwise, if that brat continued to act so brazenly, he, as the war god, would lose face. Reporting to the war god. The brat surnamed Yi has arrived. A war general hurriedly reported, like this moment, Ye Chen had reached the gates of the war god's residence. Chu Junlin, come out and face your demise. Ye Chen shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the entire war god's estate. Chapter 95. Who gave you the audacity? Seated in the great hall, Chu Junlin heard this clearly. His martial prowess was superior, and his senses more acute than others. That little brat. How dare he provoke me at my doorstep? Chu Junlin slammed the table, startling everyone in the hall. War god, that brat is far too audacious. He must be executed immediately. To be so brazen here, that little scoundrel is truly courting death. The heads of the Zhou and Chu families immediately fanned the flames. They urged the war god to take action. A throng of war generals echoed their sentiments. They themselves did not dare to act, so they could only implore the war god to intervene. Everyone anticipated the war god's involvement. It would surely be a spectacle. A reckless little brat must learn the true might of the war god. The war god must not be insulted. Those who dare to offend the war god deserve no mercy. Ha! Let us go. I shall see if that brat can still laugh when he meets me. Chu Junlin laughed heartily, then strode toward the gate, followed by a throng of admirers to the entrance. Ye Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding calm composure. Before him stood thousands of the war god's elite guards, all glaring at him with weapons drawn. Leading them were several generals of the martial emperor realm. You little brat. This is the war god's residence. You are not permitted to advance another step. Otherwise, you shall be executed without mercy. A bearded war general barked a warning, his voice booming with authority. Yet, it trembled slightly. For after all, this young man could kill even a war commander. The thousands of guards felt a tightness in their throats, their palms clammy with sweat. They were but paper tigers, appearing numerous, but each trembling in fear. Inwardly, they prayed, hoping not to engage in combat. They certainly did not wish to become fodder. What if I step forward? Do you have the capability to make me stop? As he spoke, he stepped forward casually, deliberately provoking them. Behind him, Long Xue, wearing sunglasses, chose to remain incognito for the moment, while Li Xiaoxiao boldly stood her ground, unashamedly watching the drama unfold. It must be said, this young lady truly possesses an audacity beyond measure. You insolent brat, I warn you once more, do not overstep your bounds, or we shall take action. The bearded warrior once again issued a furious warning. His initial warning had been so severe that one might have expected him to act immediately. Yet, he refrained, for he lacked the courage. What does it matter if you push your luck? That signboard of yours is quite an eyesore. I shall shatter it. Ye Chen scoffed with disdain, raising his gaze. He beheld the 6 golden characters of Eastern War God Mansion, which were painfully ostentatious. Consequently, he unleashed a surge of true energy with a kick. Boom! The entrance of the War God Mansion collapsed under the force. The guard stationed beneath the entrance fled in a panic, while those unable to escape were buried beneath the rubble. The enormous signboard shattered into smithereens. This is what it means to challenge an establishment. Observing this spectacle, several warriors and thousands of guards gasped in astonishment. The once impenetrable door and entrance had been toppled by a mere kick from this youth. Moreover, it was accomplished from a distance. What terrifying power this was! They even suspected that this lad could demolish a building with a single kick. You insolent brat, you have gone too far. Taste my wrath, the bearded warrior, now beside himself with rage. Resolved to go all out, suddenly he raised an assault rifle and unleashed a barrage upon Ye Chen, that he believed the era had shifted, that metal projectiles were superior to fleshly fists. However, for true powerhouses, the times had not changed. A volley of bullets struck before Ye Chen, all colliding against an invisible barrier of true energy, falling harmlessly at his feet. Such tiny bullets dared to inflict harm upon him. The bearded warrior's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed that death was imminent. Indeed, his intuition proved accurate. In the next moment, Ye Chen raised his hand and grasped the AI, an unseen hand clamped tightly around the warrior's neck. The warrior wished to plead for mercy, but Ye Chen showed no compassion. With a sharp crack, he twisted and broke the warrior's neck. The other warriors and thousands of guards watched in horror. This lad could kill a warrior from a distance. His prowess was truly fearsome. I shall say this only once. Those who obstruct me shall die. Ye Chen warned coldly, then calmly proceeded forward. The warriors and guards parted without a soul daring to impede him, creating a clear path. While Ye Chen advanced as if in an uninhabited realm, heading towards the grand hall within. It seemed these individuals had some sense. Lest they lose their lives, the war god has arrived. At that moment, a voice rang out from ahead. A throng of people surrounded the Eastern war god, Xue Ji, as he made his appearance. Why Ye Chen halted, standing calmly in place, awaiting the arrival of his target. Brat, we meet again. Xue Ji stepped forward, his eyes coldly fixed upon Ye Chen. Anger radiated from him, as if he longed to immediately rend Ye Chen to pieces. Indeed, we meet again. Last time, I spared your life. Today, I have come to claim your wretched existence. To speak of taking the Eastern War Goddess' life is a claim only he would dare utter. Ha ha! You wish to take my life, just based on your merit? Xue Ji immediately burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. Insolent brat, the Eastern War God stands before you, and you dare utter such wild claims. Kneel and plead for the Eastern War God's forgiveness, and perhaps you may leave with your life intact. The heads of the Zhou and Chu families immediately began to boast and taunt. They had not witnessed how the head of the Wu family had met his demise moments prior. Insolent brat, do not hesitate to kneel and admit your wrongs before the war god. Did you hear me? Comply, or your time is nigh. A group of warriors nearby also began to shout, each voice louder than the last, eager to impress the Eastern war god. Such is the nature of dogs. When their master is present, they bark fiercely. Absent their master, they can only cower with their tails between their legs. Ye Chen smiled nonchalantly, eager to observe how these individuals would react in their frenzy. There was no rush. He had already memorized their appearances. None would escape unscathed. Xue Ji glared at Ye Chen, remaining silent. He relished the feeling of being exalted and lauded by the masses. You little wretch. Are your ears deaf? Or have you lost your tongue? You, of all people, are unworthy to even lick the boots of the war god. You kill my brother. I will personally flay you alive. Zhou Sherman swayed her hips forward, standing directly before Ye Chen, her posture undeniably alluring. She wore attire that was exceedingly provocative, exposing every possible inch of her form. Zhou Sherman, relying on her status as the Eastern war god's favored concubine, behaved with even more arrogance and disdain. To her, Ye Chen was merely an ant to be crushed at will. How noisy! Who granted you the audacity? Ye Chen's eyes flickered with a chilling light. He swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Zhou Sherman was sent flying, and upon hitting the ground, she writhed twice before perishing on the spot. Chapter 96. The wrath of the war god, the beloved concubine of the Eastern war god, was thus slain with a single strike. And that too before the war, God himself. This scene left the warriors and guards present utterly dumbfounded. This lad dared to kill the Eastern war god's beloved concubine right before his eyes. All gazes turned to the Eastern war god, eager to witness his reaction. I Xiao gaped in disbelief, never expecting such a turn of events. Her brows gradually knitted together, feeling a twinge of concern for Ye Chen. Beside her, Long Aoshua adjusted her sunglasses, ready to retaliate should these individuals choose to ACT this moment. Chu Junlin's expression darkened, his smug smile vanishing upon witnessing the death of his beloved. The murderous aura emanating from him escalated dramatically. A terrifying killing intent enveloped the entire war god mansion. A sudden gust of wind stirred up dust and caused the foliage to rustle ominously. Those standing near the Eastern war god felt the oppressive aura and silently retreated. They understood that this war god was truly enraged. When the war god is enraged, the heavens themselves seem to change. You insolent wretch! You dare to slay my beloved! Chu Junlin roared with fury. His piercing gaze was fixated on Ye Chen, who, in his eyes, had become a dead man walking. What does it matter if she was killed? She was merely a nuisance, deserving of her fate. It was but a mere gesture, of no consequence. However, the sight of the Eastern war god's fury amused him. Anger? Indeed. This is your final opportunity for wrath. You little wretch, do you still dare to speak disrespectfully to the war god? War god, swiftly execute this brat. My daughter, the head of the Zhou family knelt on the ground, cradling his daughter's lifeless form. His face twisted in rage. He had never anticipated that he would lose her in such a manner. Both his son and daughter had perished at Ye Chen's hands. He longed to devour this brat alive. Do not fret. I shall send you to reunite with your daughter. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. He raised his hand and unleashed a wave of true energy. The head of the Zhou family was instantly struck with terror, frozen in place as he awaited his demise. Insolent wretch! Chu Junlin bellowed furiously, raising his hand to release his own wave of true energy. The two energies collided before the head of the Zhou family. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. The two waves of energy neutralized each other, and the resulting shock wave sent the head of the Zhou family flying several meters away. Bloodied and battered, he scrambled to his feet. Grateful to be alive, and crawled behind the war god for safety. He knew that behind the war god was the safest place to be. The war god is magnificent, the head of the Chu family. Hiding behind the war god, immediately raised his hand in salute. The warriors who moments ago had not dared to utter a sound, now joined in the chorus of praise. They had witnessed the war god's intervention, effortlessly dispelling the lad's attack. Truly, the war god is formidable. They became more resolute in their belief that the war god would easily eradicate this brat. Ye Chen scoffed lightly, utterly perplexed by the frenzy and excitement of these individuals. It was merely a casual wave of true energy that had been thwarted by the one surnamed Chu. What was there to be so excited about? He had not even exerted his full strength. Insolent brat, do you still dare to act with impunity in my presence? The war god is truly furious. You shall not have another chance, Chu Junlin coldly declared. The cheers and applause from his subordinates caused him to feel elated. He reveled in the adoration directed towards him. When his beloved had been slain, he had refrained from acting. Not because he did not wish to save her, but because he had never expected that this lad would dare act before his very eyes. Now he was serious. He would not grant this brat the opportunity to act recklessly again. You truly are a good master, quite protective of your PT. Why? Ye Chen mocked coldly, in the face of the growing arrogance of the thousand surrounding him. He remained composed and unflustered. How dare he disrespect the war god? Kill him! Kill him! A throng of warriors began to shout, their fear evaporating, replaced by palpable arrogance, such as the essence of a dog relying on its master. Insolent wretch, your time is nigh. All of you, listen up. Shoot him dead. Xue Ji commanded with a wave of his hand. The legion of warriors and thousands of guards raised their weapons, aiming at Ye Chen. Preparing to pull the trigger. Hold! At that moment, the senior sister Long, Xue, stepped forward. In an instant, she too emanated a terrifying killing intent, stunning everyone present. The warriors and thousands of guards stood frozen in shock. Who is this? Why is it that the presence of their war god exudes such an oppressive aura? Ye Chen felt a tinge of helplessness. Why has the senior sister intervened? Such trivial matters do not warrant her involvement. He could easily resolve them himself. Long Ao Xue, you emerge yet again to protect this brat, opposing this war god. Xue Ji bellowed in fury, having long recognized the individual before him as the war god of the northern region. Long Ao Xue. And so what? Long Ao Xue nonchalantly removed her sunglasses, revealing an unparalleled beauty that instantly captivated the eyes of the thousands present. Many were witnessing the legendary northern region war god in person for the first time. This famed female warrior was indeed the epitome of earthly beauty, as the rumors had suggested. You seek death. Open fire. Xue Ji commanded in exasperation. This woman had repeatedly shielded this brat, leaving him perplexed about their relationship. What does it matter? Whoever opposes him tonight shall face death. A group of armed warriors and thousands of guards received the order, but exchanged glances, none daring to pull the trigger. For standing before them was another war god, the northern region war god. They could not afford to provoke such an entity, let alone disregard the orders of the eastern war god, for these two war gods were of equal standing. Xue, your subordinates are far more clear-headed than you. Long Ao Xue sneered, her gaze sweeping over the thousands of guards. Are you not going to lower your weapons immediately? Anyone who dares to point a gun at me is courting death. With a single command, the armed throng hastily lowered their weapons, fearing to jest with this female war god. This was a matter of life and death. Such a bunch of useless fools. A mere woman has frightened you all into submission. Xue Ji, humiliated, erupted in rage. On his own turf, his subordinates were ignoring his commands. Such a disgrace. The warriors and guards fell into a heavy silence, caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to say. Long Ao Xue, you have once again appeared on my territory. What exactly are you aiming to accomplish? I warn you, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Should you provoke this war god, I shall not spare you either. Xue Ji's voice dripped with menace. Come. Long Ao Xue was about to respond but was cut off. Come take your dog's life. Ye Chen stepped forward, declaring boldly, take the life of a war goddess dog. The utterance silenced the crowd. The thousands across from them looked at Ye Chen in shock. How dare this lad utter such words of self-destruction? Seeking death indeed. One might wish to chide the junior brother for his lack of eloquence. Shouldn't he say that the one surnamed Xue ought to report to the king of hell instead? You dare to claim you wish to kill me? Ha ha! Repeat that for me. Xue Ji laughed mockingly, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. A mere youth dared to speak of killing him. Was this not a farce? I will not repeat myself. All irrelevant parties, leave this place at once. Do not blame me for the consequences. Ye Chen coldly surveyed the opposition. His intent was solely to confront the Eastern war god. But he had no qualms about slaying a few of the dogs they had raised. Brash lad, cease your reckless boasting. War god, immediately execute this brat, the heads of the Zhou and Xu families. Hiding behind the war god, clamored, urging him to dispatch Ye Chen swiftly. Surnamed Yi, you truly are digging your own grave tonight. This war god shall reduce you to ashes. Prepare to meet your demise. Xue Ji's killing intent surged forth, ready to strike, that he could not allow this brat to live another second. Xue Ji, you consort with foreign enemies, seeking personal gain. The evidence against you is irrefutable. I, the Northern Region War God, have come to eradicate you. The traitor, Long Ao Xue proclaimed loudly, issuing a final warning to the onlookers. Of course, She was not acting under any orders. She intended to orchestrate a decisive move, armed with sufficient evidence to condemn her foe. She was determined to justifiably vanquish this undeserving Eastern war god alongside her junior brother. Upon hearing this, the gathered throng erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, exchanging incredulous glances and whispering amongst themselves. Their resolve wavering, "Oh, not slander me. When have I ever consorted with foreign enemies? No one from above has come to investigate me. Whose orders do you claim to follow?" Chu Junlin retorted angrily. Fully aware that Long Ao Xue's words were fabricated, aimed at sowing discord among his ranks. Such treachery was intolerable. Do you truly believe that your sordid deeds are unknown to others? An esteemed figure has declared that they will eradicate you completely. Long Ao Xue asserted with commanding presence. Ye Chen, standing beside her, couldn't he help but admire her eloquence. Enough of your nonsense. Do not heed this woman's fabrications. Chu Junlin roared in denial, panic creeping into his voice as he realized the weight of his own misdeeds. The warriors and guards began to waver once more, as many were aware of the war god's dubious character. The accusation of collaborating with foreign enemies held water, for the people of the Small Day Kingdom had run rampant in the eastern 5 provinces, aided by this war god's protection. Additionally, his notorious greed and lust were well known. Several warriors, having long disdained the Eastern war goddess actions, stepped forth, discarding their weapons without uttering a word and departing. Seeing the warriors abandon ship, the guards hastily followed suit. After all, the war god had profited greatly. What good was it to risk their lives for him? Damn it! None of you are allowed to leave. Stand still. Chu Junlin, infuriated, could not believe how easily his subordinates had turned their backs. He reached out, seizing a guard and lifting him into the air. In an attempt to set an example, the guard struggled helplessly. Just then, Ye Chen raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy that rescued the guard. The guard landed and, with a quick expression of gratitude, made his escape. Witnessing this, the remaining hesitant guards quickly fled. Meanwhile, Ye Chen remained willing to intervene to save them. These traitors, they were all cowards. Rest assured, war god, we pledge our lives to follow you. Several warriors declare their loyalty. They were all confidants of the Eastern war god. Having reaped some benefits, members of the Zhou and Chu families remained steadfast, convinced that the Eastern war god could not be toppled. Ye Chen and Long Ao Xue watched calmly, waiting for the last vestiges of conscience to depart before making their move. Li Xiao stood quietly observing, her eyes alight with surprise and anticipation. She mused that the Eastern war god might truly be doomed. Soon, all the guards had vacated the scene, leaving only 7 or 8 warriors behind. Li Xiao, how dare you stand with this brat? Your Li family's betrayal of the Eastern war god will surely lead to dire consequences. The heads of the Zhou and Chu families quickly targeted the Li family, viewing their actions as foolishly self-destructive. What is betrayal? My Li family is not like you, mere dogs to the Eastern war god. Today, it is you who shall face ruin, Li Xiao retorted disdainfully. Indeed, it is you who will meet your demise. At that moment, Li Ziyin stepped forward, signaling a complete rift with the Eastern war god. Moreover, he had not come merely to spectate, but had brought a contingent to maintain order in the East capital. He understood that chaos would ensue following Chu Junlin's downfall. However, with him present, order would be preserved. Li Ziyin, you treacherous scoundrel, daring to oppose this war god. You are on a path to death. Chu Junlin seethed with rage, realizing that his last remaining war chief had betrayed him. Chu Junlin, I have already submitted evidence of your collusion with foreign enemies to the Northern Region war god. Prepare to face judgment for your transgressions. Unfazed by his superior, Li Ziyin stood resolute. Damn it! You dare to deceive me. I will kill you first. Chu Junlin roared in fury, his aura intensifying. Radiating a far more terrifying killing intent than before, he was revealing his true strength. 8th rank, Martial God Realm. The war chief was merely in the 6th rank Martial Emperor Realm, while the war god had surpassed the 7th rank Martial Venerable Realm. Embodying the legendary Martial God Realm, this was the might of a war god, one among millions. Traitor, prepare to die. Chu Junlin soared into the air, aiming straight for Li Ziyin. Hissed out Li Ziyin involuntarily inhaled sharply. For he faced a foe 2 realms stronger than himself. Yet he remained unperturbed, standing his ground, knowing that 2 powerful allies would protect him. In the next moment, Ye Chen and Long Ao Xue sprang into action. Chapter 98. A distinction of heights and a determination of life and death. Be cautious. Brother, as she witnessed the Eastern War God make his move, Li Xiaoxiao gasped in fright. Yet upon seeing Ye Chen and the Northern Domain War God spring into action, her worries dissipated instantaneously. What was she so anxious about? With these 2 individuals present, how could she and her brother possibly come harm? Remain calm, Li Ziyin said with an air of indifference. Observing the 2 figures simultaneously confronting the Eastern War God, he preferred to be a quiet spectator. Dare to obstruct me? You seek death. In midair, Chu Junlin roared, unleashing a torrent of domineering true energy as he propelled a fist forward. This punch could easily topple a building. Ha! Arrogant. Long Aoshua scoffed, unleashing her own formidable true energy and retaliating with a powerful strike. Who among them was not a war god? What was the man surnamed Chu so boastful about? Moreover, her current strength had already surpassed his. Beside her, Ye Chen noted that his senior sister's attack was rather fierce, so he casually threw a punch, cautious not to exert too much force lest he accidentally kill the man surnamed Chu. How dull that would be! Bang! The immense true energies from both sides collided in midair, generating a tremendous shockwave that sent dust and debris flying, as if the very earth itself were shaking. The entire war god residence trembled, resembling a building on the verge of collapse. The onlookers below were caught in the blast. The war generals managed to brace themselves, straining to maintain their footing, yet still sliding back several meters. The heads of the Zhou and Chu families, however, could not withstand the force at all and were instantly flung away, spitting blood as they crashed to the ground. Those who lacked martial prowess dared to spectate here, truly courting disaster. Li Ziyin swiftly shielded his sister, ensuring Li Xiaoxiao remained unscathed. He was always the protective older brother. After the dust settled, Chu Junlin, defeated, was sent flying. His pupils widened in disbelief, staring in shock. His strength had been insufficient against the 2 individuals before him. No, more accurately, he was outmatched by Long Aoshua. As for the seemingly idle Ye Chen, he did not even consider him a threat. Chu Junlin found it inconceivable. This woman had previously been on par with him. Yet why now did her strength evidently exceed his? From the mid-stage of the martial god realm, she had ascended to the late stage. How could this be possible? How had she achieved such a remarkable enhancement? It was well known that once a martial artist reached the 5th rank martial emperor stage, further advancement became exceedingly arduous, let alone the 8th rank martial god stage, where progression was akin to scaling the heavens. Even a natural prodigy would require several years to ascend a single tier. Yet this woman, whom he had encountered not long ago at the mid-stage of the martial god realm, had now elevated to the late stage. He could not fathom how such a feat was accomplished. Unbeknownst to Chu Junlin, the reason for Long Aoshua's ascension was rather simple. She had merely shared a night with her junior brother. Yes, it was that uncomplicated one night of rest had rendered her stronger. Before Chu Junlin could grasp this truth, he landed on the ground, staggering back several steps before barely stabilizing his stance. Gasping for breath, he attempted to regain control of his chaotic energy. For a war god, this was an immense embarrassment. Fury ignited across his face. Several war generals and the heads of the Zhou and Chu families stood in stunned disbelief, struggling to accept the scene unfolding before them. Their Eastern war god was actually at a disadvantage. This must be due to the 2-on-1 situation. In a 1-on-1 confrontation, the Eastern war god would undoubtedly prevail against either of them. Shielded by her brother, Li Xiaoxiao was nearly unable to contain her excitement at witnessing this rare spectacle, though she restrained herself, recognizing it was not yet the time for celebration. You have regressed, Mr. Chu. Have you been too indulgent? Long Aoshua intentionally taunted coldly. She was well aware of her own enhanced strength, attributing it all to her junior brother's influence. That insufferable little brother was proving to be exceedingly useful. A man lost in debauchery, transforming into a waste was hardly surprising. Ye Chen crossed his arms and joined in the mockery. Waste. That is how I would describe Chu Junlin. Nonsense. Long Aoshua, do not be so pleased with yourself. It is solely because of this boy's assistance that you have gained this slight edge over me. If you have the capability, let us engage in a duel. Chu Junlin shouted in indignation. Coincidentally, he believed that the other party could best him only because of the numbers advantage. Very well, that I will challenge you to a duel. Long Aoshua agreed without hesitation. She had never feared the man surnamed Chu. Let alone now that her strength had increased, it would be a definitive victory. Come on. Who is afraid of whom? Excellent. I thought you would shy away from the challenge. Come, let us determine our standings and settle our fates. Chu Junlin's eyes turned ominously cold. He was confident that a mere woman could not possibly be his opponent, as long as he eliminated her first. He would then take his time to deal with that fellow. Just as Long Aoshua prepared to step forward, her junior brother grasped her hand. Senior sister, you should rest. Engaging with such a man would only soil your hands. I shall escort the man surnamed Chu to his demise. Ye Chen said with a calm smile. Arrogant wretch, you dare utter such bold words and seek death. If you possess the capability, come forth. Chu Junlin shouted angrily. He was eager for a one-on-one confrontation, certain that Ye Chen was merely at the 7th rank martial master stage, easily extinguishable, to the astonishment of Chu Junlin and the others. Long Aoshua was indeed this boy's senior sister. No wonder this woman had always shielded him. Very well, let your junior brother come forth. Are you certain of this, Mr. Chu? Long Aoshua nodded her consent, and then coldly questioned her opponent. Did he truly believe her junior brother weak? All you need to do is promise me that you will not interfere. Do you dare? Chu Junlin, aiming to provoke, questioned. What is there to fear? I shall not intervene. Long Aoshua responded without hesitation. Good. You have said it. Arrogant wretch, step forth to meet your end. Chu Junlin's plan had succeeded, and he grinned sinisterly. He intended to teach this boy a lesson about the grave consequences of his hubris. The onlooking war generals and the two family heads instantly broke into malicious smiles. The war god is magnificent. Slay this arrogant wretch. Let him witness your terror. A cacophony of voices erupted. Ye Chen cast a cold gaze across the crowd, temporarily disinterested in their clamor. Once he dealt with the man surnamed Chu, he would address these rabble-rousers. Ye Chen, give it your all. Li Xiaoxiao called out, her eyes brimming with admiration as she anticipated the unfolding drama. Beside her, Li Zian shared the same eager anticipation. Just how formidable was this future brother-in-law? Ye Chen gestured with an okay sign and calmly advanced, his expression one of disdain as he regarded the Eastern war god opposite him. Just as this arrogant man had proclaimed earlier, tonight would indeed determine their standings and seal their fates. Chapter 99. The Northern Domain war god saves me. Brat, you are the first to dare boast of a duel with this war god. I shall make you aware of what it truly means to be strong. If you are afraid, now is the time to. Chu Junlin taunted triumphantly. However, he was abruptly interrupted. Enough of your prattle. Prepare to receive my attack. Ye Chen swiftly made his move. In an instant, the energy surrounding him transformed dramatically. He struck out with a punch, roaring like a tiger and a dragon, imbued with overwhelming force. What nonsense, Eastern war god. Meet your doom. Impudent wretch. Chu Junlin's expression darkened, and he immediately retaliated. Once again, he unleashed the fearsome murderous intent that enveloped the war god residence. Gathering his strength, he launched himself forward with a fist aimed at Ye Chen. Confident, he believed this boy would be obliterated, not even worthy of receiving his punch. Kill him! Kill him! The onlooking war generals and the heads of the two families watched with rapt attention, anxious not to miss a thrilling moment. They shouted in unison, as if to preemptively applaud the war god. Long Aoshua, arms crossed, calmly observed the spectacle. Her junior brother's strength surpassed her own, so she had no cause for concern in the next moment. The two figures clashed in mid-air. Their fists had yet to make contact when their true energies collided. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, yielding an even greater shockwave. Dust and debris were sent flying. leveling the courtyard walls several dozen meters away. The majestic war god residence trembled ominously. Xue Junlin, brimming with confidence, found his expression shifting dramatically the moment their fists met. How could this boy suddenly exude such potent energy? This was not right. Just as he grappled with his shock, Ye Chen's fist broke through his protective true energy, a solid strike aimed straight at his face. Xue Junlin was once again astonished. This boy could actually breach his impenetrable defense. In a panic, he withdrew his fist, crossing his arms to block. Bang! Ye Chen's punch collided with Xue Junlin's blocking arm. A sound akin to shattering bones echoed. Unable to withstand the force, Xue Junlin was sent flying backward. He soared several dozen meters before crashing heavily onto the steps before the war god residence. Bang! The marble steps shattered into countless fragments, debris scattering and dust swirling. Xue Junlin's body sank into the steps, rendering him utterly dazed. It was only now that he comprehended. His opponent, Ye Chen, was not merely a martial master. His strength was leagues above his own. Could it be that he had already reached that realm? The war generals and the heads of the two families stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the unfolding scene. This was unreal. The indomitable Eastern war god, tasked with guarding his realm, was utterly unable to withstand a single blow from Ye Chen. They could scarcely believe it. Yet, the undeniable reality before their eyes compelled them to accept it. Pathetic, he fell with a mere strike. I haven't even exerted my full strength, and you are already on the ground. Ye Chen gracefully descended, disdainfully spitting to the side. The surname Xue is nothing more than this. He had not even unleashed his full potential, for he recognized it was entirely unnecessary to be. Why heavens! How formidable! Li Xiao exclaimed in surprise, her exhilaration causing her to utter less than refined language. Beside her, Li Xiong watched with wide-eyed astonishment. Truly powerful. However, he cast a glance at his sister, somewhat exasperated. Sister, you are the esteemed young lady of a prominent family. Could you not take a modicum of care regarding your image? A lady ought not to make coarse language her catchphrase. Long Aoshua, arms crossed, maintained an air of tranquility. There was nothing to be astonished about. Everything transpiring was well within her expectations. Ahem. Xue Junlin stood dazed for several moments before managing to rise from the ground, a trickle of blood staining his lips. His arms trembled uncontrollably, still reeling from the numbing impact of Ye Chen's earlier blow, almost rendering him incapacitated. You wretched boy, you possess such immense strength. I must admit, I underestimated you. Xue Junlin stepped forward slowly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes, now filled with a deeper rage, were tinged with a flicker of fear. Yes, this once mighty Eastern war god was beginning to feel trepidation. He realized that his opponent's strength was indeed superior to his own. He had erred in thinking this young man easy to bully. No, it was you who overestimated yourself. What follows is your journey to meet the king of hell. Ye Chen declared coldly that a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him, thick enough to be perceived. The very manifestation of such bloodlust was a terrifying display of power. I am the Eastern war god of the Dragon Kingdom. Do you dare to kill me? Ask this woman beside you what consequences await if you attempt such folly. Xue Junlin's muscles twitched as he bellowed in a fit of rage, masking his fear with bluster. It was clear now that this young man truly possessed the capability to take his life. The gathered warriors and the two family heads no longer dared to speak, their gazes gradually consumed by terror. The situation had turned dire. It was evident to any observant soul that their Eastern war god was outmatched. Should he truly be defeated, the ramifications would be catastrophic. Those who supported him would undoubtedly meet grim fates. To kill you? Why should I hesitate? You have cast a shadow over the realm, amassing wealth through unscrupulous means, neglecting your duty to protect, and instead becoming a scourge. Moreover, you have colluded with foreign enemies, allowing the people of the Small Sun Kingdom to wreak havoc on our sacred land. These two crimes alone warrant your demise 1,000 times over. Ye Chen retorted coldly that he stepped forward deliberately, intent on eliminating the surname Xue, ridding the eastern 5 provinces of this menace. If only my senior sister were here to articulate this better. Long Aoshua thought. standing aside, disinterested in the fate of the Chu. This scoundrel deserved his end. Spare me your vile rhetoric. What are you to judge me? Stay where you are. Do not approach. Chu Junlin roared in fury. His visage twisted with rage as he beheld Ye Chen advance, suffused with an aura of death, his internal dread intensifying. Yet he still clung to the pretense of the Eastern war god, issuing threats. You are mistaken. I have no inclination to judge you, that I merely seek to claim your life. Ye Chen scoffed disdainfully, advancing with the deliberate steps of the Reaper. Long Xue, why do you not intervene and stop him? If I perish, you shall all face dire consequences. Chu Junlin shifted his threats toward Long Xue, his fear rendering him uncontrollably retreating. What do you expect of me? I've already promised I would not interfere. As the war god of the Northern Domain, my word is my bond. Integrity is paramount. You. Chu Junlin spat out a mouthful of old blood, finally grasping that this brother-sister duo sought his demise. Prepare to meet your end, Chu. Ye Chen leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick. By heavens, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Chu Junlin bellowed, summoning all his strength to throw a punch. Yet ultimately, he had overestimated himself. His demise was imminent. Chapter 100. The Fall of the Eastern War God. Ye Chen's kick effortlessly shattered Chu Junlin's protective aura, his foot landing squarely upon the top of the latter's head. Uffed! Chu Junlin coughed up blood, soon to be crushed beneath an unstoppable force. The immense impact shattered the courtyard's bluestone floor, sending debris soaring several meters into the air. The once mighty war god's residence could no longer withstand the tremors, collapsing in a cacophony of destruction. And the Eastern war god, Chu Junlin, was buried deep within the earth, with only his head exposed. His skull shattered, he fell silent, lifeless on the spot. Thus, the once indomitable Eastern war god met his end. How convenient. No need for burial. Merely erect a simple grave marker. Ye Chen remarked nonchalantly, having barely exerted himself in the process of this divinely orchestrated demise. Pathetic. The Li siblings stood in shock, rendered speechless by the spectacle. This young man was extraordinarily powerful and undeniably charismatic. Long Xue brushed off the dust from her attire, inwardly chiding her troublesome brother for creating such a ruckus over a mere killing, causing her to inhale a cloud of dust. In the distance, several warriors and the heads of the Zhou and Chu families stood in stunned silence, witnessing the Eastern War god's tragic end. It was over. Everything was over, and overwhelming dread spread through their very souls. Now, it is your turn, you barking curs. Ye Chen turned, casting a cold gaze upon the trembling figures in the corner, with their master fallen. These curs should accompany him in death. Thud! The warriors and family heads fell to their knees without hesitation. We acknowledge our wrongs. Please spare us. I am willing to offer all my wealth. Please do not take my life. I beg you, grant me this one reprieve, and I shall serve you faithfully. That a chorus of desperate pleas emerged, devoid of their previous arrogance, as they bowed repeatedly, pleading for mercy. Death? Ye Chen uttered, too weary to say another word. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy struck, swiftly ending the lives of the nearby curs. The Eastern War god's estate fell into an eerie silence. Ye Chen, you are simply magnificent. You have truly slain the Eastern War god. Idol, my idol. Unable to contain herself, Li Xiaoxiao spread her arms wide for a grand embrace. Indeed, it was quite the embrace that Ye Chen felt the warmth, casting a resigned glance at his senior sister, as if to indicate that this was initiated by the other party, imploring her not to feel jealous. The Eastern War god is truly dead. Aliziang, as a general, remained somewhat dazed. He had never envisioned a day when the Eastern War god would fall in such a manner. This scourge upon the realm finally met his just deserts. Once the news spreads, it will undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Dragon Kingdom. The populace of the Eastern 5 provinces will rejoice. Sister, do not be so overly excited. Ye Chen, sensing Li Xiaoxiao's unwavering grip, gently reminded her. He did not mind indulging in the sensation of her soft and fragrant presence, but he was concerned about his senior sister's feelings. Ye Chen, you are incredibly strong. You are the mightiest man I have ever seen. Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, releasing her grip to give him a thumbs up in admiration. Eye in her eyes, Ye Chen had transformed into a nearly divine figure. That I suppose I am indeed quite strong, that he is formidable in every aspect. Dear brother, enough of this affectionate display. Hurry and help clean up the aftermath. It is your fault that the war god's palace now lies in ruins, complicating our search for evidence. Long Aoshua huffed, a hint of jealousy evident in her tone. Master sister, you cannot blame me. The building's quality was simply lacking. The two hastily departed for other areas of the war god's estate, seeking any useful information. Sister, why are you still in a daze? Li Xiang patted his sister. Brother, do you think Ye Chen is incredibly handsome? I once thought you were the most handsome man in the world. But now you have been relegated to second place, Li Xiaoxiao replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Very well, I concede. You must strive to uphold the family legacy, and securing Ye Chen's favor will be paramount. You ought to conduct yourself more like a lady, avoiding such boisterous behavior, and refrain from using foul language. Li Xiang accepted his second-place status, recognizing that the true first was a man of unmatched prowess. Such an extraordinary individual must be captured. Oh, how am I not ladylike? Li Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed a shade of pink, and she promptly retaliated with a playful punch to her brother. How dare he insinuate she lacked femininity? Meanwhile, Ye Chen and Long Aoshua swiftly arrive at a secret chamber within the war god's estate. With a powerful punch, he broke open the door, revealing a dazzling array of gold, silver, and jewels that dazzled the eye. The underground chamber, vast enough to fill an entire basketball court, was overflowing with treasures of immeasurable value. Yet, Ye Chen and Long Xue showed little interest in the opulent gold and jewels, instead opting to search for items of practical utility. After a thorough exploration of the chamber, they finally discovered something of significance. A ledger detailing the financial transactions associated with the wealth contained within. The thick tome roughly chronicled the origins of each fortune, and upon casually flipping through its pages, they found records of dealings with the land of the rising sun, with this ledger documenting the Eastern war god's illicit gains. Their evidence was now substantially fortified. Satisfied, the two departed from the chamber, leaving behind all the precious metals and jewels without taking a single piece. Meanwhile, the Li siblings awaited news, unbeknownst to the outside world. Trouble had befallen the war goddess estate, as there was no one in the vicinity for several kilometers. How should the Northern Domain's war god handle the situation? I have instructed my subordinates to stabilize the situation in the eastern capital. Li Xian respectfully inquired. I will address the matter of Chu Junlin's demise. The wealth within the chamber shall be utilized to assist the impoverished citizens of the eastern 5 provinces. Subsequently, I will propose that you manage the eastern 5 provinces temporarily. Long Xue arranged. Understood. I shall execute your orders without fail. Li Xian promptly accepted the command, growing increasingly admiring of this Northern Domain war god, who is certainly unlike the deceased one, solely focused on amassing wealth. The outcome, after all, is that one cannot take their riches with them upon death. Presently, the Zhou and Chu families have all fallen from grace. Their clans cannot endure for long. Miss Li, your family should seize this opportunity to absorb the other clans. Once the Li family grows stronger, simply extend your support to the Yi Lin group in the future. Ye Chen remarked with a calm smile. At this juncture, he had little interest in annexing the assets of other families. The intricacies involved were too cumbersome. It is best to leave such professional matters to those who specialize in them. You need not say. I shall act accordingly. Haha, it's certainly not in vain to have you as a friend. Li Xiaoxiao laughed joyfully. Little did she expect that just days after meeting Ye Chen, such a monumental upheaval would occur in the eastern capital, bringing immense benefits to her Li family. I should report the situation to that esteemed individual. Long Xue stated solemnly. Chapter 101. Reporting after the fact with that. Long Xue stepped aside to make a phone call to that esteemed individual. Brother Yi, collaborating with you has proven to be an astute decision. If the citizens of the eastern 5 provinces were to learn that you were responsible for Chu Junlin's death, they would undoubtedly venerate you as a hero. I am truly grateful. Li Xian expressed his heartfelt thanks, his eloquence clearly surpassing that of his sister, It's nothing, merely a small effort on my part. You have contributed as well, so I must thank you too, Ye Chen replied with a smile. With the Li family poised to take over the other clans, it is indeed a positive development. At the very least, the members of the Li family are undoubtedly good people. The era of the 5 great families in the eastern capital has come to an end. Before long, the Li family will emerge as the largest clan in the eastern capital. The Zhou and Xue families, who once mocked the Li family, would never have imagined this outcome. The 3 engaged in light-hearted conversation. In the distance, Long Ao Xue connected the call to that esteemed individual. Lord Wu Jun, I apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour. I have something of great importance to report to you, she said with utmost seriousness. On the other end was the 4 Directions commander, Lord Wu Jun, who commanded the 4 great war gods of the Dragon Kingdom. Ao Xue. What is it? Came Wu Jun's calm voice. Though aged, it remained powerful and resonant. Chu Junlin is dead, Long Ao Xue stated somberly. What nonsense is this? Wu Jun sounded taken aback, as if he thought he had misheard. Chu Junlin is dead. That it was I who killed him. Long Ao Xue reiterated, directly admitting her responsibility. She understood that she must shoulder the burden of this act alone, ensuring that the outside world remained unaware that Ye Chen was involved, for otherwise her junior brother would face significant trouble. By taking on the responsibility herself, she would encounter no repercussions, given her exalted status as the Northern Domain War God, allowing her to report after the fact. Moreover, she possessed ample justification for her actions. You killed Chu Junlin? Why? Wu Jun's voice immediately darkened. That I report to you, Lord Wu Jun, that the Chu family has colluded with external enemies, and I have gathered sufficient evidence to substantiate this. That a portion of this evidence will soon be delivered to you. Here is how it transpired. Long Ao Xue explained the situation in detail. On the other end, Wu Jun listened intently, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. At that moment, a servant brought in a dossier, stating it was a transmission from the subordinates of the Northern Domain War God. In truth, Long Ao Xue had already dispatched an aide to await outside Wu Jun's residence, holding incriminating evidence against Chu Junlin, ready to present it at a critical juncture. After all, mere words would not suffice. To earn Wu Jun's complete trust, tangible evidence was essential. Upon reviewing the documents, Wu Jun's expression darkened with fury. That scoundrel Chu. How dare he conceal such treasonous acts from me? This wretch deserves death. Wu Jun roared, trembling with rage. He felt betrayed, having placed such trust in Chu Junlin and entrusted him with the role of Eastern War God, only to discover that he had been secretly undermining their efforts. Lord Wu Jun, I have uncovered additional evidence from Chu Junlin's estate, which I will present to you shortly. Given the urgency of the matter, I wish to avoid any leaks that might allow the Chu family to escape, hence my decision to report after the fact. I trust that you shall not harbor anger towards me. Lord Wu Jun, even if you do, it matters not, as long as I can rid the world of this menace.